Chapter 224, A Leap Forward Kairi. Oh, splendid. Wow. The reason for the commentator He Feng's admiration was Kairi's exquisite double-footed ball control, which allowed him to evade the defense of two Madrid Kings players, Osei and Estrom. Meli, what a close call. Despite being 2 years older than Meli, Betia appeared as inexperienced as a youth team player in the face of Meli's prowess. It is indeed a challenge for any defender to contend with such a formidable opponent. Betia had just been skillfully maneuvered past by Meli, and had it not been for Ramirez's timely intervention, who executed a fierce sliding tackle to disrupt Meli's advance, Meli would have undoubtedly carried the ball into the goal. After the play, Ramirez rose from the ground and patted the bewildered Betia on the back in a gesture of encouragement. Kairi, Meli. Sitting in front of the television, Xiaolong felt her forehead pulse with frustration. It was only when Kairi unexpectedly let the ball slip to the trailing Hulai, who then formed a shot, that the commentator He Feng began praising Kairi once more. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, Kairi. Wasn't it said that our son was supposed to be Meli's rival? Why does it seem as though Kairi is the star of the show? Helixin observed his wife's irate gestures directed at the screen and replied helplessly, Kairi is the linchpin of the Pirates' offensive strategy. It is only natural for him to be prominently featured and mentioned frequently by the commentator. Moreover, you are well aware that your son's playing style is subtle. He may not always be in the limelight, but when he does appear on screen, he poses a significant threat. Are you really jealous of this? Jealous? What do you mean by jealous? Xiaolong, though somewhat stubborn, conceded to her husband's reasoning. I just want to see them play with fervor. It makes me anxious. What are you anxious about? Your son is not worried at all. Besides, the better Kairi performs, the more pleased you should be. Why would I be pleased? I am not Kairi's mother. Helixin found himself at a loss for words. Because the more active he is, the more he draws the king's defensive attention away from your son. Did you not see that play? It was precisely because Peralta focused on Kairi that Kairi was able to pass the ball to your son. Xiaolong fell silent. Her husband had a valid point, yet she still felt discontented that her son had little opportunity to shine. As a devoted mother and fan, rationality was not a requisite in her considerations. All she desired was for her son to excel, and not in a way that only experts could appreciate, but in a manner that even the untrained eye could recognize. What does such excellence look like? Naturally, it is scoring goals. As a forward, scoring remains the paramount standard by which performance is measured. Kunzu delivered the ball from the flank into the penalty area, and Hulai sprinted towards its landing spot, leaping to head the ball. However, beside him, Peralta also soared into the air. The two contested for the aerial ball, and ultimately, Peralta, leveraging his superior strength, managed to outmuscle Hulai and cleared Kunzu's cross with a well-executed header. Peralta accomplished a successful defensive play. Upon completing a header clearance, Peralta felt no sense of triumph regarding his successful defense. Instead, he immediately turned to seek Hulai's reaction. He yearned to witness the disappointment or frustration etched upon Hulai's face. A glimpse of anxiety would have been even more gratifying. Yet, to his astonishment, he observed Hulai turning to give a thumbs up to his teammate, Quinzo, as if the failure of the attack weighed not upon him at all. This was not an isolated incident. Every instance of Peralta's interference seemed to have left no mark on Hulai, who, since scoring just 14 minutes into the match, had not exhibited any remarkable performance. No, it was implausible for him to be unaffected, unless he possessed no heart. Peralta surmised that Hulai was desperately suppressing his own impatience and discontent, striving to maintain his composure. Peralta harbored a strong desire to incite Hulai with words, to stoke the embers of his inner fury and restlessness. However, he recalled a rumor, or perhaps a curse. Any defender who engaged Hulai in conversation during a match would inexplicably falter, as if stricken by Hulai's verbal enchantment. A particular incident might validate the existence of this curse, a chilling reality, in the two-legged Champions League tie between Ajax and the Madrid Pirates. Despite Hulai's persistent attempts to converse with Drew resolutely ignored him throughout the match. This was evident from the live broadcast. Why did Hulai seek to engage Drew? Was he attempting to cast a hex? Drew, undoubtedly wary of the curse, refrained from uttering a single word to Hulai. Though Ajax ultimately lost the match, Drew's performance remained largely commendable. However, his deliberate avoidance of conversation with Hulai did not escape the notice of many, and in post-match interviews, he confirmed his intent to remain disengaged from Hulai. When pressed for reasons, he merely stated that he was focused on the game and wished to avoid distractions. Yet, the astute observers on the internet managed to unearth certain clues, ultimately piecing together the truth, much of which was illuminated by the contributions of Chinese fans who delved into the early career secrets of Hulai. As a Chinese player, Hulai naturally garnered significant attention from fans in Europe, who even took the initiative to translate news reports and online articles about him from Chinese into English and Spanish. With the aid of these devoted individuals, many learned of Hulai's remarkable early exploits, such as scoring 5 goals in 9 minutes during a U23 match, an event that, while noted by European media at the time, had not received substantial coverage. Unless one was already following Hulai, few had heard of it. Now, many were astonished to discover the extent of his prowess from such an early age. Additionally, the curious term crosstalk football captured attention, leaving translators perplexed as to how to convey its meaning. Thus began an in-depth exploration of the etymology of this term. After unraveling its origins, the phrase ultimately transformed into stand-up comedy football. Hulai possessed an exceptional linguistic prowess, adeptly using it to disrupt defensive players during matches. Over time, this skill morphed into a rather enigmatic curse. Prior to the match between Ajax and Madrid Pirates, this so-called curse was merely a whimsical jest among fans online, garnering little attention from professionals. It wasn't until Danny Drew's conspicuous performance against Hulai that the notion gained traction. Professional athletes often harbor superstitions, as football is invariably laden with elements of fortune. Good and ill fortune can occasionally yield starkly contrasting outcomes in a game. To err on the side of caution, one might as well believe in it. Consequently, Peralta subdued any thoughts of taunting Hulai with banter. As the match progressed into the 61st minute, Madrid Kings launched a series of attacks, ultimately earning a corner kick. However, the corner posed no threat to the Madrid Pirates' goal, as the ball was cleared by Havel. The Madrid Kings regained control of the second ball, seeking to reorganize their offensive strategy, yet their attempt to distribute the ball to the flanks was intercepted by the Pirates' left back, Ioni Martinez. Following the interception, Ioni passed the ball to the forward, Tonini. Before receiving the ball, Tonini glanced over his shoulder twice, gauging the position of his defender, Osei and Estrom. Deceptively, he feigned a rightward turn toward the sideline as he received the ball, only to suddenly redirect it inward with his right foot, simultaneously pivoting to the left. Estrom found himself left behind by Tonini. After maneuvering past Estrom, Tonini refrained from carrying the ball forward himself. Instead, he sent it directly into the expansive space behind Estrom. Simultaneously, Maxi Kelly was making a diagonal run from the center, sprinting toward the ball. Both Estrom and the right back, Patting Garcia, who was defending centrally for Madrid Kings, pursued Kelly and the ball. Estrom chased directly, while Garcia cut across to defend. The Madrid Kings supporters in the stands erupted in a cacophony of boos, adding excitement to the race unfolding on the pitch. It must be noted that after enduring 2 consecutive years of severe injuries, and with the passage of time, Kelly's speed had diminished significantly. Just before he could reach the ball, Patting Garcia had already positioned himself in front of him, blocking the path to the penalty area. At the same time, Estrom was closing in from behind Kelly. The 2 defenders were poised to sandwich him. Had this been Kelly in his prime, he would have effortlessly evaded both pursuers, surging into the penalty area and confronting goalkeeper Bakker head-on. But now, he faced a dilemma: either slow down to maintain possession while awaiting his teammates or confront a 2-on-1 situation for a forced breakthrough. Yet, Kelly chose neither of these options. He opted for option C. As Kairi pursued the football, he made no adjustments, striking it with the outside of his right foot directly towards the penalty area. The ball soared through the air, tracing a capital C. It first evaded the diligent defense of Patting Garcia, who attempted to clear it with a header but failed. Next, it zipped past the recently returned Estrom, who could only turn his head to watch the ball glide by. The football then approached the penalty spot, where Hulai and Peralta were entangled, racing towards its landing point. Their rapid sprint suggested they might collide. At that moment, Hulai abruptly halted, though Peralta was a step behind. He too stopped after making a lunge, immediately pivoting to pursue Hulai. He witnessed Hulai's sudden stop and turn, back to the goal, as he extended his left foot to cradle the ball sent by Kairi. Hulai's touch was remarkably steady. The ball seemed to adhere to the grass beneath him, bouncing not at all. Then, Hulai turned again, swinging his right leg to strike the football. He was launching a direct shot. Peralta hastily lunged towards Hulai's left flank, attempting to block the shot. Yet the ball did not travel past Hulai's raised right leg. Instead, it was deftly redirected in the opposite direction, completing Hulai's turn from facing away from the goal to now facing it. Francis turned. This maneuver, named after the legendary Madrid player Luis Francis, was not originally his invention. Rather, it was a technique he frequently employed, thus earning it his name. This move is particularly useful for forwards, allowing them to pivot and evade in tight spaces. Deceived, Peralta saw Hulai utilize the Francis turn to shake him off and quickly halted to shift his weight, attempting to recover. At that moment, having just controlled the ball, Hulai swiftly flicked it forward with the tip of his right foot, propelling it onward, then explosively pushed off the ground, rapidly advancing towards the ball. Peralta could only hastily turn to respond, losing both his advantage and position as Hulai squeezed in front of him. Should he recklessly collide, it could lead to not just a penalty, but potentially a red card. Fortunately, Estrom, who had just returned to the penalty area, accelerated to reinforce the defense. He lunged towards the ball, hoping to clear it before Hulai could reach. Simultaneously, Hulai took a decisive step forward, throwing his weight into the motion, swinging his left leg like a whip towards the football. Estrom, Hulai. In the midst of the commentators' astonished exclamations and the jeers of the home fans, the two collided. Yet, just before their impact, Hulai's left foot struck the ball first. It was sent soaring towards the far corner. Originally, Baker attempted to shift towards the near corner to obstruct the angle of the shot, but he failed to make contact with the ball. His reaction just a fraction too slow. As he fell to the ground, he witnessed the football collide with the netting inside the goal. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Hulai, Hulai, a brace. He has once again propelled the Pirates into the lead. In front of the television, Shilon leapt from his sofa, arms raised in triumph. Chapter 225. A different Mary Ion intercepted the ball and passed it to Tanini. Tanini executed a splendid turn to evade his marker and delivered a precise through ball. Kairi chased after it. A direct cross from Who? Goal. With over 20 minutes remaining in the match, Who assisted the Madrid Pirates in scoring. The Pirates regained the lead with a score of 4-3. This goal was of utmost significance, restoring the Pirates' advantage. Hulai's strike was truly magnificent. Peralta had been tangled with him for nearly an hour. Yet Who managed to shake him off with a Francis turn, seizing that singular opportunity. Amidst the accolades from commentators around the world, Hulai, having collided with Estrom, pushed the latter aside, rose from the ground, and excitedly sprinted towards the corner flag to perform his signature celebration. This time, the home fans did not boo as he executed his move. They were momentarily stunned by the goal. Only when more Madrid Pirates players rushed to celebrate, raising their fists in jubilation, did the Madrid Kings fans react with a cacophony of boos and insults. At that moment, thoughts of their deficit in the aggregate score or the possibility of advancing to the finals were far from their minds. They were solely focused on venting their immediate emotions. However, even if they amplified their cacophony, it bore no influence on the players of the Madrid Pirates. As fierce local rivals, they had long been accustomed to the various tribulations of playing away. The boos from the Madrid Kings fans could never pierce the heavens. On the contrary, the adversaries' jeers felt like the dying cries of a struggling beast, invigorating the Pirates even further. Their celebrations grew more exuberant. Mary, panting heavily, gazed at the scene from a distance. He had just sprinted back to defend, though his return resembled more of a ceremonial act than a practical one. As he was still too far away, lingering in the penalty area of the Madrid Pirates, he was utterly powerless to prevent the goal. Must I once again witness Hulai triumph over me, eliminating me from contention? To this point, I have yet to achieve even a single victory against Hulai. When Cabin and I were rivals, our encounters saw victories exchanged between us. Yet against Hulai, I have never emerged victorious. If I have never bested Hulai, what right do I have to call him a rival? The thought of losing to Hulai once more ignited a fierce tempest within my chest, thrashing about and causing me great discomfort. I desperately inhaled deeply, striving to suppress this tumultuous energy, but to little avail. From the moment Meli made his debut with the Kings, he was adorned with countless illustrious titles. Even the Pampas Eagle King, Fiorehajawara, after witnessing his remarkable performance, proclaimed loudly, "I am weary of the debates regarding my successor. After seeing Meli display, I believe all discussions should cease, in my eyes." The world of football resembles a resplendent starry sky, with each star representing a player, and without a doubt, Meli is the moon in that sky. In addition to the legendary Old King, Iguara, the iconic superstar of Madrid, Luis Francis, also praised Meli, who was still in the youth team at the time. I lament that Meli is Argentine and not French. I see boundless potential in him. His future accomplishments should surpass my own. It is noteworthy that Francis had once claimed the World Cup, although he was not a key player in that tournament. Nonetheless, his honor book bears the record of a World Cup champion. His belief that Meli would achieve greater feats raises the possibility of Meli leading the Argentine national team to World Cup glory as a pivotal figure. If that were the case, Meli could very well become the next universally recognized king of football after his compatriot, Fiera Hajwara. Moreover, various accolades seem to rain down upon Meli without reserve. At the tender age of 19 years and 198 days, he was awarded the title of Europe's best young player, making him the youngest recipient of this honor. At just 24, he had already secured 2 Champions League titles and amassed every conceivable club honor. Some have suggested that, had he not been surrounded by the likes of Luis Francis and Alexander Salados during his Champions League triumph, he might have already clinched the prestigious Ballon d'Or. Fortunately, he is still young, and everyone believes his future is boundless. European football is poised to enter an era dominated by Meli. However, this enviable prodigy now seems to be facing the greatest crisis of his career. Could it be that the once ignored Chinese opponent has unwittingly transformed into a formidable adversary he cannot conquer? No. Meli refuses to acknowledge this and declines to surrender to Hulai. In a rare display of fervor, he passionately rallied his despondent teammates, exclaiming, "There are still nearly half an hour left. The match is not over. Let us lift our spirits." The captain, Salados, who had intended to deliver such a message, was taken aback by Meli's fervent call. He saw the Argentine prodigy sprinting towards the center circle, clapping his hands and encouraging each teammate he passed. "It's not over yet. We still have a chance. Let us give it our all. We are the Kings." He ran all the way to the center circle, stood there, and turned back, shaking his fists and rallying his teammates with fervent shouts. It was evident that not only Salados but also the other Kings players were taken aback by Meli's sudden surge of enthusiasm. In the past, Messi would never have engaged in such captain-like behavior after conceding a goal, as his skills are nearly impeccable. The only critique levied against him is the perceived lack of leadership qualities. If one disregards Messi's actual age, such criticism is not entirely unfounded. The reserved and quiet Messi is indeed not traditionally seen as a leader, lacking in the requisite qualities in this regard. However, observing Messi's demeanor now, many have begun to detect a faint glimmer of leadership within him. Sardatos, regaining his composure, shouted loudly, "Messi is right. The match is not over. We are the Kings. Forward, Kings. Never give up. Fight until the end." From the commentary booth, Sanchez looked down, and though the distance rendered him unable to hear their words, he could surmise that both Messi and Sardatos were rallying the team. This display from Messi was indeed rare. We have seldom witnessed such a passionate oration from him. The Argentine prodigy has always been understated, preferring actions over words to uplift his team. Yet, Messi's current approach is both crucial and timely, as the Kings find themselves cornered. At this juncture, as the team's star player, Messi must rise to bolster morale and instill confidence, rather than solely relying on actions to prevent his teammates from succumbing to despair. Messi is genuinely anxious. In the back studio, upon witnessing Messi's fervor, He Feng and Yin Kong exchange glances, reflecting on the situation. Considering stoppage time, there remains half an hour in the match. Given that this is the Kings' home ground, anything could transpire in that time. Thus, it is not a moment for celebration. Yin Kong remarked, after the first leg concluded. Some Kings fans complained online about UEFA's decision to abolish the away goals rule. However, they should now be grateful for this change. Otherwise, they would be merely a step away from elimination. Had the away goals rule remained, even if Madrid scored again to level the aggregate at 4-4, they would still be ousted due to fewer away goals compared to the Pirates. Now, they at least have a chance to drag the match into extra time. The abolishment of the away goals rule has indeed greatly motivated both the players and fans of Madrid. As the match resumed, the Kings supporters in the stands began to chant in unison, "Forward, Kings. Never give up. Fight until the end." Inspired by their fervor, The Kings unleashed a torrential offensive against the Pirates' goal. At this moment, the Kings could no longer afford to ponder whether such an aggressive assault might leave their defense vulnerable. They understood that if they did not fight with all their might, defeat was inevitable. The Pirates, initially intent on capitalizing on their recent goal to decisively end the contest, found themselves nearly conceding a goal to Meli as they pressed forward. The Pirates, paralyzed by fear, dared not venture forth any longer. Confronted with the relentless assault from the Madrid Kings, they could only tighten their formation, retreating into a 30-meter radius to safeguard against conceding a goal. Patiently, they awaited the closing moments of the match, knowing that if the Kings failed to score, their urgency would inevitably escalate. At that juncture, the Pirates could execute a counterattack, thereby sealing the fate of the game. In a critical moment, the Belgian goalkeeper, He made a pivotal save, thwarting Meli's attempt on goal. As the match progressed into the 77th minute, time was slipping away for the Kings. Despite their vigorous onslaught, the Pirates stood firm, not only withstanding the pressure, but also launching counteroffensives. Kelly received a long pass from the back line and skillfully controlled the ball before seeking out Hulai. Oh, splendid. The Spanish goalkeeper, Backer, deflected the ball away. Even under the close marking from Peralta, Hulai managed to seize the opportunity and took a shot. Backer executed a remarkable save. Including stoppage time, approximately 16 minutes remained in the match. The Madrid Pirates had developed the capacity for counterattacks, which, paradoxically, was not entirely detrimental for the Kings. For if the Pirates remained overly defensive, the Kings would find it increasingly challenging to score. However, the Pirates could not simply fortify their defenses without countering. They were not particularly adept at parking the bus. Given the Kings' fierce offensive, holding out until the end would be a formidable task, while conceding a single goal would not result in immediate elimination. The potential boost to morale for both sides rendered such a lapse critically perilous. Numerous precedents existed, and there was no need to enumerate them. As the match unfolded, commentators from around the globe analyzed the evolving situation. Yet, one need not be an analyst to discern that while the Madrid Pirates held a one-goal aggregate lead, it was not substantial enough to deter the Kings from pursuing victory. Even if they scored again, the Kings would not progress to the finals, but they would still cling to the hope of advancement. Thus, they would surely unleash their full offensive might, until the final whistle from the referee sounded. No one could assert that the Madrid Pirates were guaranteed a place in the finals, nor that the Kings were destined to remain in Madrid. This encapsulates the allure of football. Having entered the match in the second half, Kelly maintained adequate stamina, displaying no signs of fatigue. He actively sought the ball, yet refrained from hastily launching a counterattack, recognizing the absence of an opportune moment. Instead, he opted to utilize his ball control skills to help the Madrid Pirates waste time. Inducing a foul from a Kings player would have been an added bonus. However, upon receiving the ball, he was unceremoniously knocked to the ground by Osei. Lying on the turf, Kelly awaited the whistle that never came. As Osei deftly intercepted Kairi from behind, his footwork was remarkably precise, devoid of any foul. The Kings seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Capitalizing on Kairi's mishandling, the Pirates swiftly transitioned from defense to offense. Upon retreating to midfield, Meli received the ball and made a vertical surge into the Madrid Pirates' penalty area. With Ramirez dropping back to assist Betia in defense, Joaquin Vela confronted Meli head-on in midfield. He lowered his center of gravity to block Meli, but was effortlessly sidestepped as Meli feigned with his upper body and altered his footwork. As Meli's right shoulder dipped and his left foot lifted in preparation to strike the ball, Vela anticipated a breakthrough on his left side, slightly shifting his weight that way. In that fleeting moment, Meli deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his left foot in the opposite direction, gliding past Vela's body. Unable to recalibrate his balance in time, Vela appeared almost frozen, failing to even execute a foul, as Meli elegantly bypassed him. Continuing his advance toward the Pirates' penalty area, Meli encountered Ramirez near the penalty arc. Just before Ramirez could fully close in, Meli unleashed a shot. The ball slipped past the goal. Meli lamented his failure to direct it within the goalposts, clutching his head in frustration. Behind him, Kairi erupted in fury, vociferously protesting to the referee. Convinced that Osei's earlier action warranted a foul, the referee gestured for Kairi to calm down, warning that he would brandish a yellow card if the outburst continued. Although Kairi ceased his shouting, he continued to mutter vehemently, insisting, "It was definitely a foul. I assure you, absolutely." However, his protest held no weight, the referee, having witnessed the incident clearly, recognized that while Osei's tackle was fierce, it was impeccably clean. He had indeed made contact with the ball before bringing Kairi down. Thus, according to the rules, it was not a foul. Before long, a long ball from the Pirates' defense found Hulai. He leaped to contest a header with Peralta, but was outjumped, crashing to the ground. Yet, this time the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Peralta for leaping into Hulai during the aerial duel. Consequently, the Madrid Pirates were awarded a free kick slightly advanced from midfield. Despite possessing two masters of free kicks, this attempt, from a distance of 40 meters from the goal, posed little threat to the Kings' net. However, they could utilize this free kick to buy some time. Thus, the downed Hulai did not rise immediately, instead lying on the ground, cradling his head for nearly a minute. It was only when he sensed the referee might call for a stretcher that he reluctantly got back to his feet. Other Pirates players approached as well. Although this free kick might not directly threaten the Kings' goal, it presented a rare opportunity for the beleaguered Pirates to advance their attack into the Kings' half. If merely used to stall for time, it would be a squandered chance indeed. However, they did not deploy a significant number of troops. For instance, the common tactic of having two central defenders press forward to the opponent's goal during set-piece situations was notably absent. Only Hulai and Kairi, the two forwards, remained up front. When the free kick was taken, the executor, Tonini, initially sought out Kairi, who then created an opportunity by passing to Hulai. This straightforward approach lacked any secret weapon. Yet, with Kairi's exceptional individual skill and Hulai's elite off-the-ball movement, it surprisingly unfolded successfully. The Kings' defenders assumed Kairi would pass the ball to the space where Hulai had made his run. Kairi indeed turned his body in that direction and lifted his right leg, feigning a pass. After deceiving the defender, Sequeiros, Kairi swiftly pulled the ball back with his right foot, pivoted to find space, and unleashed a shot. Kairi's strike headed straight for the far corner. Baker dove to the side, managing to graze the ball with his fingertips, altering its trajectory just enough. Ultimately, it sailed out of play. The stands erupted with gasps and shouts from the Kings fans. Oh, what a pity for Kairi. So close. Kairi's shot was unexpected. However, Baker maintained intense focus, delivering a remarkable save. In slow motion, it appeared he used his fingertips to deflect the ball. Although the ball did not find the net, the Pirates earned a corner kick. If utilized effectively, this corner could pose a threat to the Kings' goal. Despite securing a corner, the Pirates seemed hesitant to take it, with everyone dawdling, prompting the Kings fans in the stands to boo incessantly. At this moment, there were approximately 10 minutes left in the match, assuming 5 minutes of injury time. It wasn't until the referee pointed to his watch, reminding the Pirates players that all the time wasted would be accounted for in injury time, that they exhibited a bit more urgency. This corner was different from the previous free kick. This time, the Pirates center back, Moreno, prepared to contest for the header, while fellow center back Betia remained back. The set-piece strategy was indeed something the Pirates had practiced. If they could seize this corner opportunity to score, they would not have to fear in the ensuing minutes. The decision to send only one center back forward while keeping another back was, of course, to guard against a counterattack from the Kings. This concern was justified, as the corner attack ultimately failed, granting the Madrid Kings a chance to counter. Tonini's kick was sent directly into the hands of goalkeeper Baker, who punched the ball away. The ball fell outside the penalty area, and as Salados surged into the box to contest for it, he nudged the ball backward. Meli, positioned further forward, half-turned and deftly used the outside of his left foot to push the ball forward, accelerating into a sprint. The cheers from the stands surged dramatically, only to be abruptly silenced. As the Pirate captain Juan Ramirez positioned himself in the path of Meli's advance, he ruthlessly collided with him, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence while his knee struck Meli's thigh. Meli tumbled to the ground, followed by the sound of the referee's whistle and the disapproving jeers from the stands. Ramirez's foul on Meli was undeniably excessive, and he was certain to receive a yellow card. Unfazed by the impending sanction, Ramirez deemed it a worthwhile trade-off to thwart Meli's counterattack. Despite being knocked down, Meli did not clutch his thigh in agony. Instead, he struggled to rise, limping towards Ramirez in a fit of anger. Though quickly restrained by a vigilant teammate, he vociferously accused Ramirez of malicious intent, demanding a red card for his actions. His fierce outbursts startled Ramirez, causing him to instinctively take a step back, gazing at Meli in astonishment, seemingly oblivious to the yellow card shown by the referee. It remained unclear whether Meli's ire was directed at Ramirez's transgression or the referee's leniency. "Meli is understandably furious," commentator Sanchez exclaimed. His anger is justified, for Ramirez's foul was evidently premeditated, aimed solely at preventing him from succeeding. With the match dwindling, every offensive opportunity was invaluable to the Kings, and Ramirez had just extinguished yet another chance. As Sanchez spoke, the cacophony of boos from the Kings supporters filled the stadium, compelling him to raise his voice to be heard. Only after his tirade did Meli realize the pain radiating from the exterior of his right thigh, where Ramirez had made contact. He gingerly touched the area, limping as he walked. Salados approached him, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Meli responded with a shake of his head. "I'm fine, Captain." Salados, not wishing to prolong the conversation, merely patted Meli on the shoulder. With only a few minutes left in the match, the team desperately needed Meli, and it would be overly sentimental to suggest he take a break. Meli actively sought the ball, and when Deducalos passed it to him, the Kings had no choice but to rely on Meli's individual prowess. With mere minutes remaining, the Pirates retreated into a defensive formation, even Hu and Kairi returning to their own half. The Kings advanced toward the Pirates' penalty area, and the ball was delivered to the retreating Meli. Just as he received it, Tanini surged toward him. However, Meli executed a feint, pretending to accelerate past Tanini, who rushed by in vain. With the ball now propelled forward, Meli charged into the Pirates' penalty area. Opponents converged on him from all directions, including Huai, who attempted a sneak attack from behind. Yet, before Huai could even draw near, Meli had already evaded Joaquin Vela, continuing his advance. At this point, Huai could offer no further assistance. Meli surged towards the Pirates' penalty area, surrounded by a swarm of Madrid Pirate players. At this moment, no one considered the implications of their collective rush to confront Meli, nor the potential void left in other areas. Their instincts dictated that given Meli's prowess, if they did not all advance together, he would undoubtedly bypass them all. Meli found himself ensnared. He deftly evaded Betia and Ramirez. As he attempted to maneuver past Ramirez once more, a sharp pain surged through his right thigh, where he had previously been challenged, nearly causing him to lose his balance and fall. "I cannot concede here." Meli gritted his teeth, his leg muscles tensing anew. Stabilizing his tilting form, with the outside of his right foot, he deftly nudged the ball outward, evading Ramirez's frontal interception. However, this maneuver compelled him toward the less advantageous flank. The Pirate captain swiftly pivoted, continuing to force Meli towards the sidelines. As long as they could prevent him from directly threatening the goal, this defensive effort would be deemed a success. Huai, who had been trailing behind at a leisurely pace, suddenly accelerated upon witnessing this scene, veering towards the opposite side and charging into the penalty area. As he took off, Meli, seemingly cornered by Ramirez, abruptly lifted his right foot to strike the ball, creating the impression of a shot on goal. Consequently, Ramirez and another Madrid Pirate defender, Moreno, lunged in unison, forming a dual barrier between Meli and the goal. Yet, the ball was not aimed at the net. Meli's right foot gently descended, flicking the ball in the opposite direction, causing both Ramirez and Moreno to stumble. He then swiftly swept the ball towards the center before Ion could intercept it. Rather than shooting, he opted for a cross. Salados, upon seeing the pass, propelled himself forward to connect with the incoming ball. Fully aware that his angle could lead to an own goal, yet he paid it no mind. However, he failed to make contact. The ball slipped past him, rolling towards the awaiting Salados behind him. The king of the Madrid derby met the rolling ball with a decisive strike. Haywell, who had just turned back from the near post, could only watch as the ball sailed over the line and into his net. P.S. Allow me to add another chapter to decisively conclude this match. The fourth update will be delivered shortly. Additionally, I will be providing a single update for the next 3 days, as I currently possess only 5 chapters of stored content, leaving me in a state of urgency. Chapter 227. A target. As Li Qingqing opened her eyes, she found herself enveloped in darkness within her bedroom, the curtains tightly drawn. After a brief moment, her eyes adjusted to the dimness, revealing the absence of anyone by her side. However, faint sounds drifted up from below outside the bedroom. Turning her gaze, she noticed the bedroom door ajar. She carefully tossed off the covers, donned her simple nightclothes without changing, and descended from the bed. Making her way through the corridor and down the stairs, the once faint sound grew increasingly distinct. In the recently concluded UEFA Champions League semi-final, the Madrid Kings, after suffering a first-leg defeat of 1-2, returned to their home ground to triumph over the Madrid Pirates with a score of 4-2, thus advancing to the final with an aggregate score of 5-4. The match was a roller coaster of emotions, culminating in the 87th minute when Salados equalized for the Kings, forcing the game into extra time. As Li Qingqing approached the staircase, she noticed the living room was deserted, yet the television was on, broadcasting the morning sports news. The segment featured a replay of the goal by Salados that had leveled the score against the Pirates. In a moment of unexpected brilliance, Meli, after drawing 5 players from the Madrid Pirates into the penalty area, passed the ball to Salados, astonishing all the Pirates players. Only Hulai seemed to have an inkling, perhaps due to the instinct of a top striker, realizing that Meli might opt for a pass. However, he was still a fraction too slow. Li Qingqing witnessed once more on the replay the moment when Hulai fell to the ground, the ball rolling past him before being sent into the net by Salados. Oh. The 87th minute. Salados, receiving Meli's assist, he helped the Kings equalize the aggregate score. With only a few minutes left in the match, the Kings had managed to evade defeat. Though the game was not yet concluded, they remained in the semi-finals. The news clip played the original commentary from the match. Listening to Sanchez's passionate roar transported one back to that moment from the previous evening. Li Qingqing recalled watching the live broadcast at home. After Salados scored, she remained motionless on the sofa, like a statue, realizing that the goal was a devastating blow to the Madrid Pirates. Few players can maintain composure when faced with such a critical equalizer just minutes before the end. The ensuing 30 minutes of extra time underscored this reality. The Pirates scarcely attempted any counterattacks, seemingly resigned to dragging the match into a penalty shootout. The players on the field could not be blamed. Their morale had taken a severe hit, and their physical stamina was nearly depleted, leaving them willing but unable. Meanwhile, the Kings, buoyed by their soaring spirits, temporarily disregarded the constraints of fatigue. In extra time, the young midfielder Gomez Buitrago, who had come off the bench, scored the decisive goal, ultimately eliminating their city rivals, the Pirates, and securing a place in the Champions League final in London. As Buitrago found the back of the net, several Pirates players collapsed onto the grass, hands covering their faces, visibly distressed and in anguish, as if all strength had drained from them. With only 4 minutes remaining in extra time, the disparity in morale rendered it nearly impossible for the Madrid Pirates to mount any further challenge. As the final whistle echoed, the substitutes of the Madrid Kings rushed onto the pitch, embracing their teammates in jubilant celebration, the entire Crown Stadium resonating with deafening cheers. This season, the Kings had faced a frustrating plight against their city rivals, suffering defeats in both home and away matches, but they finally redeemed themselves in the Champions League. Ah, Qingqing, you're awake? Hulai's surprised voice broke through Li Qingqing's reverie as she stared at the television screen. Turning towards the sound, she spotted Hulai, clad in an apron, standing in the direction of the dining room. No, I just woke up and noticed you weren't here. I heard noise in the living room and came down to see you up so early. Li Qingqing replied with a smile directed at Hulai. Well, I couldn't sleep anyway, so I decided to get up. I'm making breakfast, but it won't be ready just yet. Do you want to continue sleeping? Li Qingqing shook her head. Since I'm up, I won't be able to sleep again. I'll go wash up. All right, I'll call you when breakfast is ready, Hulai said, waving the spatula in his hand as he turned back towards the kitchen. As Li Qingqing watched his retreating figure, she felt a sudden impulse to call him back. However, with her mouth agape, she ultimately said nothing, instead turning to head back upstairs to her bedroom. The television in the living room remained on, the morning news still discussing yesterday's Champions League semi-final, but she chose not to glance back at it. When Li Qingqing and Hulai sat opposite each other at the dining table, ready to enjoy breakfast, the television continued to play news, now unrelated to the previous night's match. Gazing at the simple breakfast Hulai had prepared, something she usually did. As he was not particularly skilled in the kitchen, she smiled and asked, "What made you decide to make breakfast today?" Hulai shrugged. "I felt like making it." "Is that so strange?" "Not really," Li Qingqing chuckled, "but considering we've been together for so long, this is the first time you've made me breakfast." Hulai coughed awkwardly twice, and noticing his discomfort, Li Qingqing softly reassured him, "You can be proud of yourself. Did you not see how excited Meli was after the match yesterday? The fact that you pushed him to give his all and only managed to defeat you by a stroke of luck is remarkable. After all, he is Meli, the universally acknowledged rising star." Today, Hulai's demeanor was indeed somewhat unusual. akin to a wife returning home to find her husband not only tidied the house, but also prepared a sumptuous meal. Her first instinct would be to wonder if he had done something wrong. However, Li Qingqing certainly did not believe Hu Lai had wronged her. She understood the reason behind his odd behavior. He had lost the previous day's match. Concerned he might bear a psychological burden. She spoke not merely to comfort him, but from the depths of her heart. To her, the fact that Hu Lai managed to hold his own against Meli was already an impressive feat. It is worth noting that 9 years prior, at just 16, Meli had already begun to shine in the youth team of the Madrid Kings, emerging as a hopeful star, a prodigious talent with a potential rating of 10 in Champions Godfather. Renowned far and wide. At that time, Hu Lai was merely a novice, someone whom no one desired to play football with during physical education classes at Donchuan Middle School. Even Li Qingqing could hardly envision Hu Lai being compared to Meli. Hu Lai's aspirations were limited to merely joining the school team, and they resembled two parallel lines, eternally divergent and separated by vast distances. Yet now, in less than a decade, Meli was poised to celebrate a victory over Hu Lai with fervor. Although Hu Lai had been eliminated from the Champions League by Meli, Li Qingqing wished to convey to him that this was neither an end nor a failure, but merely a chapter in their prolonged rivalry. Both of them shared the same age, and their professional trajectories overlapped significantly. Countless opportunities for encounters lay ahead, making it trivial to dwell on the outcomes of 1 or 2 matches. Being eliminated was inconsequential. Winning back in the next round was what mattered. For football is inherently unpredictable. Moreover, despite the setback, Hu Lai's performance in this season's Champions League had been nothing short of remarkable. He had scored 16 goals, just one shy of the single-season record set by Caesar. While it was indeed regrettable to fall short of equaling that record at the tender age of 24, he had already come exceedingly close to achieving the greatness of the emperor. Why should he not harbor greater hopes for the future? As the leading scorer for the Royal Madrid in the Champions League, Hu Lai bore no responsibility for the team's elimination, no matter who one might blame. The burden certainly did not rest upon his shoulders. Without Hu Lai's 16 goals, the Madrid Pirates might not have even reached the semifinals. The last time they ventured into the Champions League's Final Four was during the 2023-2024 season, under the guidance of their then-coach, Bjorn Hanschek, who now manages Blau-Weiß Munich. They were defeated in the semifinals by the eventual champions, the Torino Bulls. As for the Champions League final, it had been 19 years since the Madrid Pirates last tasted the thrill of reaching that stage, leading to diminished expectations surrounding their performance in the tournament. In truth, after the conclusion of the semifinals, there was little criticism directed at Hu Lai in the media. A few fans online lamented that had Hu Lai returned to defend more swiftly and intercepted Meli's strike, he might have salvaged the team's fate. However, such voices were exceedingly rare. Moreover, had Hu Lai failed to clear the ball and inadvertently scored an own goal, the narrative would have been entirely different. After hearing Li Qingqing's words of solace, Hu Lai shook his head in response. I am not contemplating that, Qingqing. Then what occupies your thoughts? I am devising a plan to utilize the time before breakfast each day for morning exercises, specifically focusing on strength training to further enhance my core strength. Li Qingqing was not surprised by Hu Lai's assertion, despite his considerable improvement in strength. Nevertheless, strength training, particularly core strength training, is a lengthy endeavor that requires unwavering commitment. If one practices diligently for a while only to cease, the gains achieved will inevitably dissipate. Thus, Hu Lai intends to utilize the time before breakfast for a morning strength training session, a notion that Li Qingqing fully comprehends and endorses. She clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful! We shall practice together, and I can even be your fitness coach." She proceeded to flex her biceps in demonstration. Indeed, this exemplifies the correct attitude towards failure. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the prospect of succumbing to defeat and never rising again. Take Meli, for instance. Despite facing multiple losses, she has never considered giving up, and look, she has triumphed once. Therefore, having lost to Meli this time, he must seek an opportunity to reclaim victory next time. Suddenly, Li Qingqing's eyes widened as a thought struck her, and she gazed intently at Hu Lai. Hu Lai, taken aback by her expression, asked, "What is it?" "I just remembered that Meli is also set to participate in the upcoming Los Angeles Olympics as an overage player." Hu Lai paused, recalling the matter. The Argentine Football Association, clearly still aggrieved by their elimination in the group stage for years prior, decided to summon Meli as an overage player. It appeared she shared the same sentiment, leading to their mutual agreement. Hu Lai, initially bewildered, soon felt a spark of excitement. However, he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head and saying, "It may not come to that." Yet Li Qingqing asserted, "It is still a shared goal." Hu Lai tilted his head, contemplating her words, and conceded that she was indeed correct. Regardless of whether they would cross paths, it was essential to settle the score for having been eliminated by Meli in the Champions League. Thus, pursuing a chance to encounter her at the Olympics could serve as a worthwhile objective. With this newfound goal, his enthusiasm for the Summer Olympics intensified. Li Qingqing sensed the transformation occurring within Hu Lai, a change he might not even recognize himself. She realized he had genuinely emerged from the shadows of yesterday's defeat. Comforted, she picked up the fried egg he had prepared for her with her chopsticks and took a bite. Although it had cooled somewhat, she still remarked, "It seems you still have room for improvement." "Hu Lai, what is the matter?" she inquired. "From now on, perhaps I should handle breakfast instead." "Why? Do you find my cooking unpalatable?" No. It's just that you should dedicate your precious time to your core strength training, aiming for successful vengeance soon." Ugh. P.S. All updates have been completed today. I wonder if anyone predicted this outcome. I have noticed many comments suggesting that since Hu Lai is destined to win, why prolong the narrative? Why not have him win outright? However, this was not intended to be surprising. It was a conclusion I deliberated upon for quite some time. I believe this defeat is necessary for Hu Lai's character development and the further establishment of his archrival. Thus, I chose to write it. In truth, this segment primarily focuses on Meli. I am aware that some readers do not favor the protagonist sharing excessive screen time with other characters. I have seen individuals tallying how many times the protagonist's name appears in a chapter, and some have explicitly expressed disinterest in Meli's storyline, urging me not to waste ink on her. Nevertheless, I felt it was essential to include her, as we are now around 440 chapters into a narrative that spans approximately 2,000 chapters. Allocating a few chapters to elaborate on Meli is justified within that context. After all, I am crafting a fictional world of football where each principal character demands thoughtful development and management. Meli is certainly not a mere tool for the protagonist's adversary. This is a small insistence of mine as the author. It also serves to clarify for readers who have recently expressed dissatisfaction with Meli's excessive presence. Starting tomorrow, I will be focusing on single updates and accumulating drafts. As I navigate through middle age, I find myself beset by limitations, and I kindly ask for your understanding. The 228th chapter, The League, is the baseline. Being eliminated from the Champions League semifinals by the Kings is a heavy blow for the Pirates. Yet it does not warrant a sense of impending doom. While the pain is palpable, life must go on. The fans of the Pirates are not inclined to don mourning attire for the remainder of the season merely because their team has faltered in the Champions League. In truth, as long as the players refrain from appearing on television with jovial expressions immediately after the match, that suffices. Whether the players smile the following day is of little concern. The fans lack the luxury of monitoring their expressions incessantly. Certainly, losing is frustrating and disheartening. But we are all adults and seasoned fans who comprehend that football is fraught with unpredictability, where victories and defeats are commonplace. Although losing to a city rival stings more, the Madrid Pirates have faced defeats at the hands of the Kings before. Moreover, the league is not over yet. We still have the opportunity to vie for the league championship against the Kings. The debt incurred from being eliminated from the Champions League must be repaid in the league. With this objective in mind, the discontent of Madrid Pirates fans regarding their team's exit from the Champions League will inevitably diminish. It is akin to a mindset of redemption for the team, should the Pirates ultimately fall to the Kings in the pursuit of the La Liga title. The accumulated frustration of the fans may finally be unleashed. The head coach, Perotti, will likely bear immense pressure. It is simply unacceptable for a prestigious club to go 2 consecutive seasons without securing any titles. Following their elimination from the Champions League, the Madrid Pirates have lost all excuses and justifications. They must seize the league championship. Simultaneously, the Madrid Kings have the opportunity to achieve the illustrious treble in the history of Spanish football. They possess a significant chance of winning the league, and they have advanced to the finals of both the Champions League and the Copa del Rey. According to the schedule, the Copa del Rey final is set for Wednesday, May 3rd, where the Kings will face their fierce rivals, Catalan. If they can triumph over Catalan and secure the Copa del Rey title, the path to the treble will officially commence. Following that, on May 13th, the final round of the league will take place. If they can defeat Serie A at home, and the Madrid Pirates fail to win against Catalan away, the Kings will clinch the league title. Lastly, the Champions League final awaits. Frankly, after vanquishing both Bayern Munich and the Madrid Pirates, the Madrid Kings have emerged as the frontrunners for the championship. Compared to the Stans Park Wanderers, their strength pales in comparison. Their only semblance of an advantage may lie in competing in London, which could be considered a modest home field benefit for an English team. Nonetheless, the prevailing sentiment favors the Kings to clinch the UEFA Champions League title, thereby significantly elevating their chances of achieving a treble. As bitter rivals, the Pirates can only stake their hopes on the league. Consequently, following their elimination from the Champions League, the league has become the Pirates' last bastion. On Sunday, April 30th, during the weekend following the Champions League semi-finals, La Liga entered its penultimate round, the 36th match day. In this round, the Catalan team, unburdened by Champions League commitments, effortlessly triumphed over Getafe with a score of 16. Meanwhile, both the Madrid Kings and the Madrid Pirates made several adjustments to their lineups. For the Pirates, Kelly was unable to start, while Hulai, in perfect physical condition, retained his place in the starting 11. After a two-match goal drought, he finally broke his scoring silence against the 11th-placed Turrias, netting a goal that secured a 0-1 victory for the Madrid Pirates on their travels. This brought his personal league tally to 32 goals. Later that same day, in the match between the Madrid Kings and Valencia, Meli, who had just played a grueling 120 minutes in the Champions League, did not start but was substituted in during the final 20 minutes. Upon his introduction, he quickly scored, raising his league goal count to 28. However, since Hulai also found the net in this round, the gap in the scoring chart between him and Meli remained at 4 goals, offering little solace to Meli. With no Champions League matches to contend with, Hulai was finally able to unleash his full potential in the league. For Meli to surpass Hulai and claim the league's golden boot, he must not only exert himself but also rely on the unlikely scenario of Hulai failing to score in the remaining 2 league matches, an exceedingly tall order. Yet, Meli harbors no intention of relinquishing this somewhat audacious goal. Just as he did in the second leg of the Champions League semi-finals, he remains resolute, refusing to concede defeat, ultimately crafting a miraculous moment when his assist led to Salado's equalizing against the Pirates, shattering the opponent's morale and laying the groundwork for their triumph in extra time. Thus, in any endeavor, as long as it is not concluded, Meli will never concede defeat in advance. Even if it results in nothing, at the very least, he has made an effort. Thanks to Meli's goal, the Madrid Kings secured a 1-0 victory against Valencia at home. Although the path to victory was fraught with challenges, they ultimately emerged triumphant, acquiring precious 3 points. Consequently, after this round of matches, the standings among the top 3 in the league remained unchanged. With no alteration in point differentials, the Madrid Pirates sat atop the table with 92 points, the Kings closely trailing in second place on equal points, and Catalan, with 90 points, occupied third. The race for the title remains wide open, with every team still possessing the potential for both glory and misstep. Additionally, it is noteworthy that Serie A, the team where Zhang Qinhuan plays, has exhibited remarkable form in the final sprint of the league following their elimination from the Europa League. Previously hindered by the impact of matches during the Europa League knockout stage, they had endured a 4-match winless streak in the league. However, they have now secured 2 consecutive victories. The league ranking has improved from 9th to 8th, with only a 6-point gap separating them from the 7th position held by Real Cartagena. With 2 rounds remaining in the league, there exists a possibility of seizing the 7th spot. Given that this season's Copa del Rey final features Madrid Kings and Catalonia Union, both teams have already secured their places in the next season's Champions League. Thus, regardless of who claims the Copa del Rey title, the UEFA Europa League qualification that accompanies it will cascade down to the league standings. Consequently, the 7th position could also earn a spot in the Europa League. Last season, Serie A clinched a Europa League berth by finishing 7th in the league, and this season, they may yet replicate that feat. Should they qualify for the Europa League again, it would undoubtedly be splendid news for Zhang Qinhuan. Chinese fans are eager to witness Zhang continue to compete in the Europa League, where he has performed remarkably this season, scoring 1 goal and providing 3 assists. Moreover, participation in the Europa League has greatly enhanced his development. Regular involvement in European competitions would be immensely beneficial for both Zhang and the Chinese national team. However, Securing the Europa League qualification for Serie A next season remains a formidable challenge. On one hand, they must rely on their direct competitors, currently ranked 7th, Real Cartagena, to lose all their remaining matches. On the other hand, Serie A must achieve victory in both of their last 2 league encounters. Both conditions are quite demanding, particularly the latter. In the 37th round, they face Pamplona, who are battling to avoid relegation, a well-known difficulty. Therefore, winning this match is not guaranteed. Nonetheless, Serie A enjoys the advantage of playing at home, which increases their chances of victory. However, the final round poses an almost insurmountable challenge as they must visit the formidable Madrid Kings, who are vying for the championship. The opponent is a powerful contender, and the Kings are playing on their home turf, while simultaneously competing against Madrid Pirates and Catalonia Union for the league title. The presence of even one of these 3 factors would be sufficient to complicate matters for Serie A. The concurrence of all 3 renders an away victory nearly impossible. Thus, the prospect of participating in the Europa League for 2 consecutive seasons appears to be nothing more than a dream for Serie A supporters and many Chinese fans alike. Although they may not secure a Europa League spot for the next season, Serie A's performance this season has been nothing short of remarkable. They reached the quarterfinals of the Europa League and managed to maintain their standing in the league without collapsing. Reflecting on their last Europa League appearance, which culminated in relegation, Serie A's current fans have little to complain about. P.S. Today's update is a single entry. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 229. The establishment of a dynasty. The match has concluded. The Madrid Kings women's team has triumphed over Ruhr-Rhein's women's team with a score of 2-1, advancing to the final of this season's Women's Champions League with an aggregate score of 4-2. For the Madrid Kings, this is indeed a double delight. They have also become the first club to have both men's and women's teams reach the Champions League final simultaneously. The number 10 of the Madrid Kings women's team, Li Qingqing, is the primary architect of the team's success in advancing to the Champions League final, having scored twice in this match to secure victory over their opponents. This season, the Chinese star, who transferred from Paris FC Women's to the Kings, has netted an impressive 13 goals in the Champions League, currently ranking first in the scoring charts. On the television screen, the broadcast camera closely follows Li Qingqing as she joyfully celebrates with her teammates, relishing the thrill of victory and the prospect of competing in the final. Seated in front of the television, Hu Lai rises from the sofa, captivated by the jubilant faces on the screen. He exclaims that if outsiders were to witness this moment, it could very well inspire a sensational headline. Hence, both Hu Lai and Li Qingqing refrain from attending each other's matches, wary of giving opportunistic individuals a chance to fabricate stories. In truth, Hu Lai is simply elated for Li Qingqing, with no connection to the Kings. However, those with ulterior motives are unlikely to discern this nuance. They would rather stir the pot and incite a frenzy among the gullible. As public figures, both Hu Lai and Li Qingqing must tread carefully, striving to avoid unnecessary complications. During Hu Lai's matches, Li Qingqing watches from home, and conversely, if Li Qingqing is away with her team during one of Hu Lai's matches, she is unable to watch, as she shares a room with her teammates and cannot escape to view Hu Lai's game. Although her teammates are aware of her romantic relationship with the star player of the Pirates, this remains a private matter. To openly watch a Pirates match in front of her teammates and cheer for Hu Lai could be perceived as provocative. Hu Lai, on the other hand, enjoys a more favorable situation, as Pirates players typically have single occupancy rooms when staying in hotels. He can watch the match in his room undisturbed, provided no teammates enter. The Madrid Kings women's team faces off against London Bridge in the Champions League final. This season's Women's Champions League final is also taking place in London, which is quite ironic, as the London Bridge men's team, hoping to claim victory on home soil, failed to progress past the group stage. Yet, their women's team has advanced to the final, upholding the dignity of this prestigious Premier League club. Spanish commentators do not hold back in their derision towards the English teams. The Madrid Kings men's team also faces an English opponent in the Champions League final. If, hypothetically, both the men's and women's teams emerge victorious, lifting the championship trophy, the Madrid Kings would become the first club in history to secure both the men's and women's Champions League trophies in the same season, an extraordinary achievement. While Li Qingqing winning the Champions League would mean Hu Lai loses the title of the first Chinese player to win the Champions League, he is entirely unconcerned with such superficial accolades. To him, Li Qingqing's potential triumph is a well-deserved reward for her years of dedication and hard work. Thus, he genuinely rejoices in her advancement to the Champions League final and sincerely hopes for her ultimate victory. As for the Kings Club, if they were to secure 2 Champions League titles, it would indeed be a historic achievement. Yet Hulai remains indifferent. He does not harbor a sense of schadenfreude towards Meli, nor does he wish to see Meli falter in the Champions League final simply because he himself was eliminated. Whether it is the Kings or the Stan Park Rangers, the identity of the champion holds little significance for him. Should Meli triumph, he would not feel envious of their 2 Champions League victories. After all, why would one feel jealousy over such accomplishments? The atmosphere at Storm Stadium was electric, filled with jubilant cheers. The Kings fans, who constituted half the crowd, raised their arms in celebration following Meli's goal in the 79th minute. The Kings Cup final of the 2027-2028 season unfolded on neutral ground at Storm Stadium. As the match reached the 79th minute, the deadlock was finally broken. Meli scored the first goal of the match, propelling Madrid Kings into the lead in the Kings Cup final. Mario Salado stood frozen, gazing at the figure rushing to celebrate with the fans. Just moments earlier, he had been less than 10 meters away, watching as Meli scored. In truth, he had the opportunity to thwart Meli, yet he failed to act. This goal was not a quintessential Meli-style goal, which typically involves him showcasing his extraordinary individual prowess by weaving through defenders to find the net. Instead, this was a moment where Meli appeared in space, received a cross from a teammate, and effortlessly slotted the ball home. It was not just Meli, it was also Hulai. However, Salado had indeed noticed that gap. The only issue was that he did not consider it necessary to close it. Consequently, when Meli took his shot, he could only stand by as a mere spectator. Suddenly, Salado recalled the Champions League match from the previous Tuesday, where the Pirates had been vanquished by the Kings. In the dying moments of that match, Salado had received a pass from Meli in a similar gap and scored. The only player who had attempted to intervene was Hulai, who had recognized the open space and rushed over, yet he too had ultimately failed. Though the outcomes were the same, Salado felt a distinction. At least Hulai had made an effort, whereas he himself had not even tried. Whether Hulai would lament the Pirates' elimination, Salado could not say. But he was certain that if the Catalan Union lost the Kings Cup, he would regret his earlier inaction. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. Thanks to Meli's goal in the 79th minute, Madrid Kings triumphed over Catalan Union and lifted the Kings Cup trophy. Congratulations to Madrid Kings. They have taken a significant step towards achieving a treble. In this match, Meli once again emerged as the key player for the team. His progress this season has been remarkable. Not only has his goal tally increased, but he has also excelled in crucial matches. At the beginning of the season, when Meli's tactical role shifted, doubts were cast on his ability to shoulder such responsibilities. Yet, the evidence now affirms that he is more than capable. With Francis retiring and Salado aging, Kings fans need not worry about the absence of a superstar to lead the team forward. Meli Banega has become the most resplendent gem in the crown of kings. As the captain, Alexander Cerrados raised the Copa del Rey trophy high on behalf of the entire team and then handed it to Meli, standing beside her. "Come, Meli. Kiss it, and then lift it up." As a member of the royal team, Meli was no stranger to holding trophies, yet he felt an exhilarating rush. Unlike his previous victories, where he merely followed the powerful team to glory, this time he had played an immensely significant and pivotal role. Throughout this Copa del Rey campaign, he netted 4 goals, emerging as the top scorer for his team in the tournament. The decisive goal in the final was especially momentous. Whether it was aiding the team in eliminating the Pirates from the Champions League or sealing the victory in the Copa del Rey with a single strike, Meli experienced a powerful sensation that he had never felt before. "This is my team. I am the king of this team." A surge of pride coursed through Meli's chest, akin to magma seeking an outlet to erupt. With a triumphant shout, he raised the trophy high above his head as confetti and streamers danced in the air behind him, while the stands of Storm Stadium erupted in joyous acclaim, reverberating through the night sky. For the royal fans, the past week had been a time of unparalleled bliss. First, the men's team staged a dramatic comeback against their arch-rivals, the Pirates, in the Champions League semifinals, advancing to the final. Then, just yesterday, the women's team also reached the Champions League final, achieving a victorious convergence. Now, the men's team had secured the Copa del Rey championship. Since the 2021-2022 season, the royal team has claimed at least one championship title each season, and in the 2024-2025 season, They even clinched both the Champions League and La Liga titles. Rejoice, Royal fans, for a dynasty that belongs to you has begun to take shape. Chapter 230. One last round in the league remaining at the award ceremony for the Copa del Rey final. The commentator declared that the Madrid Royals had established a dynasty. This was not mere flattery, but an undeniable truth. Beginning from the 2010 season, the Madrid Royals have secured a championship title every season. That year, they won the 10th Champions League trophy in the club's history, becoming the first team in Champions League history to achieve 10 titles. They also claimed the domestic Super Cup title in the following 2000 season. Although the La Liga championship belonged to the Madrid Pirates and the Copa del Rey was taken by Catalonia, the Madrid Royals won both the European Super Cup and the Club World Cup. In the 2004 season, they secured the La Liga championship and the Spanish Super Cup. During the 2004 to 2005 season, the Royals not only successfully defended their La Liga title, but also lifted the Champions League trophy, achieving a double crown, marking their 11th Champions League title in history. In the 2005 to 2006 season, the Madrid Royals celebrated a La Liga three-peat, and were also champions of the Spanish Super Cup, European Super Cup, and Club World Cup. Had it not been for the Copa del Rey being snatched by the Sevilla Navigators, they might have achieved the glory of a quintuple crown. In the 2006 to 2007 season, although the La Liga championship was taken by Catalonia, the Royals still lifted the Copa del Rey trophy, marking their sole championship that season, which had been one of their poorest performances in recent years. In the 07-08 season, which is the current season, they have successfully defended their title in the Kings Cup, remained competitive for the championship in La Liga, and have advanced to the finals of the Champions League, making them a formidable contender for the trophy. Entering the 2020s, the Madrid Kings have claimed 15 championships over the past 8 years, including 3 consecutive league titles and 2 Champions League titles within 4 years. When compared to the illustrious period of the Madrid Kings from the mid-1980s to the 1990s, during which they secured 8 league titles, 6 Kings Cup titles, and 2 Champions League titles in a span of 15 years. It is remarkable to observe that the Kings have already amassed 3 league titles and 2 Champions League titles in under 8 years. If this trend continues, their future accomplishments are bound to surpass those of the Kings dynasty from 30 years ago. Thus, regardless of whether they achieve a treble this season, it does not detract from the reality that they are in the process of establishing a dynasty. However, should they secure the treble, it would undoubtedly serve as the most resplendent emblem of this era. The treble is the objective for the Madrid Kings this season. Yet they must first ascertain the willingness of the Madrid Pirates to cooperate. After all, the Pirates currently hold the top position in the league standings. For the Kings to clinch the championship, they must not only achieve 2 consecutive victories in the remaining 2 league matches, but also rely on the Pirates to falter. Otherwise, should the Kings suffer defeats against the Pirates in both home and away matches, they will be unable to surpass them in the league standings. In the 37th round of the league, the Madrid Pirates will host Malaga Athletic, while the Madrid Kings will face Samir Sports away, and Catalonia will confront Ajax. These 3 matches will all take place simultaneously. To be candid, given the current form and mentality of these 3 teams, it is unlikely that they will make errors in this round of matches. Having just concluded the Kings Cup final, the Madrid Kings made slight adjustments to their lineup, with Meli still starting, while Salados took a seat on the bench. This arrangement clearly indicates who is now an indispensable player for the Madrid Kings. To ensure victory, Meli should be fielded. Over the course of this season, Salados has officially transitioned from being the primary star and offensive linchpin of the Madrid Kings. Thanks to Salados' love for the team and his personality, there has been no conflict between the old and new cores. The Madrid Kings have thus successfully completed the transition from one core to another. Had the former core, such as someone with the temperament of Kairi, been in the mix, it would have certainly caused Roy considerable headaches. However, it would have delighted the media reporters who have long surrounded the Madrid Kings. Initially, after Hulai transferred to the Madrid Pirates, Kairi's refusal to collaborate with Hulai during matches led to rampant media speculation, giving rise to rumors of discord between them. However, as Kairi suffered a severe injury and was sidelined for 6 months, the topic of their conflict gradually lost its appeal and eventually faded from discussion. By the time he makes his return from injury, Hulai has firmly established himself as the unwavering cornerstone of the Madrid Pirates, becoming their indispensable core player. Any further speculation regarding the discord between Kairi and Hulai has become futile. as it is evident even to the most oblivious observers that Kairi can no longer usurp Hulai's position. Furthermore, Kairi's forthcoming elegant assist to Hulai on the court decisively dispels the rumors of their supposed animosity. The match concludes with Meli's remarkable brace. The Madrid Kings triumph with a 0-2 victory over Samir Sports. Concurrently, in two other matches, the Madrid Pirates secure a 1-0 home win against Malaga Athletic, while Catalonia United emerges victorious with a 1-0 win over Ajax. All three title contenders have claimed victory, maintaining the status quo in their point standings and preserving the suspense surrounding the championship until the final round of the league. As the commentator relays this, the live broadcast displays the current standings of the top 10 teams in the league. The Madrid Pirates sit atop the table with 95 points, followed closely by the Madrid Kings, also with 95 points, and Catalonia United in third with 93 points. Meli, who excelled in the match, appears in a close-up shot on the television broadcast. Rather than celebrating with his teammates, he rushes to the sidelines immediately after the final whistle, casting an inquiring glance towards the team's assistant coach, Gonzalez. Understanding Meli's unspoken question, Gonzalez raises a finger. He too scored, but only once. Meli pauses momentarily, before a smile graces his face. The he that Gonzalez refers to is Hulai. In another concurrent match, the Madrid Pirates secured a 1-0 victory over Malaga Athletic, with Hulai scoring a goal. Meanwhile, Meli netted 2 goals. The gap between the two, which once spanned 4 goals, has now narrowed to 3. However, even a 3-goal difference remains substantial. Meli, noting Meli's cheerful reaction to the news rather than a frown, Gonzalez offers a reminder. I understand, Mr. Gonzalez. Nevertheless, I have indeed closed the gap by 1 goal. Meli responds. Gonzalez shakes his head in resignation, choosing not to comment further. He is aware of Meli's introspective nature and his steadfast convictions, especially after this season's trials have emboldened him to embrace his individuality. In truth, everyone knows Meli aspires to win the league's golden boot, yet his hopes seem dim if he does not wish to share this honor with Hulai. He must rely on Hulai to be stifled by Catalonia United in the final match, failing to score, while simultaneously needing to net 4 goals himself to claim the title of top scorer. Despite Seria's weaker capabilities, achieving 4 goals in a single match remains a daunting challenge for Meli, who has yet to achieve such a feat in a single game, excluding his youth record. Thus, in Gonzalez's perspective, despite Hulai scoring just once, he has effectively thwarted Meli's opportunity to contend for the league's golden boot. If Hulai fails to score in this round of the league, with a 2-goal gap between him and Meli, it is indeed possible for Meli to stage a comeback. Observing the gestures and expressions of the assistant coach, Meli could discern Mr. Gonzalez's thoughts. He did not attempt to justify himself, for he understood that surpassing Hulai on the scoring chart was a formidable challenge. Not only did Gonzalez harbor doubts, but even his agent, Alfonso Candela, now seemed skeptical about Meli's ability to outshine Hulai. They harbored uncertainties about their own convictions, as what Meli was attempting was indeed astonishingly difficult. Yet, Meli had no intention of yielding. When he trailed Hulai by 6 goals, no one believed he could catch up, did they? Now, having reduced the deficit to 3 goals, why should he choose to surrender just before the finish line? With 30 goals in a single season, Meli had already reached a new pinnacle in his career. But he believed that his potential extended beyond this achievement. Hulai, an exceptionally proficient goal scorer, had netted 33 goals this season, while Meli, with a different style, had also scored 30. Why should it be concluded that he could not surpass Hulai? This was Meli's line of thought. Gonzalez cared little for whether Meli could secure the golden boot this season. His primary concern was whether the team could clinch the league championship. In the latest updates, another match had concluded with Seria drawing 1-1 against Pamplona at home. Despite the 7th-ranked Royal Carthage's loss, Seria maintained a 5-point lead over their rivals. This gap indicated that Seria had prematurely forfeited their qualification for next season's Europa League. What implications does this hold for the Kings? The impact lies in the final round of the league, where the Madrid Kings might face a rival devoid of ambition and entirely lacking in fighting spirit. What motivation does Seria, having missed out on the Europa League, have to battle fiercely against the Madrid Kings on their home turf? In the last round of the league, a victory for the Kings over Seria seems inevitable, allowing them to observe the fierce contest between two sworn enemies from a distance. As long as the Madrid Pirates fail to secure a victory against Catalonia away, the Kings could claim their second significant championship of the season. taking a solid step toward the goal of a treble. Thus, upon hearing of Sarria's draw against Pamplona, Gonzalez found greater joy than Meli did upon learning that Hulai had scored only once. With just one round remaining, the season's drama is nearing its grand conclusion. Chapter 231. The attention of Kendo Karbanka, driving his sleek black luxury vehicle, exited the training facility of Manchester Athletic, only to be greeted by a throng of Manchester Athletic fans lining the roadside. Upon seeing his car emerge, they raised their placards, which boldly proclaimed, "Hurry back to your Barcelona. We do not require those who are unwilling to fight for us. You owe nothing to the competition, yet the competition owes you nothing in return. Congratulations, you must have longed to leave this place." In addition to brandishing placards, these individuals raised their middle fingers towards his vehicle and jeered. Had it not been for the police present, they might have surged onto the road, positioning themselves directly in front of Karbanka's car. However, the scene was not entirely devoid of compassion. On the opposite side of the road stood fans clad in Karbanka's Manchester Athletic jersey, holding banners that conveyed a bittersweet farewell. "Good luck, Karbanka. We shall love you forever. I am truly sorry that we cannot keep you with us eternally. I will forever cherish the splendid moments you provided." Of course, compared to those who berated him, the supporters were significantly outnumbered and quieter. After all, within the Manchester Athletic fanbase, animosity towards Karbanka prevails. If it were merely a simple transfer, the discord would not have escalated to such extremes. The fracture in the relationship between Karbanka and the Manchester Athletic fans began when the team suffered a defeat to Stan Park Rangers in the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals. In the first leg, Manchester Athletic was defeated 1-3 on the road, and Karbanka, who had previously excelled in the round of 16 against Bordeaux Sports, performed abysmally in this match, appearing as if he were in a daze. The high expectations placed upon him were dashed as he failed to aid the team, ultimately being overshadowed by Stan Park Rangers captain Ramirez. This led to the team's loss in the first leg. In the post-match ratings, Karbanka, substituted in the 66th minute, received the lowest score among his teammates. Subsequently, the internet was rife with jests targeting Karbanka. For instance, it was mockingly noted that the 25-year-old Karbanka was thwarted by a 35-year-old veteran, previously injured, leaving one to ponder who truly was the younger player. Others derided Karbanka's poor performance as a consequence of Catalonia's elimination in the round of 16, suggesting that his Champions League journey had ended prematurely. In jest, they had Karbanka express surprise, asking, "The quarterfinals against Stan Park Rangers? What quarterfinals? Wasn't he eliminated in the round of 16? This served to ridicule Karbanka's divided loyalties, as despite being a Manchester Athletic player, his heart seemed to have flown to Catalonia, displaying indifference to Manchester Athletic's fortunes, even foregoing the pretense of caring. In contrast, the media's direct criticism of Karbanka's lackluster performance lacked the biting impact of these sardonic jests. After all, direct criticism addresses specific issues, acknowledging both flaws and merits. Conversely, crafting jokes amplifies the situation, rendering anything Karbanka does or says as erroneous. He cannot defend himself, for every word of his will be misconstrued. And should he believe that silence can spare him from the storm, he is gravely mistaken, as silence merely cedes the narrative to his adversaries. The considerable public relations crisis surrounding Karbanka can be attributed, on one hand, to his subpar performance in the match against Stan Park Rangers. On the other hand, it is intrinsically linked to the renewal negotiations with Manchester Athletic this season. As a pivotal player who contributed to the team's triumph in the league and their advancement to the Champions League final last season, the fans of Manchester Athletic ardently hoped that Karbanka would extend his contract, remaining with the club to continue the pursuit of a Champions League title. However, shortly after the conclusion of the Champions League final against Blue and White Munich, rumors emerged indicating Karbanka's desire to depart, dousing the fervent supporters of Manchester Athletic with a chilling wave of disappointment. The previous summer's transfer window resembled a particularly distasteful soap opera for the fans of Manchester Athletic. Unlike a mere television drama, which one could simply change the channel to avoid, the transfer turmoil involving their beloved club and its core player was inescapable, forcing them to endure the unfolding saga. In this theatrical narrative, neither Karbanka nor Manchester Athletic emerged as victors. Karbanka attracted considerable dissatisfaction from the fans, while the club's recruitment strategies were adversely affected. Additionally, Karbanka's supporters expressed their discontent towards the club, criticizing its unrefined attempts to retain a player against his will. Ultimately, the conclusion of this soap opera proved unsatisfactory, as Kandoka resolutely preferred to endure a season of forced retention rather than agree to a contract renewal with the club. His determination to leave was unmistakable, and Manchester Athletic squandered the opportunity to sell a prodigious talent on par with Meli for a substantial fee. Although the club continues to seek a contract extension with Kandoka in the new season, he remains unresponsive, as the clock ticks towards January 1st, 2028. When Kandoka can negotiate with any club, Manchester Athletic finds itself devoid of any means to compel his stay, leading to a complete rupture in their relationship. The ignominious defeat of 13-0 against Stan Park Rangers in the quarterfinals of the Champions League merely served as the spark that ignited the already volatile situation. Following Manchester Athletic's definitive elimination from the Champions League, reports surfaced indicating that Kendall Kandoka had reached an agreement to join Catalonia United, thereby becoming a player for the latter. In an unexpected turn, Kandoka, who had previously maintained silence, chose to respond to these allegations, affirming their veracity. I do not wish to deceive anyone. My time here has concluded. I have given my all to the team, and I owe nothing to anyone. It is evident that his words were uttered in a fit of exasperation, reflecting the toll that relentless online criticism had taken on him. A particular slogan he encountered outside the training facility, stating, "You owe Athletic nothing, but Athletic owes you nothing either," was a pointed retort from the Manchester Athletic fans regarding his sentiments. Upon returning to his apartment, Kandoka received a call from his agent, Igor Aurelio, whose voice conveyed concern. "Are you all right, Kendall?" he inquired. "I am well, Igor," Kandoka replied. "I came across a video outside your training facility where Aurelio revealed the reason for his phone call. I am somewhat concerned about you." "Do not worry about me, Igor," he replied. The moment I uttered those words, I was already contemplating the circumstances I might face. Despite my insistence that he need not fret over me, Aurelio could still discern a hint of melancholy in Cabanca's tone. He understood that Cabanca was reluctant to bid farewell to the club and its fans in such a manner. After all, since his arrival at Manchester Athletic at the tender age of 19 in 2021, he had devoted 7 seasons to this club, making it the longest tenure of his professional career. There were indeed emotional ties. I merely lament having witnessed whose return to Flanders Stadium. I had hoped that upon my return to the Fuso Stadium, I might also receive such treatment, but that now seems impossible. Aurelio could only offer consolation. Time will prove everything, Kendall. Your contributions to Manchester Athletic will not go unnoticed. Once the debates and turmoil have subsided, most will remember you fondly. Cabanca, somewhat disheartened, replied, "Whatever. By then, I will no longer be a Manchester Athletic player, and their opinions of me will be of no concern." He expressed greater concern for whether Catalonia could secure the La Liga championship this season. Upon hearing him mention the suspense surrounding the La Liga title, Aurelio chuckled softly. Among the 3 teams, Catalonia's odds of winning are the lowest. Moreover, this season has been devoid of any trophies for Catalonia, which is most advantageous for us. Cabanca was well aware of the reason behind his agent's statement. If Catalonia were to clinch the league title, his arrival would be somewhat awkward. It was only through Catalonia's lack of accolades that the club would be motivated to implement a series of beneficial changes for him. Nonetheless, he countered, "I am not going to be a savior, Igor. I am here to join a formidable team. Only in such a context does my transfer to Catalonia hold significance." "Oh, you are indeed correct, Kendall. We must adopt a mindset of strength. We shall not fear competition regardless of the opponent. By the way, will you be watching the match between Catalonia and the Pirates?" Cabanca affirmed his intent. "Yes, I will be keeping an eye on it." Chapter 232. The season is coming to a close. Ching. Has the Royal Club truly begun preparations to celebrate the league championship at the Goddess of Harvest Square? During dinner, Hulai inquired of Li Ching, who sat across from him. He had recently encountered a claim online suggesting that the Madrid Royal Club was poised to celebrate their La Liga triumph at the Goddess of Harvest Square. The rationale, of course, was that their final round opponent, Seria, had no aspirations, making it a foregone conclusion that the Madrid Royals would triumph at home against this team. Meanwhile, the Madrid Pirates would face Catalonia away, a match characterized by intense competition, making it difficult for the Pirates to secure a victory. As long as they could not win, the championship would belong to the Royals. Li Ching furrowed her brow in contemplation before shaking her head. "I have not heard of such a thing. Besides, our club cannot be that foolish, considering you are still in first place. It appears that the rumors circulating online have caught Hu Lai's attention, prompting him to pick up his phone and begin typing. "What are you doing?" inquired Li Qingqing, her curiosity piqued. "I'm debunking a rumor for Brother Huan," Hu Lai replied, engrossed in his task. Unable to contain her intrigue, Li Qingqing leaned over to glance at the screen. Noticing her movement, Hu Lai paid her no mind and continued to type. "Brother Huan, I have gathered some insider information. The King's Club is indeed preparing to celebrate their La Liga victory at the Harvest Goddess Square. Clearly, they underestimate your team, believing that defeating you in the final round will be a mere formality. It's truly disheartening. I feel compelled to defend you." Seeing the message Hu Lai had crafted, Li Qingqing rolled her eyes, well aware that he was up to his usual antics. Meanwhile, Zhang Qinghuan, who was enjoying a meal, chuckled upon reading the message on his phone. "What is going on?" asked Yongjun, glancing at him. "That rascal Hu Lai," Zhang Qinghuan exclaimed, handing his phone to Yongjun. After reading it, Yongjun also chuckled. "Do you believe this?" "I believe in nonsense," Zhang Qinghuan retorted. "It's nothing but baseless gossip. Even if the Kings were to defeat us, that doesn't guarantee they will clinch the championship. It all hinges on the outcomes of the matches between Catalonia and the Pirates." Yongjun returned the phone to Zhang Qinghuan. "Hu Lai is merely worried that you might indeed be lacking in ambition. He thinks too much." Zhang Qinghuan shook his head as he took back his phone, sending a voice message in response. "Stop with the nonsense, Hu Lai. As long as you defeat Catalonia away, the league championship is unequivocally yours. Don't play games with me." Li Qingqing, overhearing Hu Lai's voice message, stifled a laugh. "Looks like that backfired." Undeterred, Hu Lai remarked to Li Qingqing, "One must strive to seize every possible advantage. It never hurts to have a backup plan." Simultaneously, he typed in the group chat, "Brother Huan, you've misunderstood me. I'm not advocating for our victory. I am genuinely standing up for you. Even if this round of the league has no bearing on our championship, can the Kings truly disregard you? Even if they planned a celebration in advance, will their players genuinely respect you? I cannot speak for others, Brother Huan, but if I were in your position, I certainly could not tolerate it." As he typed, Li Qingqing rested her chin on her hand, watching him intently. After reading Hu Lai's lengthy message, she couldn't help but express her admiration. "Hu Lai, sometimes I truly wonder where you learned such a talent for spinning tales. Logically, Aunt Xia and Uncle Hu are nothing like you. Is there really a need to learn?" Hu Lai retorted earnestly. Li Qingqing opened her mouth to respond, but then shook her head. "All right, you are indeed exceptionally gifted." Hu Lai smiled slightly. "Thank you for the compliment," earning him an eye roll from Li Qingqing. He took no offense, reveling in his triumph like a child. There is a semblance of truth in Hu Lai's words, but that hinges on whether the Kings genuinely underestimate their opponents. Yongjun remarked after reading Hu Lai's extensive message. Zhang Qinghuan chose to disregard Hu Lai, setting her phone aside to address Yongjun, stating, "Regardless of whether the king underestimates us, it is of no concern to us." Before today's training commenced, our head coach convened a brief meeting. "Oh, what did Costas have to say?" Yongjun inquired, intrigued. He mentioned that although the upcoming match may seem devoid of ambition, he still expects us to exert our utmost effort during the game. Zhang Qinghuan recounted the situation to Yongjun. The players of Seria emerged from the changing rooms, ready to embark on a day of training. Ordinarily, once everyone had arrived, the assistant coach would lead a warm-up session, marking the official beginning of training. However, today was different. Before the training began, head coach Arno Casas appeared before the players with the entire coaching staff. Rather than announcing the commencement of training, he chose to discuss the recent league match instead. "Regrettably, we did not secure a victory against Pamplona in our last home game, which has led to our exclusion from next season's European competitions. Nevertheless, I take great pride in our performance this season. We are not a prestigious team like the Kings, where a season without a championship is deemed a failure. We carry no such burden." Indeed, Casas spoke truthfully. His intention was not to elevate his players unnecessarily. Although this season may not culminate in tangible success, the performance of the Seria players has been markedly superior to that of the previous season. Last season, Seria secured a place in the Europa League, largely because they could concentrate solely on domestic competitions. This season, however, they are contending on two fronts, reaching the quarterfinals of the Europa League while currently sitting in 8th place in the domestic league. This achievement surpasses even that of Valentia, a team with ostensibly greater strength, which finished 4th in the league last season, securing a spot in the Champions League. This season, while Valentia reached the quarterfinals of the Champions League, They presently languish in 10th place, trailing Serie by 2 points. I am aware of the external murmurs suggesting that we have become devoid of ambition. I do not concur with this sentiment. Indeed, the outcome of the final league match will not alter the course of our season. However, that does not imply we must possess a European competition spot to be deemed ambitious. Our performance this season has been remarkable. It would be rather unseemly if we were to be thoroughly defeated on the final match day at the King's Stadium, wouldn't it? Casas gestured with open hands, revealing his thoughts. Thus, in this final league match, we are not devoid of desire. We possess a clear objective. After experiencing such an exceptional season, fate has granted us the opportunity to conclude our campaign at the King's home ground. I find this to be splendid. At such a critical juncture, our performance could even influence the determination of the league champion. A truly honorable prospect, gentlemen. Therefore, I believe that if we can deliver an outstanding performance in this match, it will undoubtedly leave a splendid memory of this remarkable season. With that, Casas spoke with grave seriousness. Thus, I implore you, gentlemen, to understand that this is by no means a match without desire. Our aim is straightforward, to do everything in our power to disrupt the King's grand celebration. Showcasing our prowess, we shall draw a splendid conclusion to this remarkable season while simultaneously ushering in a promising start for the new one. Did Casas truly express this sentiment? A promising start for the new season? Yongjun astutely seized upon the pivotal information and inquired of Zhang Qinghuan. Zhang Qinghuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he did say that. Oh, then I shall rest easy. Yongjun chuckled upon hearing this. Previously, I harbored concerns that Casas might depart from the team. After all, he has performed admirably at Serie over the past 2 seasons, making it plausible for him to be poached. He is indeed an excellent coach, well suited for Serie. Most importantly, he holds a fondness for you, huh? Since he now speaks of a promising start for the new season, it indicates that, for him, the new season has already commenced, suggesting that at the very least, he will remain at Serie for the next season. Indeed, upon hearing his words, everyone felt a surge of excitement. Zhang Qinghuan laughed, and they erupted in cheers. Tordu even mentioned that he eagerly anticipated tomorrow's match against the Kings. However, the thought of having to wait another day left him quite disappointed. Yongjun clapped and laughed. Hence, it seems Hulai and their league championship have a double assurance. No. Zhang Qinghuan vigorously shook her head. Uncle Yong, do not insinuate that we fight for that scoundrel Hulai. We fight for ourselves. It just so happens that as bitter rivals, we do not wish to witness Catalonia winning the championship either. Thus, Zhang Qinghuan spread her hands. This way, that scoundrel Hulai has managed to gain an advantage. You are absolutely right. As a side note, if Hulai truly clinches the championship, how many meals do you think he should treat me to in order to repay my kindness? I can't decide that. I suggest you directly inquire of Hulai. Zhang Qinghuan glanced at her phone, which had already dimmed, and stroked her chin. Ultimately, she resolved, let us wait until he actually secures the championship before discussing this. Approaching him now feels as though I am setting the stage. You've won the championship. You owe me a meal. Who knows, that rascal might even refuse to win just to avoid treating me. Yongjun laughed heartily. He is not that stingy. Zhang Qinghuan herself was amused, waving her hand and sincerely exclaiming, in any case, it has truly been an extraordinary season. Li Qingqing and Hulai stared at the still silent phone, and she remarked, your tricks have failed to bear fruit, Hulai. Hulai clicked his tongue. Never mind. The butcher's death doesn't affect the pig with fur. Indeed, one must resolutely pursue an independent path. You are simply shameless. Hey, are you referring to me? Who was it that approached with a face full of excitement just moments ago? Hulai picked up his chopsticks once more. Let us eat. Regardless of circumstances. The truth shall be revealed tomorrow afternoon. To be continued. Chapter 233. All prepared. La Liga differs from the Premier League in which Hulai once played. Even in the final round of the league, not all matches are scheduled to kick off simultaneously. The final round of the Premier League commences at the same time to prevent any manipulation of matches. After all, the previous Premier League was one of the Southeast Asian gambling syndicate's favorite sporting events. La Liga does not follow this model, even in the last round of the league. Matches are spread over 3 days, from Friday to Sunday. The 2 matches that will determine the championship contenders are scheduled to commence at 6 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday, which corresponds to midnight on Sunday in China. Compared to the previous instances where matches began at the ungodly hours of 3, 4, or 5 in the morning, A midnight kickoff is not excessively early and remains somewhat acceptable. At the very least, Chinese fans can endure a bit of a late night to watch the matches. Furthermore, they are spared the inconvenience of rising in the middle of the night, thus avoiding the need to split their sleep into 2 segments. Even if they finish watching the match by 2 o'clock in the morning, going to bed a bit later poses no significant issue. After all, there is no work on Sunday. Hence, the timing of this match is quite considerate for the Chinese fans. It would be utterly unreasonable to schedule the match at noon in Madrid, as that could lead to discontent among the 3 competing teams, questioning whether they lost the championship due to their own performance or the impracticality of the early kickoff that left the players unaccustomed. However, the Chinese fans face a slight dilemma, as both evening matches feature Chinese players but are set to start simultaneously. They are left with the difficult choice of selecting one match to follow or attempting to watch both at once. If the match between Madrid's Royals and Sarria did not involve the championship title, the fans would not be so conflicted. Currently, everyone is hoping that Zhang Qinghuan can assist his teammate from Shining Stars, as Yin Yin and Mao Xiao, along with Meng Shi, arrived at Chu Yifen's home carrying an array of delicacies, cold dishes, beers, and peanuts. They were greeted at the door by Chu Yifen's girlfriend, Tang Shiyuan, sister-in-law. A lively group greeted her at the entrance. With a smile, Tang Shiyuan welcomed them inside, exclaiming, "You brought so much food. Isn't Captain Yin worried it won't be enough?" Meng Shi chimed in, "No worries. If there's not enough, we can always order takeout," Chu Yifeng announced as he appeared, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula. "I need 2 people to help." "I'll help." "Me too." In a flurry, 4 or 5 people rushed into the kitchen, only to be promptly ushered out by Chu Yifeng, leaving only Yin Yin and Mao Xiao. "Get out. The kitchen is small. 2 people are sufficient." "Yin Yin, peel the garlic." "Mao Xiao, you're tall. Help me retrieve the steamer from the top shelf of the cabinet and wash these plates." Done. The trio efficiently divided their tasks and busied themselves in the kitchen. This was the evening of Saturday, May 13th, prior to dinner, as alumni from Dongchuan Middle School gathered at their captain Chu Yifen's home to prepare for the midnight showdown between the Madrid Pirates and Catalonia United. The preparations for the evening's match were not solely the responsibility of Chu Yifeng and Yin Yin. Hu Lisan observed Xiaolon tinkering with a newly purchased tablet and curiously inquired, "What are you doing?" "I'm setting up the video app to watch the match," Xiaolon replied as she navigated the device. "Isn't there that Tongfei Video?" she added. Tongfei Video is the platform from Tongfei Network. What I have downloaded is the official app from CCTV. After concluding her thoughts, Xiaolon launched the newly installed video software, which greeted her with a promotional advertisement announcing a simultaneous live broadcast of 2 matches tonight at 000. One match features the Madrid Pirates challenging Catalonia United on their home turf, while the other sees the Madrid Kings hosting Sarria. The promotional poster prominently displays the representatives of the 4 teams: Pulai for the Madrid Pirates, their captain Gaspar Rosas for Catalonia United, Meli for the Madrid Kings, and of course, Zhang Qinghuan for Sarria. We can watch our son's game on the television while simultaneously using this tablet to follow the Kings vs Sarria match, ensuring we remain updated on the latest developments. Xiaolon pointed to the tablet resting on the coffee table. Compared to the family's imposing 85-inch television, the 13-inch tablet screen appeared quite diminutive. However, it was certainly larger than a mobile phone, making it an ideal secondary screen for watching the matches. This tablet was specifically purchased by Xiaolon for the purpose of enjoying both games tonight. Subsequently, she took a photo of the tablet and the television in the same frame with her phone and posted it on her social media. "Ready to cheer for my son. Victory is assured." Moments after sharing, she received a flurry of likes. She followed up with a comment, grateful for the support and encouragement from family and friends. Hu Lisan sighed, "Don't lower your standards." He had even begun to adopt the colloquial phrases of the online community. Xiaolon initially intended to retort her husband directly, urging him to have more faith in their son. Yet, as she opened her mouth, she recalled the earlier Champions League semi-final, where her husband had expressed doubt about their son's chances of reaching the finals, and ultimately, they were indeed eliminated. Thus, she clicked her tongue and remarked, "You jinx." Hu Lisan, Han Shuyu, dressed in a dark suit complemented by a white shirt and a red tie, appeared considerably more mature than her usual charming demeanor. Behind her loomed the majestic facade of Catalonia United's home ground, the Sagrada Familia Stadium, with fans steadily progressing toward the venue. At that moment, she donned her headphones, connecting with the CCTV studio behind her. As an external reporter, she was quite accustomed to pre-match and back-end connections, yet she felt a hint of nervousness at that moment. I just casually interviewed a few fans from both sides outside. The Catalonia United supporters exude confidence, believing their team will undoubtedly triumph at home against the Pirates. They also hope their city rivals can defeat the Madrid Kings away. In contrast, the Pirates fans appeared far more cautious. While they too wished for their team to overcome their adversaries, they acknowledged it would be a fiercely contested match. Additionally, I encountered a Serie A fan on site, who expressed hope that Serie A could win against the Kings while the Pirates also best the Catalonia United. For the Serie A supporters, this would be a double delight. That is the atmosphere here, host. After concluding the connection, Li Qingliang, who had been capturing her moments with his phone, gave her a thumbs up, smiling as he praised. Perfect. You are increasingly resembling a professional journalist, Han Shuyu. Han Shuyu maintains a tense expression during the connection, exclaiming, in truth, I am exceedingly nervous. You are already quite experienced, Li Qingliang remarked. Moreover, you have previously connected during the UEFA Champions League semifinals. This, however, is a match of a different significance. Han Shuyu retorted. It pertains to whether Hulai can secure the championship. To clinch the league title in his inaugural season in La Liga would be nothing short of extraordinary. Excitement finally illuminated Han Shuyu's face. If he triumphs, then the king will lose his crown, Han Shuyu. Li Qingliang reminded her. Han Shuyu tugged at her red tie. Before my eternal team, the Chinese national team, any king is but a triviality. Li Qingliang smiled in silence. Let us go, we must prepare to enter. Han Shuyu turned and waved her hand. Li Qingliang, holding his phone, captured her poised figure as she strode forward. Parati stood in the dressing room, arms crossed, observing the players who were already dressed and ready to take the field. He stated, I hope you have not forgotten how we were eliminated from the Champions League. Being ousted by our arch-rivals has inflicted immense pain upon us, and now we have the opportunity to return that pain tenfold. Although we are currently the top-ranking team, why do external voices favor the king? The answer is simple. They believe we cannot defeat Catalonia, citing our draw against them in the 19th round of the league. At this point, Parati spread his hands. This is quite absurd. They use evidence from matches before the 18th round to argue that we cannot triumph over Catalonia today. Yet, why do some still believe? Because we have indeed yet to secure a victory against Catalonia this season. Such is the world of football. Action speaks 1,000 times louder than words. Therefore, let us silence all doubters by stepping onto the field and defeating Catalonia. It's about to begin. It's about to begin, Cielon exclaimed, rising excitedly from the sofa. On the television screen before her, players from both Madrid Pirates and Catalonia appeared in the tunnel, awaiting their entrance. The broadcast provided a close-up of Hulai, with Cielon's son standing in the center of the group, calmly gazing towards the pitch beyond the tunnel. Good. Stay composed, Cielon praised, clapping her thigh. On the coffee table in front of her, a tablet displayed a close-up of Zhang Qinghuan, who also seemed to be gazing towards the tunnel. In truth, Zhang Qinghuan was not looking at the tunnel, but rather at Melibang. This marked Zhang Qinghuan's second season in La Liga and his second encounter with Melibang. During their first season's match against the King at Serie A, he did not receive playing time. In the 19th round of this season, Serie A hosted Madrid Kings, and Zhang Qinghuan made his starting debut, clashing with Melibang for the first time. That match saw the King narrowly secure a 1-0 victory away from home, a process that was far from easy. Serie A played tenaciously at home, and due to their primarily defensive tactics, Zhang Qinghuan, despite starting, did not perform to his full potential in that match. He was substituted in the 62nd minute. Following his departure, Serie A intensified their midfield defense, striving to maintain the score at 0-0. Indeed, when Zhang Qinghuan left the field, the score remained unchanged, and the Madrid Kings had yet to breach Serie A's goal. Consequently, on the sidelines, Zhang Qinghuan witnessed the remarkable moment in the 83rd minute when Meli skillfully maneuvered past Serie A's entire defensive line and sent the ball into the net. Ultimately, Serie A could not preserve the draw. One might say they lost to the Kings, or perhaps to Meli himself. He was a formidable opponent, and Hulai was now managing to hold his own against him. Though that lad could be quite insufferable, he was undeniably impressive, Zhang Qinghuan mused to himself. He hoped he wouldn't be substituted in this match, as he longed to test his mettle against the strongest new generation of players. After all, he had ventured abroad to play for moments like this. The excitement in the stadium reached a fever pitch as the commentator's elongated howl echoed. Oh, 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 oh. Meli. The Crown Stadium erupted in jubilation. Meli, Meli, Meli. Cool. Just 3 minutes into the match, he had opened the scoring for the Kings. This marked his 31st goal of the season. Notably, he was now just 2 goals shy of the top scorer, who pre-match rumors had circulated. And now the truth of those whispers was evident. The unambitious Serie faced a daunting task in preventing the Kings from ascending to the top, and they had little reason to do so. If they managed to halt the Kings' progress, only to see their city rivals, Catalonia Union, claim the league title, it would be an outcome unacceptable to everyone at Serie. After the celebration, Meli and his teammates returned to their half. Along the way, Meli turned and raised 3 fists toward the northern stand, to which the most fervent Madrid Kings supporters responded with 3 short, spirited cheers. Zhang Qinghuan, hands on his hips, observed this scene with a sense of helplessness. He felt as if he hadn't even warmed up yet, having barely broken a sweat, and yet Meli had already scored. This Argentine prodigy was as formidable as ever, perhaps even more so than the last time he encountered him, at least during their previous meeting at Serie's home ground. Meli hadn't scored within the first 3 minutes. Steady, steady. The match has just begun. We still have time. Zhang Qinghuan heard his team captain, the center-back Rojo Calidos, vociferously rallying the players' spirits. At that moment, all the Madrid Kings players had returned to their half, taking their positions and awaiting the kickoff. From Zhang Qinghuan's perspective, the Kings players appeared somewhat taller than usual, their gazes directed at him with an unmistakable air of disdain. Alas, upon seeing the footage transmitted to her tablet, Cielon let out a deep sigh of disappointment, leaning back against the sofa with an air of resignation. Hu Lisin chuckled upon seeing her limp form, remarking, "I told you not to harbor any expectations regarding Serie. Our focus must remain on the match between the Pirates and Catalonia. As long as the Pirates can secure a victory, there shall be no unforeseen outcomes." Cielon refrained from contradicting him. Yet she did not disable the additional live broadcast signal on her tablet. The volume was sufficiently low that it would not disturb their viewing of the Pirates against Catalonia. A flicker of hope still lingered in her heart, undeterred by her husband's words. Did the Kings score? How brief a time has passed. On the bench of the visiting team at the Sancti Spiritus Stadium, the second assistant coach, Enzo Naher, received the news with astonishment. The first assistant coach, Valentin, shrugged. Isn't that rather typical? Did you genuinely expect Serie to thwart the King? Nevertheless, one cannot help but cling to a sliver of hope. The head coach, Perotti, interjected. Let us not concern ourselves with what transpires over there. If we can triumph over Catalonia, the championship will be ours. We need not heed anyone else's regard. Throughout this declaration, his gaze remained fixed upon the field. From the outset, the Madrid Pirates, playing as the visitors, launched an aggressive offensive, seeking opportunities to score as if they were in their own arena. Such a vigorous assault was evidently unexpected by Catalonia. Thus, it was the Pirates who dominated the game away from home. For this match, Perotti deployed his strongest lineup. Maxi Kelly, who had only played 10 minutes as a substitute in the previous round, was strategically preserved to ensure he possessed ample stamina for the team's aggressive tactics. To suppress Catalonia on their home turf, it was essential to seize the initiative. However, if they failed to find the back of the net, the notion of taking the lead would be rendered futile. Scoring first would establish both a numerical and psychological advantage, creating a buffer for future maneuvers. Should they fail to score, allowing Catalonia to solidify their position and draw the Pirates into a quagmire, the match would become increasingly challenging. The home side, Catalonia, would inevitably find their footing, as they too were a formidable club, rivaling the Pirates. Perotti observed Hulai and Kelly on the field, placing great hopes on the duo's offensive partnership, wishing they would validate his expectations and not undermine his faith in next season's tactics. He believed Hulai and Kelly could evolve into the finest striking combination in La Liga. To this day, he steadfastly upheld this belief. Even though the pair had yet to fully materialize due to various circumstances, Maxi Kelly retreated to the midfield to receive the ball. As he did, Catalonia's midfielder, Pedro Insua, closed in from behind, pressing his hands against Kelly's back to prevent an easy turn. Upon receiving the ball, Kelly deftly used the outside of his right foot to nudge it outward, preparing to pivot. Insua immediately lunged forward, attempting to obstruct him while also applying pressure. Kelly then flicked the ball back with the tip of his right foot, with Insua closely pursuing. At the moment he leaped back, Kairi, with his back turned to him, deftly used the sole of his right foot to pull the ball behind him, allowing it to slip through the legs of Insua. Following this, Kairi pivoted swiftly on his right foot, effortlessly leaving Insua behind. The stands of the Estadio de San Jose erupted in gasps of astonishment. This reaction embarrassed Insua, who quickly turned to chase back, extending his foot toward the ball with an aggressive demeanor, as if he intended not only to intercept the ball, but also to ensnare Kairi. However, Kairi skillfully pulled the ball back with the sole of his right foot, evading the overzealous Insua once more. The gasps intensified. What a spectacle! Kairi showcased the essence of artistry on the home turf of Catalonia. He Feng also expressed his astonishment. With a casual motion, Kairi evaded Insua without directly advancing with the ball. Instead, he swung his right leg and delivered a long pass, transferring the ball from the left side of the field to the right flank. There, Di Chuanzhua cut inward, drawing the attention of the Catalonia defense, while simultaneously creating space on the wing for the right back, Irasusta. What a splendid transition! Kairi's vision was remarkably expansive. Irasusta nearly stopped the ball at the sideline, an impressive feat of control that allowed him to evade an interception by the Catalonia players. After receiving the ball, Irasusta immediately passed it to the advancing Di Chuanzhua before continuing his run. The left back of Catalonia, Francisco Cadran, suddenly found himself in a dilemma. Should he press Di Chuanzhua, who was in pursuit of the ball, or retreat to mark the advancing Irasusta? He opted to follow Irasusta's retreat. Consequently, the defensive pressure on Di Chuanzhua was significantly reduced. Confronted by only Victor Campesano, he attempted to maneuver laterally. Cadran, who had initially followed Irasusta, was drawn in by Di Chuanzhua's inward cut. At that moment, he noticed Di Chuanzhua pushing the ball with his left foot through the gap between him and center back Jimenez, targeting the baseline. Cadran, regaining his composure, realized that Irasusta had already circled behind him, racing toward the ball. This completely disrupted the defensive formation in front of the Catalonia goal. Some players rushed to challenge Irasusta. Others fell back to defend the goal, while yet others sought out Hulai. Why search for Hulai? Amid the chaos, the defenders of Catalonia lost track of Hulai. French center-back Paul Faujon turned to look for Hulai, who was originally behind him, only to find no one there. He quickly turned his head in another direction, but still found no one. Just as Faujon redirected his gaze, Irasusta delivered the cross. He sent the ball between the goalkeeper and the defensive line, right in front of the goal. The trajectory of this pass was cunning, making it inconvenient for goalkeeper Carlos Cordero to intervene, while also complicating matters for the defenders, who risked an own goal if they attempted to clear it. Faujon could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed past him, unable to act in time or dare to intervene. His gaze followed the football, and upon turning back to seek Hulai, he finally spotted him. The latter was poised to strike the ball with his right foot. Goalkeeper Cordelo rolled over to make a save, while defensive midfielder Insua lunged towards Hulai, but they were both too late. Under the watchful eyes of all, Hulai executed a clean and decisive kick, sending the rolling football into the net. Hulai, the ball is in. Well done, Hulai. Just 9 minutes into the match, Hulai opened the scoring for the Madrid Pirates. They enjoyed a dream start. Amid the jubilant cheers of He Feng, Xiaolon, Yan Yan, and Chu Yifan leapt from their seats in front of the television. This was the moment they had eagerly awaited since the match commenced. To be continued. Chapter 235. 2 consecutive goals as Catalan defender Calderon shifted his focus to Di Cunzo. Irasusta resolutely continued his forward run. It was precisely because he noticed Irasusta's advance that Di Cunzo delivered a precise through ball. Upon receiving the pass, the French center-back Paul Faujon turned back twice, failing to locate his target. However, those watching the live broadcast witnessed everything clearly. When Faujon first glanced toward the goal, Hulai had darted away from it, positioning himself perfectly within Faujon's blind spot. Subsequently, as Faujon turned in another direction, Hulai abruptly halted and changed his path, reappearing in front of the goal once more, just outside Faujon's line of sight. Meanwhile, Irasusta delivered the pass. Hulai emerged impeccably in the trajectory of the football. For a striker of Hulai's caliber, what followed was a mere formality. The defensive midfielder Insua's attempt to tackle him only resulted in a slight stumble, but before that, the ball had already found its way into the net. The swift, instinctive maneuvers executed by Hulai required no conscious thought. They had become second nature to him. His speed was astonishingly quick, with no prior indication, leaving both Paul Faujon and other Catalan players unable to react. allowing Hulai to score. Witnessing Hulai's goal, Catalan head coach Jose Benel let out a heavy sigh. He had not anticipated that the away team, the Madrid Pirates, would dare to launch an aggressive attack right from the onset, catching Catalan completely off guard and rendering them exceedingly passive. Benel had no choice but to hastily instruct his team to regroup defensively, hoping to withstand the Pirates' early onslaught. However, his plans crumbled as the team failed to hold their ground, conceding a goal. With barely 10 minutes into the match, they found themselves trailing, placing Catalan in a precarious situation. A chorus of boos erupted from the stands, the source of which was uncertain, whether directed at the Madrid Pirates or the underperforming Catalan team. In those 10 minutes, Catalan's display had indeed been unsatisfactory. As the home team, they were thoroughly dominated by the Madrid Pirates, unable to mount any counterattack. Now, trailing on the scoreboard, Catalan had no alternative but to push forward, striving to equalize as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, the situation would only grow more dire for them. However, as he contemplated the situation, Jose Benel decided to advance. This was the home ground of Catalonia United, and there was no rationale for conceding to an aggressive opponent in their own territory. Had it been an away match, he would not have hesitated to adopt a more defensive posture after conceding a goal, avoiding further losses in quick succession. When Hulai scored, Parati leapt from his seat alongside his coaching colleagues, exuberantly celebrating the goal. Their tactical objective of launching an aggressive attack from the outset to secure an early lead had been realized, thus seizing control of the game. Nevertheless, amidst the jubilation, Parati reminded his team, should Catalonia United choose to attack, they must engage in counter-offensive maneuvers. While retreating to defend after gaining a one-goal lead might be acceptable at other times, in this match against Catalonia United, it would be unwise. Such a strategy would relinquish both possession and space on the field. Originally, the tactics were designed to seize an early advantage and compel Catalonia United to attack, with Madrid Pirates not retreating to defend, but rather confronting them head-on in midfield. It is important to note that Catalonia United's strength lies in their midfield. However, the Pirates had the audacity to adopt this approach, partly due to Kelly's return and partly because the performance of Catalonia United's midfield maestro, Gaspar Rosas, had declined this season, resulting in diminished midfield control. The Pirates had taken the lead. Both Madrid Pirates and Royal Madrid were monitoring the match between the Kings and Seria. The Kings were equally concerned, particularly regarding their city rivals. The outcome of the Pirates versus Catalonia United match would ultimately determine whether the Kings could secure the league championship. Even if the Kings were to triumph over Seria by a significant margin, it would be futile if the Pirates defeated Catalonia United. Coach Roivy did not discourage his staff from following the other match. What was Catalonia United up to? Wasn't he at their home ground? The scorer was who? Indeed, it was he, his 34th goal of the league season. Truly daunting. The record for most goals in a single La Liga season is 38, isn't it? Roivy overheard the whispers and could not suppress a scoff. Meli is also remarkable. He has surpassed 30 goals as well. Considering this is his first season as the team's primary striker, his performance is even more commendable. Of course, even if Meli were to miss out on the league's top scorer award this season, I believe he will earn that honor in the next, the assistant coach Gonzalez concurred. With both the head coach and assistant coach in agreement, others fell silent, and the topic was laid to rest. The coaching staff returned to a state of calm, their attention directed toward the field, where Royal Madrid was dominating Seria at home. However, Seria was displaying remarkable resilience. Despite conceding a goal within the first 3 minutes, they quickly regained their composure. Even as the Kings bombarded their half, Seria held firm and had not conceded another goal since. The silence on the coaching bench did not last long, as an ear-piercing chorus of boos suddenly erupted at Wangguan Stadium. Amidst the cacophony, a gasp emerged from the corner of the coaching area. My God, Hazu scored again. Roy and Gonzalez simultaneously turned in astonishment to look at the startled coach. The atmosphere at the Estadio de San Jose was electric with discontent, and the massive screen displayed the current score. Just 18 minutes into the match, Catalonia was trailing 0-1. In the corner flag area beneath the big screen, who leaped high, executing his signature celebration. As he landed, the boos crescendoed, though it was unclear if it was merely an illusion. Nevertheless, who remained unfazed, joyfully welcoming his approaching teammates with open arms for an embrace. Who? Magnificent. A stunning long-range shot, whose strike had completely pierced through Catalonia's defense, a perfectly executed ground shot. This marked his 35th league goal of the season, propelling the Madrid Pirates to a 1-0 lead against Catalonia, and it was only 18 minutes into the game. In front of the television, Yin Yin and Chu Yifan, along with their companions, leapt from their sofas, chairs, and the floor, raising their arms in exuberance. Incredible. Who is phenomenal? 2 goals already. Unbelievable. And it's still not even 20 minutes. The group erupted in jubilant cheers, utterly indifferent to whether their exuberance disturbed the neighbors. The moment who scored his first goal. They had already heard roars of excitement echoing from various directions in the community, indicating that everyone was engrossed in the match. Thus, even if they cheered loudly, no one would come knocking on their door. Xiaolon, in front of the television, laughed and jumped, clapping her hands vigorously while chanting, "Well done. Well done. That's it. Meli scores 1, and you score 2. Hu Lixin, watching his wife who resembled an ecstatic lunatic, couldn't help but chuckle. "You, my dear." Xiaolon turned to glare at him. "What?" Hu Lixin shook his head. "Nothing. You're wonderful." "Humph." Xiaolon huffed, placing her hands on her hips, standing proudly before the television like a triumphant hen. "This is the perfect start," exclaimed assistant coach Valentin, his excitement palpable, when Hu scored in the 9th minute. He thought it was a flawless beginning, but now, this truly was the epitome of perfection. After conceding the first goal, Catalonia pushed forward, attempting to leverage their home advantage to suppress the Madrid Pirates and swiftly equalize the score. However, this strategy left their defense exposed, allowing the Madrid Pirates to seize the opportunity and score again. Parati's tactical arrangements following the first goal proved effective. Had he settled for a mere 1-goal lead or feared Catalonia's attacking prowess at home, opting to pull his team back, the second goal would have remained elusive. While those around him celebrated Hu's brace, Parati remained composed, pulling Valentin aside and instructing him, once they finished celebrating, tell them to slow down the pace and avoid trading blows with Catalonia. Valentin paused, pondering, what if Catalonia ceases their attack? In a similar vein, it is of little consequence, as we currently lead by 2 goals. Wasting time plays to our advantage. At this moment, Parati has adopted a cautious approach, fearing that his players, in their exuberance, might lose their composure and allow Catalonia United to seize an opportunity. A 2-goal lead appears quite secure. Yet the reality remains that conceding a single goal transforms it into a precarious 1-goal advantage, subsequently boosting the opponent's morale while dampening our own spirits. Such fluctuations could lead to an unfavorable turn in the match. Therefore, exercising caution at this juncture is prudent. The unexpected long-range shot from outside the penalty area caught everyone off guard. Upon learning how Hulai netted the second goal, the coaching staff of the Kings fell into a contemplative silence. There was no intricate combination play or brilliant tactical maneuver, just Hulai retreating from the box, receiving a pass from a teammate, and unleashing a precise shot before the defender could fully close him down. The ball skimmed along the grass, evading the legs of defenders, and the goalkeeper, Cordova, was left helpless, unable to react in time to this cunning strike, though he attempted a save, ultimately watching the ball find the net. In the face of such an unreasonable goal, what could be said? Assistant coach Gonzalez turned his gaze toward head coach Roivy, whose brow was furrowed in frustration. Yet he remained powerless. This was a match between the Madrid Pirates and Catalonia United. There was little he could do but hope that the 2 goals would awaken his team. After all, only 20 minutes had elapsed in the match, and surely they wouldn't simply capitulate on their home turf? To be continued. Chapter 236. The distant booing Mario Salado raised his hand to request the ball from the flank, and Catalonia United's midfield maestro, Victor Campuzano, transferred it to him. However, Salado, with hardly any physical challenge or pressing, let the ball drift out of play. The Catalonia United fans in the stands, who had been fervently cheering for their team, let out a collective and resounding sigh upon witnessing his blunder. The players of Catalonia United seemed somewhat flustered. He Feng remarked, "Salado's mistake is truly indefensible. This is not indicative of his usual caliber." Yin Kong chuckled, "It's only natural to be flustered. They have yet to find their rhythm since the match commenced. After conceding 2 goals to Hulai, anyone would feel rattled." Following this defensive lapse, Benel had not made any tactical adjustments, allowing the team to continue their offensive endeavors, yet the players were now somewhat disjointed, eager to press forward, yet fearful of conceding another goal. In truth, Coach Jose Benel refrained from making changes because he was still in a state of indecision, uncertain of the best course of action. Should he encourage the team to press forward in search of an opportunity to equalize? Or should he tighten up the defense and take a step back? It was only after witnessing Mario Salato's error that he realized that while one should strive to attack fiercely after conceding, the reality was that Catalonia United had never regained their footing since the onset of the match. They were being overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the Madrid Pirates. In such moments, the appropriate course of action is not to incite the players to continue their offensive maneuvers, but rather to advocate for a deceleration of pace, allowing the players to catch their breath. Failure to do so may lead to numerous blunders akin to that of Mario Sardu. Each deliberate mistake becomes a substantial blow to the morale and confidence of the team. Furthermore, upon witnessing the Pirates, emboldened by their goal, retreating rather than pressing their advantage, he began to worry that they were scheming a counterattack. After Hulai scored 2 goals within 9 minutes, he admitted to feeling quite intimidated, fearing that Hulai might execute a hat trick. It is not entirely surprising that Benel has become suddenly cautious, for he bears the scars of a painful precedent. During last season's UEFA Champions League group stage, Hulai was still with Leeds United, making his debut at the Estadio de Sagrada Familia. No one anticipated Leeds United to perform well. However, Hulai astoundingly netted a hat trick, leading Leeds to a 4-0 victory against the Catalan squad. Upon seeing Hulai score twice in quick succession, Benel experienced a profound sense of déjà vu, beginning to question whether Hulai finds a unique affinity for the Estadio de Sagrada Familia. After all, how else could one explain his exuberance each time he graces this venue? In the prior season, while still with Leeds, they suffered a 1-0 defeat at home against the Catalans, with Jay Adams scoring the sole goal, while Hulai failed to find the net. This season in La Liga, the Madrid Pirates faced the Catalans at home, resulting in a goalless draw, with Hulai again unable to score. Is it possible that whenever facing the Catalans, his performances away from home surpass those at home? Does the Estadio de Sagrada Familia confer some form of advantage upon Hulai? After Jose Benel made his decision, he conveyed his intentions to the players on the field through gestures. The Catalans slowed their pace, and with the Pirates having already tempered their rhythm following a vigorous first 20 minutes, both teams settled into a more subdued tempo. The outcome of this match is indeed astonishing. I suspect most had not anticipated that the visiting Pirates could so effortlessly score 2 goals right from the outset. Pre-game analyses suggested that even if the Pirates were to win, they would face a fierce struggle, incurring considerable costs, as the Catalans also harbored hopes of championship glory. Yet, it now appears we may have overestimated the Catalans' resolve to claim the title, as commentator Sanchez pointed out. In comparison to the Pirates and the Kings, the Catalans' chances of winning the championship are the most tenuous. They must not only strive to defeat the Pirates, but also keep an eye on the results of the Kings and Seria's match. This may lead to a lack of motivation among the Catalan players. Although their performance after the match commenced was indeed subpar, to claim that they lacked the drive for victory would be an exaggeration. As a prestigious club, they too faced the pressure of championship KPIs. Having reached the Copa del Rey final only to lose to Madrid's Kings, failing to secure the league title would render this season a complete disappointment. For the esteemed Catalan organization, this would signify an utter failure, with head coach Jose Benel bearing an immense burden of pressure. How could they possibly lack sufficient motivation? It can only be said that they were bewildered by the attacking combination of the Madrid Pirates following the kickoff. The Catalan fans in the stands, after fervently booing, now fell into silence as they watched their team's performance. The pace of the match slowed, and the fiery atmosphere of the Saint Family Stadium gradually dissipated. Han Xiu stood in the media section, glancing around to observe the silent Catalan supporters and the jubilant Pirates fans, feeling somewhat perplexed. Wasn't this supposed to be a challenging match? Where was the difficulty? Just half an hour in, they were already 2 goals ahead. If this continued, they might even lead by 4 goals at halftime. No, such thoughts were unwise. Han Xiu shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel this overly optimistic notion from his mind. What if the tides turned, and the Catalans scored 3 goals in quick succession? In football, anything can happen, despite the current dominance of the Madrid Pirates. If the Catalans managed to score, even by the most fortuitous means, the momentum would surely shift. Thus, one must not become complacent or overly confident. Han Xiu suppressed his inner joy, striving to maintain a composed expression. Meli had just executed a splendid dribble, but his shot was deflected out of bounds by the Pirates' goalkeeper, Frederick Bain. Although it did not result in a goal, it was still a remarkable display. Ordinarily, The crowd should have erupted in applause for such a performance. Yet all he heard were boos. Meli looked up in surprise. Had another goal been scored by the Madrid Pirates? Who would it be this time? Hulai or someone else? He did not perceive the boos as directed at him. Instead, he immediately recalled another match. Previously, the fans had booed twice, making it clear to the Madrid Kings players that these jeers were not aimed at them. However, this was not encouraging news, for each time the boos rang out, it signified a goal for the Madrid Pirates. Though they had not confirmed this through other means, their experience led them to believe it was indeed the case. Yet, this time, Meli and the other players of the Madrid Kings were mistaken. Had the Catalans retreated? Was this truly not their home ground? Were the Pirates the actual home team? Curse it! That coward, Binel. In front of the Madrid Kings coaching staff, the coaches expressed their thoughts based on the latest developments. Most of them dissatisfied with the tactical adjustments made by the Catalans. With a 2-goal deficit, the Catalans had not pressed forward but instead tightened their formation, slowed the pace, and adopted a defensive stance. This left the Madrid Kings coaches exceedingly frustrated, as they had hoped for the Catalans to mount a counterattack and level the score. It was truly irksome. The Pirates merely needed to defeat the Catalans to claim the championship, while they had to rely on the Pirates' favor. In the end, someone muttered a complaint, and the remaining discussions faded into silence. As Zhang Qinghuan stood amidst the jeers emanating from the Royal Stadium, he arrived at a conclusion akin to that of his fellow players. It must be the Madrid Pirates who had scored yet again, coupled with the previous boos. This marked the third instance. Thus, it suggested that the Madrid Pirates were leading 0-3 against Catalonia on their turf. A sudden amusement washed over Zhang Qinghuan as he recalled his earlier intention to extract a favor from Hulai. It appeared that Hulai required no assistance whatsoever, effortlessly resolving the situation on his own. In merely half an hour, they had established a 3-goal lead against Catalonia, rendering a reversal virtually impossible. It seemed the championship was firmly within the grasp of the Madrid Pirates. Although Zhang Qinghuan was unaware of the identities of the goal scorers, he was certain that at least one of those goals had been netted by Hulai, with the others likely connected to him. That miserly scoundrel, exerting himself so vigorously to avoid treating others? Zhang Qinghuan mused, shaking his head slightly. Perhaps this was for the best. After all, they were not here to serve as Hulai's divine assistants, but rather to conclude their season with a resounding flourish. Chapter 237. What does this mean? Zhang Qinghuan entered the Royal Stadium with the conviction of marking a perfect conclusion to the season for his team. Yet this did not exempt him from the immense pressure bestowed by the Kings. This was a sentiment he had already fully grasped during the match in the first half of the season. Once again, he found himself enveloped in that familiar sensation. Despite having played 2 seasons in La Liga and participating in this season's Europa League, facing the Kings compelled him to summon every ounce of his focus and energy. As a midfield orchestrator, he had to maintain an unwavering state of physical and mental readiness. The fatigue that accompanied such a match was far beyond that of an ordinary La Liga fixture, let alone any prior domestic league encounters. This was the essence of high-level football. As Zhang Qinghuan received the ball, he was abruptly jostled from behind by Osei, who not only dislodged the football, but also made contact with his hip, causing him to lose his balance. Rather than lingering in place to complain to the referee, Zhang Qinghuan swiftly engaged in the pursuit to regain possession. Indeed, the referee did not whistle for a foul against Osei, as this was deemed a normal physical interaction in European football, particularly in La Liga. Zhang Qinghuan's attempt to reclaim the ball proved futile, as Osei used his physical advantage to advance the football. Left with no recourse, Zhang Qinghuan could only fall back in defense. It seemed that the 3 rounds of boos from the stands had invigorated the Kings players, intensifying their offensive onslaught. Opportunities for Zhang Qinghuan to receive the ball in the Kings' half, akin to his earlier chance, had become exceedingly rare. Most of the time, it was the Kings who besieged the Serie A half. Zhang Qinghuan, a playmaker inclined towards orchestrating the offense, assumed the role of a diligent laborer in the first half, moving wherever needed to assist the team's defense. He bore no grievances or dissatisfaction, for he understood that as a member of the team, his duty was to serve the collective strategy rather than merely focusing on offensive endeavors as a playmaker while disregarding all else. Facing a formidable opponent like the Kings, the relatively weaker Serie A side could not afford to hold back. Otherwise, the prospect of creating any miracles would be utterly futile. As Meli advanced with the ball, approaching Serie A's 30-meter zone, it felt akin to swimming through an exceedingly viscous liquid, with resistance mounting. The Serie A players exhibited a lack of sportsmanship in dealing with Meli. They preferred to engage in a collective assault rather than confront him one-on-one. Their approach was marked by physical contact, aimed at exhausting Meli's strength during his attempts to break through, ensuring that even if he did penetrate their defense, he would be left with little energy. Through this relentless and interlocking defensive strategy, Serie A managed to stabilize their defense after conceding a goal, preventing Meli from seizing any further substantial opportunities. In this instance, as Meli neared the penalty area, he was thwarted by 3 Serie A players working in unison. One player continually harassed him from a diagonal rear position, while a second charged at him from the side, and a third seized the moment when Meli was preoccupied with the confrontation to intercept the ball. Overwhelmed by this triad of interference, Meli failed to maintain control, and the ball was subsequently poked away by the opposition. However, the defensive strategy employed against Meli bore unintended consequences. The intensity of their defense against other players was notably diminished. The ball, instead of landing at the feet of a Serie A player, was seized by the agile and nimble Salados. After commandeering the football, Salados feigned a long-range shot, prompting Serie A's central defenders to rush forward to block him. However, he deftly slipped the ball diagonally to Vandenberg, who was positioned within the penalty area. The Belgian international received the ball, turned, and unleashed a shot with seamless fluidity. Although Serie A's goalkeeper, Bejo, managed to get a hand to the ball, Vandenberg's strike was powerful and decisive. His attempt did not deflect the ball away. Instead, it only slightly altered its trajectory before it ultimately found the back of the net. Goal. Vandenberg. Ryan Vandenberg. In the 37th minute, the Madrid Kings took a 2-goal lead over Serie A at home. As predicted before the match, this contest was devoid of suspense. The drama of the championship title truly lay in another match. However, currently, the Madrid Pirates were leading Catalonia 0-0 away, making the Kings' aspiration for a treble appear rather daunting. Though it may seem somewhat disheartening to discuss such matters immediately following a goal, the reaction of the Madrid Kings fans mirrored this sentiment. Without the need for commentary, the atmosphere among the Kings supporters was rather subdued. When Vandenberg scored, a cheer erupted. Yet it was not overwhelmingly loud. They were not particularly invested in the present match, confident in their inevitable victory. Their attention was far more directed towards the distant confrontation unfolding elsewhere. When news of Catalonia's equalizing goal arrives, one can only imagine that the ensuing cheers will surpass the current exultation following the goal. This moment may be one of the rare instances where the supporters of the Kings find themselves cheering for their archrivals, Catalonia. Zhang Qinghuan, panting heavily, gazes at the jubilant Kings players. Even in their celebration, they appear somewhat distracted. Many seize the opportunity of the jubilation to inquire with embracing substitute teammates about the score of another match, their faces betraying a hint of concern. Following Serie A's goal, rather than feeling joy, there is anxiety. This is blatant disdain directed towards Serie A, the Kings' adversary. However, Zhang Qinghuan feels no anger. In fact, he wishes the Kings players would display their emotions more overtly, ideally turning their attention away from Serie A, which would suggest that Serie A might find an opportunity in the upcoming matches. As the news of the Kings leading Serie A by 2 goals reaches the Camp Nou, it is now the turn of Catalonia's supporters to jeer. Thus, it becomes apparent that the Kings have scored again. For Catalonia to seize the championship, they must not only triumph over the Pirates at home, but also rely on Serie A to impede the Kings' progress, at the very least to avoid a loss. Yet, with the first half still not concluded, Serie A finds themselves 2 goals behind. The jeers from Catalonia's fans at this moment vividly express their frustration and derision towards their city rivals, who seem incapable of rising to the occasion. Unlike the lively discussions among the Kings' substitutes following the Pirates' goal, the coaching staff of the Pirates remains notably silent upon hearing this news. This is understandable, as their primary concern is to secure a victory over Catalonia, indifferent to the Kings' performance. All eyes are firmly fixed on the field. After a period of retreat, Catalonia stabilizes their formation, and the players finally shake off the bewilderment that had momentarily gripped them. They now launch a renewed offensive against the Pirates. With less than 10 minutes remaining in the first half, they do not aspire to equalize, but rather hope to narrow the gap to a single goal. This would provide them with greater flexibility during the halftime break. In response to the revitalized Catalonia, Perotti instructs the Pirates to hold their ground, continue tightening their defense, and rely on counterattacks from both flanks. The team's top priority at this juncture is to maintain their 2-goal lead. By preserving this advantage, Catalonia will be compelled into a corner in the second half, forced to attack relentlessly, thereby leaving them vulnerable at the back. At that point, the Pirates will be able to engage in open play with Catalonia or maintain their defensive counterattacks with greater composure. As Catalonia advances the ball in their customary manner, they face the Pirates' consolidated defense and engage in positional play. In truth, Catalonia is unafraid of such a battle. They patiently circulate the ball, maneuvering the Pirates' defensive line, always seeking opportunities. Although time is running short in the first half, Catalonia plays with remarkable patience. This is indeed the style of play that Catalonia excels at during offensive maneuvers, with Roses serving as the central pivot. Whether it be a backward pass, a forward thrust, or a lateral transfer, every move essentially revolves around Roses. He operates like a dealer in a card game, distributing the necessary passes to his teammates. His deliveries often dictate the trajectory of Catalonia's assaults, making him the cerebral nucleus of the team, Gaspar Roses. In the commentary provided by He Feng, Roses is seen perpetually shifting positions, receiving, passing, or controlling the ball while evading defenders. To an untrained eye, this might seem unimpressive, merely the rudimentary act of passing and receiving. How can such fundamental skills elevate someone to the status of a midfield maestro? Yet, for those with a deeper understanding of the game, every touch Roses makes is marked by brevity and precision, devoid of any superfluous flair. It is precisely this succinctness that ensures the seamless flow of play within Catalonia's midfield and attack. Furthermore, this fluidity transcends mere simplicity. It embodies Roses's profound comprehension of the game, his exceptional ability to read the match, and his innate talent for consistently making the right choices. Such formidable prowess is seldom found among players worldwide. Had he not suffered an injury earlier this season, his form would likely have propelled Catalonia towards a more prosperous campaign. Before receiving the ball, Roses diligently surveys the field, glancing left and right. Following his reception, he assesses the situation anew, seizing the moment while Roses is preoccupied. The Pirates' defensive midfielder, Ramirez, advances. Faced with the oncoming Ramirez, Roses deftly uses the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball aside, pivoting to shield Ramirez behind him. He does not halt there. Instead, he continues to use the outside of his foot to deftly maneuver, maintaining Ramirez ensnared behind him, making it exceedingly difficult for him to intercept the ball. Should Ramirez attempt a forceful challenge, it would only result in a foul. After a full rotation, Roses once again faces the direction of attack and passes the ball to the left flank. Mario Salado receives his pass, and as he confronts the approaching Pirates right back, Irasusta, he opts not to pass to his overlapping left-back teammate, Francisco Cadron, but rather takes on the challenge himself. He skillfully approaches Irasusta with a series of feints. Just as Irasusta makes his move, Salado deftly nudges the ball away with the outside of his right foot, leaving Irasusta grasping at air. He then charges into the penalty area. Salado has entered. The Catalonia fans in the stands erupt with exhilaration. As Salado penetrates the box, he pushes the ball forward, and the Pirates' center back, Moreno, advances at an angle. Salado uses the outside of his left foot to flick the ball outward and strikes. The ball hits the side netting. Although it did not result in a goal, the Catalonia supporters continue to cheer, their applause resonating throughout the stadium. In a situation where they are trailing by 2 goals at home, Catalonia desperately needed such an uplifting display, while Roses's seamless passes have undeniably organized the team's offensive strategy. At this moment, the fans of Catalonia yearn to witness Salado's individual prowess as he penetrates the Pirates' defense, creating a palpable threat. Amidst the applause and cheers, Salado, with a stoic expression, takes a deep breath, directing a fierce gaze towards the Madrid Pirates' goal. Hull, intentionally delaying the game, places the ball with an air of nonchalance, provoking a chorus of boos from the supporters behind the goal. Undeterred, Hull readies the ball, signals for his teammates to converge towards the center, and then launches a powerful kick upfield. In the attacking zone, Ramirez leaps to redirect the ball backward. Maxi Kelly, retreating to support, does not halt the ball but rather, with a swift motion, uses his heel to volley the ball towards his flank where Hulai awaits. As he lands, he promptly pivots and charges forward. At that moment, Hulai skillfully cushions the ball with his chest, then, before it fully descends, deftly passes it diagonally forward. Kelly arrives just in time to receive the ball, and without pausing, he propels it past Catalonia's central defender, Jorge Jimenez. "Oh, Kelly, What astonishing speed. Jimenez attempts to intercept, but just as he extends his leg, Kelly slips past him and surges into the penalty area. Catalonia's right back, Pablo Osei, lunges in but is deftly evaded by a sudden stop and flick from Kelly. Kelly. Oh my goodness. Having outmaneuvered two Catalonia players, Kelly finds himself in a one-on-one situation against the advancing goalkeeper, Cordova. Suddenly, he halts. Cordova, believing a shot is imminent, instinctively lowers his center of gravity and collapses to the ground. Seizing the moment, Kelly nonchalantly executes a delicate chip shot, sending the ball soaring over Cordova's head and into the net behind him. Goal. Max Gulul. Kelly. He has gone past. And again. What a beauty. Magnificent. Kelly. What a splendid chip. So effortless. So artistic. As the first half draws to a close, Maxi Kelly secures another goal for the Pirates, astonishingly leading Catalonia by 3 goals on their own turf. This is simply unbelievable. Unfathomable. The significance of this goal silences the excited roars of He Feng. While Yin Kong refrains from continuing the thought, they both seem to realize that some sentiments are best left unvoiced. Meanwhile, in front of the television, amidst the jubilant cheers, Yin and his companions raise their beer cans in unison, clinking them together. Champions! 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 They proclaim the very word that the commentators, He Feng and Yin Kong, dare not utter. To be continued. Chapter 238. Never open the champagne. Oh. Whoa. As the players of the Madrid Pirates burst into the dressing room, almost everyone was roaring and howling with exuberance. As if they were still caught up in the thrill of Kairi's recent goal, they simply extended the celebrations from the pitch into the confines of their sanctuary. Kairi's goal had come in the 42nd minute of the first half, mere moments before the halftime whistle was set to blow. Yet, in the collective fervor, those remaining minutes seemed to vanish into thin air. Even the players from Catalan Union appeared to have faded into obscurity, posing no threat to the Pirates upon the resumption of play. The spectators in the stands had also seemingly evaporated. The Camp de la Sagrada Familia fell silent like a morgue after Kairi's goal. Thus, from a psychological standpoint, the Pirates felt as if they were still reveling in Kairi's achievement, and there was nothing amiss about it. With a 3-goal lead at halftime, it was safe to say that the championship trophy was beckoning them. They had firmly secured the La Liga title this season. Voices rose in unison, chanting Hyberis. 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 Hyberis, the name of the goddess of harvest, also represented the square where the Pirates celebrated their championship victory. The players' shouts were akin to proclaiming their status as champions outright, after being eliminated by their arch-rivals in the Champions League semi-finals. The entire squad was determined. They must not allow the Kings to become treble winners. Thus, this league title was far more than a mere championship. The intertwining of joy and revenge fueled their desire to unleash their emotions. With a 3-goal advantage at halftime, Jewel was equally elated. Though he did not join in the chants of "We are the champions," a smile graced his face. That was until he spotted Iwan Martinez pulling a bottle of champagne from beneath the massage table. Jewel's eyes widened in disbelief while others cheered enthusiastically. Just as Iwan vigorously shook the champagne bottle, preparing to pop the cork, Jewel leaped forward and clasped his hands down. No. His voice strained, almost breaking, clashed with the jubilant atmosphere in the dressing room, drawing everyone's attention towards him. Iwan was startled by Jewel's sudden intervention. Realizing his reaction was somewhat excessive, Jewel faced the puzzled expressions of his teammates. He could hardly divulge the tale of a tragic champagne-popping incident he had heard before, could he? Players in this world were unaware of the Istanbul miracle. Yet, there had been instances in football history where a team leading by 3 goals at halftime was overturned in the second half, notably concerning the Madrid Pirates' local adversaries, the Madrid Kings. Thus, he composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed his teammates. The match is not over yet. Is opening the champagne now a sign that we are certain of clinching the title? Have we all forgotten the origin of the Kings' renowned battle cry? The celebrated slogan of the Madrid King, "Onward, King. Never give up. Fight until the end," emerged during a pivotal moment in the first half of the 1994 UEFA Champions League final, when the King found themselves trailing 0-3 against the blue and white Munich. At that juncture, everyone, including their own supporters, believed the King was destined for defeat. The players of blue and white Munich were already eager to commence their celebrations during halftime, though they refrained from popping the champagne. It was then that the King's captain, Luis Cuellar, rallied his teammates in the locker room, uttering this iconic phrase. Remarkably, within the first 10 minutes of the second half, the King netted 3 consecutive goals. While achieving such a feat is commendable, it must be noted that their success was not solely due to their own tenacity. The lackluster performance of Blue and White Munich in the second half played a significant role as well. Perhaps the players and coaching staff became overly complacent during the halftime break, underestimating the Kings' resolve. Thus, when the Kings scored their first goal, there was a flicker of surprise among the Munich players. The subsequent swift second goal transformed their astonishment into sheer panic. They had misjudged the Kings' fighting spirit, only to realize that it was their own resolve that had faltered. As the King pressed their advantage, the Munich players became disconcerted, ultimately conceding a third goal. It was only at this juncture that they managed to somewhat regain their composure, dragging the match into extra time. However, once the momentum of a match is lost, reclaiming it is no simple task. The King, buoyed by their resurgence, continued to press forward, and eventually, Blue and White Munich conceded a penalty in extra time. Cuellar, the captain of the Madrid King, took the penalty himself, triumphantly defeating Blue and White Munich. This match has since become a classic in the annals of UEFA Champions League history, emblematic of remarkable comebacks. While Blue and White Munich has come to symbolize a team that was overturned. Therefore, Hulai requires no elaborate introduction. The mere mention of this match conveys his meaning. Everyone understands why Hulai sought to prevent Iwan from uncorking the champagne. Although Blue and White Munich did not celebrate with champagne during halftime of that final, the implication of such an act is universally recognized. Who is correct? Despite our impressive performance in the first half, we should refrain from becoming overly complacent. The voice of Coach Parati resonated at the entrance of the locker room, and all eyes turned towards him, his expression grave. With his arrival, the previous atmosphere of jubilation in the locker room gradually dissipated. Catalan Union is no ordinary team. This is their home ground, and we can be certain they will pose considerable challenges for us in the second half. In such circumstances, our lack of adequate preparation means that even a mere spark could ignite the powder keg, sending us all skyward. If we were to relinquish the league championship in this manner today, we would lose far more than just a title. We would, akin to the Blue and White Munich of 1994, become the object of ridicule for an extended period. Do you wish to replace that Blue and White Munich and find ourselves subjected to mockery until some unfortunate soul comes along to usurp our historical standing? Confronted by Parati's inquiry and gaze, the players fervently shook their heads. No. We do not desire such a fate. Indeed, coach. No one wishes to be the subject of derision. Let the Blue and White Munich bear that burden alone. As the referee's whistle echoed, the players of Madrid Kings made their way off the pitch. Judging solely by their expressions, one might assume that Madrid Kings had suffered a setback in the first half, trailing the away team, Seria, by a score of 0-1. However, the reason for their despondent demeanor was straightforward. They had just endured the fourth round of resounding boos as the first half drew to a close. They were acutely aware that something troubling had transpired at the Saint Family Stadium. Most likely, the Madrid Pirates had scored again. Previously, they had learned that although the fans of Madrid Kings had booed thrice, the Pirates were actually leading Catalonia 1-0. Now, it appeared that the Pirates had perhaps increased their lead to 3-0 against Catalonia within just the first half. Is this the conduct expected from a prestigious club? It is utterly disgraceful. From that moment on, despite the match not concluding, the thoughts of Madrid Kings players had already flown to the locker room at halftime. They were eager to grasp their phones and delve into the online updates regarding how Catalonia had managed to concede 3 goals in just 45 minutes on their home turf. Goodness, Hume had scored twice. What on earth was Catalonia doing? They seemed to retreat after conceding 2 goals. I suspect Catalonia had no intention of winning this match. They appeared to be willingly granting the Pirates a victory and the league title as a form of retribution against us. Upon returning to the locker room, the players of Madrid Kings grabbed their phones, and upon viewing the match highlights, they were utterly dismayed. The allure of achieving a treble is so captivating that the players of Madrid Kings had firmly established their objective for the season, to become the first treble winners in the annals of Spanish football history. It is no wonder they are so concerned, to the point of becoming somewhat neurotic. Prior to the match, they had anticipated that Catalonia would pose a significant challenge to the Pirates at home, yet Catalonia had surrendered without even resisting for a full half. The players of Madrid Kings felt a profound anger akin to being backstabbed. Meli's expression was equally grim. On one hand, The prospects of clinching the league title appeared increasingly bleak, while on the other, his chances of contending for the league's golden boot had dwindled to nearly zero. As Van den Berg netted the second goal for the team, Meli seized the opportunity during the celebration to inquire with the substitute teammates about the match between the Pirates and Catalonia. He learned that the Madrid Pirates were leading by 2 goals, both scored by Hulai. Upon returning to the locker room, he verified online that indeed, Hulai had achieved a brace. This revelation meant that although he had scored during the match, his gap with Hulai on the scoring chart had not only failed to diminish but had widened. He was still 4 goals behind Hulai, and to contend for the golden boot, even to share it with Hulai, he would need to net 4 goals in the second half. Yet, considering how Seria defended against him in the first half, this seemed an insurmountable task. Meli sighed inwardly, wondering if he was being overly ambitious. Chapter 239. The dust settles. Zhang Qinghuan intended to pivot left immediately after receiving the ball, aiming to evade Osei and advance the football forward. A strategy he had meticulously planned while observing before receiving the pass. However, as he received the ball, he felt a sudden and violent impact from behind. He stumbled momentarily, nearly losing possession. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. Despite being knocked off balance, he managed to hook the ball back and shield it in front of him, preventing Osei from successfully intercepting it on the first attempt. Yet, Osei was relentless, continuing to clash with him, using both hands and feet to disrupt his control. Under such duress, it was already a considerable achievement for Zhang Qinghuan to maintain possession, let alone orchestrate an effective offensive maneuver. Continuing to struggle for control proved detrimental for both Zhang Qinghuan and Seria. Thus, he decided against enduring further hardship. As Osei lunged again to poke the ball, Zhang Qinghuan let out a pained cry and fell to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and as Zhang Qinghuan anticipated, a foul was called against Osei. A player of high football intelligence does not solely pursue success. Instead, they contemplate how to minimize losses in moments of failure. Although this attack did not yield results, at least it prevented the Madrid Kings from reclaiming possession. By forcing a foul, the ball remained under Seria's control. This is the prudent choice a clever player should make when faced with adversity. However, Zhang Qinghuan did not revel in his successful retention of possession. Rather, he furrowed his brow. This was because their coach, Casas, had been right. During halftime, the Seria players were in high spirits, partly due to the delight of witnessing their city rivals, Catalonia, being trounced by the Pirates at home, and partly because the Pirates' 3-goal lead had dampened the morale of the Madrid Kings, leaving them disheartened. This was evident in the final minutes of the first half when the Kings appeared somewhat distracted, with Seria's offense nearly threatening their goal. Hence, the Seria players believed the second half would present them with an undeniable opportunity. However, the head coach, Casas, sternly warned the players to establish a solid defensive formation as the second half commenced, preparing to withstand the onslaught from the Madrid Kings. Do you believe that the score from that match is favorable for us? Quite the contrary, I assure you. If the Pirates and Catalonia engage in a fierce and evenly matched contest, that would bode well for us. But now, with the Pirates leading by 3 goals, the Kings will redirect their focus and unleash their fury upon us. Thus, at the onset of the second half, expect a relentless assault from the Kings. They are not merely pursuing victory, they seek to vent their frustrations. Subsequently, Casas devised a series of tactical arrangements, primarily aimed at bolstering the defense. As the second half unfolded, just as Casas had anticipated, the Kings, playing on their home turf, launched a torrential barrage upon the Seria penalty area. Seria, forced to retreat, could only rely on counterattacks or set-piece opportunities like the current situation. Zhang Qinghuan was fouled in Seria's half, yet this allowed Seria to advance the ball forward. Establishing a defensive wall does not equate to complete inaction. If opportunities arise, they must disrupt the opponent's rhythm, lest the Madrid Kings grow increasingly audacious. Seria found themselves momentarily subdued by the Kings. Meanwhile, at the Saint Family Stadium, the Pirates and Catalonia were locked in a stalemate. Catalonia's coach, José Benel, endeavored during halftime to uplift the team's morale. Coincidentally, he referenced the Kings and Blue-White Munich's encounter in the 1994 Champions League final as a source of inspiration. He encouraged his players, if the Kings could achieve that, why cannot we? Are we not as capable as the Kings? Thus, trailing by 3 goals at halftime does not signify the end of the match. Consequently, as the second half commenced, Catalonia renewed their offensive against the Pirates. Despite the Pirates' 3-goal lead, they did not become complacent. Adhering to Coach Palos's directives during the intermission, they played cautiously, refraining from a direct exchange of blows with Catalonia. However, they did not retreat entirely to their goal line, yielding space in front of their penalty area. Confronted by Catalonia, who excelled in possession, the Madrid Pirates opted to engage them in midfield. Particularly with the talents of Maxi Kelly and Juan Ramirez, the Pirates ensured they maintained parity in the midfield. This proved to be a judicious decision, allowing the Madrid Pirates to withstand Catalonia's vigorous advances without falling into a defensive quagmire. After all, with a 3-goal advantage, the Pirates had no reason to rush. As long as they could maintain the current equilibrium and engage Catalonia gradually, the scales of victory would inevitably tip in their favor as time progressed. Zhang Qinghuan, finally seizing the moment before Osei could intervene, directed the ball toward the flanks ahead of him. Seria's midfielder, Mikel Lyko, swiftly received the ball and executed a diagonal long pass to transition the play forward. In the forefront, forward Carlos Tordu accurately anticipated the trajectory of the football, seizing the opportunity next to the Kings' central defender Peralta, and charging towards the Kings' goal with the ball. As he entered the penalty area, he unleashed a shot. Peralta, trailing closely behind, lunged in response, not to clear the ball, but to position his foot in the path of the shot. He succeeded. Toredo's attempt struck Peralta's foot, deflecting and soaring out of bounds. Seria executed a commendable offensive play. Yet Tordu remained unable to shake off Peralta. On the home team's sidelines, the coaches of the Madrid Kings appeared indifferent to the recent exchange. Their focus lay elsewhere. Catalan Union had intensified their efforts. Just moments ago, Camp Nou's strike had rattled the goalpost. This was not sufficient. Unless they could swiftly secure a goal, their efforts would ultimately prove futile. The gasps of the crowd at the San Jose Stadium reverberated through the air. Camp Nou's long-range shot had been thwarted by the very goalpost of San Jose Stadium, leaving the Catalan Union supporters momentarily elated, yet ultimately disappointed. Head coach Benel, stationed at the sidelines, applauded this offensive attempt. Although a goal eluded them, he hoped it would uplift the players' morale and fervor. Perhaps this brush with the post would lead to a goal next time. Indeed, Camp Nou's effort invigorated his teammates. As the match resumed, Catalan Union intensified their assault, striving to seize complete control of the midfield. To facilitate this endeavor, their defense advanced, maintaining a proper distance from the midfield. This is a hallmark of possession-based teams. Disconnection among the 3 lines would render possession ineffective. As the defensive line pushed up, the space behind naturally increased. Thus, when Kelly received the ball in midfield, he refrained from reverting it as he had previously to manage the tempo. Instead, he sent a direct pass behind the Catalan Union defense, aiming for a counterattack. The ball soared over the heads of the Catalan players, descending straight into their backfield. Hulai sprinted ahead, chasing the ball, a counterattack opportunity for the Pirates. Hulai, this one is not offside. Prior to Kelly's pass, Hulai suddenly burst into a lateral run, drawing away the Catalan central defender Paul Fogen. Then, he abruptly changed direction, darting behind the Catalan defense. A one-on-one opportunity. Upon witnessing Hulai's movement, the viewers, including Yin Yin, erupted in excitement, their bodies instinctively leaning forward. Motionless yet fixated on the television screen, their fists clenched, unaware of when they had done so. Just moments ago, they had been gasping in disbelief at Camp Nou's encounter with the post. Now, their eyes widened in anticipation of what would transpire next. As Hulai raced towards the Catalan Union penalty area, central defender Jorge Jimenez was sprinting fiercely, angling his run toward Hulai from the center, albeit slightly delayed. It was Francisco Calderon, the left back for Catalonia United, who detected the Madrid Pirates' intention to counterattack earlier than anyone else. He had already retreated along the flank to bolster the defense, positioning himself closer to Hulai than Jimenez. As Hulai sprinted forward, he briefly glanced at the goal ahead. The Catalonia United goalkeeper, Cordero, initially stationed outside the penalty area, swiftly retreated upon K's long pass, but ceased his backward movement once he reached the edge of the penalty box. Hulai then turned to glance at Calderon, who was closing in on him. The distance between them diminished rapidly. Finally, he raised his gaze to locate the ball, which had sailed over his head and was now descending towards him. In his left peripheral vision, he perceived a dark figure, while a gust of wind indicated the approaching presence of his pursuers. Time was of the essence. There was no opportunity to halt the ball for adjustment. The football had already landed before him and rebounded. However, It did not shoot forward with great speed, but rather rose languidly. Hulai adjusted his stride, slightly decelerating, and then swung his right leg to meet the ascending ball directly. Calderon reached out, attempting to grasp Hulai's shoulder, but Hulai's backward sweeping right arm deftly brushed him aside. With no leverage, Calderon stumbled slightly. As for Jimenez, despite his frantic sprint, he remained about 3 or 4 meters away from Hulai, rendered powerless to intervene. Merely a spectator as Hulai's poised right foot struck the ball. Bang! At the moment of the shot, Hulai was positioned on the right flank, approximately 34 meters from the goal. Had he chosen to stop the ball and dribble toward Catalonia United's net, it would have been an arduous journey. Yet for the airborne football, it was but a fleeting moment. Observing Hulai take a shot from outside the penalty area, goalkeeper Cordero leaped into the air, attempting to deflect the incoming ball. However, the football soared over his outstretched hands and plummeted rapidly. Goal. The roar of Sanchez resonated seamlessly. The ball had sailed past the airborne Cordero and landed in the net behind him. My goodness! He Feng could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, a hat trick. Hulai's hat trick. He has propelled the Pirates to a 4-0 lead against Catalonia United. The outcome of this season's league championship was now beyond doubt. In his excitement, he forgot the notion of maintaining decorum and voiced his genuine sentiments aloud. In front of the television, Yin abruptly waved his arms. Oblivious to the can of beer he still clutched. Consequently, beer splattered everywhere. Yet, no one cared. He didn't care, nor did anyone else. Some even imitated him, splashing their drinks in jubilation. Cheers and screams mingled throughout the room. To be continued. Chapter 240. Double the suffering as the football soared through the air. Crossing over Cordelo, roars erupted from the other buildings in the community, a clear indication that someone could no longer contain their excitement. Perhaps influenced by those exuberant shouts, Cielon let out a scream of her own. Amidst her cries, the football traced a beautiful parabolic arc, descending into the empty goal of Catalonia Union. Her scream abruptly ceased as she inhaled deeply, then jubilantly exclaimed, "It's secured. The championship is ours." This time, Hulisen did not roll his eyes or douse her enthusiasm with cold water. Instead, he joined in with a fist pump. In the 64th minute of the match, the Madrid Pirates led Catalonia Union 4-0. Even with utmost caution, it was hard to conceive of any means by which Catalonia Union could turn the tide. After all, it was a 4-0 lead. Moreover, it wasn't just the score. Throughout the past 60 minutes of play, Catalonia Union displayed no advantage against the Madrid Pirates. Roses was performing rather mediocrely, not poor, but certainly not impressive. He was aware of this, leading him to pass the ball more frequently to Campnosa and Mario Salado, both of whom were in decent form. However, the disparity in morale between the two teams was insurmountable. The Madrid Pirates surged forward like a swift vessel, while Catalonia Union struggled against the current. Indeed, there are instances in football history where teams have mounted comebacks from significant deficits, but these often occur in two-legged matches. For example, a team might lose 0-4 in the first leg, only to triumph 5-0 or 6-1 at home in the return leg. Or, they might have ample time left to recover, such as trailing 0-1 at halftime and equalizing in the second half. In the current situation, with just over 20 minutes remaining and Catalonia Union trailing by 4 goals, there were no precedents in European football for such a comeback. Thus, there was absolutely no reason to fret over the Madrid Pirates relinquishing their league title. Hulisen directed his gaze toward the tablet resting on the coffee table, which continued to broadcast the match between Real Madrid and Seria. He pondered whether it might be time to turn off the live feed, as the outcome of Seria's match could not possibly affect his son's performance. Upon witnessing Hulai's goal, the nearest D. Quinzo rushed forward, eager to embrace and celebrate with him, only to be deftly sidestepped as Hulai spun away, dashing towards the opposing team's coaching staff. Along the way, teammates attempted to intercept him for a celebratory hug, but he cleverly evaded them with feints. Ultimately, he successfully broke through the throng, plunging into the crowd surrounding the coaching area, where he was swiftly engulfed. Leading by 4 goals not only instilled a sense of certainty in Hulai's parents regarding the championship, but he too felt the same conviction. His ears were filled with a cacophony of cheers, and he sensed countless hands patting him, akin to waves crashing against a solitary rock amid the ocean. Thunderous roars echoed, as if he were a stone amidst the vast sea. The pirate fans who accompanied the team on their expedition have nearly claimed the sanctity of the Sagrada Familia Stadium, their fervor utterly overshadowing that of the home supporters. In unison, they chant, "We are champions! We are champions! No more treble winners! Let the kings perish! We are the true rulers of Spain." Dynasty? A dynasty is what we shall overthrow. Among the media, Han Shuyu is equally exhilarated, capturing the jubilant moment on her phone. Though the camera shakes in her enthusiasm, she is oblivious to such trivialities, consumed instead by the ecstatic celebration of triumph. Hu Lai is on the verge of securing his first La Liga title in his inaugural season with the Pirates. Hu Lai is magnificent. Han Shuyu's exuberant cheers blend seamlessly with the media section, as several journalists nearby join in the celebration of Hu Lai's goal. Though they are reporters by profession, they possess their own allegiances, and all are supporters of the Madrid Pirates. Upon witnessing Han Shuyu's elation, they smile and give her a thumbs up, as if to say her eastern visage should indeed reflect joy at the Pirates' victory. Duja Carlos retreats to gesture towards the center-back Peralta, signaling for a pass. The Madrid Kings have maintained possession for a considerable stretch, initially pressing forward, yet finding no openings against Seria's formidable defense, they resort to passing the ball back. After a series of exchanges, the ball returns to the defensive line. Seeing Zhang Qinghuan and Tordu, two attacking players from Seria, press forward. Duja Carlos decides to withdraw towards Peralta for the ball, intending to propel the attack anew. At that moment, a chorus of boos erupts from the stadium. Initially faint, but rapidly swelling into a tempest that engulfs the entire arena. Throughout the match, the Kings players have endured 4 rounds of jeering, each instance signifying an unfavorable turn for them at the Sagrada Familia Stadium. Yet, compared to this latest uproar, the previous jeers seemed almost gentle, as if something profoundly dreadful had transpired within the stadium. For the Kings fans, the events unfolding are indeed terrifying. They have just learned that Hu Lai completed a hat trick in the 64th minute, propelling the Madrid Pirates to a staggering 4-0 lead over Catalonia. Any fan with even a modicum of understanding of the game recognizes the implications of such a scoreline at this juncture. It heralds the shattering of the Madrid Kings' dreams of both the league title and a treble victory. Hence, the fans unleash such a cacophony of discontent, akin to the anguished, defiant wails of a dying beast. The uproar is so intense that it reverberates across the field, affecting the players themselves. As Deducalos prepared to receive the ball, he was startled by a chorus of jeers, quickly realizing that this cacophony heralded a dire consequence. His heart sank into disarray. At that moment, the seemingly innocuous Zhang Qinghuan, who had been by his side, suddenly darted forward. Seizing the opportunity while Deducalos was evidently distracted, he deftly kicked the football away. He succeeded. Hu Lisin reached for the tablet, lifting it from the coffee table. Xialan inquired, "What are you doing?" "Shutting this off." "There's no need to watch," he replied. Xialan teased, "Oh, why so reckless?" Ignoring his wife, Hu Lisin prepared to end the live stream. However, just as his finger was about to touch the screen, an unexpected event unfolded in the broadcast. He witnessed Zhang Qinghuan maneuvering around Deducalos to swipe the football away. His finger hovered over the screen. Zhang Qinghuan accelerated towards the ball. Rather than dribbling it forward, he passed it directly ahead with a precise through ball. The Kings fans in the stands no longer needed to pause their jeers. Their disdain was perfectly timed for this moment. As Zhang Qinghuan executed the pass, Seria's forward, Carlos Torledo, made a clever run behind Peralta, catching the opposition off guard. Torledo received the ball behind the Madrid Kings defense, facing the Kings goalkeeper, Baker. One-on-one. The opportunity was ripe. Torledo. Guulul. Gulu-uulul. In the face of the advancing goalkeeper Baker, Torledo showcased the fundamental skills of a striker, executing a calm shot that zipped past Baker and nestled into the Kings' net. The Kings suffered a heavy blow within a minute. Meanwhile, the Pirates led Catalonia 40-0, effectively putting an end to the match and championship suspense. On the other hand, the Kings faltered in their back line with a passing error that led to the goal. The score shifted from 0-1. Torledo, filled with joy, sprinted towards the corner flag, turning to wave at Zhang Qinghuan, signaling him to join in the celebration. Once Zhang Qinghuan arrived, Torledo put his arm around his shoulder, and the two ran side by side towards the northern stands of the Crown Stadium. Before the most fervent Kings fans, they raised their fists and cheered, reveling in the goal. Other Seria players rushed from behind to join them, collectively waving their fists towards the enthusiastic King's supporters. Throughout the match, Seria's players felt the palpable disdain emanating from the Madrid Kings. Despite Seria being their actual opponents, the attention from players, coaches, and fans alike remained fixated on another match's outcome. Even so, they managed to secure a comfortable 2-goal lead over Seria in the first half, seemingly validating the Kings' contempt for Seria. In light of such circumstances, how could Seria's players not feel a fire igniting within them? Now, the fists waved by the fans of the Madrid Royals in the stand struck as if they were aimed directly at the lofty visage of the king himself. To be continued. Chapter 241, a more piercing booing. Tordu. He has pulled one back for Seria. During this period, the Madrid Royals have shown signs of complacency. Their focus diverted entirely to the match occurring elsewhere. Due to Carlos's blunder while receiving the ball was significantly influenced by the cacophony of boos that suddenly erupted from the Royal Stadium. It was evident that the jeers from the Royal supporters caused Dudu to falter and hesitate, thus affording Zhang the opportunity to intercept the ball. After scoring the first goal in this match, the Royal players appeared distracted. Although this was the case, their chances of clinching the championship indeed hinged on the results of the Pirates and Catalonia match. Yet, their dismissive attitude towards their opponents, Seria, was undoubtedly unwise. Prior to the match, rumors circulated that the Royals had already made preparations to celebrate their league title at the Goddess of Harvest Square, which the club vehemently denied. However, the performance displayed in this match suggested they believed the only factors determining their championship fate were the outcomes of the Pirates and Catalonia games, neglecting the immediate threat posed by their rivals, a clear case of underestimating the opposition. The continuous chorus of boos from the Royal supporters reverberated throughout the arena. This time, their discontent was not directed at a distant match, which was indeed a cause for celebration. As the Seria players reveled in their goal, the Madrid Royals stood in stunned silence, unable to react. Peralta, in a fit of agitation, gestured towards Dudu Carlos, seemingly reproaching the Brazilian midfielder for failing to receive his pass. Dudu, having erred, hung his head low. There was little to defend. He was indeed distracted by the jeers. Fully aware of their implications, the sound of boos struck him like a bolt of lightning, rendering him momentarily incapable of thought and slowing his physical response, allowing Zhang Qinghuan to seize the ball. This blame he could not shake off, leaving him only to bow his head in silence. Meli, recovering from his initial shock at the jeers, recognized that his team had conceded a goal. Naturally, even though they were still ahead, the Madrid Royals could sense a hint of danger. He could not articulate the nature of this danger, casting his gaze towards the Seria players, who were celebrating with unrestrained exuberance, as if merely scoring a single goal was sufficient for their satisfaction. Yet, Meli felt an unsettling disquiet. He turned his attention to Zhang Qinghuan, who had assisted Tordu in scoring, another Chinese player. The Seria players seemed to revel in their celebration for just a tad too long, as if they were genuinely content with merely pulling one back. Once their jubilation concluded and they returned to their half, the Madrid Royals stood poised in their positions, awaiting the restart. When the Seria players finally returned to their half and took their places, the referee blew the whistle to commence play. After Van den Berg passed the football back, the players from Madrid's Royal team surged forward in a frenzy. Infuriated by Seria's recent goal, they were eager to swiftly equalize the score, determined to assert their dominance over the pitch. However, this frantic assault did not suppress Seria, rather, due to their impatience. The offensive initiated from the kickoff was interrupted before it could penetrate Seria's 30-meter zone. With a successful interception, Seria launched a counterattack, advancing rapidly. Zhang Qinghuan received the ball near the center circle, while Meli approached him for defense. Zhang chose not to engage in a one-on-one duel with Meli, despite the rarity of such an opportunity in this match. Just before Meli could close in, he deftly passed the ball, leaving Meli lunging in vain. A brief glance at Meli was all Zhang needed before he turned and continued his run. Seria's counterattack took the Royal players by surprise. Even the center-backs pressed beyond the halfway line, committing nearly all their forces to this offensive surge. The recently invigorated Seria players, buoyed by their recent goal, seemed poised to overturn the Royal team on their home turf. Meanwhile, the Royal players, rattled by the conceded goal and the thunderous boos from the stands, found themselves somewhat unsettled. As they witnessed Seria advancing en masse, some Royal players sought to intercept the ball and counterattack directly, while others advocated for a more cautious approach. suggesting they should first stabilize their defense against Seria's onslaught. After all, the royal team still held the lead, while Seria's morale soared following their recent goal, prompting the royals to tread carefully. This situation caused a slight disarray in the royal formation. Some players lingered up front, hoping for an immediate recovery, and after failing, chose not to retreat quickly, instead waiting for their teammates in the back line to stabilize the defense before passing the ball forward to initiate a swift counterattack. This resulted in a vacant space between the defensive and forward lines. However, as Seria approached the royal penalty area, they encountered resistance. Zhang Qinghuan opted not to remain in the center, shifting instead toward the flank to evade the robust presence of the defensive midfielder, Osei. In the center, another Seria midfielder, Mikel Lyko, held possession. Osei focused on Lyko, leaving Zhang unmarked, partly because the player in possession posed the greatest threat, and partly because he had teammates positioned on the flanks, making it unnecessary for him to abandon his central defensive post. He merely pointed towards Zhang, reminding his teammates in the flank to stay alert. As Zhang gazed at Lyko, the latter decisively passed the ball. Osei and Estrom, already positioned to defend on the flank, noticed the ball being directed toward Zhang and swiftly charged toward him as Zhang prepared to receive it. When the ball rolled to Zhang's side, he slightly lifted his right foot, feigning a stop, allowing the ball to slip past him and rolled directly toward Seria's right back, Eneko Arango, who was advancing on the right wing. After being momentarily shaken, Estrom, refusing to slacken his pace, accelerated towards the football, sprinting towards the sidelines to assist the inwardly positioned left back, Rafael Fonseca, in his defensive duties. Arango, having seized the ball that Zhang Qinghuan had inadvertently allowed to pass, promptly returned it to the unmarked Zhang Qinghuan before dashing forward, clearly intent on executing a wall pass with him. In such moments, any conscientious player understands the necessity of preventing the opposing fullback from making a forward run. One must follow closely and persistently. Thus, Estrom, who had just arrived, hurriedly trailed Arango, the right back from Seria, towards the baseline. Fonseca, stationed defensively at the edge of the penalty area, noticed Zhang Qinghuan receiving the ball outside the box with no one marking him and contemplated advancing. Just then, Seria's forward, Carlos Tordu, cut across from the center, attempting to slip into the space behind Fonseca. Observing this, Fonseca swiftly abandoned his intention to pressure Zhang Qinghuan and remained within his defensive zone, denying Tordu the opportunity to exploit any gaps. He recalled the recent assist Zhang Qinghuan had provided to Tordu for a goal. Zhang Qinghuan had developed a strong connection with Tordu, establishing a recurring offensive strategy. While in possession, he continuously scanned the field, though Tordu had made a lateral run. Another forward from Seria occupied the central position, prompting Zhang Qinghuan to make a slight adjustment before preparing to deliver what seemed like a cross at a 45-degree angle. As the Kings' center back and goalkeeper focused their attention on the Seria forward, Zhang Qinghuan feigned a cross, refraining from delivering the ball. His right foot landed, and with a deft flick of his outside foot, he altered the rhythm before striking again. This time, he made solid contact with the ball. "Oh my!" Amid the commentators' astonished exclamations, the ball he propelled did not veer toward a teammate, but soared directly towards the far corner of the goal, positioned to intercept a cross. The Kings' goalkeeper, Backer, was utterly unprepared for Zhang Qinghuan's strike, mistaking it for a pass. Realizing too late that the ball was heading for his net, he leapt in a hurried attempt to save it, but it was to no avail. Despite his desperate stretch, Backer could not reach the ball, and thus, the football bizarrely found its way into the Kings' goal. Goal! Zhang Qinghuan has scored. Even the Chinese commentator, responsible for narrating the match, was taken aback, initially believing Zhang Qinghuan had merely attempted a cross, only to realize the ball had not curved as expected. Even upon witnessing the ball enter the net, he could scarcely believe his eyes, questioning whether he had misjudged the play. How could that possibly be a goal? After a moment of stunned silence, he finally dared to proclaim the goal. It was astonishing. How long had it been since Seria's last goal? A minute? Perhaps 2? Seria had scored again, and this time, it was Zhang Qinghuan who had breached the Kings' defenses for the first time. Thus, he has become the sole Chinese player to breach the defenses of the 3 titans of Spanish football: Catalonia United, Madrid Kings, and Madrid Pirates, a feat even Hu Lai could not accomplish. The Chinese commentator expressed delight in Zhang Qinghuan's achievement, while the Spanish commentator focused on the significance of the moment. The Pirates had already established a 4-goal lead over Catalonia United, while the Kings were being held to a draw by Seria. If the match were to conclude at this juncture, the Kings would have no grounds to criticize Catalonia United for their lack of tenacity. Rather, it is their own shortcomings that are to blame. After leading by 2 goals at home, they allowed their opponents to score twice within 3 minutes in the second half. The Kings paid dearly for their underestimation of Seria. As Zhang Qinghuan celebrated his goal with his hands raised to the heavens, the jeers resonated throughout the Crown Stadium, louder and more piercing than when the Pirates netted their 4th goal. The cacophony of discontent echoed in the stadium, leading many to wonder if the jeers had begun the moment the Pirates scored and continued unabated until now. With the Pirates' 4th goal, the Kings' hopes for the league championship dimmed significantly. This led to Duja Carlos's blunder on the field, resulting in the first goal conceded. Following this, their mental turmoil and disarray led to a rapid succession of conceding yet another goal. It felt as if all misfortunes had converged at once. Especially concerning the second goal conceded, Zhang Qinghuan appeared to be aiming for a cross from outside the penalty area, prompting everyone to defend against his potential assist, only for him to take a direct shot instead. It is uncertain whether this was a calculated decision or a fortunate accident. The first possibility would indicate Zhang Qinghuan's remarkable skill and boldness, while the second would suggest that the Kings were suffering from an extraordinary stroke of bad luck. In comparing the two, the fans of Madrid Kings might prefer to believe in Zhang Qinghuan's audacity and artistry rather than accept the latter scenario. The latter would lead them to feel forsaken by fate, as if they were destined never to claim the league title this season or achieve the coveted treble. The prospect of their rivals being simply too formidable is a bitter pill for Kings supporters to swallow. However, the truth may disappoint them. Zhang Qinghuan's shot was indeed intentional, not a miscalculated cross turned goal. Yet, he himself was unprepared for the ball's success. He merely aimed it toward the net, leaving the outcome to chance. Amidst the chorus of disapproval, Zhang Qinghuan did not rush to celebrate his goal with exuberance. Instead, he remained still, hands raised to the sky, gazing upward. After scoring against Catalonia United last season, he seemed to have discovered the sensation of scoring against prestigious teams. His goal against Catalonia United had helped Seria salvage a draw, and against the Madrid Pirates, he had scored to restore Seria's pride after evading the formidable cornerstone, Juan Ramirez. Now, facing the Kings, he had finally achieved his long-awaited goal. Regardless of the eventual outcome of this match, his moment of triumph was undeniable. With a goal and an assist in this match, Zhang Qinghuan's 2027-2028 season concludes on a triumphant note. Thus far, he has scored 4 goals and provided 6 assists in the La Liga, netted 1 goal and assisted 3 times in the Europa League, and contributed 1 goal and 2 assists in the Copa del Rey. In total, he has achieved 6 goals and 11 assists across all competitions. While such statistics may not stand out in a prestigious team within a club like Seria, they signify a pivotal role. Seeing Zhang Qinghuan raise his arms in celebration, surrounded by his jubilant teammates, brought a smile to Sun Wan's face as she watched from her television. Yet, as joy filled her heart, tears began to flow uncontrollably, revealing the depth of her emotions. Although Hu Lai's remarkable performance might overshadow Zhang Qinghuan's achievements, Sun Wan, as a devoted fan, recognized the significance of these accomplishments for someone who had previously navigated a tumultuous journey. On this particular evening, while many were engrossed in whether Hu Lai would secure the La Liga championship, their screens displayed the fierce contest between Madrid Pirates and Catalonia. Simultaneously, they might have followed the Seria versus Kings match, primarily because it could potentially aid the Pirates in their quest for glory. As the Pirates led 4-0 against Catalonia, numerous viewers may have switched off the Seria and Kings match. However, Sun Wan remained steadfastly focused on the latter, indifferent to the other game, as her sole desire was to witness the performance of her cherished player. Despite Seria trailing by 2 goals in the first half, Sun Wan remained hopeful, confident that Zhang Qinghuan would shine in the match. Before the game commenced, she had envisioned that while the Madrid Pirates battled fiercely against Catalonia at the Saint Family Stadium, it would be Zhang Qinghuan's exceptional display that would enable Seria to triumph over the Madrid Kings, thus ensuring the Pirates' ascendance to the pinnacle. Subsequently, Hu Lai's fans would express their gratitude to Zhang Qinghuan, asserting that without him, the championship would have remained elusive, and thus, half of the glory belonged to him. Although the match unfolded differently than her dreams, the outcome was ultimately satisfying. Hu Lai achieved victory through his own prowess, while Zhang Qinghuan contributed with an assist and a goal. The weight of her anxieties lifted A flood of different emotions surged within her, causing tears to flow freely. Despite her makeup being smeared, Sun Won wore a radiant smile, her tear-streaked face reflecting the glow of the television screen. Meanwhile, Kinder Kabanka, watching the match between Catalonia and Madrid Pirates, wore a despondent expression. Due to the final round of the Premier League scheduled for the next day, he had gathered with the other 17 teammates selected for the match and checked into a hotel after their afternoon training session. The match between Catalonia United and Madrid Pirates commenced precisely during dinner time here in Manchester. Kabanka could hardly neglect his meal to watch a live broadcast of the game, as it would be rather inconsiderate to witness his new team's match in front of his teammates. Thus, he waited until he had finished dinner before retreating to his room, where he switched on the television and located the channel broadcasting the game. By that time, the match had already progressed into the second half. Kabanka stared at the screen in utter disbelief, questioning whether he had misread the score. Was it truly Madrid Pirates leading by 30 against Catalonia United, rather than the reverse? It could not possibly be the score. Perhaps it referred to the number of offside calls or yellow cards instead. Regardless, it should not be the score. Eventually, he snapped out of his incredulous shock and recognized that Madrid Pirates had indeed secured a 3-goal lead within just 45 minutes of play. Catalonia United was utterly dismantled. When he witnessed Catalonia United conceding yet another goal in the second half, trailing 0-4, he found himself devoid of any particularly intense reaction. Having missed the first half, he was entirely oblivious to how Catalonia United had collapsed so dramatically. All he knew was that the team before him bore no resemblance to a powerhouse capable of competing with the likes of Madrid Kings or Madrid Pirates. Rather, they resembled a beleaguered underdog. In witnessing such a match, he suddenly comprehended why Catalonia United had become so resolute in addressing his demands, swiftly and efficiently finalizing his personal contract. Perhaps Catalonia United was acutely aware that with the decline of their midfield general, Gaspar Rosas, the team's strength was severely compromised. If they failed to secure his signature, they might very well find themselves unable to maintain a position in the league's top 3. This realization also led Kabanka to understand that he might indeed need to assume the role of savior for Catalonia United. The team lacked a genuine superstar capable of shouldering the burden of the entire squad. Camp Nosa, as Rosas' capable partner, was somewhat subdued, while Mario Salado, a prodigy nurtured by Catalonia United, remained too inexperienced. Reflecting on the responsibilities that awaited him upon his transfer to Catalonia United, Kabanka furrowed his brow slightly. That post-tax annual salary of 20 million would not be easily earned. At that moment, Kabanka noticed a breaking news ticker at the bottom of the screen reporting the latest developments. Madrid Kings 2, Serie 2, scorer, Jean. Kabanka paused, recalling that just 2 minutes earlier, he had seen a ticker stating Madrid Kings were leading Serie 2-1. Did this mean that Madrid Kings had conceded 2 goals in a mere 3 minutes? The score had shifted from 2-0 to 2-2. Realizing this, Kabanka suddenly broke into a smile, his spirits lifting considerably. Surely, Meli's expression must be quite the spectacle at this moment. How could he possibly achieve a treble before I do? Meli is one of the Madrid Kings players stationed in the forward line, poised to await his teammates' interception of the ball before launching a counterattack. However, what he faced instead was the disheartening news of the ball soaring into his own goal. He stood in stunned silence, watching the scene unfold before his goal. Beside him, Seria's goalkeeper, Bong, jubilantly sprinted past, joining his teammates in a triumphant rush towards the front. The Crown Stadium reverberated with a cacophony of boos. Yet the players of Seria were utterly unfazed. They charged towards the figure pointing skyward, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace. Witnessing this, Meli's gaze sharpened with renewed intensity. He raised his arms, gesturing fervently while shouting, "Pass the ball over here." The match was far from over. With over 20 minutes remaining, he still had to score, and he absolutely could not concede defeat at this moment. However, the air above Crown Stadium was devoid of the rallying cries of "Onward, Kings! Never give up! Fight to the end!" in response to Meli's fervor. Only the relentless tide of boos echoed back. Just moments ago, they had learned of Hulai's hat trick that propelled the Madrid Pirates to a 4-0 lead over Catalonia, rendering the treble champions a mere illusion. Then, they witnessed their own team concede 2 goals within 3 minutes, transforming a 2-0 scoreline into a 2-2 draw, leaving all Kings fans utterly disheartened. What spirit of the Kings! All we want now is to vent our frustrations. Strangely, since Hulai's transfer to the Madrid Pirates. The Kings fans had endured numerous moments of despair. Chapter 243, Top Performance Meli. Meli. He charges forward. As Meli surged towards the Serie penalty area, he encountered Zhang Qinghuan, who was advancing to defend against him. Initially, he intended to utilize a feint with his upper body, combined with a swift change of pace, to evade his opponent. Zhang Qinghuan, a midfielder not particularly adept at defending, was ripe for such a maneuver. However, just as Meli attempted to bypass Zhang, he found himself unexpectedly grappled around the waist. Helplessly, he watched as the ball slipped from his control, cleared away by a Serie player's powerful kick. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Zhang had committed a clear foul against Meli, a blatant infringement. But what of it? Zhang Qinghuan had thwarted Meli's threatening breakthrough with this foul. Even as the fans at Crown Stadium unleashed a barrage of boos upon him, he remained unfazed. When the referee approached, brandishing a yellow card, Zhang did not even spare it a glance. To him, trading a yellow card for Meli's failed offensive attempt seemed a worthwhile exchange. The match had progressed to the 88th minute, with the score still tied at 2-2. Serie proved to be more resilient than anyone had anticipated. In their quest to equalize, they had incurred 3 yellow cards and 1 red card. Yet the score remained stubbornly frozen on the scoreboard, as if welded in place. Just as the Kings prepared to take a free kick, another Serie player collapsed to the ground, clutching his calf in cramp. Consequently, the match was forced to pause, amidst a chorus of boos from the stands. It was uncertain whether the disdain was directed at the King or at Serie. Nevertheless, the players of Serie remained unperturbed. Some players from the Kings team, in a fit of agitation, rushed towards the referee to voice their protests. Meanwhile, Meli stood with his hands on his hips, gazing skyward with a heavy sigh. Faced with opponents who resorted to various underhanded tactics, unafraid of potential ejections, even Meli felt a sense of powerlessness. What should have been a straightforward match had taken an unexpected turn, as the Madrid Kings encountered an unforeseen obstacle. Hulai strolled to the sidelines and raised his hands in appreciation towards the fans in the stands. However, the response he received was not one of enthusiastic applause and cheers, but rather a cacophony of boos, all emanating from the home supporters of Catalonia. Yet, this overwhelming disapproval did not dampen Hulai's spirits. He wore a radiant smile and waved at the irate Catalonian fans as if greeting them. Consequently, he naturally garnered even more boos. Behind him, a large screen displayed the real-time score and match time, 88 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, with the score standing at Catalonia 14, Madrid Pirates. Just 10 minutes prior, Catalonia had managed to score a goal, seemingly spurring them on, leading to a fierce offensive surge. However, the Madrid Pirates held firm, maintaining their lead without conceding another goal. Thus, Parati utilized his second substitution, replacing Hulai with the towering forward Ruiz. His first substitution had seen the Dutch star replaced after Hulai completed his hat-trick, although Kairi still had some energy left, with a 4-goal lead. Parati opted to tighten his defense. At this juncture, keeping Kairi on the field was deemed unnecessary. The decision to substitute Hulai was also influenced by the dwindling match time and the comfortable 3-goal lead, alleviating any concerns of a counterattack from Catalonia. This substitution allowed for a moment to delay the game, as Parati remained cautious despite the significant advantage. Additionally, it provided Hulai with an opportunity for a ceremonial interaction with the fans, albeit not with the home supporters. The Madrid Pirates had brought along over 5,000 fans to the match, yet it seemed that the Catalonian fans had a minor grievance with Hulai. Thus, when he left the field, thanking the traveling fans with applause, their cheers were drowned out by the relentless boos from the Catalonian crowd. However, Hulai remained unfazed, maintaining his smile and composure amidst the cacophony. He not only clapped towards the away fans, but also waved at the home supporters, seemingly provoking the Catalonian fans. "Is he taunting them?" inquired the Pirates' second assistant coach, Enzo Naher. Valentin shook his head, replying, "He seems to be relishing this moment." It's worth mentioning that last season, when he was with Leeds City, he scored 3 goals here. He truly has a special connection with the Saint Family Stadium. Observing Hulai's joyful expression, Naher murmured to himself. Valentin chuckled heartily, choosing not to respond further. With less than 10 minutes remaining in the match, Hulai was substituted. This marked his final appearance in the La Liga for the 2027-2028 season, thus concluding his participation for the entirety of this season. Upon witnessing Hulai's substitution, He Feng commenced a summary of Hulai's performance throughout the season. In the league, Hulai made a total of 37 appearances, including 5 as a substitute, and scored 36 goals. He participated once in the Copa del Rey, netting 1 goal, and made a single substitute appearance in the Super Cup without scoring, while Madrid Pirates did not reach the Super Cup final. In the Champions League, he played 12 times, once as a substitute, scoring 16 goals. Overall, he competed in 51 matches, amassing 53 goals. After hearing the figures calculated by He Feng, Yin Kong eagerly exclaimed, "This is undoubtedly a top-tier performance." Without any emotional filters and disregarding the fact that Hulai is a Chinese player, if we eliminate all prefixes and consider the entire European football scene, this is undoubtedly an exceptional performance. Indeed, in the realm of European football, only a handful of players can rival Hulai's accomplishments this season. The only player surpassing his league goals was Marc Becker from Bayern Munich, who bested him by a mere 2 goals. In the concluded Bundesliga season, Marc Becker experienced a remarkable breakout in his first season after transferring to Bayern Munich, scoring 38 goals in 34 league matches, earning the title of Bundesliga's top scorer and setting a new single-season goal record. He is also poised to receive the European Golden Shoe, as he is the highest scorer among players in the top 5 leagues. As for players outside these leagues, due to coefficient points, none can match Becker's tally. Although Hulai did not secure the European Golden Shoe, he has claimed the Champions League Golden Shoe, with his 16 goals in the Champions League this season. It is slightly disappointing that he did not surpass the 17 goals set by Celus Caesar. However, given his age and capabilities, many believe Hulai is on track to establish new records, just as he has already broken Marc Becker's record of 20 goals in 25 Champions League matches. Hey, Yin Kong. I suddenly feel that when I calculated these goal numbers for Hulai, I wasn't as excited as before, He Feng remarked. Yin Kong chuckled. Perhaps it's because we've become accustomed to it, haha. Indeed, when Hulai won the Premier League Golden Boot, we were quite thrilled. Now, with him claiming the La Liga Golden Boot, although we are happy, it feels like a natural outcome of his performance. He was destined to earn this accolade. He Feng added, wary of any potential online criticism, promptly clarifying, "Of course, I do not mean to imply that not winning the Golden Boot signifies failure. In fact, regardless of the Golden Boot, his performance this season has been outstanding." His longtime partner, Yin Kong, elaborated, "I understand your sentiment, He Feng. Essentially, we all recognize that Hulai's prowess has evolved significantly. His securing of the Golden Boot is a testament to his skill rather than mere luck. Take the season. For example, Meli's performance has also been remarkable, with a notable increase in his goal tally following a tactical repositioning. Indeed, the pressure exerted on Hulai on the scoring chart was immense, particularly as the season drew to a close. Yet, in the face of Meli's challenge, Hulai withstood the pressure, delivering a hat-trick that marked a splendid conclusion to his inaugural season in La Liga. This truly was a fitting finale. His very first match of the season against Sevilla saw him perform a hat-trick as well. Thus, the beginning and the end resonated harmoniously, encapsulating a journey that was both complete and fulfilling. The two commentators, observing Hulai's performance in the broadcast room, expressed their sentiments. It was indeed a triumphant moment in the competition against Meli. Not long ago, our players were not even deemed worthy to stand alongside Meli. Yet now, Hulai has achieved that. Moreover, this season's Madrid Pirates were somewhat of a makeshift squad. Even Perotti himself acknowledged that this was not the Pirates' strongest form. So one can eagerly anticipate what Hulai will showcase in the forthcoming season, once the Pirates rectify their shortcomings. Given your words, He Feng, I can hardly wait for the new season to commence. He Feng laughed heartily. Oh, how wonderfully you put it. I too wish next week marked the beginning of the new season, exclaimed Zhong Shihao from in front of the television. Beside him, Mengshi could not help but quip. Come on, De Jong. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to rush like that. Laughter erupted in the room. Hulai had already secured the Champions League Golden Boot, the La Liga Golden Boot, and the La Liga Championship, leaving his supporters in high spirits. There was no need to hasten the anticipation for the new season, as the Olympics awaited this summer, where they would also have the chance to witness Hulai. Amid the laughter, Yin Yin reminded everyone. Oh yes, the Olympics. Chu Yifan clapped his hands. Let us watch the games together and cheer for Hulai and the national team. Upon hearing Chu Yifan, Yin Yin cast a glance at Tang Shiyun and teased, Isn't that a bit inconsiderate, Chu? It might disturb your sister-in-law. Chu Yifan remained silent as Tang Shiyun laughed. It's perfectly fine. I would love for you all to come. It would be lively. Embracing his girlfriend, He Feng proudly declared. My wife has agreed. Oh, calling her wife now. When will you treat us to wedding candies, Chu? Yes, yes. Hurry to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get your certificate. I want to be the best man. Sister-in-law, please introduce me to some bridesmaids. You rascal. Sister-in-law, don't mind him. Consider me first. I have a house and a car. Amidst the playful banter, Tang Shuyuan leaned slightly against her boyfriend's shoulder. As for the match still ongoing on the television, it had become a mere backdrop to the lively conversation. The match concluded with the referee's 3 whistles. The game between the Madrid Kings and Seria came to an end. It was indeed a surprising result, as the formidable Madrid Kings could not secure a victory at home against Seria, ultimately settling for a 2-2 draw with their opponents. The players of Madrid Kings appeared deeply disheartened and despondent on the field, many standing with their hands on their hips, gazing blankly at the jubilant Seria players. Although it was stated that as long as the Pirates emerged victorious, the Kings would be denied the league championship regardless of their own match outcome. Concluding the season with a victory rather than a draw would impart a significantly different sentiment. This draw signifies the utter failure of Madrid Kings in the league. The dream of a treble has been shattered. Even for a top-tier club like Madrid Kings, achieving a treble is an arduous endeavor. They may dominate European giants in the Champions League, yet falter against teams like Seria in the league. Those who believe that the competition in La Liga pales in comparison to the intensity of the Premier League should reflect upon this match. At least Tramed has once secured a treble, while no such triumph has yet emerged in La Liga. Among the top 5 European leagues, only La Liga and League One have not witnessed a treble winner. The Premier League, Bundesliga, and Serie A have all celebrated such achievements. League One is primarily hindered by its lack of competitive strength in the Champions League, whereas it is indeed surprising that La Liga, to this day, has not produced a single treble winner. Previously, some fans expressed that, as a top club, Madrid Kings should feel somewhat embarrassed for not having achieved a treble while claiming to be a paragon among elites. However, the reality is that the competition in La Liga is exceptionally fierce. After all, La Liga boasts 3 first-rate giants. To clinch a treble, one must seek the consent of the other 2 powerhouses. Take this season as an example. Although Catalonia's team performed poorly in the final round, they still amassed 93 points, an accumulation that would guarantee victory in any of the other top leagues. Yet, in La Liga, it merely secured them 3rd place. This season, all 3 top teams in La Liga exceeded 90 points, whereas only Torino and Serie A managed to surpass 90 points among the other for major leagues. Perhaps the overall strength of mid-table teams in La Liga is not on par with that of the Premier League. However, there is only one league champion. And whether 6 teams or 3 are vying for the title, the essence remains unchanged. Teams capable of claiming the championship must always confront direct rivals. Even facing a solitary competitor, failure to triumph could mean forfeiting the title. This season, the Kings faltered in the league, suffering a double defeat against the Madrid Pirates. Had they managed to secure a win and a loss against the Pirates, the final round would not have necessitated watching the outcome of the Pirates versus Catalonia's match. Nevertheless, the Pirates were not guaranteed to overpower the Kings, as evidenced by their elimination from the Champions League at the hands of the Kings. Catalonia's team, as the defending champions, started the season strongly, but their performance wavered following Rosas' injury, leading to inconsistent results. The loss in the El Clasico to Madrid Kings proved to be most detrimental. Had they prevailed in that match, they would have surpassed both the Kings and the Pirates, claiming the league's top position. In the final round, facing the Pirates at home, their morale would not have been as diminished. The triumph of the Pirates in clinching the league title is significantly attributed to their double victories over the Kings, both at home and away, as well as their away win against the Catalans, 2 direct rivals. The reputation of the Spanish Super League is well-deserved. Under the astonished gaze of the Royal Madrid players, the athletes from Seria reveled in jubilant celebration, dashing onto the field, embracing one another, and exulting as though they were the ones who had secured the championship. In truth, they had not even won this particular match, let alone the title. Yet, this did not deter their exuberance, as they celebrated a remarkable season that, despite yielding no tangible rewards, was indeed extraordinary for them. This embodies the philosophy of mid-tier teams like Seria. Devoid of championship aspirations, their primary goal is simply to survive in La Liga. Beyond that, securing a place in European competitions would be a delightful bonus. However, such accolades are merely embellishments. Their main priority is to remain in La Liga. This season, Serie successfully maintained their status in the league, finishing commendably in 8th place, and reached the quarterfinals of the Europa League, drawing with the Kings in the final round. Had it not been for the Pirates' impressive performance, Serie could have easily become a pivotal piece in determining the league champion's fate. These achievements bring joy and contentment to both the players and fans of Serie. With no lofty ambitions like those of the Royal Madrid, their satisfaction comes more readily. When the news of the Kings' 2-2 draw with Serie reached the St. Family Stadium, it garnered little attention. The coach and substitute players of Madrid Pirates vacated their seats, standing at the sidelines, eagerly awaiting the final whistle to rush onto the field in celebration of their championship. With a 41-point lead over the Catalans, the outcome of the Kings' match held no significance for them. As soon as the final whistle blew, they would be crowned champions. Why hasn't the whistle blown yet? Complained assistant coach Enzo Nahel. First assistant coach Valentin glanced at the match timer on the big screen and remarked, "There are still 30 seconds left. We are 3 goals ahead of the Catalans. What can they possibly do in this last half minute? They might as well blow the final whistle now." Nahel, filled with impatience, had followed head coach Perotti from Italy to Spain, and this was his first time winning the La Liga title. As an assistant coach, this championship would be a rewarding testament to his hard work, enhancing his professional portfolio. The stands opposite the field appeared somewhat vacant, as many Catalan fans had already departed prematurely. Following Perotti's substitution of Juli, the Catalan supporters began to leave in droves, expressing their profound disappointment with their team's performance in this manner. At that moment, approximately 20% of the fans had exited. The remaining Catalan supporters, though still present, had fallen silent, their spirits dampened. Thus, the voices of Madrid Pirates supporters resonated clearly throughout the St. Family Stadium. United, the people shall never be defeated. United, the people shall never be defeated. United, the people shall never be defeated. After the chant, they began to sing the eponymous song, their voices resonating in the grand expanse of the Camp Nou. Rise, sing. We march towards victory. The flag of unity is advancing. Join us in our procession. You will witness the harmony of song and the fluttering of banners. The throng of 5,000 Pirate fans generated a presence rivaling that of 50,000. Amidst the melody, the referee finally signaled the end of the match. The game is over. Congratulations to the Madrid Pirates. They have claimed the championship of the La Liga for the 2027 to 2028 season. The match has concluded. Who lies the champion? This new accolade has been added to his illustrious career. Thus, in every league Hulai has participated in, he has emerged victorious. From the China League, the Super League, the Premier League, and now La Liga. This is a remarkable achievement. The camera captured Hulai dashing from the bench, as he unfurled what he held tightly in his hand. When the crimson flag blossomed, it was revealed to be a 5-star red flag. He ran with fervor, waving the national flag with both hands. As he sprinted, it appeared as though a flame of red was igniting and spreading across the verdant pitch. Within the vast Camp Nou, the flame of one individual was small, akin to a mere spark. Yet, it captivated the attention of all, compelling their gazes to follow. Observing that flicker of light racing from one end of the field to the other, plunging into the crowd, it continued to flicker defiantly, undeterred by the encirclement. With a gust of wind, the spark emerged anew from the throng, drifting towards other realms, seemingly intent on igniting the entire stadium. "Thank you, Hulai," He Feng remarked, expressing gratitude for allowing us to witness the fluttering of the Chinese red from afar in Spain. I believe, I hope, and I sincerely wish to see more of such scenes in Europe in the future, not only featuring Hulai, but also other Chinese players. Keep striving, everyone. Do not relinquish your efforts, nor underestimate yourselves. Each of you is a seemingly insignificant spark, yet it is precisely such sparks that ignite the blazing fire of change. In that moment, countless individuals gazed at this spectacle from their television screens, lost in reverie, ordinary fans and players alike. The flame ignited by Hulai burned brightly in the hearts of all. Chapter 245. The Joys and Sorrows of Life and Death, the marble-carved goddess of harvest. Cybele sat regally upon a four-wheeled chariot, drawn by 2 majestic lions, their paws raised as they strode forward. The goddess atop the chariot exuded grace and authority. Hanshuyu, gazing at this sculpture, recalled the acclaim it had received. It was deemed the most beautiful statue in Madrid. She wholeheartedly concurred. At this moment, Han Shiyu stood on the sidewalk, looking towards the Sibilis fountain at the heart of the street. Vehicles continuously passed by, their tires rolling over the asphalt with a rustling sound. Before her lay the Plaza de Sibilis. What is described as a square is, in fact, merely a central street fountain, serving not only as an ornamental feature but also as a functional traffic roundabout. Vehicles approaching from 4 directions can seamlessly navigate this intersection without the need to halt for traffic signals. This so-called square is essentially a crucible formed by the convergence of 4 thoroughfares. Were it not for the litter that had yet to be cleared from the ground and the Madrid pirate scarf adorning the neck of the goddess of harvest, it would be quite difficult to believe that this bustling intersection is indeed the revered site where the 2 illustrious teams, the Madrid Pirates and the Madrid Kings, vie for championship glory. After the match between the Madrid Pirates and Catalonia League concluded yesterday evening, the team promptly boarded a bus back to Madrid. Upon their arrival at the Goddess of Harvest Square, it was already past 1 in the morning. At that moment, the square was thronged with thousands of pirate fans, creating a scene of joyous jubilation. It was only then that the true essence of the Goddess of Harvest Square revealed itself. The pirate supporters gathered here sang passionately, cheered exuberantly, and celebrated their team's triumph in the La Liga this season. The atmosphere reached its zenith when the pirate captain, Juan Ramirez, ascended via an elevator to drape the team's scarf and flag around the neck of the goddess. Han Shiyu was amidst the crowded, raucous throng, striving to raise her phone high to capture this moment. Those exhilarating yet somewhat chaotic scenes became part of her latest vlog. Now, she finds herself once again at the Goddess of Harvest Square, but not for the purpose of filming a vlog. In fact, she holds no phone aloft, nor does she engage in a monologue to her device. Instead, she stands in the shadow of a nearby building, gazing at the Goddess of Harvest fountain bathed in the glow of the setting sun. She is free from the burdens of composition or script. She simply allows herself to be enveloped in tranquil reverie. She relishes this leisurely moment, especially after experiencing such an exhilarating night. From a nearby intersection, a burst of laughter reaches her ears. Curiously, Han Shiyu turns to discover a group of Chinese fans, brandishing a 5-star red flag, standing in 2 rows on the sidewalk, posing for a picture with the statue of the goddess as their backdrop. A phone is secured in a tripod, presumably set to a timer. The group looks towards the camera, and one of them directs. When I say 1, 2, 3, everyone gives a thumbs up. 1, 2, 3, highlights are amazing. Laughter ensues as the group disperses. Some check the photograph, others glance back at the goddess, while a few wave the national flag. Han Shiyu, observing this scene from a distance, cannot help but smile, especially upon noticing that some among them were the Kings' jerseys. At that moment, a thought flits through her mind as if a commentary overlay had appeared. This is the closest the Kings have been to the league championship. Amused by her own musings, she chuckles softly. What is so funny? A familiar voice breaks her reverie, and as she turns, she sees Li Qingliang. You are late, Li Qingliang. Apologize quickly to Han Shiyu. Han Shiyu, however, was not particularly concerned. She pointed to a group of Chinese fans gathered nearby and recounted to Li Qingliang what she had just witnessed. They were taking photos with the Goddess of Harvest. Shall I take a picture of you as well? Li Qingliang inquired tentatively. Sure. Han Shiyu responded generously, stepping forward and turning towards the statue of the Goddess of Harvest, her back to the camera, while raising her right hand to form a V sign, a quintessential pose for social media influencers. Li Qingliang, holding his phone, hesitated to capture the moment, instead frowning at the frame featuring Han Shiyu. This pose is rather cliched, don't you think? Cliched? Han Shiyu turned to look at him. Don't move. Li Qingliang called out, halting her. What is the matter? Han Shiyu asked, though she remained still. All right. After saying this, Li Qingliang stepped closer and handed the phone to Han Shiyu for her to see. Now this is how it should be. Han Shiyu took the phone and observed the photo Li Qingliang had captured. Under the watchful gaze of the Goddess of Harvest, the girl glanced back, her lips slightly parted, as the sunset bathed her in golden light, illuminating her wide-open eyes. How is it? Quite a good candid shot, right? Li Qingliang boasted. Han Shiyu nodded enthusiastically. Awesome. She then put away her phone. Let us go. It's time for dinner. Li Qingliang looked at her curiously as she tucked her phone away. Aren't you going to film a video? Oh, today isn't about a store exploration vlog. Today is simply about dining and celebrating Hulai's victory. Han Shiyu waved her hand and strode forward. Li Qingliang hurriedly followed with a smile. Typically, The Pirate Park Stadium remains tranquil in the absence of matches, especially as the season draws to a close. The arena, which has been vibrant throughout the season, gradually quiets down, as if succumbing to slumber. It will not awaken until the arrival of a new season. The area outside the southwestern corner of the stadium is particularly serene, for it is a cemetery. Yet today, it buzzed with unusual activity. Mentors Alvarez entered the cemetery holding a bouquet of flowers, blending into the crowd of individuals who, like him, had come to pay their respects. However, had Han Xiu been present at that moment, she would have been astonished to see this man, the same enthusiastic fan she had encountered during her first visit to Pirate Park Stadium. Among those exiting the cemetery, some bore traces of tears on their faces, yet wore smiles as well, an expression of bittersweet emotions. A few of those departing recognized Mentors Alvarez and greeted him warmly, to which he responded with a smile. The once tranquil cemetery was abuzz with life today, as Alvarez navigated through the crowd, witnessing numerous individuals standing before their loved ones' gravestones, softly sharing their heartfelt sentiments. Others were delicately tying blue and white scarves, the colors of the pirates, around the headstones. This was no ordinary cemetery. It was a resting place dedicated to the loyal and fervent fans of the Pirates. As devoted fans, they wished to remain eternally united with their beloved team, regardless of life or death. Thus, the Pirates Club, in accordance with public sentiment, established a cemetery at the southwest corner behind the southern stand of the stadium, specifically designated for the interment of ardent fans. Those passionate supporters who wish to be laid to rest here need only pay a modest fee, ensuring that even in death, they can continue to hear the jubilant cheers emanating from Pirate Park Stadium, their spirits forever entwined with their beloved team. Following the Pirates' triumph in securing the championship, it has become a cherished tradition for many fans to visit this site to pay homage to their departed loved ones. Mentors Alvarez, like many others, arrived here to find solace for the souls of his ancestors. He traversed through the cemetery, now bustling more than usual, and ventured deeper within. There, he encountered a strikingly unique gravestone, prominently displayed. It featured a scaled-down sculptural bust of a young girl, her right hand delicately resting upon her heart, while her left hand extended downward, palm open, fingertips touching a coin. Following the line of this coin, 2 additional coins lay upon the ground before the gravestone. Before the base of the sculpture, the name of the deceased was inscribed, along with an epitaph: Maria Maganto Alvarez, 1974 to 2009. In our hearts, you have never left. With love, Mentors Alvarez and the children. The space before the gravestone, shaped like the girl, was adorned with several bouquets of flowers, their freshness indicating they had been recently placed there, likely just before Mentors' arrival. Upon witnessing this scene, Mentors smiled, reflecting, "As I have said, in our hearts, you have never departed, Maria." He then gently laid his bouquet upon the ground and removed the pirate's scarf from around his neck, carefully draping it around the girl's statue. Once he had completed these gestures, he stepped back and stood before the gravestone, gazing at the young girl's likeness as if engaging in a silent conversation with her. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "I imagine those who have brought you flowers have already conveyed this to you. Yet you surely long to hear it from me once more. Indeed, we have triumphed in the league championship. It has been 5 years since our last victory in La Liga. This season has been filled with remarkable events. Our double victory against the Kings must be the news you are most eager to hear. Moreover, yesterday's final round of the league, where we triumphantly defeated Catalonia 4-1, was truly exhilarating. Do you recall the young Chinese lad I mentioned? He performed a hat trick during the match, which was nothing short of extraordinary. In his inaugural La Liga season, he has helped us secure the championship, scoring an impressive 36 goals and becoming the league's top scorer, just 2 goals shy of the record. Here, you must surely hear the unique roars emanating from Pirate Park. Yes, that joyous uproar following his goals. A cacophony we all created together. Yet, this delightful tradition is not of our own invention. We learned it from the English, who occasionally come up with fascinating ideas. By the way, prior to our derby match against the Kings at our home ground, he took over the captain's coin toss, replacing Ramirez. As fate would have it, he scored 3 goals in that match. I can only surmise that this was a blessing from you, watching over us from above. If that is the case, let us continue to extend our blessings to him." Mentors Alvarez, rambling on for an eternity, recounted all the events of the season to his wife. as if through his words she could experience the entire journey alongside him. In addition to Hu Lai, he spoke of Kelly's injury and subsequent return, detailing the team's defeat to their arch-rivals in the Champions League semifinals. Finally, he proclaimed, "My dear, I am confident that we shall reclaim the Champions League once again. Indeed, I have never felt such unwavering faith as I do now. When that day arrives, I shall return here to share the joyous news with you. But now, it is time to bid farewell, my love. The children await me at home. Tonight we shall feast in celebration of our reclaimed league championship." After speaking, Madrid removed the scarf he had tied around his neck and draped it over himself once more. He then turned and walked towards the cemetery's exit. Along the way, he observed a steady stream of visitors entering, seeking the gravestones of their loved ones. Some laid flowers, their eyes glistening with tears, while others knelt in quiet reverence, their foreheads resting against the cold stone as they murmured softly. When encountering acquaintances, they refrained from raising their voices, merely offering a subtle nod of acknowledgement. This was the cemetery at the southwest corner of Pirate Park, a place that bore witness to the sorrows and joys, the lives and deaths of pirate fans. Upon exiting the cemetery, Madrid glanced back at the towering outer wall of the stadium that stood behind it. The imposing structure seemed to serve as a guardian for the fans who rested within, shielding them in eternal peace. The gates of Pirate Park were firmly closed, silencing the once boisterous crowds. Yet, Madrid could faintly hear the echoes of wind and thunder reverberating from within the walls, reminiscent of the recently concluded season. Chapter 246. China's first champion in the Champions League, Li Qingqing, with her back to the direction of the attack, raised her hand to request the ball. Just as she received it, a defender from London Bridge swept her off her feet from behind. The referee's whistle was nearly drowned out by the resounding boos from the crowd. Such fervor was hard to believe for a women's football match. The St. John's Stadium, with a capacity of 52,000, was nearly filled to capacity. Among the spectators were fans of Madrid Kings, London Bridge, as well as a considerable number of neutral supporters. Although women's football is currently undergoing vigorous development in China, with steadily increasing attendance in the Women's Super League, it still pales in comparison to the level of competition in Europe. The rapid advancement of women's football in Western Europe is inextricably linked to their well-established football systems and rich cultural heritage. Had the home ground of North London Wanderers, St. John's Stadium, possessed a greater capacity, even more spectators would have attended this Women's Champions League final. 2 days prior to the Men's Champions League final between Madrid Kings and Stan Park Rangers, the Women's Champions League final commenced in London. Numerous fans of Madrid Kings arrived 2 days early to witness both the Women's and Men's Champions League finals. While the supporters of London Bridge enjoyed the advantage of playing on home turf, with a substantial turnout as well, the atmosphere in the stadium was electrifying, with the stands filled to capacity, igniting a fervent passion in every female football player. The actions on the field naturally became more pronounced as a player from London Bridge, who had fouled Li Qingqing, received a yellow card from the referee. The London Bridge supporters expressed their dissatisfaction with boos, directed not only at the referee but also at Li Qingqing, whom they accused of diving. They believed she could have avoided the foul, as she had clearly leapt into the air prior to being brought down. However, slow-motion replays broadcasted on television revealed that Li Qingqing indeed attempted to evade the tackle. Yet she was unsuccessful. Fortunately, her evasive maneuver spared her from a more severe impact. As the central attacking figure for the Madrid Kings, Li Qingqing found herself under close scrutiny from London Bridge throughout the match. With the first half not yet concluding, London Bridge was already trailing by 3 goals, leading to a flurry of frustration among their players, whose actions became increasingly reckless. The Spanish television commentator, clearly favoring the Madrid Kings, candidly criticized the rough play exhibited by the London Bridge players. A guest commentator chuckled, noting that as an established powerhouse in women's football, London Bridge did not anticipate being so thoroughly outmatched by the Madrid Kings, who were making their debut in the Champions League final. If the match continued at this pace, it could potentially become the final with the largest margin in the past 2 decades of Women's Champions League history. The Spanish commentator, brimming with excitement, posed the question, "Is a new champion about to emerge?" Li Qingqing rose from the ground and waved to her teammates, signaling that she was unharmed. Much to the relief of Hu Lai, who had been anxiously calculating how he would seek vengeance against London Bridge if he ever faced them in the Champions League. All for his girlfriend. Though uncertain of when such an encounter might occur, He believed that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Hu Lai feared that if Li Qingqing were injured in this Champions League final, it might jeopardize their plans for a memorable Olympic experience that summer. The foul against Li Qingqing occurred just slightly left of the penalty area of London Bridge. As a skilled free kick taker, she positioned herself beside the ball, ready to take the kick. However, once the referee blew the whistle, she did not rush toward the ball, but instead remained stationary. A teammate from the Madrid Kings gently passed the ball to her, while another Madrid Kings player initiated a run toward the ball for an indirect free kick. The sequence was designed for Li Qingqing to step on the ball, set up for a strike, and then retreat to allow a teammate to execute a powerful long-range shot. The defenders from London Bridge, including the goalkeeper, focused their attention on the advancing Madrid Kings player, inadvertently neglecting Li Qingqing, who suddenly pivoted and deftly flicked the ball sideways with her left foot before swiftly moving into the central path. As the defender from London Bridge surged forth from the wall, her initial intent was to intercept the Madrid Kings player making a run for a long-range shot. However, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, she had to abruptly alter her course and dart towards Li Qingqing. Alas, it was too late. Li Qingqing deftly maneuvered the ball, turned sharply, and with a swift motion, extended her arms and launched her right leg into a powerful strike. Positioned at the edge of the penalty arc, she sent the ball soaring towards the goal. The resounding thud of the impact conveyed the sheer force behind her shot. Moreover, her aim was exquisite. The London Bridge goalkeeper, initially moving to her left in anticipation of the ball's trajectory, was caught off guard as the ball veered towards the upper corner of the right side of the net. She leaped desperately, but it was futile. She could only watch helplessly as the ball traced a white arc through the air and nestled into the net. Goo-oo-ow. In perfect synchrony, Hu Lai and the commentator erupted with excitement as he raised his arms and leapt from the sofa at the sound of the roar. Li Qingqing. Wow, she has finally scored. Despite her relentless efforts and 2 assists earlier in the match, she had narrowly missed scoring until this moment. This goal was the most fitting reward for her remarkable performance. In the 41st minute of the match, the Madrid Kings seized a 4-0 lead. While I seldom make such bold assertions, I believe that in less than 45 minutes, the Madrid Kings have put an end to the suspense of this final. The Madrid Kings women's team is poised to clinch the Champions League title. The St. John's Stadium erupted with cheers as nearly half of the Madrid Kings supporters unleashed a deafening roar. Amidst this fervent celebration, Li Qingqing turned to join in the jubilation. However, after just 2 strides, she collided with her teammates, who enveloped her in a joyous embrace, toppling her to the ground beneath their exuberance. The players of the Madrid Kings women's team celebrated heartily in front of the London Bridge penalty area, even when they were 3 goals ahead. Their celebrations had not been this wild. Perhaps it was the dawning realization that the first Champions League title in the history of their club was drawing ever closer. Wow. Li Qingqing. What a goal. A world-class strike. Absolutely stunning. This goal would be a standout, even in men's football. Li Qingqing has scored her first goal in a Champions League final. Moreover, if the Madrid Kings ultimately claim the championship, she will become the first Chinese player to win the Champions League. Accompanied by the enthusiastic commentary of Shen Lang from the broadcast, Xia Lan clapped her hands, leaping from the sofa, and called out to the similarly standing Li Ziqiang. Congratulations, old Li. Congratulations. Your late-night efforts have not been in vain. Beside her, Hu Lisin beamed with joy. The first Chinese player in the Champions League. Li Ziqiang, too, was elated, yet in the face of Xia Lan's exuberant congratulations, he maintained a humble demeanor, modestly waving his hand. The match isn't over yet. It is not mere folly to suggest that if a team leads by 4 goals in the first half and still allows the London Bridge to mount a comeback, one might as well advise Qingqing to switch to another team. This starkly illustrates that the Kings are akin to mud that cannot be molded. Hu Lisin nudged his wife with his elbow and remarked, "What are you saying?" He then turned to Li Ziqiang and added, "In both men's and women's UEFA Champions League history, there has never been a precedent for a team leading by 4 goals at halftime to be overturned. So do not worry, old Li. Your daughter is about to lift the trophy. Your efforts are indeed worthwhile." This last statement struck a chord with Li Ziqiang. He fell silent, his gaze fixed on the television screen, his face flushed and eyes brimming with tears, completely oblivious to his surroundings. He merely wondered why his daughter appeared somewhat blurred in his sight. He blinked vigorously, suddenly feeling a warm stream trickling down his cheek. Hence, he tilted his head back towards the ceiling, clenched his jaw, and struggled to suppress any strange sounds. Beside him, the laughter of Xie and Hu Ge filled the air, while the television echoed with the cacophony from London, accompanied by the animated commentary of Xin Lang. Amidst such joy and exuberance, Li Ziqiang was abruptly engulfed by a profound sense of loneliness. He took a deep breath, turned around silently, and walked towards the door. Without bidding farewell to Xie Lan or Hu Lixin, he simply pulled open the door and stepped outside. Hu Lixin was somewhat taken aback, unsure of what had transpired with Li Ziqiang. However, Xie Lan, having momentarily stepped back from her earlier excitement, recalled something and sighed. He must be going to share the good news with Qingqing's mother. Chapter 247. Returning home in the Women's UEFA Champions League final that concluded in the early hours of this morning. Our player Li Qingqing scored a stunning world-class goal, leading the Madrid Kings women's team to a triumphant 4-0 victory over the London Bridge women's team, thereby securing the championship. Li Qingqing has become the first Chinese player to lift the UEFA Champions League trophy, in addition to being awarded the best player and top scorer of the season. While the sports news played on the television, Xie Lan paid it no heed, treating it merely as background music. She was engrossed in a video call with Hu Lai and Li Qingqing. When will you be back? Tomorrow's flight. We're just packing our things, Hu Lai replied, turning to the camera while stuffing clothes into a suitcase. Great, great. Xie Lan beamed with joy. I'll pick you both up at the airport. Qingqing. The screen switched to the front camera, revealing Li Qingqing. I'm here, Auntie Xie. Your father informed me that he has something to attend to and won't be able to come, so I'll be the one picking you up. You and Hu Lai will ride home with me. Thank you, Auntie. Family doesn't stand on ceremony. No need for politeness. Xie Lan waved her hand cheerfully. What do you want to eat? Let me know in advance, and I'll prepare it for you. Mom, I want to eat. Hu Lai's voice drifted in. Xie Lan's expression turned serious. What do you mean, eat? You can't eat. The UEFA Champions League has been eliminated by Meli. This is the consequence of not managing your diet properly. Listen here, the Olympics are in the summer, and you must be mindful of your diet. This is your last chance to participate. What? Hu Lai's face came closer, filled with confusion. It is perplexing how his mother managed to link the seemingly unrelated matters of dining, elimination from the Champions League, and the Olympics. Li Qingqing stifled a laugh beside him, saying, Auntie, I also want to participate in the Olympics. To which Hu Lai replied, Qing, you are different. Besides, you have already secured the Champions League title. You deserve a reward, don't you? There's no need to be so rigid. It's perfectly fine to relax occasionally. Hu Lai snatched the phone away, his expression stern as he addressed his mother. Mom, please don't delay us with packing. Any matters can wait until our return. With that, he ended the video call. Li Qingqing chuckled. Annie is truly a fascinating person. Hu Lai remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, prompting her to inquire, what's wrong? He shook his head. My mom genuinely likes you. Upon hearing the underlying implication of his words, Li Qingqing felt her cheeks flush. Then, she recalled her father's attitude towards Hu Lai, which caused her expression to falter. Hu Lai, perceptive as ever, noticed and asked, what's the matter? It's nothing, it's just my dad. Well, Li Qingqing hesitated to articulate her father's disapproval of Hu Lai. However, Hu Lai was quite aware of the coach's stance and dismissed it. It's fine. He hasn't opposed our relationship, has he? As long as he permits us to be together, his opinion of me matters little. He harbored unspoken thoughts. I'm in a relationship with you, not your father. Since your father has no objections, then his feelings towards me are of little consequence. Hu Lai had never considered himself the kind of person who was universally adored. This had been his experience throughout life. Some liked him, while others did not. In fact, during his less renowned days, he faced greater disfavor. Thus, he had developed a thick skin regarding such matters. The fact that Coach Li did not favor him was not news to him. To be honest, he was rather surprised when he learned that Coach Li had readily accepted his relationship with Li Qingqing. He could not fathom how Coach Li had suddenly become so understanding. Hu Lai recalled that it was usually Coach Li who picked him and Li Qingqing up from the airport. Why had it suddenly changed this time? Perhaps there was no urgent matter at all, and she simply wished to refrain from being his chauffeur. The thought of Coach Li's expression upon discovering they were neighbors last summer made Hu Lai want to laugh. Yet, he restrained himself in front of Li Qingqing. As Coach Li was her father, and basic respect was imperative. As the Real Madrid men's team triumphed over the Stan Park Rangers with a score of 2-1 in the Champions League final, securing the 12th UEFA Champions League trophy in the club's history, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing were already aboard a flight heading home. For them, the season had come to a complete end, and they were looking forward to a well-deserved rest. They would return to their respective teams in mid-June to prepare for the Olympics. Consequently, due to Hu Lai's Olympic participation, he would not partake in the second Chinese Cup from June 12th to 16th, which featured the national teams of Croatia, Senegal, and Costa Rica. However, the Chinese team will not field all of its key players, leaving the final outcome uncertain. Whether they can defend their title in the China Cup remains unknown. Of course, Chinese fans are not particularly concerned about the national team's performance in the China Cup. They are well aware that the so-called China Cup is merely a slightly more prestigious warm-up match, possessing greater value than an ordinary friendly, yet still limited in significance. This summer, fans are primarily focused on the Olympics. Although the football event in the Olympics is not particularly esteemed, it undoubtedly holds more weight than the China Cup, and the achievements garnered there attract far more attention. It can be said that, apart from the Continental Cups and the World Cup, the Olympics are the pinnacle of international competitions. This is the sole avenue through which professional players aspire to become Olympic champions. Consequently, many renowned stars participate in the Olympics as overage players, striving for a shot at Olympic gold. After parking her car, Xiaolan arrived at the international arrivals exit of Dongqing International Airport, awaiting her son and Li Qingqing. She soon noticed that the crowd gathered here seemed to exceed what would be expected for a typical welcome. She then saw individuals holding up signs and posters, featuring Hu Lai and Li Qingqing, who could have leaked the news. Despite her grumbling, Xiaolan maintained a clear understanding of the situation. Given the fame and stature of her son and daughter-in-law, it was hardly surprising that their return would not go unnoticed. This scene was, in fact, the norm. However, her brow furrowed as she considered the challenge of ensuring they would see her amidst such a throng. In comparison to the multitude, she felt exceedingly insignificant, practically invisible in the crowd. While these individuals could certainly capture Hu Lai and Li Qingqing's attention, locating her in the mass would prove difficult. How could she effectively greet them? Pondering this dilemma, Xiaolan began to scan her surroundings, her eyes darting about. Ultimately, her gaze settled on the illuminated signs. Hu Lai and Li Qingqing stood by the luggage carousel, waiting for their checked baggage. Beside them were several fellow passengers from their flight, also awaiting their luggage. Meanwhile, some individuals lurked in the crowd or stood at a distance, discreetly capturing photos of them with their phones. Both Hu Lai and Li Qingqing were acutely aware of this. Despite having attempted to disguise their identities during the flight, their true selves had been revealed. Consequently, they had become the subjects of public fascination throughout their journey. Since announcing their romantic relationship, they had grown accustomed to this attention and accepted it with resignation. They understood that they were no longer the inconspicuous individuals who could casually dine in a humble eatery in Dongchuan or play football in the park without a care. With their newfound wealth and fame, they had inevitably sacrificed some degree of personal privacy and freedom. Being filmed by mobile cameras in public had become a daily occurrence for them. Moreover, it is not merely about being photographed. One must also learn to automatically filter out the cacophony of unwarranted opinions. For instance, comments such as Li Qingqing is so beautiful. It is truly a pity for Hu Lai are inevitable for public figures. They will invariably face scrutiny, both positive and negative, which is an inescapable reality. The more exceptional their performance, the more they are lauded, yet conversely, the greater the likelihood of facing scathing criticism when their performance falters. This phenomenon is often summarized by the adage that the more capable one is, the more they are derided. Take, for example, Hu Lai's team, the Pirates, who faced elimination at the hands of the Madrid Kings. Following this defeat, fans took to the internet to lambaste Hu Lai for having maintained an undefeated record against Meli only to falter at such a critical juncture, describing his performance as utterly dismal and unworthy of the high hopes placed upon him by numerous fans. Some even wished for Hu Lai to lose both the league championship and the golden boot to Meli, reasoning that since he had already experienced one loss, why not endure more? Many of these comments stemmed from dissatisfaction with the Pirates' elimination, yet their harshness is undeniably hurtful. As the target of such vitriol, Hu Lai cannot stoop to retaliate with insults against the fans. Not only is it inappropriate to engage in such exchanges, but even attempting to reason with them is futile. In such moments, the only recourse is to feign ignorance. Responding under a pseudonym is also unwise, should one's true identity be uncovered. The consequences would be far more severe than mere reputational damage. Incidentally, Hu Lai's account on the Goal website, registered under Song Pengxi's phone number, has been reclaimed by Song Jiejia, who has barred him from further use. Despite the surrounding chaos, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing maintain their composure and continue their conversation, demonstrating remarkable psychological resilience. I can hear quite a loud cheer from outside, Li Qingqing remarked, without straining to listen. The shouts from outside were easily audible even near the baggage claim. One could surmise the nature of those jubilant exclamations with little effort. I haven't mentioned online when we'll return, Hu Lai frowned. It's not as if no one is aware. Selling information isn't uncommon, Li Qingqing noted. Relieved that today they were being picked up by Aunt Xia rather than her father, fearing that the excitement of the fans might provoke her father's hypertension. However, she reassured herself that there would likely be personnel on site to maintain order, ensuring they would not be trapped within the airport. Assuming Li Qingqing was concerned about this, Hu Lai offered comfort. Yet, Li Qingqing pondered another issue. Hu Lai, have you discussed the pickup arrangements with Aunt Xia? Is that necessary? Hu Lai responded, perplexed. It's sufficient for us to simply walk out, and for her to see us, approach, and retrieve the luggage cart? Li Qingqing shot him a look of disbelief. Do you think, given the current situation, that security personnel or police officers will allow anyone to approach us freely? Hu Lai recognized his oversight. He had not considered the sheer number of people who would be present at Dongxing International Airport upon their arrival. Then let us look for her, Hu Lai suggested. But how will we quickly find your mother among all these people? Hu Lai pondered, stroking his chin. Surely we can't use the airport PA system to announce her? He then mockingly began to imitate. Attention, we are looking for Ms. Xiaolon. Ms. Xiaolon, please come to the front. Upon hearing the announcement, please proceed swiftly to the international exit. Your son is waiting for you. Li Qingqing was amused by Hu Lai and playfully tapped him, exclaiming, You're annoying. Hu Lai, who had elicited her laughter, joined in her mirth. This scene was captured by onlookers, and once shared online, it would undoubtedly evoke envy in many. Having gathered all their luggage, each pushed a cart laden with bags, traversing the corridor under the scrutiny of countless gazes and mobile phone cameras. Before them loomed a dense throng of fans awaiting arrivals. These individuals brandished placards, posters, and slogans, proudly declaring their allegiance as devoted fans of Hu Lai and Li Qingqing. As the pair emerged, excitement surged through the crowd, their cheers rising noticeably in volume. Yet, amidst the fervor, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing found themselves perplexed. Where was Mom, Aunt Xia? Could it be that they truly needed to make an announcement to locate her? At that moment, a piercing scream cut through the clamor, allowing Hu Lai to pinpoint his objective instantly. Son! Following the sound, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing spotted Xiaolon, fervently waving a shimmering placard, her face alight with excitement as she shouted to them. Son! Over here! Here! Hu Lai and Li Qingqing stood momentarily stunned, while the fans behind Xiaolon were equally astonished. Goodness, are mothers so fervent these days? Chapter 248. Mom. The fans behind Xiaolon recalled how she had approached one of them, declaring herself a staunch supporter of Hu Lai and inquiring if she could borrow the placard to hold aloft. The young man was taken aback, as Xiaolon appeared old enough to be Hu Lai's mother. After he expressed his surprise, she chuckled, clarifying that she was indeed a mother fan of Hu Lai. Out of respect for her age, the young man relinquished the placard, reasoning that holding it aloft for an extended period was quite tiresome. However, the intensity of her enthusiasm startled him. As soon as Hu Lai appeared, she erupted in enthusiastic calls of son. What was this behavior? Were mother fans now so unabashedly fervent? Was she literally role-playing? Yet, what astonished him even more lay ahead. Her singular shout of son attracted a multitude of gazes, successfully capturing the attention of Hu Lai and Li Qingqing. To their astonishment, the two indeed approached Xiaolon. The other fans were left in awe. Realizing that Hu Lai actually enjoyed being called son by others, they felt a pang of regret, lamenting that such an eye-catching moment had been claimed by this mother fan. In front of everyone, Hu Lai was the first to reach Xiaolon. A sudden hush fell over the crowd. The fortunate woman beamed as she gazed at Hu Lai. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Hu Lai gently took the placard from her hands and said, Mom, I'm back. The young man behind Xiaolon was left speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. Wow, so she really is his mother. Despite the throngs in the airport hall, Xiaolon's call of son resonated clearly and powerfully. After that loud shout, the cacophony at the arrival exit noticeably diminished. When Hu Lai walked straight over to embrace Xiaolon, The comments section of the video was flooded with identical messages. True mom fan. At this sight, Li Qingqing erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, the driving Shilon, brimming with pride, inquired of Hulai, "How about it? Isn't this a splendid idea? I guaranteed you would see me as soon as you stepped out." Hulai maintained a stern expression, replying, "Good idea, Mom. But please, not like this next time." Just as Li Qingqing was finishing her laughter, she overheard the banter between mother and son, and her joy bubbled forth once more. Stealing a glance at the cheerful girl reflected in the rearview mirror, Shilon couldn't help but smile, her heart sweetened like honey. My unambitious little rascal has finally come around. This time, he is rightfully bringing his girlfriend home. When the two first appeared before Shilon 2 years ago, their relationship had yet to be established. Thus, despite her inner fantasies, she could not express them in front of anyone other than her husband, Lao Hu. Now, however, those reservations were cast aside. With this thought, she inquired with concern, "Qingqing, are you tired from the journey?" "Not at all. We are quite accustomed to it, Auntie," replied Li Qingqing. "Oh, still calling me Auntie?" Shilon elongated the word playfully. Li Qingqing paused momentarily. Noticing her expression through the rearview mirror, Shilon continued, "If you don't mind, you may consider me your mother, Qingqing." Hulai felt that his mother's enthusiasm was a tad excessive. Before he could voice his thoughts, Li Qingqing sweetly called out, "Mom." "Oh," Shilon responded loudly, simultaneously slapping her thigh with vigor. This startled Hulai, who admonished, "Mom, focus on driving. It's fine. I'm using assisted driving." Shilon waved her hand dismissively, then turned to Li Qingqing with a beaming smile, saying, "From now on, I will be your mother, Qingqing. If Hulai dares to bully you, just tell me, and I shall handle him." Hulai scoffed, as if I would bully her. Li Qingqing chimed in with a smile. "Don't worry, Mom. Hulai treats me very well." "See." Hulai shrugged, feigning innocence. Shilon huffed, "I know you wouldn't dare." Hulai, feeling exasperated, turned to Li Qingqing and then lowered his head to send a WeChat message. With a ping, Li Qingqing picked up her phone to read Hulai's message. "My mom really likes you." She looked up, returning Hulai's smile. Meanwhile, Li Ziqiang was tidying up at home. Having nearly completed his tasks, he consistently maintained the household cleanliness, focusing primarily on clearing his daughter's room. He removed the dust covers from the furniture, sent them to the washing machine, vacuumed away the dust, and replaced the bedding with a fresh set. After finishing all of this, he settled down on the sofa to rest, and checked his phone to see where his daughter had reached. About half an hour ago, she had messaged him saying they had just exited the highway. Before he had the chance to inquire about where his daughter had wandered off to, he heard the cheerful voice of Sister Xia outside the door, accompanied by the sound of rolling luggage. He hurriedly rose, and as he swung open the door, he was greeted by the sight of his daughter, beaming with joy, standing in the elevator hall alongside Sister Xia and her son. "Dad." Upon spotting Li Ziqiang, Li Qingqing's eyes sparkled, and she energetically greeted him. Standing next to her, Hulai also sheepishly offered a greeting. "Hello, Coach, hehe." In Sister Xia's presence, Li Ziqiang refrained from adopting a stern demeanor, yet he did not exude warmth either. He merely nodded and expressed his gratitude to Sister Xia. "Thank you for your trouble." "Sister Xia." "Ah, no need for politeness." Sister Xia waved her hand dismissively. "I have already arranged with Qingqing for you both to come over for dinner tonight. There's no need for you two to cook, just come to our place. Don't worry, it's all home-cooked meals. And I've asked Lao Hu to prepare everything." Li Ziqiang understood that refusing at this moment would be futile, so he readily nodded in agreement. "All right. We'll come over once we're packed." "Great, see you soon," Sister Xia said as she unlocked her home with her fingerprint. "See you shortly," Li Ziqiang replied, taking several of Li Qingqing's large suitcases and carrying them into the house. Once the door was closed, Sister Xia excitedly playfully punched her son on the arm, leaving Hulai bewildered. "What's that for, Mom?" She smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "Well done, son." Hulai remained confused. Sister Xia then grabbed him and whispered, "When do you plan to get married?" Hulai's eyes widened. Seeing her son's expression, Sister Xia's face darkened. "Don't tell me you're not planning to marry her." Hulai quickly shook his head. No, we will get married for sure. But we haven't thought that far yet. I'm only 24. 25. I just turned 25 in September. That's in terms of Western age." Faced with his mother's relentless insistence, Hulai capitulated, raising his hands in surrender. "All right, even if it's 25, it's still too early." "Too early for what? What's the difference between your current situation and being married?" "Don't worry, son, considering the unique nature of your and Qingqing's professions. I want to rush you into having children. After all, once she is pregnant, Qingqing want to be able to play football. Hu Lai felt overwhelmed, Mom. What kind of thoughts do you have all day? Have you already thought of names for our future children? Sister Xia shook her head. Not at all. You two will have to choose the names yourselves. I absolutely want to meddle. That is overstepping boundaries. Come on, stop nitpicking at words and grasp the essence. Sister Xia raised her hand as if to strike, prompting Hu Lai to cover his head with his arms in mock retreat. I wondered why I only heard voices at the door but didn't see anyone come in. What secret discussions were you having outside? You didn't even wash your hands or change your shoes. Hu Lisin emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron, grumbling. Sister Xia shot her husband an exasperated glance. It's a matter of life and death. She then turned to Hu Lai. I just want to use the law to protect your relationship. Hu Lisin frowned deeply. What are you talking about? Hu Lai also felt troubled. Mom, marriage is truly not something that Li Qingqing and I can decide unilaterally. It's a matter that involves both families, isn't it? Despite the appearance of harmony between Li Qingqing and myself, her father harbors reservations about me. I have refrained from sharing this with you. But under my mother's persistent urging, Hu Lai found himself unable to resist and had no choice but to mention Li Ziqiang. However, his rationale was not entirely unfounded, as the coach's disposition is indeed a crucial factor if marriage to Li Qingqing were to be considered. As Li Qingqing unpacked her suitcase, methodically laying out her belongings on the bed and table, her father, Li Ziqiang, leaned against the doorframe, observing her with a gentle smile. Once she had finished organizing her things, she emerged with a plastic bag, presenting it to her father with a tone that blended pride and a desire to report. Dad. Look, what is it? Li Ziqiang inquired as he accepted the bag. Inside lay 2 medals, one from the Champions League and the other from La Liga. Upon extracting the medals, he returned them to his daughter. Go show your mother. Li Qingqing carried the medals to her father's bedroom, placing them before her mother's photograph. Mom, I won the championship titles in both La Liga and the Champions League this season. Look, this is the La Liga medal, and this one is from the Champions League. The Champions League medal is a bit larger. Li Ziqiang remained in the living room, listening to his daughter recount the events of the season to her mother. From the beginning of the season to its conclusion, she shared everything, including the fact that she had started dating someone. Then he heard her voice softly say, Mom. Today I called another person, Mom. He sat up, turning towards the bedroom door. I hesitated when I called her. I really like her, but I am not quite accustomed to it. It has been a long time since I called anyone Mom outside. As her voice trailed off, Li Ziqiang could no longer discern her words, prompting him to redirect his gaze and resume his previous position. After a while, his daughter exited the bedroom. Li Ziqiang turned to her, asking, All done? Yes, all done. Li Qingqing affirmed with a nod, reiterating her earlier statement. Dad, on my way back today, I called Aunt Xie. Li Ziqiang sighed. I heard that. Li Qingqing added, Dad, I really like Hu Lai. Li Ziqiang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. I know. Li Qingqing beamed with gratitude. Thank you, Dad. What do you need to thank me for? He replied. For not stopping me from being with Hu Lai. Li Ziqiang sighed again. I have always said. As long as you are happy. Such is the situation. The coach's initial impression of me has been unfavorable and has remained so. Therefore, if I were to marry Qingqing, her father's opinion would be of paramount importance. I was already surprised that he consented to our relationship. Proposing marriage would undoubtedly be a more formidable challenge. Hu Lai briefly recounted his grievances with Coach Li Ziqiang. Upon hearing this, Xia Lan became agitated. You have such history between you? Perhaps we should arrange a meeting between our families. Hu Lisin quickly intervened, fearful that she might rush out to knock on the neighboring door. What are you thinking? I must tell you, the more you discuss this matter, the more improbable it becomes. Initially, there was nothing amiss, yet you have managed to stir up trouble. Given that old Li has consented to Hu Lai and Li Qingqing's union, you should be satisfied. His agreement for Qingqing to date our son naturally paves the way for marriage, does it not? Xia Lan countered. While the logic stands, men, even if they comprehend this reasoning, are unlikely to vocalize it. Just as it is now. His approval of Hu Lai and Li Qingqing's relationship implies an inner acknowledgement of Hu Lai, yet the distinction between internal acceptance and verbal affirmation is significant. Hu Lisin earnestly elucidated. Xia Lan scoffed, I understand. It's all about pride, isn't it? You men are all the same. Hu Lisin, puzzled, queried. What does this have to do with me? Disregarding him, Xia Lan turned to Hu Lai and said, Very well, since you and Li Qingqing are already together. In due time, old Li will certainly alter his perspective. If all else fails, we can simply make it a fait accompli. Hu Lisen interjected. What kind of ludicrous idea is that? Hu Lai, bemused, replied, Mom, please don't worry about such matters. Rest assured, even without that certificate, Li Qingqing and I will not part ways. With a deep sigh, Xiaolon suddenly proposed, since marriage is inevitable, shall we purchase the wedding house in advance? Hu Lai and Hu Lisen were left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 249. So you are still here yesterday afternoon. Hu Lai and Li Qingqing returned to the country together. They were warmly welcomed by fans at Jinqing Dongxing International Airport, marking their first return as a couple since solidifying their relationship. On television news, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing appeared pushing a luggage cart through the terminal. Amidst a flurry of camera flashes and the cheers of countless fans. In the midst of the commotion, the couple waved at the fans, their faces adorned with smiles. It is reported that they will return to their home in Dongchuan to rest, and then reunite with the national youth team and the national team in mid-June for training and preparation for the Los Angeles Olympics, which commence on August 5th. Zhang Qinghuan reclined on the sofa, gazing absently at the television screen displaying the couple. Despite online criticism suggesting that Hu Lai and Li Qingqing were akin to flowers growing from cow dung, Zhang Qinghuan found them to be quite a fitting pair. When asked why they were well-matched, Zhang Qinghuan struggled to articulate it, simply feeling an inexplicable affinity at first glance. A robotic vacuum hummed beneath him, and rather than rise, he lifted his legs, allowing them to hover in the air as he awaited the robot to clean the area. His mother emerged from the bedroom. Catching sight of his peculiar pose, upper body slumped, lower body elevated, and couldn't help but tease, "What are you practicing, core strength?" Maintaining his position, Zhang Qinghuan replied, "I'm just giving the robot some space." Once the robot finished and departed, he lowered his legs, returning to his previous slouch position. Observing him, his mother frowned. "Look at you. How does any of this resemble a professional athlete? You look like an old man. What's wrong with being a professional athlete? Can't a professional athlete lounge on the sofa?" Zhang Qinghuan retorted. "If I were to capture this pose of yours and share it online, I dare say your female admirers would all unfollow you," Rin Changmei remarked, as she indeed pulled out her phone. Zhang Qinghuan chose to ignore her, remaining utterly still, for he knew his mother was merely speaking without intent. Nevertheless, his current appearance bore no resemblance to the handsome idol that his female fans envisioned. Setting aside his striking visage, the sight of Zhang Qinghuan reclining on the sofa, clad in a loose-fitting white t-shirt, evoked the image of an elderly gentleman. His lower half was adorned with gray, comfortable cotton lounge pants, and a pair of flip-flops dangled precariously from his big toe, swaying as if they might slip off at any moment. From his attire to his posture, everything exuded a sense of languidness, devoid of any grace. Rin Changmei indeed refrained from taking a photograph, turning her attention back to the television, and began to complain anew. "You are no longer a young lad. Yet you spend your days lounging at home watching television. Why didn't you join Xiao Liuzi when he invited you out yesterday?" Xiao Liuzi was Zhang Qinghuan's childhood friend, and their bond had remained strong regardless of Zhang Qinghuan's fortunes, whether he faced a downfall or regained his former glory. Since returning from Spain, Zhang Qinghuan had even shared a meal with Xiao Liuzi. Going where? They were going to sing. What would I do there? Singing? Why didn't you go? You are a 28-year-old young man. Engaging in normal social entertainment is something I never interfere with. But I cannot sing. What would be the point of my going? To listen to Xiao Liuzi and the others sing? Why not just go see a concert? Then by all means, go see one. Zhang Qinghuan shrugged. There are no concerts I wish to attend. Besides, I have been in Spain for nearly a year, after finally returning. Isn't it only right that I spend quality time with you at home? Do I need your company? Rin Changmei huffed. When you are away, I dine out, shop, and play cards every day. Yet, when you return, I must cook for you. Just earlier, Sister Wang invited me to play cards, and I turned her down. Mother, you needn't worry about me. Truly, go play your cards. I can manage my meals, really. That won't do. What if you eat recklessly and cannot participate in the Olympics? Zhang Qinghuan slumped on the sofa, rolling his eyes. Then, Mother, endure for another 2 weeks, and I shall join the national team for training. I can't be bothered to discuss this. With that, Rin Changmei tossed her words aside and turned towards the kitchen to prepare dinner. Zhang Qinghuan remained sprawled on the sofa, tilting his head back, his gaze directed upwards, following his mother's figure into the kitchen. It was only then that he withdrew his gaze, frowning as he pondered why his mother appeared so irritable today. Ultimately, his eyes landed on the television. The news concerning Hu Lai and Li Qingqing returning home had long since aired. And now the discussion revolved around Real Madrid's triumph in the Champions League. He recalled that his mother must have emerged from the bedroom after the segment about Hu Lai and Li Qingqing. All right. His mother had mentioned the 28-year-old young man. A light bulb flickered to life in Zhang Qinghuan's mind as he realized the cause of his mother's demeanor. She was evidently perturbed. Damn. Zhang Qinghuan turned over and sat up on the sofa, suddenly realizing that he had been subtly pressured into marriage. However, he also acknowledged that he was already 28, nearing 30 by the end of the year, yet still languishing at home. No wonder his mother viewed him with disapproval. Sitting there, he stroked his chin, contemplating that at this age, remaining single seemed somewhat indefensible. But could one simply find a girlfriend at will? In the past, Zhang Qinghuan had never lacked female companionship. Yet those women evidently did not suit the man he had become. Aside from those women, he seemed to have no acquaintance with any others. Or perhaps he lacked the means to meet new ones. Never having to worry about women before, he furrowed his brow and fell into deep thought. After an indeterminate period of contemplation, Zhang Qinghuan finally took action. He pulled out his phone and opened an app for booking flights and hotels. After a series of operations, he called out to the kitchen, "Mom, what is it? Why don't you go out with Aunt Wang tomorrow? Just leave me be. What are you planning to do?" "I'm heading to Jincheng for a few days." This time, the voice did not drift from the kitchen. Rin Chongmei, wearing an apron, appeared in the doorway, staring at him with curiosity. "What are you going to Jincheng for?" "I'm going to hang out with Hu Lai and the others." "So you want to find me bothersome at home?" "Hey, you rascal. Hu Lai is with Li Qingqing. What do you need to go see him for? To be a third wheel? Guangong could travel 1,000 miles alone, but you're just going to eat dog food?" "Mom, is that even a proper thing to say? What do you mean by eating dog food? Jincheng has Lao Wang, Xiaoyu, and I want to check out the apartment we bought together back then. Is that so wrong? Fine, if you want to go ahead." With that, Rin Chongmei promptly turned back to the kitchen to continue preparing dinner. In an office at the affiliated hospital of Jincheng Sports University, Chief Physician Yang Hua looked at the man before him, shaking his head in astonishment. "I truly did not expect you to come to see me specifically." Zhang Qinghuan smiled. "Of course, I had to come see you, Dr. Yang. In a sense, my career was rejuvenated thanks to you." Yang Hua was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "Ah, you still remember. I told you it was all Zhao's misguided idea. He insisted I deceive you about some career reimbursement, placing you in a life-or-death situation. Nevertheless, I am truly grateful to you, Dr. Yang." Having said this, Zhang Qinghuan stood up, preparing to take his leave. He had already spent half an hour reminiscing with Yang Hua. "Ah, no need for formality. I actually did very little. I merely played my part. You forged your own path." Seeing Zhang Qinghuan's current accomplishments, Yang Hua genuinely felt pleased for him. As they both rose, Yang Hua accompanied Zhang Qinghuan to the door. As they traversed the long corridor, they approached the nurse's station, immediately drawing gasps and glances from the nurses present. Their eyes fixated on Zhang Qinghuan, as if they could not look away. "Ahem." Yang Hua cleared his throat. "What is going on?" A bold nurse quickly raised her hand and asked, "Could we take a photo with Zhang Qinghuan?" Yang Hua furrowed his brow, initially intending to decline. When he heard Zhang Qinghuan beside him say, "Sure, no problem." Faced with this, Yang Hua had no choice but to agree. "Then let us all join in. We wouldn't want to waste Qinghuan's time." With that, he positioned himself next to Zhang Qinghuan. The nurses, having received permission, joyfully surged out from the nurse station, chattering excitedly as they surrounded Zhang Qinghuan. Then they encountered a dilemma. Who would take the photograph? It was nurse manager Ma who stepped forward, proclaiming, "I shall do it." The other nurses chimed in. "Well then, I'll switch with you later." But Ma shook her head, replying, "No need, you all can go ahead." She picked up her phone and, after directing the group, successfully captured a grand group photo. Once the photo was taken, Yang Hua waved away the nurses who wished to take individual pictures, escorting Zhang Qinghuan to the elevator. After watching him ascend in the lift, he returned to his office, a smile still gracing his face as he hummed softly to himself. He was pleasantly surprised that, after achieving great success, Zhang Qinghuan still remembered him, the former team doctor, and had come specifically to visit. "Ah, how delightful it is for someone like me to have such recognition." In the nurse station, the women gathered, excitedly discussing the recent group photo. Suddenly, someone sighed. "Oh dear, it's such a pity about Wan. Why did she have to be on the night shift today? Indeed. She adores Qinghuan, and yet, When he came to our hospital to see Dr. Yang, she wasn't here. Alas, such is life. Fate has its own course. So, should we not tell her that Qinghuan visited? We wouldn't want to upset her. Can we really keep that a secret? Who can guarantee they won't post about it? What? I already posted. Oh my, you're quick. I posted before the group photo. When Qinghuan was passing by us, I took a candid shot. Listening to their chatter, Ma cleared her throat. Have you all forgotten that one specifically went to Barcelona to take a photo with Zhang Qinghuan? That was a one-on-one. While this is just a group shot. Oh, Ma, we all know about that, but we haven't seen one post any of those pictures. Could it be that she never had a photo taken at all? Exactly. We all know she went to Barcelona, and she posted plenty from there. But there's never been a glimpse of her with Qinghuan. Ma thought to herself, you may not have seen it, but I have. Yet, she refrained from voicing this. For she felt that the photo she had seen was not quite perfect. Standing alone in the descending elevator, Zhang Qinghuan's captivating smile, which had enchanted countless women, quickly faded as he let out a barely audible sigh. He realized he had not seen that girl at the nurse station. Was she busy with work? Or had she left? It dawned on him that he knew nothing about her at all. How could I have expected such an impromptu visit to lead to an encounter with her? TSK. Zhang Qinghuan frowned, perplexed as to why he had embarked on this venture. Feeling rather foolish. With a ping, the elevator reached the ground floor. He donned his baseball cap once more and stepped out, his head bowed. He then walked straight through the lobby of the first floor of the hospital. As he stepped out of the hospital's main entrance, he noticed a figure on a bicycle wobbling toward him, veering onto the sidewalk not far away. Before the bicycle even came to a halt, the rider leaped off. He paused in his tracks. As someone scheduled for the night shift, someone was not obliged to arrive at the hospital so early. Yet, fate had conspired against her. She had happened upon a photo of her colleagues with Zhang Qinghuan on a social media platform. She had not anticipated Zhang Qinghuan's sudden appearance at their hospital. Consequently, she rushed down without even taking the time to groom herself, hastily grabbing her bag and dashing downstairs. The apartment she rented was not far from the hospital, usually a mere 15-minute walk. However, today, after her hurried descent, she snatched a shared bicycle and pedaled furiously. Please let him still be here. Please let him still be here. This thought echoed in Sun Wan's mind as she exerted herself on the pedals. After locking the bicycle, she disregarded her disheveled appearance, seized her bag from the bicycle's basket, and prepared to dash into the hospital. Yet, upon raising her gaze, she spotted a tall figure wearing a baseball cap at the hospital's entrance, looking directly at her. She froze momentarily, then recognized the face beneath the cap. Overwhelmed by a wave of surprise, she covered her mouth and widened her eyes. She then endeavored to compose herself, although she was still catching her breath. Her chest rising and falling rapidly, she reached up to smooth her hair, attempting to tame the wild strands. In her heart, Sun Wan began to lament her decision to leave the house without makeup, regretting that Zhang Qinghuan would witness her in such a disheveled state. She attempted to utter something to alleviate the awkwardness, but the words that escaped her only deepened her embarrassment. Are you hurt? She blurted out. Logically, it was a reasonable assumption. After all, they were at a hospital, where typically, one would not frequent without a reason. Yet, uttering those words felt like a curse. She quickly waved her hands in a flustered defense. No, that's not what I meant. I didn't. In response to her explanation, the other party remained calm, offering no reply. It appeared that he was genuinely upset. Just as Sun Wan's mind raced with uncertainty on how to clarify her words, she suddenly saw him smile. Without uttering a single word, he simply gazed at her with a beaming smile, one that could elicit gasps from countless women, shining radiantly just for her. Chapter 250. Why do they complement each other so well? In front of a grand villa resembling a club, a sleek black 7-seater van came to a stop at the entrance. Moments later, the door swung open, and several figures emerged. It was Zhang Qinghuan, Wang Guangwei, Xia Xiaoyu, Hu Lai, and Li Qingqing. Zhang Qinghuan stood with her back to the villa's grand entrance, first glancing toward a neighboring small villa, exclaiming, "It truly feels empty." Even Brother Lin and his family have moved away. Brother Lin has taken on the role of head coach at Huanan Tiger, while his wife has gone to Germany to accompany Xiao Qi. Naturally, this house has become vacant, Xia Xiaoyu commented. I wonder how that lad, Qin Qi, is faring in Germany. There's been no news about him at all, Zhang Qinghuan mused, as she was in Spain and had indeed seen little news regarding Qin Qi. It is said that Xia Xiaoyu's understanding during his youth team days was rather limited. Li Qingqing, gazing towards the villa that resembled a clubhouse, exclaimed, Is this the place where you all used to live together? Hu Lai gestured invitingly. Welcome to the 5A, rated scenic football apartment. What on earth makes it a 5A scenic spot? Wang Guangwei retorted as he locked his car. Didn't you previously claim it was 4A? Hu Lai frowned, did I? I don't recall saying that. Don't make baseless claims, old Wang. Wang Guangwei, evidently prepared, scoffed. Of course you did. Right in volume 4. Chapter 342. Hu Lai. Li Qingqing was amused by the banter between Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei, and with a tone of envy remarked, How wonderful. Wonderful? What do you mean? Hu Lai inquired. To live together with friends and have such lively days, she replied. It's not all that great. Wang Guangwei interjected. Initially, we often quarreled over who would clean the toilet. It wasn't until we hired a cleaning service that the issue was permanently resolved. Hu Lai raised his hand. I propose that we clean according to the number of goals scored. The one who scores the least should be the one to clean the toilet. However, they all disagreed. Zhang Qinghuan pointed at Hu Lai and said to Li Qingqing, Qingqing, look at what your boyfriend is suggesting. Li Qingqing also playfully hit Hu Lai. If it were me, I'd refuse too. Hu Lai dodged slightly, though not entirely. Come on, Huan Gu, don't criticize me. Didn't you suggest that the one with the fewest assists should clean the toilet? He then pointed at Wang Guangwei. Old Wang, you said that the one with the fewest steals should do it. The rest of us might let it slide, but old Wang, how could you stoop so low with that slicked-back hairstyle? Wang Guangwei retorted angrily. Who the hell has a slicked-back hairstyle? Oh, so you admit to being low? Damn it. Hu Lai, you're crossing the line. That S. Huan Gu's classic line. Old Wang, don't infringe on his rights. Zhang Qinghuan laughed. I temporarily grant old Wang permission. He added, go on, bite him. Damn it. Huan Gu, you're the dog here. And this is how it ends? Old Wang, I'm not one to stir trouble, but if this were my situation, I certainly wouldn't let it slide. Hu Lai pleaded, for Qingqing's sake. Could you at least act somewhat civilized? Xia Xiaoyu, watching the commotion, helplessly said to Li Qingqing, Sister Qingqing, I apologize for the ruckus. Yet, seeing the group in joyous disarray, Li Qingqing couldn't help but smile even wider. Despite the playful antics, they continued to give Li Qingqing a tour of the villa that held countless memories for them. Wang Guangwei opened the door, and instead of the expected dust, they were greeted by a bright and clean space. The marble floor shone under the sunlight, reflecting the ceiling above. After Xinchuan Junping went abroad, the keys to the house were entrusted to Wang Guangwei's parents, who would come by every few days, ventilating the rooms and hiring cleaning staff to maintain the space. Aside from the bedding not being changed, the villa was in a state ready for immediate occupancy. As they introduced each room to Li Qingqing, they reminisced about the past. Listening to their eager chatter and watching the rooms, Li Qingqing felt as if she could see the images of them living, playing, and frolicking together in this very space. Though this period may not be extensive, it has indelibly etched a vibrant mark upon the tapestry of their lives. After all, it represents the most splendid chapter in their respective careers, one that continues to resonate in the present and perhaps will echo into the future. A few like-minded friends gathered, singularly focused on the art of playing football and the pursuit of improvement, residing in this grand house with an unadulterated spirit. Li Qingqing's lips curled into a smile, fully capable of empathizing with that joy. After touring everyone's rooms, the group made their way to the football field in the backyard. This field, though devoid of players, showed no signs of neglect. It was evident that it had been meticulously cared for. Zhang Qinghuan even discovered that the footballs in the equipment shed were fully inflated. He flicked one up with his toes, relishing its firm feel, and remarked to Wang Guangwei, Your parents truly have a thoughtful disposition. Wang Guangwei chuckled. They understand the significance of this place to us. Seizing the moment while Zhang Qinghuan was distracted, Hu Lai snatched the ball from him and dashed onto the field. Calling to everyone, come play? The others jeered, You're insane. Hu Lai, haven't you had enough football for a season? Why would we come here to play? Standing on the distant field, with the ball at his feet, Hu Lai turned to Li Qingqing and asked, Qingqing, are you joining? Of course. Li Qingqing replied with a smile, stepping onto the field. Hu Lai then looked at the others. Don't you want to play with the top player in the Chinese Champions League? The group exchanged glances, and then Zhang Qinghuan exclaimed, Dude, Hu Lai, you are so underhanded. Enough chatter, are you in or not? In. Everyone shouted as they rushed onto the field. Xia Xiaoyu, Wang Guangwei, and Zhang Qinghuan sat on the sidelines, observing Hu Lai and Li Qingqing as they practiced passing with their left feet, without letting the ball touch the ground. Wang Guangwei remarked, "Those two are truly a match. It's quite normal for them to pass the ball to each other, yet I can distinctly sense a romantic undertone." Xia Xiaoyu excitedly said, "I envy Hu Ge for finding a like-minded girlfriend. How wonderful." Wang Guangwei nudged Xia Xiaoyu. "Wake up, Xiaoyu. There's only one Li Qingqing in this world." Zhang Qinghuan added, "Indeed, it's likely only Li Qingqing can accompany Hu Lai in football without finding it tedious. Let me tell you, while in Madrid, when he lived with Li Qingqing, he would go to the backyard to kick the ball every evening after dinner. Isn't that exaggerated?" Xia Xiaoyu gasped, "Exaggerated? You've never seen any photos in the media of him and Li Qingqing shopping, have you? It's because they don't shop at all. For them, returning home to play football together is the finest form of entertainment." Zhang Qinghuan's comment was somewhat exaggerated. How could Hu Lai and Li Qingqing never shop? It was simply that their shopping frequency was indeed low, as both had modest material aspirations. They were not inclined to frequent luxury boutiques or indulge in extravagant shopping sprees. Their garage housed merely 2 cars, one provided by the club's sponsor and the other procured by their agent. Wang Guangwei nodded, saying, "I understand why I was not at all surprised when I first heard about those two being together. In fact, I felt they were destined to be united." Xia Xiaoyu turned and asked, "Why is that?" "Because both of them possess such a pure passion for football," Wang Guangwei replied. Zhang Qinghuan slapped his thigh in realization. "Now I get it. If it were an ordinary girl, who would agree to such antics? An ordinary girl would undoubtedly question, if we go play football, who holds more importance? Football or me? Huh. So, does that mean football brings you more joy than I do? Fine, go ahead and sleep with your football." Xia Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Swaying with amusement, "Brother Huan, how do you understand this so well?" Wang Guangwei scoffed, "What nonsense. If Brother Huan doesn't he understand, who would? He has encountered more women than you've ever seen in your life, Xiaoyu." Zhang Qinghuan raised his middle finger at Wang Guangwei. "You scoundrel." Wang Guangwei, grinning mischievously, remarked, "Brother Huan, you're not getting any younger. Now that Hu Lai has a girlfriend, why don't you find one for yourself?" Zhang Qinghuan lamented, "Damn it. My mother is pressuring me to find a girlfriend at home, and now I have to endure your nagging in Jincheng." Wang Guangwei suddenly realized. "So that's why you came to Jincheng to hang out with us. Are you escaping from debt, Brother Huan? If so, I can introduce you to a few." He leaned in, as if to whisper. Zhang Qinghuan pushed him away. "Save them for yourself. Aren't you single as well? How can you admonish me? Do I lack women? Then why don't you find one?" Just then, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing approached, with Hu Lai wearing a cheeky expression, spreading his hands. "Let me make it clear. Brother Huan, it's not that we don't trust you. We just want to broaden our horizons." Zhang Qinghuan, uninterested, stood up and patted his backside. "All right. Let us go." We agreed to watch Coach Zhao and the others. Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei whispered loudly behind him. "Brother Huan is changing the subject." "Exactly. Brother Huan is feeling guilty." "Old Wang, clarify, is it guilt or something else?" Zhang Qinghuan's forehead twitched in irritation. "I can't hear you." Hu Lai complained to Wang Guangwei. "It's all your fault for speaking so loudly. Now Brother Huan has heard us." "Damn, just like I'm talking softly." Xia Xiaoyu, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. "You're all speaking quite loudly, so what is the issue?" Noticing Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei looking at him, he inquired. Hu Lai exchanged a glance with Wang Guangwei before seizing Xia Xiaoyu and saying to Li Qingqing, "Look, we have an honest person here." Xia Xiaoyu felt quite embarrassed, while Li Qingqing laughed until she bent over. Listening to the laughter behind him, Zhang Qinghuan huffed softly and took out his phone, noticing a new message. Unlocking it, he found a message from Chanwan. "Thank you for the dinner you treated me to last night. Honestly, I didn't take care of you during your injury, so I feel indebted for this meal. If possible, may I treat you to dinner as well?" Zhang Qinghuan smiled slightly and promptly replied, "Sure, tomorrow or the day after. Whichever works for you." As soon as the message was sent, he received a reply from Chanwan. "That's wonderful. How about tomorrow evening? What would you like to eat? It's on me." She also sent a playful emoji of a hand on her chest. Zhang Qinghuan chuckled in response. "Anything is fine. I trust it will be delicious since you are treating." This time, there was no immediate reply from her, but Zhang Qinghuan didn't mind. She probably went to check some reviews. He tucked his phone away and turned back to the 4 friends still frolicking. "Are we going or not? If we don't hurry, Coach Xiao's training will be over. Let us go, go. Under the setting sun, the cheerful voices of the 5 young individuals infused life into the long-abandoned courtyard. Yet, as they departed, The courtyard swiftly returned to its former tranquility. Chapter 251. The power of example here. Pass. On the training field, Li Rong, donned in a blue vest, advanced while raising his hand for the ball. However, when the football was passed to him, he refrained from receiving it and instead leaped, as if evading something. And indeed, he was. Just as he jumped, a figure dashed across the grass, intercepting the ball intended for him. The young player who snatched the ball quickly rose and launched a long pass. Then, a shrill whistle pierced the air. Assistant coach Chen Mo shouted from the sidelines, "Oyangjin, how many times must I say it? Do not make careless long passes. After regaining possession, look for your teammates nearby. Do you see where that ball went?" All players on the field turned their gazes toward the left side of the pitch. Simultaneously, a player in a red jersey in the center was giving a thumbs up to Oyangjin. "Nice pass. Oyang, just another 30 meters towards me would have been perfect." Ha! Laughter erupted among the players of the Flash Star team. Amidst the mirth, Oyangjin explained to assistant coach Chen Mo, "I intended to launch an immediate counterattack, coach. If you simply pass to your nearby teammates, it's still a fast break." Chen Mo was at a loss for words. "You only need to focus on defense." Oyangjin quickly gestured to indicate he understood. Next to him, Li Rong leaned in to complain. "Could you at least shout before you tackle next time? Oyang, your silent approach is quite frightening. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have taken me down." Oyangjin quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Li Gu, but it's precisely the element of surprise that makes it effective." Li Rong was exasperated. "This is training, not an actual match. Save your tricks for the game." "All right, Li Gu." Oyangjin nodded repeatedly. "No problem, Li Gu." However, Li Rong remained unconvinced, frowning. "You won't shout next time, will you?" "Of course I will, Li Gu. You can trust me." Li Rong sighed. "Forget it. I'll just have to keep an eye on you." Watching Oyangjin fawning over Li Rong from the sidelines, Chen Mo remarked, "Oyangjin seems overly enthusiastic today. He even wants to initiate an attack." Zhao Kongming chuckled. "He must have heard that Hulai and Wang Guangwei are coming today, which has spurred him on." "You leaked that on purpose, didn't you?" Zhao Kongming did not directly respond to his old partner's inquiry. Instead, he remarked, "The greatest advantage of Shining Star, compared to other domestic clubs, is that we have the most players who have gone abroad to study and play. This is our tradition. Such a tradition can positively inspire the current players on the team. To put it plainly, it is an advertising effect." "What kind of advertisement?" "It is the power of role models. However, my dear Zhao, Hulai and the others are not only role models, but also temptations. Once they arrive, who knows how many hearts will yearn to fly to Europe. Those talented, capable, and ambitious young players will leave the team one after another for Europe. Take this Oyangjin for instance. He is set to participate in the Olympics this year. If he performs exceptionally well and catches the eye of European clubs, do you think he would willingly stay and play in the Chinese Super League? If he truly manages to go abroad, I would, of course, be happy to let him go. We initially brought him over from Shaojing Green Forest because we recognized his abilities and prepared for his future overseas career." Zhao Kongming remained unfazed. "This is Shining Star's positioning. If we can become a star factory like Ajax, that would be splendid." Chen Mo laughed. "Perhaps Dongwen aspires to create a Chinese version of the infamous Alvara. That is also quite good. We must generate revenue for the club and secure a future. We cannot attain significant honors in the Chinese Super League, and both the broadcasting revenue and prize money are minimal. Our income relies primarily on selling players. Whether it is the earlier departures of Hulai or the later exits of Zhang Qinghuan, Wang Guangwei, and Xia Xiaoyu, Shining Star has signed secondary transfer revenue sharing agreements with each respective club, albeit with varying percentages. Some are higher, some lower. Therefore, even if Dongwen has to make slight concessions on the transfer fees, he is willing to accept it. At that time, Hulai had yet to transfer to Madrid Pirates. So some were puzzled as to why Dongwen was so insistent on this secondary transfer revenue sharing clause. Until Hulai transferred from Leeds City to Madrid Pirates for a staggering 120 million. This transaction between European clubs ultimately brought Shining Star, located far away in China, 24 million in revenue. This is in euros. At the current exchange rate, it amounts to approximately 170 million. Those strong clubs in the Chinese Super League, vying for championships and participating in the Asian Champions League, probably earn less than that in an entire season, even with broadcasting revenue. Yet Shining Star achieved this without any effort, as if a pie fell from the sky, netting 170 million. If Shining Star were a publicly listed company, This year's financial report would be exceptionally impressive. All of this was merely due to a clause in the transfer contract signed between Shining Star and Leeds City, stipulating that if Hulai were to transfer away from Leeds City, Shining Star would receive 20% of the transfer fee. This clause had not attracted much attention at the time of signing, to the extent that Leeds City itself had forgotten about it. Until they sold Hulai and awaited the influx of 120 million in transfer fees, they were shocked to discover that they still had to allocate 24 million to Anton Starr. Leeds United's general manager, Eric Duffy, regretted not having proposed 150 million to the Madrid Pirates beforehand. If they had subtracted the 30 million owed to Anton Starr, Leeds would have received the 120 million they desired. That was indeed the ideal figure for Leeds. Zhao Kongming's phone buzzed with a new message. Upon checking, he remarked, "Hulai and his group have arrived. Should we go out to greet them?" Chen Imo inquired. "No, we will continue our regular training. They will come over on their own." The arrival of Hulai's party at the training ground did cause a stir, but this commotion quickly subsided. Under the watchful eyes of the coaches, everyone refocused on their training. However, it was evident that the players of Anton Starr were now training with greater dedication and intensity. This was the power of role models, as Zhao Kongming had described. After the training concluded, Zhao Kongming formally introduced Hulai and his group to the players, providing them with an opportunity for close interaction with their idols. Hulai engaged in conversations with both former teammates and unfamiliar newcomers. Having transferred earlier, he found himself less acquainted with most of the players in Anton Starr. For instance, the former captain, Li Tailin, had already retired, and the current captain was Ding Yuanhai. Han Xiangfei, who had warmed up with him during his first substitute appearance, had also left the team. In contrast, Wang Guangwei, Xia Xiaoyu, and Zhang Qinghuan were somewhat more familiar faces, as they had departed 2 seasons after Hulai. Surrounded by his former teammates, Wang Guangwei experienced a peculiar sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of Hulai's return to Anton Starr. Back then, he and his teammates had watched Hulai return from half a season abroad, significantly improved, evoking both admiration and frustration. They envied Hulai's growth while lamenting their own stagnation at home, akin to frogs in a well. Now, he perceived a similar look in the eyes of his former teammates. He had become an object of both envy and frustration. Yet, he realized that his own progress abroad had not matched Hulai's. Others might be unaware of this. Only recognizing that Wang Guangwei had firmly established himself in the starting lineup of an Serie A team. Consequently, Wang Guangwei shared his overseas experiences with them candidly. As it was the only thing he could offer, he conveyed that while Europe appeared glamorous, it was a realm rife with both opportunities and risks. Should they aspire to play abroad, they must prepare mentally to give their all, both on and off the pitch. They needed to endure solitude and hardship, and it was essential to learn the language in advance. The players' exchanges did not last long, considering they had just completed training and needed to rest. Additionally, this was merely an informal, impromptu meeting. Thus, after satisfying their curiosity, assistant coach Chen Imo disbanded the team, instructing them to return to the locker room to shower and change. Meanwhile, Hulai and his companions followed head coach Zhao Kongming. Once Zhao Kongming finished his briefing, they would dine in the training base's coach's cafeteria. After the players had departed, Zhao Kongming, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, "So, what do you think of my group of players?" Hulai gave a thumbs up, replying, "They're quite impressive, Coach Zhao. Your talent for nurturing young players is unparalleled in all of China." Zhang Qinghuan interjected teasingly, "Oh, come now. Hulai, there are 3 players from this Olympic team currently at Shining Stars. Why don't you tell us who they are?" Hulai promptly answered, "Ouyang Jin, Guan Shipeng, and Tian Yuan." "Oh my, you actually know?" Zhang Qinghuan expressed his surprise. Hulai scoffed, "That's hardly a secret." Zhang Qinghuan remarked, "Well done with your research." Ignoring the playful banter between his 2 proud disciples, Zhao Kongming said, "Among these 3, Ouyang Jin likely has the brightest future ahead, though he still has much to improve. You know, Hulai, when Ouyang Jin plays, I can see your influence." The room fell silent in astonishment, including Hulai himself, who exclaimed, "Coach Zhao. I'm a forward, and he is a defensive midfielder. How could there be any resemblance?" Zhao Kongming smiled gently. "Ouyang Jin plays with intelligence." Xia Xiaoyu, unable to contain his curiosity, blurted out, "But Coach Zhao, when I was on the Olympic team, everyone said Ouyang Jin played in a rather sneaky manner." Zhang Qinghuan laughed heartily. "Xiaoyu, you're quite the honest one. Can't you tell that Coach Zhao's remark about intelligence was a euphemism?" Wang Guangwei joined in the laughter. Amidst the laughter, Xia Xiaoyu realized he had spoken too quickly and sheepishly scratched his head. In fact, of the few present, only Xia Xiaoyu had played alongside Ouyang Jin. The others, including Wang Guangwei and Zhang Qinghuan, had left the team before Ouyang Jin transferred in from Shaojin Green Forest. Xia Xiaoyu had partnered with Ouyang Jin on the Olympic team. As a key defensive midfielder, Ouyang Jin was primarily responsible for defense. His name may sound gentle, but his appearance was quite the opposite. Standing at 186 meters tall and weighing 80 kilograms, he had a well-defined muscular physique, far from being a mere pushover. Xia Xiaoyu had collaborated with Sun Chuan Junping at Shining Stars and partnered with Ouyang Jin on the Olympic team. Both were purely defensive midfielders, but in Xia Xiaoyu's view, Sun Chuan embodied a traditional defender's approach, while Ouyang Jin resorted to unorthodox tactics on the field, often employing subtle maneuvers. It seemed they should switch roles. With Sun Chuan's attributes, his crafty defense would be understandable, while Ouyang Jin ought to play more straightforwardly. Previously, fans of Shining Stars had remarked on Ouyang Jin, saying, "You were once a beauty, yet now you resemble a rogue," which garnered much agreement. Thus, it was said that Ouyang Jin played in a rather sneaky manner. Xia Xiaoyu had not given it much thought until Coach Zhao's comment prompted him to realize that, in a certain light, Hu Lai and Ouyang Jin's playing styles bore some resemblance. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Chapter 252. The beginning of a summer at Terminal 1 of Dongxing International Airport, the three-star players, Ouyang Jin, Guan Shipeng, and Tian Yuan, finally encountered Xia Xiaoyu. They greeted him with warmth and inquired, "Xiaoyu, are you alone?" Xia Xiaoyu paused for a moment, his brow furrowing. "Why do you all seem so disappointed?" "Oh, not at all. Absolutely not." Ouyang Jin hastily waved his hand, speaking on behalf of the others to deny it. "We were just surprised." "Xiaoyu, didn't you come from Dongchuan? Why didn't you come with Hugo?" "I didn't travel with Hugo. We just arranged to meet here at the airport." Xia Xiaoyu replied. The reason he chose not to accompany Hu Lai was simply to avoid being a third wheel. This time, both the national U23 team and the women's national team commenced their training simultaneously, so Hu Lai left Dongchuan alongside Li Qingqing. It would take a lack of awareness for Xia Xiaoyu to seek out the opportunity to travel with them. Had Hu Lai not suggested they go to the capital together for training, Xia Xiaoyu wouldn't have even considered traveling from Jincheng to the capital with Hu Ge and the others. As they waited for Hu Lai, Ouyang Jin leaned closer and asked, "Xiaoyu, is there any truth to the gossip about Hu Ge online?" Xia Xiaoyu was puzzled. "What gossip?" "Oh, just whether Hu Ge is really that unpolished," Ouyang Jin replied with a grin. Xia Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. "Why are you so interested in this?" With a playful smile, Ouyang Jin defended himself. "I'm merely trying to analyze Hu Ge's character to see what kind of person he is and how easy he is to get along with." Xia Xiaoyu grinned. "Rest assured, he is more approachable than anyone." Tian Yuan chimed in. "So, Xiaoyu, does Hu Ge have any hobbies? What kind of music does he like? What does he enjoy eating? Are you conducting a census?" Xia Xiaoyu shot them a glance. "And no, just curious about Hu Ge's little interests," they replied sheepishly. Xia Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. "You need not worry about that. Hu Ge doesn't care about such things. He is here to play football for the national team. Instead of trying to please him, focus on your own performance and play well." Observing his teammates, who were of a similar age yet still possessed a certain naivete, Xia Xiaoyu couldn't help but elaborate further. "Do you know why Hu Ge has achieved success so swiftly?" Ouyang Jin blurted. "Because Hu Ge is incredibly talented. Talent is undeniably significant, but for Hu Ge, it is certainly not the most crucial factor." Xia Xiaoyu shared his observations of Hu Lai over the years with his teammates. "I believe Hu Ge has achieved his current success in such a short time primarily because he is more genuine than any of us. You've all heard about the villa we shared at Shining Star, right?" "Of course." Ouyang Jin nodded vigorously. "You built a football field in the backyard and spent your time playing together. Even the act of inviting teammates for a party while playing football is hardly newsworthy. It was reported by the media back then, and even now, some people occasionally revisit the tales of Hu Lai's lack of finesse." Xia Xiaoyu inquired of them. "How many players do you think can reach such heights?" The three of them exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. Ouyang Jin even grinned and asked, "Aren't you tired?" "Indeed, most would consider it exhausting." "What if I told you that even after Hu Ge transferred to a prestigious club like the Pirates and amassed numerous accolades, he still trains in the backyard of his home in Madrid with Li Qingqing? What would you think?" The three novices were left speechless. utterly unable to fathom the scene Xiaoyu had painted. All of them were professional footballers. What was the purpose of their hard work? To earn money. And what do they do with that money? Buy luxurious mansions, acquire lavish cars, and adorn themselves in high-end brands, ensuring their households are furnished with the finest. In essence, it's about enjoyment. What's wrong with relishing the fruits of one's labor? It's not illegal. Once they step away from the training ground and the pitch, it is their personal time, a time to relax and indulge. Thus, the notion of continuing to train after returning home from the team is unfathomable. Yet, Hulai did just that. He had reached the pinnacle of what all Chinese players could dream of. Logically, it would be reasonable for him to rest on his laurels. Let alone merely engaging in normal leisure activities, he was still training. Not only him, but Li Qingqing was also equally dedicated. No wonder they were able to claim the Champions League title. Xiaoyu observed the three enraptured teammates with a slight smile. Then remarked, "Everyone knows that the illustrious Lin Gu is quite the professional, right? Didn't coach Lei Min mention that Lin Gu trains with the dedication of a European player? To train diligently and live with discipline for a decade, like Lin Gu, stems from an exceptional level of professionalism, whereas Hu Gu's commitment is purely out of love, an unadulterated passion for football. So, regardless of your intentions, keep it simple and pure, focus solely on playing well." The three contemporaries fell into silence. This silence did not last long, as it was soon shattered by the arrival of Hulai and Li Qingqing. "Ah, you all are here." Hulai greeted them, dragging his suitcase. "The flight hasn't taken off yet, has it?" Xiaoyu chuckled. "Rest assured, Hu Gu, if it were about to take off, we certainly wouldn't wait for you here." Hulai playfully embraced his neck, exclaiming, "How ruthless!" Xiaoyu grimaced under the affectionate hold, contributing plenty of amusing expressions. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing looked on with a radiant smile, her gaze lingering tenderly on Hulai. The three novices stared in awe at this scene. In truth, they had already interacted with Hulai at the training base, not long ago, when Hulai and his team visited Zhao Zhidao at Shining Star. They had conversed with him following a training session. Currently, Hulai's performance remains largely unchanged from the past. However, perhaps influenced by the words of Xiaoyu, they perceive that every movement he makes perfectly aligns with Xiaoyu's sentiments. His lack of pretension, characteristic of a top Chinese athlete, emanates from his purity. The playful banter with Xiaoyu embodies his innocence. The smile gracing his face is a testament to his unadulterated spirit. Even the reason why the goddess of football, Li Qingqing, has chosen to be with him can be attributed to his purity, can it not? Achievements, fame, and the beauty by his side. He embodies the essence of a life well lived, all because of his authenticity. In the eyes of these three individuals, Hulai radiates brilliance, seemingly glowing with an inner light that dares one to gaze upon him directly. As Hulai frolics with Xiaoyu, he becomes aware of the curious glances directed at him, prompting him to release Xiaoyu and turn to them with a broad smile. "From today onward, we are teammates. Let us strive together." The three are momentarily rendered speechless. Nodding reflexively, "All right, Hu Gu, we will give our utmost effort. Ladies and gentlemen, our aircraft will be landing at Capital International Airport in half an hour. Please fasten your seatbelts, stow your tray tables, adjust your seatbacks to their upright position, and open the window shades. Kindly switch off all mobile phones, laptops, and other personal electronic devices," announces the flight attendant in her distinctive tone over the cabin intercom. Hulai, who had been reclining in his seat, presses the button to return his seat to an upright position before glancing downwards. The vast expanse of plains and the undulating mountains unfold before his eyes. "What are you looking at?" Li Qingqing's voice drifts to his ears. Turning to see her sitting up, he replies, "Looking for the Great Wall. You can't see it from the space station, but surely we can from the plane, right?" Li Qingqing leans over to take a look, but, upon failing to spot it, remarks, "We must have passed it by now." Yet, Hulai continues to gaze, seemingly unwilling to concede. As the plane begins to turn and descend, the blue sky outside is gradually obscured by a veil of white clouds, rendering the mountains invisible, and consequently, the Great Wall unattainable. Just as Hulai considers returning to his seat, he suddenly fixates on the lower right corner of the window, his eyes widening in astonishment as he reaches out to pull Li Qingqing closer. Almost collapsing onto him, she exclaims, "What is it?" "Look, the Buddha's light." Hulai directs her gaze, and indeed, in the direction he indicates, she spots a circular halo resembling a rainbow. At the center of this halo lies the shadow of the airplane, cast upon the cloud-formed canvas below. It is truly the Buddha's light. Oh my! Li Qingqing gasps in delight. The appearance of this ethereal light is fleeting, vanishing as the plane breaks through the clouds to reveal the mountains below, as if it had never existed. Yet, both Hu Lai and Li Qingqing are unequivocally certain of what they witnessed. It feels as though, by some divine providence, on this very day marking the commencement of their Olympic preparations, they beheld a radiant omen of good fortune from above. Chapter 253. The minimum and maximum goals are, at last, it is my turn to take the stage. If I do not make my appearance soon, I shall catch a chill. Lin Ziyuan exclaimed excitedly at the entrance of the Hongfengling training base. His teammates from the South China Tiger team kept their distance from him. As the principal goalkeeper for the South China Tiger, Lin Ziyuan had spent nearly 2 months in rigorous training with the national under-23 team, which undoubtedly affected his status at the club. However, Lin Ziyuan was not preoccupied with such concerns. His mind was solely focused on showcasing his exceptional abilities at the Olympics to secure a place in Europe. Losing his starting position at the domestic club seemed trivial to him. At his tender age, Lin Ziyuan was indeed of the appropriate age for the national under-23 team. Had he not already participated in 1 Olympic Games, he would not need to occupy a spot reserved for overage players. The fact that he could step onto the Olympic stage as the main goalkeeper at just 18 years old was a testament to his prowess. Yet, due to the unique nature of the goalkeeper position, he had not yet ventured abroad, watching instead as Hu Lai, Zhou Zijing, and Xia Xiaoyu each enjoyed their own successes overseas. Before departing for the national under-23 team, his agent, Uncle Chiu, had informed him that significant progress had been made in discussions with Westing Athletic regarding his potential acquisition. All he needed to do was deliver a compelling performance at the Olympics to secure a better commitment from them. At the very least, he aspired to earn a fair opportunity to compete with Pierre Grosch, the first team's main goalkeeper at Westing Athletic. While Lin Ziyuan stood at the entrance of the Hongfengling training base, dreaming of a bright future ahead, a rather unwelcome voice interrupted his reverie. What the hell, Lin Ziyuan? Why are you here? Turning around, he confronted Hu Lai's irritating visage. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, why on earth can't I be here? Like you, I am also one of the overage players. A look of surprise crossed Hu Lai's face. Lin Ziyuan pointed at him. What kind of expression is that? Hu Lai, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, oh right. I almost forgot you are indeed an overage player. My apologies, Xiao Linzi. It's been so long since you've played that I nearly overlooked it. In response to Hu Lai's sarcastic banter, Lin Ziyuan managed a forced laugh. Following Hu Lai, Xia Xiaoyu and Ouyang Jin, who had just reported to Hongfengling, witnessed the spirited exchange between Hu Lai and the national team's main goalkeeper. Exchanging glances of disbelief. Is this what Xiaoyu meant by pure? As the players of the Chinese national under-23 team flew in from various locations to assemble in the capital for preparations, the second edition of the Zhonghua Cup had concluded all its matches. Without Hu Lai, Zhang Qinghuan, Lin Ziyuan, Xia Xiaoyu, and Zhou Zijing, the Chinese national team suffered a 1-2 defeat against the Croatian national team in the semifinals. Their hopes of defending the title were dashed. Fortunately, they managed to defeat the Senegalese national team 1-0 in the third-place playoff, ensuring they did not finish at the bottom of their home tournament. The championship of this edition of the Zhonghua Cup was claimed by the Croatian national team, who triumphed over the Costa Rican national team with a commanding 3-0 victory, serving as a consolation for their inability to participate in the European Championship finals. The attendance at the China Cup has proven to be quite commendable, with both matches featuring the Chinese team nearly filled to capacity. In the absence of the Chinese squad, Chinese fans have graciously exhibited the demeanor of exemplary hosts, fervently cheering for both competing teams and making them feel at home. The China Cup has ushered in the summer football odyssey for Chinese fans, soon to be followed by the European Championship. Remarkably, even before the conclusion of the China Cup, the European Championship had commenced, and it is currently unfolding with great fervor. This event is a grand feast for countless Chinese football enthusiasts. However, the event capturing the most attention from Chinese fans this summer is not the European Championship, but rather the Olympic Games set to begin in early August. In the realm of football, the influence and prestige of the Olympic football tournament cannot rival that of the European Championship. Only the World Cup holds greater significance. Historically, Chinese fans have viewed the Olympic Games in this light, readily opting for the European Championship in the event of a scheduling conflict. Despite the European Championship occurring in distant Europe, countless Chinese fans willingly adopt the roles of supporters for various European national teams, their emotions swaying with each victory and defeat. Yet circumstances have shifted. While the European Championship remains thrilling, it is the Olympics that truly resonates with Chinese fans, as the Chinese U23 team is set to participate. This time, the squad is bolstered by several formidable overage players, marking the second consecutive appearance of the U23 team at the Olympics. Unlike 4 years ago, expectations are naturally higher this time around. Previously, the Chinese U23 team was placed in a challenging group. And with their first Olympic appearance in 12 years as hosts in 2012, fans had tempered expectations regarding their performance. For many, merely qualifying for the Olympic tournament was deemed a significant achievement. What more could one ask for? However, this time, the U23 team's qualification for the Olympic finals is a testament to their strength. Otherwise, they might not have even secured a ticket to the Games. With the addition of 3 potent overage players, how could Chinese fans not harbor expectations for this team's Olympic journey? It is noteworthy that in the previous Olympic Games, the U23 team did not include a single overage player. Although this current squad is devoid of Chun Xingyi, Luo Kai, and Wang Guangwei from 4 years ago, it has welcomed the likes of Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijing, 2 players of Olympic age who already possess the caliber of national team members. Having honed their skills in Europe, the previous U23 team had no players who had played abroad. While some have referred to that team as the golden generation of Chinese football, it is evident that this current U23 team is not lacking in strength either. Alongside Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijing, the inclusion of overage players who Lai, Zhang Qinghuan, and Lin Ziyuan significantly enhances the team's prowess and experience. The remaining players have emerged on the stage following the reforms in Chinese football, and their developmental environment is notably more favorable than that of their predecessors 4 years ago. Given these advantageous circumstances, it is only natural and reasonable for Chinese fans to harbor high expectations for them. As for whether such lofty aspirations might impose significant psychological pressure, potentially becoming a burden that impacts their performance, one must consider that as professional athletes in China, they should be adept at managing such pressures. It is essential to recognize that pursuing a career in professional sports in this country inherently involves a constant companion, pressure. At the training camp for the national under-23 team, head coach Mai Zhaocheng is convening a meeting with all the players. On the first day of assembly, prior to the commencement of any training, the foremost task is to align their thoughts. Only by unifying their mindset can the players comprehend the purpose behind their preparation for the upcoming training regimen, thus igniting their intrinsic motivation. Mai Zhaocheng emphasizes the significance of this motivation and the importance of the team's ideological development. Therefore, in coordination with team leader Ran Zhechong, it was decided that a meeting would be held to clarify the team's objectives for this Olympic Games. Once the goals are established, all training will revolve around these aspirations. Unlike typical coaches who strive to alleviate pressure on their players, Mai Zhaocheng takes a different approach, candidly informing them from the outset that they will bear immense pressure. As expectations are exceedingly high, as Chinese players, they naturally carry the gaze of tens of millions of fans and over 1 billion people. We are acutely aware that football occupies a uniquely significant position in Chinese society. If we perform poorly, we will undoubtedly face criticism from countless individuals. Even those who rarely engage with the sport. This is a reality we must accept. Therefore, concerns about the weight of pressure should be set aside. Representing a nation of 1 billion is inherently no trivial task. Having fully grasped this notion, let us now consider the objectives for this Olympic Games. I trust no one believes that mere participation in the Olympics constitutes victory, do you? Upon finishing this statement, Mai Zhaocheng surveyed the players in the meeting room and noticed that no one displayed surprise at his assertion. This is promising. It appears that after successive appearances in the Olympics and World Cups, coupled with a surge of players gaining international experience, the morale of Chinese players has significantly risen, and they no longer feel content with merely participating in the Olympics. I candidly share with you that we have set both a minimum and a maximum target for this Olympic Games, and all our training plans will be devised with the highest goal in mind. Thus, even if we fall short of achieving our highest ambition, we should still surpass our minimum goal. Our minimum objective is to advance past the group stage. Upon stating this baseline target, the players remained largely unresponsive. It is evident that no one in the team believes they cannot advance from their group, especially with the presence of the La Liga top scorer. The UEFA Champions League top scorer Hu Lai, alongside formidable teammates such as Zhang Qinghua, Lin Ziyuan, Xia Xiaoyu, and Zhou Zijing, all of whom possess national team caliber. The results of this draw are significantly more favorable than 4 years prior, making the goal of advancing from the group stage one that should not warrant further discussion. As Mai Zhaoqing observed the calm demeanor of his team, he finally unveiled his ambition. The ultimate objective is to secure a medal. The meeting room fell into a brief silence, perhaps as the attendees processed the weight of their coach's declaration, before they erupted in excitement. Chapter 254. The possibility of medals. What are your thoughts, Hu Gu, Huan Gu, and Xiao Yu Gu, on Coach Mai's highest and lowest goals? After the meeting concluded, and with the hours still premature for slumber, familiar faces congregated in Hu Lai's room to deliberate on the significant topics raised in the meeting. As Ouyang Jin posed the question, the others turned their attention to the three distinguished figures. Hu Lai remained silent, directing his gaze towards Zhang Qinghua. Hu then nudged Xia Xiaoyu. Why don't you share your perspective? Xia Xiaoyu, unreserved, began to articulate his understanding, although Coach Mai outlined 2 objectives. We need not concern ourselves with the lower goal, which is merely a formality. Coach Mai desires us to focus on the higher aim, which is to win a medal. Ouyang Jin raised his hand. Xia Xiaoyu acknowledged him. Go ahead. With permission granted, Ouyang Jin inquired. Why doesn't Coach Mai simply state this goal directly? Perhaps it is to help us psychologically accept it more readily. He might be apprehensive that the prospect of winning a medal could intimidate us. Hence he established a minimum target. This way, even if we do not secure a medal, as long as we advance from the group stage, we would still fulfill our objective without bearing a heavy burden. Ouyang Jin nodded thoughtfully, and noticing his silence, Xia Xiaoyu continued. In truth, winning a medal is not an unattainable goal. The very fact that Coach Mai has recruited Hu Gu and Huan Gu as overage players reveals his intentions. He is not merely preparing for the Olympics, but striving for commendable results. Otherwise, why would he enlist overage players? There are numerous domestic overage players aspiring to participate in the Olympics, after all. The decision to include Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghua as overage players in this national Olympic team has not been universally accepted, although the majority of fans applaud this move. A small faction remains opposed. Critics argue that Mai Zhaoqing's personal interests and the Chinese Football Association's desire for glory have led them to put pressure on overseas players like Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghua. Such critiques are not without merit, as Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghua have just completed a season in Europe, where the intensity of play far exceeds that of domestic leagues. Following their season, they must join the national Olympic team for training, subsequently participating in the Olympics held in Los Angeles. By the time the Olympics conclude in mid-August, they will have perfectly missed their respective teams' preseason training. Moreover, the accumulated fatigue is bound to impact performance in the upcoming season. Thus, some individuals question why Mai Zhaoqing, in his pursuit of veteran players, does not consider domestic talent, while those who have ventured abroad may no longer regard participation in the Olympics with the same fervor. Domestic players still view the opportunity to compete in the Olympics as a profound honor. A small faction has directed their criticism towards Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghua, suggesting they ought to decline the call from the national U23 team to conserve their energy for the Olympics. While the earlier Group S arguments bear some merit, the sentiments of this latter faction are utterly baseless. Let us set aside the question of whether Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghua, as professional athletes, possess the honor to refuse such summons. As representatives of China, if they were to decline the invitation on the grounds of seeking rest, they would likely be inundated with scorn from domestic fans and media. At that juncture, those advocating for their refusal would not only fail to defend them, but might very well join the chorus of criticism. Currently, under immense pressure, Mai Zhaoqing has steadfastly invited Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghua to join the national U23 team, rendering participation a necessity rather than a mere formality. With the goal of attaining medals, the intensity of training is assuredly rigorous, and the coming month will undoubtedly be arduous. However, should they indeed have the opportunity to secure a medal, I believe the endeavor would be worthwhile. Ultimately, Xia Xiaoyu aims to reassure everyone to prevent their lamentations about fatigue. If they can clinch a medal at the Olympics, even a bronze, these players would have etched their names into the annals of Chinese football history. Who could remain indifferent to such an enticing prospect? The pressing question remains, do we truly have a chance at winning a medal? Observing Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghua, the younger generation within the team exudes newfound confidence. Furthermore, the national U23 team is not solely reliant on Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghua. Xia Xiaoyu, and Zhou Zijing. Already integral members of the squad, are formidable assets in their own right. Xia Xiaoyu gradually established himself as a regular starter in the Champions League knockout stage, securing his position in the first team by the end of the season. Although he played more matches in the latter half of the season and is not typically tasked with the final pass, he still managed to provide 2 assists in the league. Similarly, Zhou Zijing became a staple starter for Leeds City in the latter part of the league, netting 4 goals and contributing 2 assists in the Premier League. Considering his role primarily involved supporting Polish striker Laski, such accomplishments are commendable. Given that players have differing tactical roles and responsibilities, it is challenging to assess their capabilities merely through numerical comparisons. Thus, a lower goal tally does not necessarily indicate Zhou Zijing's lack of strength. Moreover, after a season in the Premier League, his physicality has markedly improved, enabling him to assist the national U23 team in gaining greater possession in the attacking third during Olympic matches. Coupled with Hu Lai, a dual Golden Boot winner in the Champions League and La Liga, and Zhang Qinghuan, the midfield linchpin, alongside the national team's main goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan. This U23 team indeed possesses a plausible chance of contending for medals. In the restaurant, the head of the national Olympic team, Ran Jiachong, noticed several players yawning while having breakfast, appearing quite drowsy. With a furrowed brow, he expressed his concerns to head coach Mai Zhaoqing, saying, "Your words yesterday seemed to place undue pressure on them. It's evident that they did not sleep well." Mai Zhaoqing's expression turned grave as he replied, "Surely it shouldn't be that severe. I specifically set a minimum target for them. The minimum target is merely a safety net, isn't it? Does it really matter whether you set a minimum target or not? Can this team truly fail to advance beyond the group stage? Old Ran. One must not speak so lightly. Football is unpredictable. Anything can happen. It is entirely possible that we might not even qualify from the group stage." Ran Jiachong shuddered at the notion of Mai Zhaoqing's dark humor, fearing that if this team indeed failed to progress past the group stage, the pressure on both of them would become immense, marking them in a rather disgraceful chapter of Chinese football history. At that moment, he spotted Hu Lai and Ouyang Yanjin approaching him. These were familiar faces, for years ago, during a previous Olympic team, Ran Jiachong had collaborated with Hu Lai. Although Hu Lai later joined the national team, their rapport remained strong. When the team reported yesterday, Ran Jiachong had greeted Hu Lai with a warm embrace. He beckoned Hu Lai and Ouyang Yanjin over. "Is there something you need, team leader Ran?" Hu Lai inquired. "About last night, wait." Ran Jiachong initially intended to ask whether Hu Lai had slept well, but reconsidered. After all, Hu Lai was a seasoned player who had participated in the World Cup and played in Europe for many years. Surely, he would not be kept awake by the pressure of the Olympic medal aspirations. So, he rephrased the question, "What are your thoughts after yesterday's meeting? Did anyone feel anxious?" Hu Lai shook his head, responding, "Not really. I think everyone is quite excited." "Excited?" Ran Jiachong echoed in surprise. "Yes. Just the thought of potentially making history has everyone so thrilled that they couldn't sleep," Hu Lai remarked, pointing to Ouyang Yanjin, who was sharing a room with him. He tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep at all. Ouyang Yanjin, feeling a bit embarrassed, added, "Well, it's true that I was a bit excited. But then again, Hu Gu is someone who has seen grand stages. He even snores while sleeping. You're not unable to sleep due to excitement." "It's because Hu Lai snores, isn't it?" Lin Ziyuan chimed in from behind, wrapping an arm around Ouyang Yanjin's neck. Ouyang Yanjin hurriedly waved his hands, insisting, "No, that's not it. The moment I close my eyes, I start imagining how I will walk up to the podium during the award ceremony, whether I should walk or leap onto it." Lin Ziyuan was taken aback. "You really think that far ahead?" Ran Jiachong and Mai Zhaoqing exchanged glances, both sensing that Ouyang Yanjin was not lying. His sleeplessness was indeed due to excitement, rather than any other reason. Thus, Ran Jiachong said to Hu Lai and the others, "All right, you may go have your breakfast." After watching them leave, Mai Zhaoqing turned his gaze back to Ran Jiachong and asked, "So, old Ran, are you feeling more at ease now?" Reassured yet not entirely at ease, Mai Zhaoqing furrowed his brow, pondering the significance of the situation. The true measure of their progress would be revealed through their performance in the Olympic Games. Nevertheless, it was indeed a promising beginning. Ran Jiachong chuckled as he remarked on the commendable mental fortitude of this group of players. Mai Zhaoqing reflected, acknowledging that the football environment in recent years has markedly improved, consequently bolstering the players' confidence. Optimism abounds. Things are bound to get better. This sentiment resonated deeply with Ran Jiachang, who sighed in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, things will inevitably improve." Chapter 255, Olympic Training Camp, even if my Zhaoqing refrained from voicing it explicitly. Numerous indicators suggest that the Chinese Football Association and the National Olympic Team are genuinely ambitious. In addition to summoning overseas players such as Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan for participation, it is noteworthy that the inclusion of overage players has been a rarity since the very first day of the national team's training camp. During the 2012 Capital Olympic Games, the Chinese Olympic team, as the host, also featured overage players. Qin Lin's solitary Olympic appearance occurred during that time. As an overage player, he only joined the team 10 days prior to the commencement of the Games, lacking the opportunity to participate in the training camp 2 months in advance. The same could be said for the other 2 overage players, whose late arrival was partly attributed to the ongoing Chinese Super League, with clubs reluctant to release players early for Olympic preparations, fearing it would affect their performance. However, Qin Lin was already playing for Eintracht Frankfurt, and his situation paralleled that of Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan, as he too joined the national team's training camp 10 days ahead of the event. This was simply the norm for overage players at that time. This time, Hu Lai, Zhang Qinghuan, and Lin Ziyuan's early arrival for training with the team clearly indicates the national team's desire to foster synergy and seamless integration of these overage players into the squad. This approach starkly contrasts with the situation 16 years prior, when overage players and the Olympic team seemed as incompatible as oil and water on the field, leading to the team's failure. Beyond their early integration into the training camp, the arrangement of dormitory accommodations further reflects this intent. The national team rooms 2 players per room, and the allocation was not determined by random selection or voluntary pairings, but rather designated by the team leader. In the final roster, the overage players were not confined to a single room, but were instead dispersed to reside with the original members of the national team. Moreover, even when paired with national team players, they were not necessarily assigned to roommates with whom they were already familiar. For instance, Hu Lai, though not sharing a room with Zhang Qinghuan, was instead paired with Ouyang Jin. Similarly, Zhang Qinghuan and Lin Ziyuan were not roomed with their teammates from South China Tigers. Lin Ziyuan, in fact, did not share accommodations with any of his fellow South China Tiger teammates. The arrangement that completely dismantles previous interpersonal relationships vividly illustrates the determination of the coaching staff of the Chinese Olympic football team to foster a unified collective. Whether they hail from overseas backgrounds, the Shining Stars group, or any other small factions, such divisions are impermissible within this national squad. Even a star like Hu Lai, having achieved considerable success, is afforded no special treatment within the team. Each member bears but one identity, that of a player representing the Chinese Olympic team, including those surpassing age limits. This method aims to bridge gaps and dissolve distances, fostering camaraderie both on and off the pitch, thus enabling the team to unleash extraordinary combativeness during matches and etch their names in history. The coaching team takes great solace in the exemplary role played by veterans like Hu Lai in this regard. From their very first day, they mingled seamlessly with other players, eschewing any airs of superiority or aloofness, much to the relief of those who previously perceived them as unapproachable. Furthermore, Hu Lai's fame and accomplishments have set a commendable standard during training, inspiring his teammates to emulate his diligence. No one dares to slack off, for who would risk incurring the disdain of peers when Hu, a prolific scorer in La Liga and a 2-time goal scorer in consecutive Champions League matches, trains with such fervor? Is there anyone within the team who feels discontented with Hu Lai's relentless work ethic? Certainly, there are. Zhou Zijin, for instance, bristles at the thought of Hu Lai attempting to overshadow him, insisting that as the age-appropriate player, he is the rightful heir to the team's legacy. He resolves to outwork Hu Lai. Should anyone consider Hu Lai's intense training to be merely routine, they need only observe Zhou Zijin, who, as a core member of the squad, has previously displayed a lackluster training regimen. Yet now, he seems invigorated, as if electrified. Witnessed firsthand by Ouyang Jin, Guan Shipeng, and Tian Yuan, the transformative impact of Hu Lai's success story has deepened their understanding. They too have committed themselves to rigorous training, striving for purity in their efforts. Thus, the internal competition within the Olympic team has intensified, garnering admiration from team leader Ran Jiachang for Mai Zhaoqing's initial decision. Indeed, Unifying their mindset and communicating a shared goal of medaling has genuinely ignited their intrinsic motivation. For so many years, why did no one think of this approach? My Xiaoqing chuckles. Times have changed, old Ran. In the past, Chinese players suffered from poor performance and lacked confidence. Such measures only heightened their pressure, leading to collapse. Now, these players possess greater self-assurance, believing they can indeed contend for medals, which is why they train so ardently. During the training camp, the Chinese Olympic team played 3 friendly matches domestically. The U-23 International Invitational Tournament was collaboratively organized by the Chinese Football Association, local government, and various enterprises. In consideration of the grouping results of the National Olympic team for the upcoming Olympic Games, the 3 opponents selected were deliberately chosen to reflect the characteristics or styles of the teams within the Olympic group stage. Why is it said that this National Olympic team harbors ambition? Firstly, the grouping results indicate a marked improvement compared to the previous edition. In the last Olympic Games, the Chinese team was placed in a group with Belgium, Argentina, and Nigeria, a grouping that was notoriously termed the Group of Death. This was indeed validated when the formidable Argentine team, led by Meli, failed to advance from this challenging group. In contrast, for the current Olympic Games, the Chinese team finds itself grouped with Germany, Honduras, and Fiji. Apart from Germany, which possesses a slightly superior strength, neither Honduras nor Fiji can be compared to the likes of Belgium or Nigeria from the previous tournament. The Chinese U-23 team, should they perform to their potential, should be able to progress to the knockout stages alongside Germany. In preparation for this group, the National Olympic team arranged domestic warm-up matches against the Dutch U-23 team from Europe, the Mexican U-23 team from Central America, and the New Zealand U-23 team from Oceania. All 3 teams boast considerable strength, and had they formed a group together, it would arguably surpass the strength of the Olympic grouping, hence truly deserving the title of Group of Death. It is clear that the National Olympic team's strategy in facing opponents stronger than their group stage adversaries is deliberate. Even if they were to lose these warm-up matches, Coach Mai Xiaoqing remains unconcerned, believing that the potential blow to the team's confidence is outweighed by the opportunity to gauge their standing against peers from more developed football nations. This self-awareness is crucial for establishing a proper understanding of their positioning. On this foundation, the team can then adjust their strategies and tactics, continuing their training until they reach optimal physical and mental states by the time the Olympic Games arrive. Surprisingly, the outcomes of the 3 warm-up matches were somewhat unexpected for Mai Xiaoqing. In the first match against the Dutch U-23 team, the National Olympic team achieved an impressive victory, triumphing 3-2, thanks to a brace from Hu Lai and a goal from Zhou Zijin. The second match against the Mexican U-23 team ended in a 1-1 draw, with the lone goal for the Chinese team scored not by Zhou Zijin or Hu Lai, but by Zhang Xinghuan, marking his first goal for the National Olympic team. In the third match against the New Zealand U-23 team, despite New Zealand being the weakest opponent among the 3, the Chinese team found this encounter to be the most challenging. New Zealand was acutely aware of its strengths and weaknesses, lacking in technical skills, but excelling in physicality and resilience. Thus, they adopted a straightforward and aggressive playing style against the Chinese U-23 team. Faced with an opponent that employed a defensive formation and relied on long passes to launch powerful attacks against the Chinese defense, the National Olympic team struggled to find their footing. Ultimately, the 2 teams ended in a goalless draw, with the completion of the 3 warm-up matches. It was indeed surprising that the Chinese U-23 team remained unbeaten, exceeding many expectations. The performance of the Chinese Olympic team has heightened anticipation for the upcoming Olympic Games. Following 3 domestic warm-up matches, the team took a 3-day respite in their competition venue, Shanghai City, before granting the players a 4-day leave to reunite with their families. This break was essential, as the players had been in a closed training camp since June 15th, culminating with the warm-up matches on July 20th, resulting in over a month of intensive training. It is not necessarily beneficial for training durations to be excessively long. Prolonged sessions can impose significant physiological and psychological burdens on the athletes, to ensure they are well prepared and rejuvenated. The Olympic team provided this respite before their departure to the United States, allowing the players to alleviate the accumulated stress and fatigue from their training period. Spending time at home with loved ones is, indeed, the most effective means of relaxation. After the 4-day hiatus, the team reconvened in Shanghai City and then flew to the United States, where they will engage in 2 more warm-up matches. Following these matches, The Olympic Games will officially commence, marking the beginning of Hu Lai's second Olympic journey. Appendix: Groupings for the men's football tournament at the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. Group A: United States, Japan, Sweden, Egypt. Group B: Argentina, South Korea, South Africa, Russia. Group C: Germany, Honduras, China, Fiji. Group D: Spain, Brazil, Senegal, Chile. Chapter 256: A meeting in Los Angeles 4 years ago. When the Chinese Olympic team embarked on their journey to Madrid for the Olympics, they serendipitously encountered the Chinese women's football team during a layover in Dubai, as they too were en route to Paris for Olympic preparations. This chance meeting involved mutual greetings and encouragement before they parted ways. A moment captured in a short video that gained popularity online. However, this time, the young men of the Olympic team should not expect a similar encounter with the women's team. On one hand, they do not require a layover from Shanghai to Los Angeles, as there are direct flights available. On the other hand, the routes of the two teams diverge significantly. The women's team departed domestically 10 days earlier, heading to Europe for a series of warm-up matches, using competition as practice, before traveling directly to Los Angeles for the Olympics. The two teams are heading in opposite directions, rendering a reunion improbable, even upon arrival at the Olympics. The chances of their paths crossing are slim, as they will not be residing in the same city. While the majority of events will take place in Los Angeles, football, a sport with high venue requirements, cannot accommodate all 16 men's Olympic teams and 12 women's teams simultaneously within the city. Consequently, football matches must be hosted elsewhere. Similar to the previous Madrid Olympics, where the Chinese Olympic team stayed and competed in Valencia, this time, despite the Olympics being in Los Angeles, the team will be based in San Francisco, where all matches for their group will occur. Meanwhile, the Chinese women's football team will be competing and residing in Seattle. According to the schedule, the U23 national team and the women's football team must reach the semifinals to return to Los Angeles, a feat that requires them to advance to the Final Four. Furthermore, as the football matches commence prior to the Olympic opening ceremony, neither the men's nor women's teams will be able to attend this grand event, which has become a tradition in the sport. It is indeed a lamentable circumstance that although the players are participating in the Olympics, they are unable to partake in the opening ceremony. While it is unlikely for the men's and women's teams to meet, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing will have the opportunity to see each other in the United States. Prior to the Olympics, their shared sponsor, Feisun Sports brand, will provide them with custom-designed Olympic footwear. Before the previous season's leak concluded, Feisun dispatched personnel to Madrid, Spain, to collect their foot movement data, which was subsequently analyzed and produced at their headquarters in America. The finished products are now ready for use. Before the Olympics, Feisun invited Hu Lai and Li Qingqing to Los Angeles for a press conference to unveil their new gear. After donning their new shoes, they showcased their skills to satisfy the media, social elites, and ordinary fans present at the event. This is, at present, the only opportunity for Hu Lai and Li Qingqing to encounter one another during the Olympic period. With smiles on their faces, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing held their personalized soccer shoes, posing for photographs. The shoes designed specifically for them by Feisun are a couple's edition. Hu Lai's footwear features a striking combination of red and black, adorned with a swirling dark golden dragon pattern on the shoe's body, while the tongue showcases a formidable dragon head in matching dark gold. In contrast, Li Qingqing's shoes are a refreshing blend of turquoise and pink, exuding femininity and vibrancy, with subtle dark feather patterns. The tongue is not merely crowned with a simple phoenix head, but rather intricately designed with a phoenix crown motif. Hu Lai's shoes belong to Feisun's Archer series, which does not prioritize extreme lightness and speed, but rather emphasizes stability at key contact points, aiding players in achieving greater shooting accuracy. As a player who does not rely on speed, Hu Lai has previously worn the Archer model, and now Feisun has tailored a personal version based on his foot shape and movement data, ensuring an even better fit. Li Qingqing's shoes, on the other hand, are from Feisun's Libertarian series, which offers a more comprehensive design that balances speed and ball control while providing excellent support to maintain stability and precision during high-speed movements. This makes it an ideal choice for a versatile player like Li Qingqing. Following the product showcase, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing switched into their shoes and took to the field to demonstrate their skills. If the event had been exclusively for Hu Lai or Li Qingqing, the skill demonstration would have featured individual juggling. However, with both present, The display transformed into an interactive exchange of passing between the two. For Hu Lai and Li Qingqing. This posed no difficulty at all. It even evoked memories of their usual practice sessions. The journalists present observed the two exchanging the football with smiles, and inexplicably, they felt a sweet sensation in their throats and a sense of fullness. After feeding the reporters some delightful banter, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing settled down for interviews. One reporter inquired, "Earlier, representatives from Feiyun Company expressed hope that you would don exclusive cleats and achieve commendable results in this Olympic event. What aspirations do you hold regarding your performance in this Olympics?" Hu Lai and Li Qingqing exchanged a glance. And it was Li Qingqing who spoke first. "I hope to at least reach the semifinals." In the previous Olympics, Li Qingqing led the Chinese women's football team to a bronze medal, which, after entering the 21st century, stood as the finest achievement for the team in international competitions. This record was later surpassed by the bronze medal at last year's Women's World Cup. Thus, reaching the semifinals could potentially yield a medal. Modestly, she added that such a result would be entirely acceptable for the women's team. "And what about you, Hu Lai?" The reporter directed the question towards him. Hu Lai replied, "I also aspire to reach the semifinals." In stark contrast to Li Qingqing's calm demeanor, the journalists gasped upon hearing Hu Lai's words. Despite various optimistic projections regarding the national Olympic team's objectives, including calls for medal aspirations, the official discourse had consistently shied away from such declarations. This marked the first instance where reporters heard an official mention of a medal-related goal from a member of the national team. Was this, in a sense, a formal announcement? The journalists sensed they had stumbled upon a significant story, growing increasingly excited. Hu Lai had explicitly stated that the national team's goal was to reach the top four. What? Was Hu Lai truly aiming for a medal? The whispers spread. Hu Lai declared he wouldn't return to the country without an Olympic gold medal. Have you heard? Hu Lai mentioned that if he wins the Olympic gold, he would return home and run naked. My goodness, are professional players really this audacious nowadays? Why is everyone fixated solely on medals? Has no one noticed that, according to the schedule, for Hu Lai and Li Qingqing to meet in Los Angeles, both must reach the semifinals? So, why do you think they both coincidentally stated that their goal was the top four? Astonishingly, is this a public display of camaraderie? Underneath the news of Hu Lai and Li Qingqing attending the Feiyun new shoe launch, countless Chinese fans left such fervent comments. "Oh dear, Hu Lai's words come too swiftly," sighed Ran Jiachong, the team leader of the National Olympic team, upon seeing the news report. "While I believe Hu Lai was merely echoing Li Qingqing, it's no big deal that it got out." Head coach Mai Zhaoqing smiled, adding, "Prior to this, the National Olympic team had never publicly declared its objectives. Although the players were aware, there were no related reports in the media. After all, objectives are meant to inspire team spirit. Shouting them out indiscriminately serves little purpose. If they fall short, they could easily be perceived as mere boasts." According to the thoughts of Ran Jiachong, once the Chinese Olympic football team truly achieves its ultimate goal, they can publicly declare that the team has always been striving towards this objective. This approach carries no risk, for if they fail, no one will be aware of such audacious aspirations held by the team. However, due to a recent commercial event, Hu Lai has unexpectedly revealed the team's ambitions. Should they not succeed, Ran Jiachong might find himself, along with the team, labeled as overambitious. Yet, Mai Zhaoqing holds a different perspective. "Let us think positively, old Ran. Let this matter serve as a pressure test for our team. Moreover, our performance in the domestic invitational tournaments has already demonstrated our capabilities. The awareness of this goal will not significantly impact us. Have we not noticed the increasing number of optimistic voices in the media and online after the invitational? Hu Lai, aren't you concerned that you might be imposing pressure on your teammates?" Li Qingqing inquired via WeChat. The beautiful moments of their gathering were fleeting. As she and Hu Lai had returned to their respective teams, the butterfly effect of this reunion has drawn attention to the aspirations of the Chinese Olympic team. What pressure? If we cannot bear this slight pressure, how will we endure the greater pressures of the World Cup in the future? Some of these players will undoubtedly enter the national team later on. Consider this a rehearsal. Hu Lai responded nonchalantly. He certainly would not admit that at that moment. He was solely focused on reuniting with Li Qingqing in Los Angeles, completely unaware that his words equated to exposing the team's highest ambitions. Li Qingqing pondered for a moment and found merit in Hu Lai's reasoning, recognizing that learning to face pressure is an essential lesson for professional athletes. Furthermore, compared to the World Cup, the pressure of the Olympics is significantly lesser. She sent a toothy grin emoji. Then let us give it our all. See you in Los Angeles. Chapter 257. The differences between 4 years ago and now Meli. The goal is in. Meli has scored his first goal in this Olympic tournament. With 30 minutes remaining, the Argentine Olympic team has already taken a 3-goal lead over the South Korean team, securing their first victory in the Olympics without any doubt. Meli has continued his excellent form from the current season in his club and, compared to 4 years ago, has become more mature with an enhanced scoring ability. Prior to the commencement of the Olympics, Meli participated in a media interview where he acknowledged that competing as an overage player in this tournament is motivated by his desire to win a gold medal. Given his performance in the opening match, the Argentine Olympic team indeed holds the potential to contend for the gold. For Meli, this marks his final opportunity to participate in the Olympics and to seize the chance to win an Olympic championship, which may very well explain his outstanding form and fighting spirit displayed in today's match. Before the Olympic opening ceremony even commenced, the football events had already begun in earnest. In Group A, the host nation, the United States, drew 0-0 against Egypt in their opening match, while Japan and Sweden also finished 0-0. In Group B, Argentina triumphed over South Korea with a score of 3-0, with Meli contributing 1 goal and 1 assist. In another match, South Africa and Russia ended in a goalless draw. Remarkably, among the first 4 matches in the upper half of the group stage, 3 were devoid of goals. The next phase will involve 4 matches in the lower half, where the Chinese Olympic team resides in Group C. According to the regulations of the Olympic tournament, upon reaching the knockout stage, teams from the 2 groups in the upper half will face off against each other. And the same applies to the lower half. The first team in Group A will confront the second team in Group B, while the second team in Group A will face the first team in Group B. Similarly, the first team in Group C will meet the second team in Group D, and the second team in Group C will challenge the first team in Group D. After determining the 4 semifinalists, cross-matching will ensue, with the winner of the encounter between the first team of Group A and the second team of Group B competing against the victor from Group C's first team and Group D's second team. The victor from the second team of Group A and the first team of Group B will then face off against the winner from Group C's second team and Group D's first team. According to this arrangement, there exists a possibility for Meli and Hulai to encounter one another in the Olympic Games, contingent upon both successfully advancing from the group stage. In the previous Olympics, Argentina failed to progress. However, this time, the Argentine Olympic team has commenced their journey significantly better than 4 years prior, when they drew 1-1 with the Belgian Olympic team in their opening match. Presently, they have convincingly triumphed over South Korea with a minimum of 3 goals. A single additional victory would secure their advancement. On the other hand, the Chinese Olympic team faces Honduras, a team ranked second in their group, while they themselves are placed in the 3rd tier. The 4th-tier team is Fiji, and Germany holds the top rank. Consequently, the outcome of the match between the Olympic team and Honduras is pivotal for their prospects of advancing smoothly from the group. Should the Olympic team defeat Honduras, coupled with a subsequent victory over Fiji, they would amass 6 points prior to their final match against Germany, rendering that encounter less critical. Conversely, should they fail to secure a win against Honduras, even a draw would necessitate a fierce struggle against Germany in the last round. Given Germany's status as the reigning champion of the previous U21 European Championship, their prowess cannot be underestimated. Li Qingqing and Su Wen entered the hotel conference room, observing their teammates already seated. Su Wen reminisced, I truly miss the Madrid Olympics 4 years ago, when we collectively watched the Olympic team's matches. Surprised by how swiftly time had passed, a teammate in the front row turned to her and replied, "There is a slight difference though. Last time, we played first. This time, the Olympic team plays first. We had a triumphant opening last time, and I hope this Olympic team can achieve a victorious start as well. It should be manageable, right? Honduras isn't particularly strong," Su Wen remarked dismissively. "Oh, but we mustn't underestimate them. Honduras eliminated Mexico to qualify for the Olympics," came the retort. The level of the national team cannot simply be equated with that of the Olympic team. The teammates in the conference room engaged in spirited discussions about the impending match. On the projection screen, the live television broadcast had commenced, showcasing players from both teams waiting in the tunnel. The camera panned over the players, lingering a few extra seconds on Hulai, providing a grand close-up shot. Evidently, the Olympic Broadcasting Agency is well aware of who this individual is and fully comprehends his significance within the team. It could even be articulated that Hu Lai is the most resplendent star of this match, regardless of whether the opponent is Honduras or even the German Olympic team. Hu Lai's prominence remains unparalleled. The commentators from the American television network are currently introducing Hu Lai to the audience. While Li Qingqing can only grasp a few fragmented phrases in English, yet it suffices for her to infer the essence of the commentary. The foremost hero of Chinese football, the La Liga top scorer, the Champions League's most prolific striker, the most formidable player. This suddenly evokes in Li Qingqing thoughts reminiscent of the ostentatious titles of European and American aristocracy. Thus, as she mentally reinterprets the commentator's words, they transform into, "Ladies and gentlemen, before you stands the foremost hero of Chinese football, the top scorer of the La Liga 2027 to 2028 season, the best striker of the same season's Champions League, the creator of a record for scoring twice in 4 consecutive Champions League matches, the most threatening player of this match, Hu Lai." The thought brings a smile to Li Qingqing's face, and she chuckles sweetly. It isn't until she hears Su Wen's voice that she snaps back to reality. She shoots Su Wen a glance, pondering what could have prompted such merriment. Su Wen persistently inquires, "What has you so delighted?" Li Qingqing boldly replies, "I'm just thrilled to watch Hu Lai play again." Faced with Su Wen's relentless curiosity, Li Qingqing opts for a straightforward approach. Su Wen pauses momentarily, then furrows her brow, exclaiming, "Oh, how annoying." The teammates nearby burst into laughter, teasing, "You asked for it." Wen. Amidst the jovial banter, Li Qingqing is genuinely elated, not merely for having successfully teased Su Wen, but because this time, she no longer has to conceal her feelings or shy away from anyone. She can openly express her support for Hu Lai. If Hu Lai scores, she need not hide among her teammates, and regardless of how loudly she cheers or how fervently she celebrates, she is unbothered by the incredulous gazes of those around her. Merely 4 years have passed, yet so much has transpired. Hu Lai withdraws from the system's perspective, the thick white light chain connecting him to his teammates dissipating, leaving his view noticeably clearer. Just moments ago, he had utilized 300,000 points to purchase 10 Linksy cards, which he distributed among his teammates. In addition, he equipped himself with the worn Giant Bear jersey and damaged Giant Bear shin guards. He did not acquire the lover's red string, as it now permanently adorns his wrist, eliminating the need for an additional exchange. This expenditure totaled 36,000 points. However, Hu Lai need not fret over insufficient points. Last season, he accomplished the task of scoring in every league match, earning 120,000 points. Furthermore, he completed the initial 2 steps of the left foot scoring series, amassing an additional 60,000 points. This has accumulated to a total of 126,000 points. Yet, this is not the sole reason for Hu Lai's financial affluence. Last season, Hu Lai secured the La Liga Golden Boot, claimed the La Liga Championship, and also earned the UEFA Champions League Golden Boot, which granted him an additional 1,500,000 points. It was only upon the conclusion of the season that Hu Lai made this discovery, as prior to that, the system had not issued any tasks pertaining to the league or the scoring charts. Throughout the prolonged season, the system had only released a scant few tasks, leading Hu Lai to believe that it had entered a state of dormancy. However, by the season's end, he realized that it was not a slumbering state, nor was it a lack of task issuance. Rather, the method of task distribution had transformed. The previous protocol of task issuance, individual completion, and subsequent reward acquisition had shifted to a model where rewards were granted upon the completion of certain achievements. These rewards varied from points to tangible items. In essence, without specific tasks, Hu Lai was uncertain about whether he would receive rewards unless he delved into the achievement system's list and navigated accordingly. Nevertheless, there was little need for such an inquiry. As long as he performed to the best of his abilities and accomplished an achievement, rewards would be automatically bestowed upon him. Hu Lai speculated that this change in the system may have been an attempt to avoid revealing outcomes through task announcements. After all, every time he saw a new task posted, he felt as though it foreshadowed his inevitable success. Although he had experienced the rare failure of an Asian Cup task, such instances were few among the multitude of tasks he had completed. The new approach of awarding rewards based on achievement completion significantly mitigated the risk of spoilers, allowing Hu Lai to concentrate more on the essence of football itself. The La Liga Championship, the La Liga Golden Boot, and the UEFA Champions League Golden Boot each contributed 500,000 points, totaling 1,500,000. However, This did not imply that future victories in the La Liga Championship or the La Liga Golden Boot would automatically yield another 500,000 points. Upon claiming points, the achievements for winning a La Liga Championship, securing a La Liga Golden Boot, and attaining a UEFA Champions League Golden Boot had already been illuminated, with a note indicating that rewards could not be obtained repeatedly. This meant that if Hulai intended to repeatedly chase the same achievements, he would not be permitted to do so. Nonetheless, it did not imply that future accolades such as the La Liga Championship or the La Liga Golden Boot would bear no benefits. The achievement system contained a plethora of peculiar achievements, ensuring that there would always be one suited for Hulai. For instance, achievements such as successfully defending the La Liga Championship, securing a three-peat of La Liga Golden Boots, achieving 5 consecutive seasons of obtaining the La Liga Golden Boot, or scoring 100 goals in La Liga were among those that could yield substantial rewards, provided they were accomplished. "Let us go. Keep pushing," shouted Kairi, the captain of the national U23 team, clapping his hands energetically as he moved forward alongside the referee team. Behind him, the other players of the national U23 team followed suit. Hulai was among them. The Honduran players beside him withdrew their gaze and advanced as well. The inaugural match of both teams in the Olympics was about to commence. Chapter 258. A fatal strike as soon as Xiaoyu gained possession of the ball. The players from the Honduran U23 team charged forth to defend him. Yet, he did not immediately release the football. Before receiving the ball, Xiaoyu had already observed that there were no advantageous passing options ahead. Therefore, he decided to maintain possession and advance the Honduran defense, creating openings behind them. However, this approach of holding the ball carries inherent risks. As a defensive midfielder, losing possession here could allow the opponent to confront the center backs directly, potentially breaching the Chinese U23 team's defense. Only someone with substantial confidence in their skills would dare to attempt such a strategy. When faced with the aggressive pressing of the Honduran players, Xiaoyu turned to shield the ball, positioning himself away from the attacking direction, and pretended to use the outside of his right foot to flick the ball to the right. As the Honduran players lunged in that direction, he deftly redirected the ball to the left with the inside of his right foot, simultaneously pivoting his body to face the attacking direction once more. It appeared as though he was merely spinning in place, yet this maneuver allowed the Honduran formation to advance nearly 20 meters. Xiaoyu did not linger in possession. He swiftly passed the ball to his teammate, Zhang Qinghuan, who was making a diagonal run to receive it. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Qinghuan faced immediate pressure from the Honduran players. At the outset of the match, Honduras had adopted an aggressive strategy, intensifying their pace in hopes of overwhelming the Chinese defense with rapid attacks. Conversely, the Chinese team focused on maintaining possession, refraining from rushing into a direct confrontation with Honduras. Mai Xiaoqing remained cautious. Honduras's fast-paced play was evident in their high press in the midfield, aiming to seize the initiative. Clearly, they understood that to progress from this group, defeating the Chinese team was imperative. Nevertheless, both Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinghuan remained composed in the face of the Honduran high press. For them, accustomed to the rigors of European football, such intensity posed little challenge. Zhang Qinghuan approached the ball, making a motion to receive it, which drew the attention of the nearby Honduran players. Suddenly, he withdrew, allowing the ball to pass while simultaneously turning without the ball. This maneuver left the Honduran players behind him. "Oh, splendid play by Zhang Qinghuan." Amidst the cheers of Chinese fans in the stands, he advanced with the ball. As Zhang Qinghuan dribbled forward, center forward Zhou Zijing did not press forward but instead retreated to offer support. The player who advanced was Hulai. To the Honduran players, Hulai posed a far greater threat than Zhou Zijing, effectively pinning their defensive line back. In contrast, Zhou Zijing, having retreated, found himself unmarked by Honduran defenders. Zhang Qinghuan passed the ball to the retreating Zhou Zijing, who shielded it with his body and skill while facing away from the attacking direction. It was only when Zhou Zijing received the ball that the Honduran players shifted their focus to him. At that moment, Zhou Zijing noticed Zhang Qinghuan darting diagonally past him towards the penalty area. Consequently, the Honduran defenders were left in a dilemma, torn between defending Zhou Zijing or Zhang Qinghuan. In defense of Zhou Zijing, should he pass the ball to Zhang Qinghuan, the latter would be facing the goal directly. If they focus on defending Zhang Qinghuan, Zhou Zijing would have the opportunity to turn with ease. They are well aware of the significant threat posed by a center forward turning around. Ultimately, The approaching player from Honduras adhered to the principle that whoever has the ball poses the greatest threat, thus opting to defend Zhou Zijing. However, Zhou Zijing did not pass the football to Zhang Qinghuan. Instead, he delivered it to the advancing Xia Xiaoyu. After passing the ball to Zhang Qinghuan, Xia Xiaoyu did not linger in the back but actively surged forward, arriving just in time to support Zhou Zijing. As the football was transmitted to him, Xia Xiaoyu lifted his right leg and, without stopping the ball, executed a deft chip pass that soared over the heads of both teams' players, perfectly landing in the path of Zhang Qinghuan. What a splendid and precise lob pass. The Olympic team has initiated their offensive play. Zhang Qinghuan sprinted towards the ball, while the Honduran players converged upon him, and simultaneously, the Honduran goalkeeper shifted towards Zhang Qinghuan in an attempt to block his shooting angle. Zhang Qinghuan indeed positioned his right leg, mimicking the action of shooting. However, when he made contact with the ball, it was not a shot, but rather a lateral pass. Zhang Qinghuan crossed the ball. Hu Lai, stationed centrally, suddenly burst forth from in front of the Honduran center back, obstructing the opponent. The defender attempted to push him forcefully, seeking to disrupt Hu Lai. Yet, after honing his skills for 2.5 seasons in the Premier League and 1 season in La Liga, Hu Lai had grown resilient in physical confrontations. No longer collapsing at the slightest contact, he withstood the interference of the Honduran defender and, facing the soaring football, lifted his foot to shoot. As the Honduran goalkeeper turned to make a save, the ball had already sailed into the net. Hu Lai, what a remarkable strike. The ball has found the back of the net. Hu Lai has scored the first goal for the Olympic team in this Olympic tournament. In the 22nd minute of the match, the Olympic team leads Honduras 1-0. Commentator He Feng raised his arms in jubilation from the commentary box, his exclamations swiftly overshadowed by the resounding cheers from the crowd. The Chinese Olympic team played all 3 group matches in San Francisco, a city with a significant Chinese population. For the Olympic team, this was akin to playing on home turf. Nearly 2/3 of the seats were occupied by Chinese fans, including Chinese students and other individuals of Chinese descent, as well as non-Chinese nationals of Chinese heritage who came to support the Olympic team, waving Chinese flags and painting their faces with the 5-starred red flag. From their outward appearance, one could hardly discern that they did not possess Chinese nationality. After all, not all individuals of Chinese descent are bananas, yellow on the outside, white on the inside. Oh, splendid. In the conference room, the female football players erupted from their seats after Hu Lai's goal, raising their arms in exhilaration. Among them, Li Qingqing was particularly vocal, not only shouting enthusiastically but also pounding on the table with a resounding thud. Su Wen refrained from teasing, fearing she might be inundated with more metaphorical dog food. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the female football players, Hu Lai turned and sprinted towards the corner flag, executing his signature celebration before embracing the approaching Zhang Qinghuan. Li Qingqing, witnessing this scene, raised her fists in delight, her laughter resonating with joy. This marked a promising beginning for the current Olympic Games. Perhaps we might indeed reunite in Los Angeles. In front of the Chinese team's coaching bench, team leader Ran Jiachong and head coach Mai Zhaoqing shared a heartfelt embrace. Splendid. This goal alleviated the weight upon their hearts. Although, logically, the Chinese U23 team should possess superior strength compared to Honduras, the unpredictable nature of football renders such assumptions uncertain. Their reassurance stemmed not merely from the fact that this goal granted the Chinese team a slender lead, which could hardly be deemed secure. Their elation was rooted in the realization that this goal was not the result of sheer luck, even the scorer himself unable to comprehend how it came to be. In truth, this goal was a manifestation of one of the attacking strategies the U23 team had diligently practiced. The primary characteristics involved the center forward, Zhou Zijing, retreating, while the defensive midfielder, Xia Xiaoyu, made timely incursions from the back. Zhou's withdrawal provided a pivotal support point for the U23's offensive play, while Xia's forward runs bolstered their attacking force. The successful execution of their training regimen on the field, culminating in a goal, was the principal source of joy for coach Mai Zhaoqing. This signified that the team's prior training had been fruitful. Unlike the U23 team, led by Shi Wuyin 4 years ago, which emphasized wing play, Mai Zhaoqing's squad prioritized control in the midfield and attacking third. This shift was largely due to the differing compositions of the two teams. Shi Wuyin U23 squad boasted exceptional wingers like Luo Kai and Chen Xingyi, whose speed and agility were effectively harnessed to exploit their advantages on the flanks, emphasizing swiftness. In contrast, Mai Zhaoqing's U23 team lacked players like Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai, instead featuring Xia Xiaoyu, Zhang Qinghuan, and Zhou Zijing, two midfielders with remarkable control, complemented by a center forward capable of serving as an attacking fulcrum. Thus, their focus was not on speed but rather on stability, unafraid of engaging in positional battles. Honduras sought to initiate an aggressive attack at the outset, aiming to dictate the pace, only to collide with a formidable barrier. It was akin to a nimble assassin facing a heavily armored warrior. Although the warrior may not possess great speed and appears sluggish, while the assassin exhibits agility and finesse, the reality is that despite the assassin's persistent assaults, he inflicts minimal damage while exhausting himself in the process. As the assassin's stamina waned, the warrior seizes the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow, potentially ending the assassin's life. Hulai significantly enhances the likelihood of such decisive strikes for the warrior. He is also pivotal for coach Mai Zhaoqing in employing this tactical approach to train the U23 team. Without an efficient marksman like Hulai, the Chinese U23 team would be forced into a grueling battle with their opponents, relying on sheer accumulation of effort to inflict damage. With Hulai's prowess, a mere few strikes can yield a critical hit, thereby transforming the dynamics of combat entirely. As Hulai and his teammates sprinted back to the halfway line, the match resumed. Honduras, trailing behind, surged forward in an attempt to equalize the score. However, their defense was compromised, leaving gaps wide open. Just 6 minutes later, after a successful interception in their own half, the Chinese Olympic team launched a long pass to Xia Xiaoyu, who deftly flicked the ball on with his head to Zhou Zijing. Zhou, having successfully evaded the offside trap, found Hulai. Upon catching up to the ball, Hulai unleashed a powerful long-range shot from outside the penalty area. The ball soared into the Honduras net for the second time. The Chinese Olympic team delivered yet another devastating strike. Chapter 259. He said, "Good night, good afternoon, dear viewers. Welcome to today's sports news." The 34th Summer Olympics is set to commence in Los Angeles, USA. As one of the earliest events to kick off, football has already taken center stage. In a highly anticipated match that concluded early this morning, the Chinese Olympic team faced off against the Honduras Olympic team in the first round of group play. Thanks to Hulai's brace and a goal from Zhang Qinghuan, the Chinese team triumphed with a score of 3-0, marking a promising start for the Olympic campaign. Moving forward, clinching victory against Fiji will be crucial. The hospital room doors stood ajar, allowing the sounds of the television news to filter through. A patient was watching the updates. Although the Olympics had not officially opened, the competitions were already underway. During this time, the general public was abuzz with Olympic fervor, glued to their television screens. Fixated on sports channels, even in hospital wards, conversations among patients revolved around how many gold medals the Chinese delegation might secure, the performance of traditional strongholds, and spirited debates ensued over the prevalence of asthma among athletes from Europe and America. How could individuals struggling to breathe still participate in such demanding events? Was it a reflection of moral decay, or simply a manifestation of human frailty? Has society become so troubled that only those with asthma could find a place in the Olympics? In a room near the nurses' station, Olympic news was being broadcast. With football being one of the most discussed events of the day, nurses, momentarily free from their tasks, joined in the conversation about the Olympic team's performance. Qinghuan is truly impressive. Indeed, I feel this surge of excitement. I must post a photo of myself with Qinghuan. I've already planned the caption. You too have a photo? Let me see. Oh, I see you've cut us out. No wonder you were so eager to crowd next to Qinghuan during the group photo. Eager? It was Qinghuan who beckoned me over. Ha, shameless. Laughter and playful banter filled the nurse's station. Sun Wan remained an observer, her demeanor marked by silence, even exuding an air of indifference. Yet, this very demeanor piqued the curiosity of her fellow nurses, all of whom were acutely aware that, among them, Sun Wan was indeed a fervent admirer of Zhang Qinghuan. After all, she had gone to Barcelona during her holiday purely to pursue her idol, a feat that others lacked the fervor or initiative to replicate. Despite their vocal enthusiasm, they were merely fair-weather fans. In the early hours of this morning, Zhang Qinghuan's impressive performance, featuring an assist and a goal, had propelled the national team to a victorious start. Given such an outstanding display, why did Sun Wan remain unexpressive? This was decidedly unusual. Immediately, someone approached her to inquire, Juan, did you watch the match this morning? Yes, Sun Juan nodded. Then why are you so calm? The question took the inquirer by surprise. Sun Juan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that her subtle deviation from the norm would be noticed by her colleagues. Her lack of engagement in discussions surrounding photographs stemmed from her disinterest. Her connection with Qing Huan transcended mere snapshots. Nevertheless, her silence during conversations about Qing Huan appeared to contradict her established persona. Yet, could she divulge to them that she had already congratulated Qing Huan via WeChat immediately following the match and received a reply? She could not. She was uncertain of the nature of her relationship with Qing Huan, but she was acutely aware that their private acquaintance must remain undisclosed to others, lest it cause Qing Huan undue trouble. While Sun Juan maintained her silence, a colleague pointed out her peculiar behavior. Indeed, Juan seems to be rather absent-minded today. Under the scrutiny of her peers, Sun Juan quickly devised a response. Stifling a yawn, she lamented. Staying up late to watch the match and then having to work normally. It's only natural to be a bit dazed, isn't it? I simply wish to sleep and do not wish to discuss Qing Huan's performance in the match. With that, she rested her head on the table, appearing genuinely exhausted, relying solely on sheer will to stay awake. Witnessing her pitiable state, her colleagues found themselves at a loss for words. Although they had not stayed up watching the game, they had experienced the fatigue of binge-watching series before returning to work, and they understood how such weariness could affect one's spirits. Someone sighed. Why do you go through such lengths for your idol, Juan? Isn't it better to catch up on the news or highlights the next day? But wouldn't that spoil the surprise? Sun Juan likely found more joy in the live experience. It was amusing how her pursuit of stardom mirrored that of a true sports fan, a rather intense endeavor for mere admiration. All right, enough. Let Sun Juan rest. Ma Jie interjected, dispersing the nurses gathered around her. She had rescued Sun Juan, for the latter feared that her suppressed laughter would betray her, prompting inquiries about the source of her amusement. What was she laughing at? On one hand, she felt joy for Qing Huan, who had not only made her Olympic debut but had also scored in her first match. On the other hand, she felt a sense of joy for herself, finding it hard to believe that she had indeed intersected with Qing Huan. Initially, she thought that after treating Qing Huan to that meal, they would part ways without further interaction. Such a notion stemmed from the fact that after that dinner, Qing Huan had not reached out to her, nor had she conversed with Qing Huan on WeChat, as if they had vanished from each other's contact lists. Sun Juan even speculated whether Qing Huan had quietly removed her from her WeChat friends after their meal. Yet, she hesitated to test this theory. She had contemplated sending a message, reasoning that if it failed to deliver, it would confirm her deletion. Conversely, if it successfully went through, she could swiftly retract it, feigning a mistake, which, while slightly embarrassing, would at least indicate her presence in Qing Huan's friend list. However, she refrained from attempting this, fearing the potential outcome. If Qing Huan had indeed deleted her, remaining oblivious would allow her to pretend that their paths still crossed. Until the early hours of this morning. After watching a match, she felt genuine happiness for Qing Huan and, unable to contain her excitement, sent a congratulatory message. She did not notice the system alert indicating that she was not on the recipient's friend list and needed to add contact information before messaging. Instead, her message was successfully sent, signifying that Qing Huan had not removed her. This single revelation was enough to elate Sun Juan. However, approximately 20 minutes after sending that message, while she had washed up, removed her makeup, turned off the live broadcast, and was preparing for bed, she unexpectedly received a reply from Qing Huan. Are you up late watching the game? At that moment, Sun Juan, holding her phone in disbelief, felt immense joy that she had not been deleted. Now, receiving a response was exhilarating. She thought she must be dreaming and pinched her thigh hard, causing her to drop the phone and roll on her bed in pain. It dawned on her that this was no mere illusion from her late-night viewing. Immediately, she lunged for her phone, replying, Yes, yes, cheering for you. That goal was truly magnificent. In her excitement, she typed and retyped this simple message several times. This time, Zhang Qinghuan responded swiftly, sending a smiling emoji. Thank you. Gradually, Sun Juan calmed down from her initial excitement. She did not engage Qing Huan in endless conversation nor inundate her with heartfelt words to win her favor. Instead, she decisively bid farewell. I'm off to bed. Today's match was truly thrilling. Goodbye. After observing Zhang Qinghuan's reply of okay, good night, she restrained herself from responding further, tossing her phone aside, pulling up her blanket over her head, and curling up in her bed, kicking her legs in exhilaration. She hadn't deleted me. Oh, she wished me good night. Oh, indeed. When Sun Wan confided to her colleagues that she had not slept well, it was not entirely a mere excuse. She genuinely struggled to find rest amidst such exhilarating emotions. How could one possibly slumber soundly under such fervor? Yet, even in her state of unrest, she remained remarkably energetic. For the thrill still coursed through her veins, far more effective than any amount of coffee. Leaning onto her desk, her face downcast, Sun Wan silently reveled in laughter from an angle unseen by others. Chapter 260. Advancing early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. The 34th Olympic Games will commence at the Pasadena Stadium in Los Angeles. Speaking of this stadium, it bears a connection to Chinese football. 2 years prior, during the 2026 World Cup held in the United States and Canada, the Chinese team faced Brazil here, resulting in a 3-3 draw. Looking further back, in the 1999 FIFA Women's World Cup hosted by the United States, the Chinese women's team regrettably lost to the American team on this very field, narrowly missing out on the title of world champions. This stadium will also serve as the venue for the final match of the football events in the upcoming Olympic Games. In the women's football match concluded last night, the Chinese women's team delivered an outstanding performance, triumphing over Norway with a score of 4-2, marking a victorious start to their group stage. Thus, both the men's and women's teams have celebrated victories in this Olympic venture. After Li Qingqing's image faded from the television screen, Xiaolan redirected her gaze and remarked, "What does synergy mean? This is it. They must have conspired privately to ensure their victory." Hu Lixin refrained from disputing his wife's assertion, for it would indeed be peculiar if their son and Li Qingqing had not made some clandestine arrangement regarding the Olympics. After all, they are now romantically involved. It is entirely normal for couples to harbor a few secrets. Perhaps, for them, the Olympics is nothing less than an extraordinary date. Thus, after Hu Lai scored twice to secure a win for the Chinese Olympic team in their opening match, it came as no surprise to him that Li Qingqing also netted a brace to lead the women's team to victory. "Let me see whom we will face once we advance from our group." Xiaolan began to sift through the matchup charts she had previously saved. She first examined the women's matchups. A total of 12 teams are competing in the women's tournament, divided into 3 groups, to distinguish them from the men's groupings. The women's divisions commence with Group E, followed by Groups F and G. The top 2 teams from each group, along with the 2 best third-place teams, will progress to the quarterfinals. The Chinese women's team has been placed in Group G as the seeded team. Xiaolan assumed that the Chinese women's team would secure the top spot in Group G, and according to the rules, if they emerged as group leaders, they would face a third-place team from a different group in the quarterfinals. Should the third team from Group G qualify, the Chinese team would confront either the third team from Group E or Group F. Conversely, if no team from Group G advances, the group leader would be set to compete against the third team from Group F, regardless of which group's third team they face. It is certain that the competition will not be overly formidable. The prospects of the Chinese women's team reaching the semifinals seem quite promising. Confounded by the intricate matchup rules of the women's tournament, Xiaolan resolved to investigate the situation on the men's side. Compared to the women's football team, the rules governing the men's matches are rather fixed. The team from China, situated in Group C, will face off against the teams that advance from Group D in a knockout format. Xiaolan hopes that the Olympic squad can secure the top position in their group. Although the German Olympic team is formidable, upon examining Group D, she quickly dismissed concerns about whether the Chinese Olympic team could finish first or second, as either position would lead to a challenging opponent in the quarterfinals. The 4 teams in Group D consist of last Olympics runner-up Spain, traditional football powerhouse Brazil, African representative Senegal, and Chile. This group is deemed the group of death in this Olympic competition. Any team that advances will face a tough battle, particularly against Spain and Brazil. In the previous Olympics, the Chinese Olympic team was eliminated in the quarterfinals by the host team, Spain. Witnessing such a result, Xiaolan frowned and let out a disapproving sound. "What's wrong?" Hu Lixin inquired with curiosity. "The situation looks dire," Xiaolan replied. Hu Lixin, perplexed, remarked, "Didn't they just win a match? How can the situation be dire?" "I'm referring to the circumstances of the knockout stage." Hu Lixin chuckled. "You're thinking too far ahead. They've only played 1 group match. How is that thinking too far? Is there any suspense left in the group stage? Except for the final match, if they win against Fiji, they will advance early. The only uncertainty is whether they finish first or second," Hu Lixin stated. Indeed, The opponents differ based on whether they place first or second. So contemplating this now is rather pointless, Xiaolon replied, showing her husband the 4 teams from Group D. After examining them, Hu Lixin fell into contemplation and also expressed discontent. Xiaolon continued. The lower half of the draw is filled with champions like Germany and runners-up Spain from the European Championship, as well as Brazil. In contrast, the upper half seems far less daunting, with only Argentina to contend with. I suspect the United States may have manipulated the draw to their advantage, ensuring a favorable position for themselves. Suddenly, Xiaolon added with conviction, yes, that must be it. Those deceitful Americans. When they can't win in relay races, they demand a rematch, and when they lose, they claim the opponents used performance-enhancing drugs. Now, in football, they resort to such underhanded tactics in the draw. Their hearts are darker than their minds, utterly shameless. Hearing his wife suddenly lash out at the United States, Hu Lixin grimaced. He initially wanted to dismiss her conspiracy theory, but then recalled a series of dubious actions by the country over the years, not limited to the realm of sports. He found it hard to voice his objections. It's not surprising that his wife harbors such theories. The Americans have consistently engaged in questionable conduct. Based on their established modus operandi, it wouldn't be astonishing if the United States took advantage of their host status to secure a relatively easier draw. Given the current grouping, as long as the U.S. team secures the top position in their group, they will undoubtedly avoid the likely first-place team, Argentina, in the quarterfinals, effectively ensuring their passage to the semifinals. Reaching the semifinals brings them closer to the coveted goal of securing a medal. With a stroke of good fortune, they might even advance to the finals. Once they reach that stage, it would be rather unreasonable not to claim the gold medal. Following this line of reasoning, Hu Lixin found himself wishing to join his wife in denouncing the Americans. However, he quickly realized that the despicable actions of the Americans had little relevance to them. They were positioned in the upper bracket, and unless the national Olympic team progressed to the semifinals, a confrontation with them was improbable. Should the Chinese team secure second place in the group stage, they would only potentially face the host nation in the finals. Thus, he advised her, "You are overthinking it. The Americans' performance is not our concern. We shall address it if we encounter them." Xiaolon understood that her criticism of the Americans stemmed from a simple sense of national pride and frustration over the unfavorable circumstances surrounding the national Olympic team's knockout stage. Therefore, she chose to let go of her grievances regarding the Americans. It was better to focus on the performance in the group stage first. On August 7th, just a day after the Olympic Games commenced, the national Olympic team faced their second opponent in the group stage, the Fijian national Olympic team, representing Oceania. This team had clinched the championship in last year's Pacific Games football event and subsequently earned a spot in this year's Olympics. They had achieved this by defeating the formidable New Zealand national Olympic team in the finals, marking a significant upset. It was worth noting that this was Fiji's debut in the Olympic Games. Prior to the match, the consensus within China was that the national Olympic team would triumph over Fiji without any doubt. The only uncertainty lay in the margin of victory. After all, in the first round of the group stage, the German national Olympic team had decisively defeated Fiji 100-0, with their star striker, Nico Schlotterbeck, scoring 5 goals in that match. To put this into perspective, Hu Lixin had netted 5 goals across 4 matches in the last Olympics, earning him the title of top scorer. Now, Schlotterbeck had achieved in a single game what Hu Lixin accomplished throughout an entire Olympic campaign. While the Olympics do not officially recognize a top scorer, fans inevitably draw comparisons. Nico Schlotterbeck, a prodigious talent nurtured by the Bundesliga powerhouse, Düsseldorf, had faced misfortunes in his career. At just 23, he had already suffered 2 significant injuries, which limited his career potential. As a result, many were now placing their hopes on Rurin's Janis Edman, who was not only younger, but also physically more robust than Schlotterbeck. Prior to the Olympics, Schlotterbeck had just spent 7 months recovering from injuries, and scoring 5 goals against Fiji would certainly help him regain some of his form. The overwhelming victory of Germany over Fiji, coupled with Schlotterbeck's 5-goal performance, led many within China to believe that the national team would easily overcome Fiji. Some even insisted that Hu Lixin must outscore Schlotterbeck, or else it would be deemed a failure. These critics argued passionately. Hu Lixin is the UEFA Champions League top scorer and the La Liga Golden Boot winner. What has Schlotterbeck achieved? If he can score 5 goals against Fiji, surely it is reasonable for Hu Lixin to surpass that tally. Surely one cannot be outperformed by someone who has been absent for nearly an entire season due to a severe injury. Could it be? Could it truly be? Such thoughts evoke a sense that Hulai has made no discernible growth or progress. To those who voice such sentiments, I find myself pondering whether they are indeed Hulai's admirers or detractors. In response to such critics, Hulai delivered an outstanding performance in this match, netting 4 goals and leading the Chinese Olympic team to an 8-0 victory over the Fijian team. The Olympic team did not falter. Yet Hulai did not surpass Strahi in terms of goals scored, falling short by 1. He did not play the entire match, as he was substituted by head coach Mai Zhaoqing for forward Tian Yuan with 24 minutes remaining. Upon his substitution, Hulai exhibited no signs of dissatisfaction. This indicates that he has no intention of competing with Strahi in terms of goal tally. On the contrary, he left the field with a smile, frequently waving to the cheering Chinese fans in the stands. The Olympic team has achieved 2 victories, scored 11 goals, and conceded none, securing their advancement to the next stage ahead of schedule. Compared to 4 years ago, this effortless progression from the group stage is indeed worthy of celebration. The fewer goals compared to Strahi are, in Hulai's eyes, a trivial matter that does not dampen his spirits. Chapter 261. A reunion across miles. Li Qingqing. What a splendid play. A beautiful sudden stop. As the commentator cheered, Li Qingqing executed a sudden halt during a swift run, deftly using the outside of her right foot to intercept the ball. In this simple yet effective maneuver, she adeptly evaded the Canadian defender. Although the opponent attempted to hold onto Li Qingqing's jersey, the force of her change in direction rendered the grip ineffective, causing the defender's fingers to be forcefully released. She cut inward, exclaimed the Canadian commentator in astonishment. The Canadian fans in the stands echoed this gasp. This Olympic event is being held in Los Angeles. Yet the match takes place further north, closer to Canada, in Seattle. Consequently, a significant number of Canadian supporters crossed the border to cheer for their team. Unlike the male counterparts, who possess minimal presence in the global football arena, the Canadian women's team is a world-class powerhouse, making this match a fiercely contested affair. The game remained evenly poised at 1-1 until the 77th minute. Prior to Li Qingqing's breakthrough, Canada had been poised for an offensive opportunity. However, as they attempted to pass into the penalty area, a Chinese defender cleared the ball. The Chinese team swiftly capitalized on this, launching a rapid counterattack that brought the ball into Canadian territory within moments. What we now witness is Li Qingqing in a lightning-fast counter, skillfully evading the Canadian defenders with her sudden stop and cut in, provoking a chorus of gasps from the crowd, akin to the despairing wails of the Canadian fans. Yet, the cacophony they created had no bearing on Li Qingqing's focus on the field. After cutting in, Li Qingqing faced a second Canadian defender rushing to block her, feigning a long-range shot with her right foot, deceiving the opponent into leaping and turning their back in an attempt to shield the goal. Li Qingqing skillfully swung her right foot, deftly nudging the soccer ball sideways with the outer instep, effortlessly maneuvering past the defender. At this moment, she had already diagonally penetrated the penalty area. The Canadian goalkeeper, exhibiting decisive agility, rushed out to confront Li Qingqing. Faced with the advancing keeper, Li Qingqing lifted her right leg once more, causing the goalkeeper to tumble. Yet this was merely a feint. The commentator exclaimed in astonishment, his tone a mix of admiration and incredulity, as everyone expected her to take a shot after she had evaded the second defender. Who could have anticipated that she would attempt to bypass the goalkeeper as well? Remarkably, she succeeded. The Canadian goalkeeper was left sprawled on the ground, helplessly watching as Li Qingqing deftly maneuvered the ball away from her grasp and sprinted after it, ready to unleash a strike. This time, it was no mere ruse. At that instant, Olivia Cole, the captain of the Canadian women's team, had returned to the penalty area. Seeing Li Qingqing evade the goalkeeper, she dashed towards the goal, prepared to temporarily assume the role of goalkeeper and block Li Qingqing's shot. Her decision was sound, yet Li Qingqing's strike was exceedingly cunning. After bypassing the goalkeeper, she took her shot. Conventionally, most players would opt for the far corner at this juncture, prompting Olivia Cole to defend that very angle. However, Li Qingqing, with minimal space, executed a deft shot with the outer instep of her right foot towards the near corner. Olivia Cole had positioned herself on the goal line, but could only watch in disbelief as the ball soared into the net. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the pride of Chinese football, a stunning goal by the remarkable Li Qingqing, exemplifying the pinnacle of her talent. As the teams found themselves in a stalemate, this moment tipped the scales. In the 7th minute of the match, China surged to a 2-1 lead, in this critical battle for group advancement. The Chinese commentator roared with excitement. Meanwhile, the Chinese fans in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers. In many respects, the women's team more accurately represents the pinnacle of Chinese football. After all, women's football in China has a longer history, a stronger foundation, and is a sport with an excellent tradition. While the sport was still undervalued in the Western world, the Chinese women's team reaped significant benefits. Their historic best achievement was securing the runner-up position at the 1999 Women's World Cup. Although the first decade of the 21st century saw a decline due to the growing emphasis on women's football in Europe and America, the Chinese women's team has gradually recovered. Particularly in recent years, they claimed victory at the 2022 Women's Asian Cup, secured a bronze medal at the 2024 Madrid Olympics, and are set to host the 2027 Women's World Cup, where they achieved another bronze medal. These accomplishments demonstrate that over the past 7 to 8 years, the Chinese women's team has consistently maintained its position among the world's elite. In contrast, while the Chinese men's team has shown signs of resurgence in recent years, their achievements have not yet matched those of the women's team. As of now, the Chinese men's football team has yet to secure a third-place finish in the World Cup, nor have they claimed an Olympic bronze medal, and they have not won a single Asian Cup championship. It is fair to say that in the realm of significant international competitions, the number of championships amassed by the Chinese men's football team is a lamentable 0. Therefore, it is the women's team that truly represents the face of Chinese football. Nevertheless, in the world of football, the men's game continues to garner greater popularity. After all, modern football was initially conceived as a man's sport, with all its rules and aesthetics predicated upon male physiological characteristics. The allure of football is largely tied to its competitive nature, a domain in which powerful men naturally excel. Thus, despite the numerous accolades secured by the Chinese women's football team, the underperformance of the men's team leads many to perceive Chinese football as lacking. Ultimately, the men's team is viewed as the benchmark of a nation's football prowess. Li Qingqing, what a stunning stop and turn. She has surpassed one opponent, then another, the third one. She outmaneuvers the goalkeeper. A shot. It's a goal. What a magnificent goal, accompanied by the commentator's fervent and impassioned voice. Li Qingqing's lateral dribbling and her ability to weave past 3 defenders has captivated the internet. The barrage of comments in the video stream reads, 666, 6666, amazing. So cool. One against a team. One must ponder, if Li Qingqing were a boy, would the Chinese men's football team have already clinched the World Cup? Isn't there an expert who remarked that Li Qingqing is the only female player in China capable of competing in men's football without being overwhelmed? Indeed, the prowess of the goddess Qingqing is extraordinary. When she cut in, her opponent could not even lay a finger on her. Simply ruthless. Beyond the comments, various discussion forums are brimming with praise from Chinese fans for Li Qingqing. Their exhilaration stems not only from the brilliance of her goal, but also from the fact that, with this spectacular strike, the Chinese women's team triumphed 2-1 over their fiercest rivals, Canada, in the group stage. With 2 victories in 2 matches, they, like the Olympic squad, have secured their advancement to the next round ahead of schedule. Reflecting on 4 years ago, both the Chinese Olympic team and the women's team managed to progress from their respective groups, yet it was not as effortless as it appears now. Both teams had to complete all 3 matches in their group before advancing. Notably, the Olympic team had a nail-biting finish against Argentina, relying on Hulai's hat trick to clinch a hard-fought victory and secure a place in the next round. This time, both teams have advanced with relative ease. The strength of their group opponents was not as formidable as in previous tournaments, and their own development has played a significant role as well. The contrast, especially for the Olympic team, is quite evident. It is clear that over the past 4 years, progress has been made. There is no need to mention Hulai. Even the eldest player, Zhang Qinghuan, after his stint in La Liga, has grown more confident and composed. His pace may not be swift, but his understanding of the game has deepened immeasurably. Moreover, players like Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijing have also greatly benefited from their experiences playing in Europe. In contrast to Lin Wan, who has yet to step onto the international stage, there has been significant progress. During the previous Olympic Games, he conceded 3 goals in 2 group matches, whereas in this current edition, he has remarkably maintained a clean sheet in the same number of games. This brings immense joy to Chinese fans, surpassing even the satisfaction of advancing to the knockout stage ahead of schedule. It is heartening to witness these once young athletes persisting in their endeavors, undeterred by the vastness of the world, yet still brimming with fervor and determination. Every journey begins with a single step. Over the past 4 years, they have accumulated countless strides, ultimately traversing a great distance. From Madrid to Los Angeles, they are now making their mark on the global stage. Following a day of women's soccer matches, the final round of the men's group stage commenced. The teams advancing from Group D were already determined to be Spain and Brazil. Although these two teams were competing for the top spot, the outcome was relatively inconsequential for the two teams from Group C. Consequently, the last match between China and Germany did not unfold with the expected intensity and excitement, as both coaches opted for a degree of rotation in their lineups. After a fiercely contested 90 minutes, the Chinese U23 team and the German U23 team settled for a 1-1 draw. With a goal difference 3 less than Germany, China finished second in their group. Soon after, the matches in Group D concluded, confirming Spain as the group leader and Brazil as the second. Thus, the Chinese U23 team's quarterfinal opponent was set to be none other than the Spanish U23 team, who had eliminated them from the Olympics 4 years prior. Chapter 262. Underestimation. The matchups for the quarterfinals were established, the first in Group A against the second in Group B, the second in Group A against the first in Group B, the first in Group C against the second in Group D, and the second in Group C against the first in Group D. After determining the final four, a crossover format would ensue, with the winner of the first in Group A and the second in Group B facing off against the victor of the first in Group C and the second in Group D, while the winner of the second in Group A and the first in Group B would compete against the victor of the second in Group C and the first in Group D. Meli contemplated these matchups, realizing that the Group A leader was the host nation, the United States, followed by Japan. His own Argentine U23 team had secured second place in Group B, while South Africa claimed the other spot. Group C's first was Germany, and second was China. In Group D, Spain led, with Brazil in second. The quarterfinal matchups were as follows: the United States versus South Africa, Argentina versus Japan, Germany versus Brazil, and Spain versus China. The winners of these matches would face off in the semifinals, the victor between the United States and South Africa against the winner of Germany and Brazil, and the winner between Argentina and Japan against the victor of Spain and China. The situation appeared quite promising. There was indeed a possibility of Meli encountering Hu Lai in this Olympic tournament. However, first, the Chinese team needed to triumph over the Spanish U23 team in the quarterfinals. "What are you pondering, Meli?" inquired his friend Ramon Cantero, who approached and noticed Meli staring blankly at the matchup chart. Understanding immediately what Meli was contemplating, he placed a reassuring hand on Meli's shoulder, saying, "Don't dwell on it. They cannot possibly defeat Spain. Let us refrain from discussing the previous Olympics where Spain secured a bronze medal, as they are no longer a singular team. In this current tournament, Spain stands as the runner-up in the UEFA European Under-21 Championship, while the Chinese team managed to draw against the champions, Germany, during the group stage, as noted by Meli. However, that match cannot serve as a valid reference since Germany had already qualified in advance and evidently did not exert their full effort. The players' mindsets were entirely different. The Chinese team also did not give their all, according to Ramon. Nevertheless, Meli asserted that the Chinese team's chances of victory hinge significantly on Spain's performance rather than their own. Given the disparity in strength between the two teams, as long as Spain commits fully and does not underestimate their opponents, it will be exceedingly difficult for China to emerge victorious, as Cantero emphatically stated. Meli wished to interject, but was interrupted by Cantero. "I acknowledge that China has who is an exceptionally skilled player. Yet a match cannot be won solely based on his prowess. The issue lies in the considerable gap between Hu and the other players on the team." Meli pondered this and chose not to counter Cantaro's point, instead nodding solemnly. "You are correct, Ramon." He then retrieved his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and located Hu Lai's number. "What are you doing?" Cantero inquired, puzzled. Upon noticing Cantero leaning closer, Meli decided to rise and step outside with his phone in hand. "It's nothing." Cantero found this odd but refrained from following him, knowing Meli's temperament. If he had pursued him, it would have indicated a desire for privacy, and after all, it was not a matter of great importance. Once free from Cantaro's inquisitive gaze, Meli began composing a message to Hu Lai. Cantero had said that they could not possibly defeat Spain, given that their opponent was the runner-up of the UEFA European Championship. "I believe he is correct. It is truly unfortunate that your adversary in the quarterfinals happens to be Spain. I was hoping to encounter you in the semifinals, he began, but hesitated before sending it, frowning as he contemplated the words. You have lost your chance for revenge against me. He finally pressed the send button. Meanwhile, Hu Lai was engrossed in a Tinder exchange with Li Qingqing on WeChat, grinning broadly as he held his phone. His roommate, Ouyang observed this with keen interest. Despite a strong desire to inquire about the source of Hu's amusement, he held back, recognizing the boundaries of personal privacy. Although his relationship with Hu Lai had rapidly progressed, it had not reached a level where he could intrude on Hu's private matters. Ouyang possessed a sense of propriety, as his playing style may be brazen. But he himself was not. It was not until he saw Hu's expression suddenly shift to one of seriousness that he seized the opportunity to ask, "What's wrong, Hu?" Expecting an explanation, he was surprised when Hu directly handed him his phone. You can see for yourself. Ouyang took the phone, glanced at the message, and quietly returned it to Hu Lai. I don't understand. Hu Lai then realized his oversight and smacked his forehead. Ouyang, feeling perplexed, asked, "What language is that? Brother Hu? Is it French or Spanish? I can barely recognize some English." "It's Spanish," Hu Lai translated, "sent by Meli." Ouyang paused for a moment, then excitedly inquired, "Meli? Is it that Meli Benega?" Hu Lai smirked, displaying an air of calmness. Who else could it be but him? Ouyang regained his composure, realizing that Hu Ji's tranquility was hardly surprising. After all, he had faced off against Meli several times. Hu Lai continued, stating that Meli believed they could never defeat Spain. Ouyang opened his mouth, but remained silent, feeling as though he were a mere mortal amidst divine beings, utterly unqualified to interject. After Hu Lai finished his explanation, he bowed his head to message Meli. "Shouldn't it be you who lost the chance to seek revenge against me? The three-time champion, the three-time champion, the three-time champion, whose glory has flown away like a bird, never to return? Moreover, what qualifies Kantaro to judge whether we can defeat Spain? Is he a god of football? Does he determine the outcome of the match?" Upon seeing the mention of the three-time champion, Meli felt a vain throb on his forehead. However, he couldn't help but chuckle at Hu Lai's final remark. He replied, "So you believe you can win against Spain? It seems you have disregarded the Japanese team entirely, as if you have already eliminated them." "My goal is the Olympic gold medal," Meli wrote. This time, he did not wait for Hu Lai's reply. He put away his phone and returned to his room, where he informed Kantaro, "I just messaged Hu Lai." Kantaro was taken aback that Meli had openly communicated with him. "What did you say?" "I relayed your words to him. He claims you are his defeated foe, and your words are mere nonsense." Kantaro was momentarily stunned before erupting in fury. He is the one who has lost. A defeated foe? Huh. In his last season in the Premier League, he was outperformed by Chester's players, and it was during the halfway mark that I made a tactical adjustment. Meli nodded in agreement. "Well said, Ramon. I support you." The two shared similarities in their exceptional skills and agile physiques. Currently, Ramon Kantaro had become a key player for Manchester United, an outstanding winger. This was also the reason he was participating as an overage player in the Olympics. His assists, combined with Meli's increasingly formidable scoring ability, were the guarantees of Argentina's U23 team's success. In the group stage, Argentina scored a total of 7 goals, with the duo contributing 5 together. Hu Lai took a screenshot of part of the message Meli had sent him and shared it in a small group, tagging Morikawa Junpei. "Morikawa, look." Morikawa Junpei quickly responded with a puzzled expression. "I don't understand, Hu-san. Don't you have a translation app on your phone?" Hu Lai asked. "Oh, I do. Please wait a moment." After half a minute, Morikawa Junpei sent a screenshot. "Is this it?" The image displayed Meli's message translated into Chinese, conveying that both Kantaro and he believed the Chinese team would lose to Spain, thus implying that Hu Lai had no chance for revenge. "Although they may look down upon us, what does that have to do with Morikawa?" Zhang Qinghuan interjected. "Meli is bypassing the match against the Japanese team, directly assuming they have reached the semifinals. This is an overt insult to Japan." Hu Lai explained. "Can you endure this, Morikawa?" asked Junpei Morikawa, laughing through tears. "But, Hu-san, I did not participate in this Olympic Games." "Exactly," chimed in Qinghuan Zhang. "Morikawa is not even on the Japanese national team. How is this related to him?" "True. You are not present, but Tatsuya Sugiyama is competing as an overage player, isn't he? You could share this image with him, saying that Mary looks down upon him, thus insulting the entire Japanese national team and Japanese football. Hu-san, shouldn't you be hoping to face Mary?" Morikawa replied. Why does it seem you desire Japan to defeat Argentina? No, Hulai interjected. I wish for Japan to exhaust Argentina's resources in the quarterfinals. This tactic is akin to the clam and the snipe. Damn it. So you are also part of the insult to Japan, Qing Huanzhang exclaimed. Morikawa covered his face as Hulai inquired. Morikawa, did you send it to Sugiyama? I did. What did he say? He asked where I got the screenshot. Just tell him it was shared by Hulai in the group. I did, and then. He said he understood. Hulai, somewhat surprised, reacted, that's it? Yes, that's it. Damn, Sugiyama isn't backing down, is he? Sugiyama isn't typically one to wear his emotions on his sleeve. Perhaps the fire within him has been ignited, Morikawa replied. All right, Japan, give it your all. Chapter 263. The Chinese team has more than just Hulai. Tatsuya Sugiyama gritted his teeth as he chased back, attempting to intercept the ball from Meri. Simultaneously, he tugged at Meri's jersey but released it quickly, wary of committing a foul. He already bore a yellow card in this match, and another infraction could result in a second yellow, leading to his expulsion. Should he be sent off, Japan might lose all hope of equalizing the score. After tugging Meri's jersey, he closed the distance and seized the moment to slide tackle. He nearly made contact with the ball, but Meri managed to poke it away just in time. Meri, shaking off Sugiyama, surged towards the edge of Japan's penalty area and took a long-range shot, which soared over the crossbar. Although no goal was conceded, Sugiyama felt no relief. Rising from the ground, he gasped for breath while watching Meri's figure. Before him, a large screen displayed the live score and match time. The game had reached the 82nd minute, with Argentina leading Japan 2-0. With around 10 minutes remaining, Japan needed to score twice to force the match into extra time. Hence, the Japanese side was launching a full-scale offensive, taking desperate risks. However, just moments ago, their attack had been thwarted by Argentina, who swiftly countered, advancing towards Japan's penalty area. Given the current situation, if Japan continued their aggressive onslaught, they risked conceding another goal before finding the net themselves. However, the Japanese team found themselves with no choice. If they wished to avoid elimination, they had no alternative but to press forward with their attack, despite knowing full well that Meri could score through a counterattack. As Sugiyama Tatsuya observed Meri with his hands clasped over his head, he recalled the screenshot of a message that Morikawa Junpei had sent him the previous day. Morikawa claimed that Meri had sent it to Hulai, who then shared it in a small group among their shining star players. Sugiyama Tatsuya did not question the authenticity of this screenshot, as it was well known that Meri and Hulai had been fierce rivals in the previous season's La Liga and Champions League. Hulai had snatched the league title from Meri, while Meri had eliminated Hulai in the Champions League semifinals. Thus, the notion of revenge seemed quite rational. Morikawa's insinuations implied that Meri's remarks were dismissive of the Japanese team. Indeed, one might assume from his words that Argentina had already triumphed over Japan and was merely awaiting the outcome of the match between China and Spain. Even without Morikawa's emphasis, Sugiyama Tatsuya could sense the disdain woven into Meri's words, which was not merely contempt, but rather a complete disregard. Despite the fact that their match against Japan had yet to be played, Meri was already contemplating the ensuing events as if Japan's elimination were a foregone conclusion. Sugiyama Tatsuya was serving as the midfield linchpin for Arminia, a mid-lower tier team in the Bundesliga, having been loaned from Bayern Munich 2 seasons ago. With a 2-year loan contract signed at that time, this team had only just been promoted 2 seasons prior and had spent the recently concluded season battling to avoid relegation. Nevertheless, Sugiyama Tatsuya found himself in a central role within the team, thus he was not overly concerned with the relegation struggle. Yet, within the confines of the club, he was destined to lack opportunities to compete against opponents of Meri's caliber. The Olympics presented his sole chance, one he cherished deeply. Naturally, he wished for Meri to approach this match with the seriousness it deserved. In the end, although Meri had sent a message to Hulai without even mentioning Japan, it did not imply that he underestimated them. He played with utmost dedication in the match, scoring a goal. Meanwhile, Sugiyama Tatsuya, as the organizing midfielder for the Japanese U23 team, found himself primarily in a defensive role throughout the majority of the game, being led by Meri and tirelessly on the run. This was not the confrontation Sugiyama Tatsuya had envisioned against Meri. He was meant to be the orchestrator, not merely a defensive laborer. At this moment, Sugiyama Tatsuya fondly recalled Morikawa Junpei, who had tipped him off the previous day. If this Olympic opportunity could allow Morikawa to join him as an overage player, perhaps they would not be in such a dire predicament when facing Mary's Argentina U23 team. Mario Salado, with the ball at his feet, was making a breakthrough down the wing. The prodigious forward from Catalonia was now the starting striker for the Spanish U23 team, advancing into the Chinese team's defensive third. Meanwhile, China's right back, Feng Li, was trailing behind him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed in the presence of this La Liga star. As Salado maneuvered the ball, he deftly flicked it with the outside of his right foot, seemingly poised to cut inside. Feng Li promptly took a step back, preparing to alter his trajectory to counter the impending inward move. In the end, Salado merely feigned an attack, after deftly drawing his right foot past the ball. He propelled it forward and continued his advance along the sidelines. As he broke through Feng Li's defense, Salado delivered a pass towards the goal. My goodness! With a resounding roar, Lin Ziyuan surged from the goal, leaping high to intercept the ball ahead of the Spanish U23 forward, Sam Gonzalez. Upon landing, Lin Ziyuan wasted no time, swiftly launching the ball forward with his hands to Zhou Zijin. As the match between Argentina and Japan approached its final moments, the encounter between China and Spain had already progressed into the latter half. Once the football tournament at this Olympic Games transitioned into the knockout stage, all matches were completed within a single day, with only an hour separating the kickoff times of each game. The match between the United States and South Africa commenced first, followed an hour later by that of Argentina and Japan, while at the onset of their second half, the whistle blew to signal the start of the match between China and Spain. The intensity between the two teams was palpable. Although on paper, it appeared that China might be at a disadvantage compared to Spain, the reality on the field told a different story. From the outset, Spain, confident in their superior strength, launched a vigorous offensive against the Chinese team, but failed to breach their defenses. After withstanding Spain's initial barrage, the Chinese side surprisingly pushed back against their rivals. The Spanish U23 team was likely well acquainted with Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan, given their shared experiences in La Liga. They initially believed that if they could neutralize these two players, they would have the match in hand. However, the unfolding match revealed a different narrative. As they concentrated their defensive efforts on Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan, Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijin emerged as pivotal players. This very play exemplified their contributions. Zhou Zijin headed the ball back to the on-rushing Xia Xiaoyu, who refrained from charging forward immediately, opting instead to remain in a supportive position. With Hu Lai ahead, there was no urgency to advance. Typically, in their cooperative play, he would draw defensive attention away from Hu Lai, facilitating scoring opportunities for him. Yet, in this match, the roles reversed. While Hu Lai attracted the spotlight of Spanish defenders, Zhou Zijin found himself under significantly less pressure. Perhaps the Spanish U23 players were more fixated on Hu Lai, as they had first-hand experience of his prowess in their encounters in La Liga. This was particularly true for the Spanish U23 captain and key central defender, Nuno Siqueiros, who had faced Hu Lai on 4 occasions last season, twice in La Liga and twice in the Champions League. Siqueiros, having witnessed Hu Lai's remarkable capabilities, was well aware of the need to remain vigilant. In this match, Siqueiros was tasked with marking Hu Lai, and he was not one to take this responsibility lightly. Zhou Zijin glanced ahead, observing Siqueiros closely trailing Hu Lai. As Hu Lai moved to the left, Siqueiros followed suit. When Hu Lai shifted to the right, Siqueiros mirrored his movements, remaining steadfastly close. Most of the time, his gaze was firmly fixed on Hu Lai, the intensity of his stare reminiscent of a girlfriend watching her boyfriend. Ugh! Zhou Zijin spat in frustration. It was infuriating. Wasn't this a blatant display of contempt towards me? Everyone seemed to regard Hu Lai as the most formidable scoring weapon of the Chinese team. What about Zhou Zijin? Am I to be looked down upon? How infuriating! Zhou Zijin glanced around and swiftly darted towards an open space, while simultaneously casting a look back at Xia Xiaoyu, the forward, ready to receive the ball. Noticed Zhou Zijin's glance. Having collaborated with him in the national youth and Olympic teams for years, he intuitively understood the significance of that look. However, he did not immediately pass the ball to Zhou Zijin. Instead, he slightly shifted his weight, feigning a pass to Zhang Qinghuan. In order to divert the attention of the Spanish Olympic team's defenders towards Syria's central playmaker before abruptly sending a diagonal pass to Zhou Zijin. Although the Spanish Olympic team placed considerable emphasis on Hu Lai, it did not mean they disregarded Zhou Zijin. After all, he played in the English Premier League, distinguishing him from those competing domestically in China. Consequently, as Zhou Zijin received the ball, a defender from the Spanish Olympic team rushed towards him. It was their midfielder, aggressively charging at Zhou Zijin. The two collided forcefully. Zhou Zijin staggered slightly, but maintained his balance, expertly keeping the ball under his control. In fact, it was the defender who was sent sprawling aside. Following this, Zhou Zijin nudged the ball forward, took a large stride, opened his arms wide, and swung his right leg to strike the ball. Zhou Zijin unleashed a long-range shot, positioned just slightly ahead of the penalty arc at the edge of the penalty area. The ball soared towards the goal like a cannonball. The Spanish Olympic team's goalkeeper, also the main keeper for the Segunda División team, Eider Lopez, spotted the ball hurtling towards him and leapt into the air. However, by the time he attempted to leap for the save, it was already too late. The ball struck the net with precision. Wait, did that ball actually go in? Oh my, splendid, Zhou Zijin. He has scored his third goal in this Olympic tournament. He Feng's tone was laced with astonishment, indicating he had not anticipated that the shot would find the back of the net. It was not only He Feng who was taken aback. Inside the penalty area, Cyclos, who had been shadowing Hu Lai, turned to gawk at the ball in the net, unable to believe his eyes. Did it really go in with such apparent ease? Subsequently, Cyclos heard Hu Lai chuckling beside him. Turning back, he saw Hu Lai with a playful grin, shaking his head and raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I told you, Cyclos. I am merely the decoy. Our true scoring powerhouse is that towering number 9. Look, this is the consequence of your disbelief. With that, Hu Lai, under Cyclos's astonished gaze, spread his arms and sprinted towards Zhou Zijin, who had just scored. Meanwhile, the number 9 of the Chinese team was vigorously shaking his fists towards the Spanish goal, baring his teeth in a fierce expression. It seemed as if he were addressing the players of the Spanish under-23 team, proclaiming, the Chinese team is not solely represented by Hu Lai. There is also a number 9, Zhou Zijin. As the whistle sounded nearby, Saito Tatsuya momentarily froze, only to quickly realize the situation, feeling as though all strength had drained from his body. In the midst of his run, he stumbled forward due to inertia, managing to brace himself just before a humiliating fall. He collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath. Concurrently, he heard the second and third whistles. The sounds signaled more Japanese players succumbing to exhaustion, some collapsing, others lying flat, each one completely spent. The match concluded. Argentina triumphed over Japan with a score of 2-0, advancing to the semifinals. The Japanese team felt a profound regret, despite their valiant effort during the game. Particularly in the final 10 minutes, they were unable to convert their numerous threats into goals, falling short in the crucial moments. Meli, panting heavily, halted his stride, raising his arms to the heavens in celebration of their victory. Then his gaze shifted to the distant Japanese players sprawled on the ground, admiration evident in his eyes. These Japanese athletes had indeed posed significant challenges throughout the match, especially in the last 10 minutes, when the players, seemingly devoid of stamina, surged forward with a vigor reminiscent of warriors from Japanese animation and cinema, relentlessly assaulting Argentina's penalty area, undeterred even by counterattacks. At last, the ordeal was over. Japan's fervent final push resembled a desperate struggle for survival. Their offensive was fierce, yet they failed to breach Argentina's defenses. With a score of 2-0, Argentina eliminated Japan, moving into the semifinals. Now, it remained to be seen whether Hu Lai's Chinese team could overcome Spain. Although the prospects appeared dim, Meli still held on to a glimmer of hope, or rather, he placed his expectations upon Hu Lai. In this match, the defensive responsibility fell to his teammate at Real Madrid, Nuno Sequeiros. Given his insights into both Sequeiros and Hu Lai, he believed that stopping Hu Lai would not be an easy feat for Sequeiros. This was precisely why the coach, Roy V, had never assigned Sequeiros to defend against Hu Lai in their club matches. While Sequeiros was tall and robust, excelling in direct interceptions and aerial duels, his speed and agility left much to be desired. Conversely, Hu Lai was remarkably nimble, his off-the-ball movements exquisite. Defending against a forward who constantly darted about the penalty area in search of openings would prove a daunting task for Sequeiros. As for Ramon Cantaro's assertion that the Chinese team had only one Hu Lai, Meli did not entirely concur. At the very least, they also had Zhang Qinghuan. The final round of the league had not passed long ago, and Meli vividly remembered Zhang Qinghuan's performance in that match. With this thought, Meli resolved to retrieve his phone from the sidelines and check on the match taking place at another stadium. At that moment, the Japanese team's number 10 player positioned himself in front of him and inquired in English, "Hello, Meli, I am Tatsuya Sugiyama. May I exchange jerseys with you? Meli's command of English was rather mediocre, yet he comprehended the intent behind the words, especially as the player tugged at his jersey while speaking. Of course, Meli replied with a firm nod, removing his jersey and handing it to the other player. The Japanese number 10 swiftly took off his own jersey, completing the ritual of exchanging jerseys. In conclusion, he remarked, "You are truly formidable, Meli. I hope you achieve your dream of winning a gold medal." Meli smiled faintly in response. "Thank you. You are impressive as well." After shaking hands once more, he turned and walked towards the sidelines. Tatsuya Sugiyama watched his departing figure before redirecting his gaze to the Argentine number 10 jersey in his hands. The previous summer, he had been loaned from Blau-Weiß Munich to the newly promoted Bundesliga team Arminia Bielefeld for a 2-season term. Throughout these 2 seasons, he felt he had made significant progress, and now that the loan period had concluded, Arminia was preparing to negotiate a permanent transfer with Blau-Weiß Munich. Although Tatsuya had enjoyed his time at Arminia, flourishing as a core player, he had no intention of being permanently acquired by them. After all, Arminia Bielefeld was merely a mid-tier Bundesliga team, with the annual objective of avoiding relegation. How could he challenge himself against the likes of Meli if he remained there? He aspired to stay with Blau-Weiß Munich, and if he were to leave, it must be for a club that could compete in the Champions League. Alternatively, a move to La Liga would also be acceptable, especially with Cabanca having transferred to Catalonia, as the future of La Liga would become a stage for Cabanca, Meli, and Hulai to compete. Reflecting on Hulai, when he first emerged on the international scene, he was, in both fame and ability, even inferior to Tatsuya. Yet now, he could engage in a competitive exchange with Meli, to the extent that Meli felt compelled to express his regret for not being able to encounter him. Meanwhile, the gap between Tatsuya and Hulai continued to widen. Tatsuya attributed this disparity not only to Hulai's exceptional talent, but also to his experience playing in European competitions with Leeds City and Madrid Pirates, which significantly accelerated his development. Born in 2002, Tatsuya was now 26 years old, for a professional player at this age. Failing to secure a stable position in European competitions would likely indicate a future career with limited achievements. You must strive harder, Tatsuya, otherwise, you will be left behind. Meli remained oblivious to the contemplative gaze directed at him, as his focus was solely on the match between Spain and China. Nevertheless, he needed to complete the necessary formalities. After the match, Meli engaged in high fives, embraces, and received praises from his teammates and coaches, responding as required. Once this entire process was concluded, he finally settled into his seat on the bench and pulled out his phone to check the live match updates. He need not even unlock his phone. A stream of real-time information regarding the matches he follows had already emerged on the screen. At the top, the alert read, "Spain versus China. Halftime concluded. Spain trails 0-1. He paused, astonished that the Chinese team was in the lead. Surely, this goal must have been scored by Hu Jin? With that question lingering, he scrolled down to discover the goal information. Spain versus China. In the 34th minute, the Chinese team scores, leading Spain 1 o'clock. The scorer was China's number 9. Zhou. Messi was taken aback once more. This goal was not scored by Hulai. As Zhou entered the locker room, he roared with excitement, pounding his fists against the door, causing it to thud with a resounding echo. The others laughed at his exuberance. The last to enter, Mai Zhaocheng, also chuckled. But after closing the locker room door, he raised his hand and made a motion, quiet. Upon seeing this, the laughter and smiles gradually faded. You played well in the first half. Although the goal was scored by Zhou, each of you played a crucial role. But let us temper our enthusiasm. Standing before them, Mai Zhaocheng began his address. Though we lead by 1 goal, the pressure we will face in the second half will be magnitudes greater than in the first. Spain may have underestimated us in the first half, particularly regarding those other than Hulai. Mai Zhaocheng did not shy away from this observation, and the players of the national under-23 team expressed their discontent. Only Zhou stood tall, chuckling softly. His goal had delivered a resounding slap to the faces of the Spaniards who had looked down upon them, and he felt a swell of pride for that. However, in the second half, they would begin to shift the pressure from Hulai onto the entire team. This posed a significant challenge for them, but it also meant opportunity. Especially for Zhou, after scoring in the first half, he must have sensed that pressure, right? Zhou quickly replied, "Indeed. The moment I approached the penalty area, they intensified their defensive efforts against me. Exactly. In the second half, you may find yourself becoming the focal point for the Spanish defenders' attention." I need you to pass the ball to Hu Lai at the right moments. Absolutely, Coach Mai. Though Zhou viewed Hu Lai as a rival, he would never lose sight of the larger picture. He would never withhold a pass from Hu Lai in a crucial moment merely to avoid letting Hu Lai shine. Moreover, we must capitalize on every opportunity for set pieces in the attacking zone. After all, we didn't practice our set-piece tactics merely for enjoyment during training. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the group, with some glancing at Hu Lai. In the Spain under-23 team's locker room, head coach David Serrano waved his arms passionately, his tone fervent. The goal conceded in the first half was merely a fluke. Once we are prepared, the Chinese team's attacking threat will diminish. At this point, Serrano turned to Siqueiros. Nuno, continue to mark Hu in the second half. Your sole task is to defend against him. Ignore everyone else. Nuno Siqueiros hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Noticing this hesitation, Serrano pressed on. What's the matter? Siqueiros relayed the remarks made by Hu Lai during the first half to the head coach. Their number 9? Certainly, but the number 9 has been assigned to Juan. Serrano continued with his instructions. Juan Dominguez, Siqueiros' partner in central defense, played for Osasuna in La Liga and was a rotational player within the squad. You need not concern yourself with that number 9. Your sole focus for this match should be on Hu, Serrano reiterated. This time, Siqueiros responded without hesitation, nodding decisively. All right. Given the head coach's directive, he had no objections and would follow Serrano's lead. After briefly outlining the defensive strategy, Serrano devoted the remaining time to orchestrating offensive tactics. With the Spanish U23 team trailing by a goal, it was imperative to prioritize offense over defense. In Serrano's view, the key to winning this match lay not in preventing Hu Lai from scoring, but rather in ensuring that Spain could net more goals. Considering the overall strength of the Chinese team, he believed that as long as Spain could quickly equalize and maintain pressure on the Chinese, their opponents would inevitably falter. While Hu Lai was formidable, the number 10, Zhang Xinghuan, was no slouch either. Along with 2 players who had experience abroad, they comprised merely 4 individuals. The rest were largely unremarkable players competing domestically in China. In terms of overall strength, Spain held the advantage. Furthermore, Spain's proclivity for attacking play outweighed their defensive capabilities. Thus, they should leverage their strengths to overwhelm the Chinese U23 team with relentless offense. The players of the Argentine U23 team celebrated their victory in the locker room after eliminating Japan and advancing to the semi-finals of the Olympic Games. Reaching the Final Four significantly increased their chances of earning an Olympic medal. If they could triumph in the semifinals and reach the final, at the very least, they would secure a silver medal. Even if they did not make it to the final, they still had a chance to contend for a bronze medal. Of course, Meli publicly declared that Argentina's goal was the gold medal, which meant that anything short of gold would be deemed a failure. However, compared to 4 years prior, this Argentine U23 team had certainly made strides. The previous Argentine squad had faltered in a perilous group and was eliminated by the Chinese team, an event that remained a source of shame within Argentina. A proud footballing nation like Argentina had fallen to a then-weak Chinese team in a dramatic finish. Although the player who scored that decisive goal against Argentina had since gained fame and accolades, including the title of World Cup top scorer, and had evolved into a formidable opponent that even Meli would not underestimate, the Argentines still harbored lingering resentment. After all, football is a team sport. How could the Chinese U23 team, relying solely on Hu Lai, have defeated them? 4 years later, the Argentine U23 team made a triumphant return, not merely to assert their dominance among their peers, but to demonstrate to the world, especially to those who had mocked them 4 years prior, that they were intent on reclaiming what rightfully belonged to them, the Olympic gold medal. Amidst the jubilant celebrations, Ramon Cantoro suddenly recalled that another match was ongoing, one that would determine their semi-final opponent. He promptly took out his phone to check the score. Upon glancing at it, he exclaimed, "The Chinese team is leading?" His astonished cry drew the attention of his teammates in the locker room, who turned to him with curious, questioning glances. Ignoring their bewilderment, Cantoro blinked and focused again, confirming that indeed, China was ahead 1-0 against Spain. Noticing his silence, the other players pulled out their phones, eager to follow the live updates of the match. The locker room soon filled with gasps and exclamations of surprise. Meanwhile, Meli remained notably calm, having already experienced his share of astonishment. He simply observed as his teammates reacted with excitement. The Chinese team was the one in the lead. Wasn't Spain the runner-up in the European U21 Championship? How could they be performing so poorly? Was the goal scored by who? No, it was their number 9. The player from Leeds? There's another Chinese player in Leeds? Come on, you all are woefully uninformed about the Chinese team. Hey, why should I know about them? That said, even though China is currently ahead, surely Spain will equalize in the end. After all, they are the European U21 runners-up. Hearing his teammates' discussions, Meli subtly curled his lip in disdain. Misakaros stretched out his leg with great effort, nearly pulling a muscle, but ultimately managed to block the shot. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully thwarted Hulai's attempt. Sakaros, well done. He had made a crucial defensive play, rendering Hu's shot ineffective. As Sakaros fell to the ground, he glanced at Hulai, only to find him not expressing regret with his hands on his head, but instead turning to give a thumbs up to Zhang Qinghuan, who had assisted him. This evoked in Sakaros a strange sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of his experiences in the Madrid derby and the final match of last season. Both Hulai and Zhang Qinghuan were adversaries that had left him with unpleasant memories. Thus, although he had successfully blocked Hu's shot, he felt no sense of relief. Instead, he rose and shook his head, pointing at Zhang Qinghuan and shouting, "Mark him. Don't let anyone slip through." During the preceding attack, the Spanish U23 defensive midfielder Albert Doncel had failed to cover his assignment, leaving Zhang Qinghuan unmarked. Why was he unmarked? Because Zhou Zijing had dropped back to the attacking midfielder position to offer support, placing immense pressure on the Spanish defense. Consequently, Doncel had to rush to cover. Ultimately, Xia Xiaoyu refrained from passing the ball to Zhou Zijing, instead opting to deliver it to Zhang Qinghuan. Meanwhile, Hulai made a lateral run, positioning himself to receive the pass in the space left by Zhou Zijing. Simultaneously, Zhang Qinghuan's ball was also directed towards him. Hulai, upon receiving the pass, executed a shot without pausing to control the ball. Had it not been for the length of Saikaruz's legs, this shot might very well have been on target. The national team of China executed a beautifully coordinated offensive play. Regrettably, Hulai's final attempt was thwarted by Saikaruz. As the captain of the Spanish U23 team, Saikaruz found himself significantly busier in the second half compared to the first. Saikaruz was acutely aware of this shift. Why the increased activity? Because Hulai was far more dynamic in the second half than in the first. In the opening half, Hulai truly embodied his own words to Saikaruz, stating he was responsible for creating scoring opportunities for the number 9 teammate, serving as a decoy. Initially, when Hulai first conveyed this to him, Saikaruz believed he was merely deceiving him, akin to the rampant rumors circulating online. However, after witnessing the number 9 score for the Chinese team, Saikaruz realized, to his astonishment, that Hulai had indeed spoken the truth. It was utterly confounding. Who would have thought he would utter such veracity? Which player would openly disclose their team's genuine strategy during a match? Saikaruz had heard whispers regarding Hulai's propensity for embellishment and initially naively thought that as long as he remained steadfast and ignored Hulai's antics, he would not be swayed by his verbal prowess. Yet now, he found himself ensnared in profound doubt, pondering which of Hulai's statements held truth and which were mere fabrications. Or did he possess any words worthy of belief at all? Previously, he had dismissed all as falsehoods, but the events had proven Hulai to be truthful. Consequently, how should he regard Hulai's future statements, truth or fiction? For instance, when he interpreted Hulai's comments in the first half as mere support for the number 9, the second half unfolded dramatically as Hulai suddenly became more assertive. This unexpected shift caught the Spanish U23 defensive line, including Saikaruz himself, off guard and rendered them reactive. Despite Coach Serrano's warnings during halftime to focus on defending Hulai regardless of circumstances, Saikaruz found himself unable to shake the concern that he might inadvertently allow the genuinely threatening number 9 to slip by. Furthermore, after Hulai's resurgence in the second half, Saikaruz worried that Hulai's newfound vigor might be a ruse to distract from the number 9 teammate. If he were to suddenly pass the ball to the opponent, it would present a golden opportunity for a goal. Although Hulai seldom assisted his teammates, he was not without precedent for delivering crucial passes at pivotal moments. Saikaruz dared not entirely dismiss this possibility. Thus, he found himself somewhat unsettled. It must be noted that despite the 4 encounters last season between Nuno Saikaruz's Madrid Kings and Hulai's Madrid Pirates, Saikaruz still lacked substantial experience in direct confrontations with Hulai. After all, he was not directly tasked with marking Hulai during those matches. In a strict sense, This was indeed Saikaru's first encounter with Hu Lai in a competitive setting, as Saikaros deflected Hu Lai's shot out of bounds. The Chinese national Olympic team was awarded a corner kick. The players of the Spanish national Olympic team retreated to their penalty area to defend against this set piece, leaving only Mario Salado up front, poised for a counterattack. What unfolded next astonished the Spanish defenders, the attacking players. Instead of spreading out within the box to seize advantageous positions against the defenders, stood neatly in a line at the edge of the penalty area, resembling a human wall in a free kick scenario. Only two defenders from the Chinese team, Kai Shuyi and Guan Shipeng, remained at the forefront, nearly engulfed by the surrounding Spanish players. The Spanish team exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the Chinese players' unusual strategy. On the sidelines, Spanish coach David Serrano turned to his assistant, raising his hands in confusion, questioning, "What on earth is this?" Upon witnessing this scene, He Feng initially froze, then erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Huh! This is the corner kick tactic of the national Olympic team." He recalled having seen this strategy before, though the specific match eluded him at that moment. Before he could pinpoint the exact instance, the referee's whistle pierced the air. As the sound echoed, Zhang Qinghuan, the one taking the corner, swiftly delivered the kick, not toward the goal, but executed a ground pass directed toward the arc of the penalty area. The first player on the Chinese side, their center forward Zhou Zijing, charged toward the ball, swinging his left leg as if to shoot. This drew the attention of two Spanish defenders, clearly wary after Zhou's earlier goal in the first half. Yet, Zhou did not take a shot. Instead, his exaggerated motion was merely a feint, allowing the ball to slip through his legs. Following closely was Xia Xiaoyu, who mimicked the action, feigning a shot before letting the ball roll beneath him. Just as the ball passed him, Hu Lai, trailing behind, swung his left leg, not a feint this time. His foot connected solidly with the ball, sending it on a subtle arc toward the upper corner of the goal. Spanish goalkeeper Eider Lopez barely reacted, kneeling and waving his hand as the ball soared past him into the net. Chapter 266, History Made. Huh. This is the corner kick tactic of the national Olympic team. Zhang Qinghuan's pass. Zhou Zijing let it slip. Xia Xiaoyu let it pass. Hu Lai scores. Magnificent. Magnificent. The national Olympic team's corner kick strategy has finally succeeded. As He Feng exclaimed about the feint, his tone radiated a sense of smug satisfaction, as if he had anticipated this all along. As anticipated, Zhou Zijing and Xia Xiaoyu repeatedly missed the football, causing the Argentine players in the penalty area to stagger and sway, while those who remained upright stood frozen in bewilderment. When Hu Lai took the shot, he found himself unmarked, and with precision, his left foot sent the ball into the net. Yin Kong exuberantly shouted, 2-0. The Olympic team leads Spain 2-0. The unfolding of this match astounded us all. None could have predicted that the Olympic team, facing the European under-21 championship runners-up Spain, would manage to secure a 2-goal lead. The first goal stemmed from an excessive focus on Hu Lai, neglecting Zhou Zijing. As for the second goal, who could have foreseen such a corner kick strategy from the Olympic team? Ha! He Feng laughed heartily as he spoke, and the cheerful sounds of the two commentators echoed through satellite signals, bringing joy to countless households across the land. In front of the television and in the stands, nearly all Chinese fans erupted in laughter, not solely for the 2-goal advantage, but also because of the extraordinary manner in which the second goal was scored. While some reveled in joy, others bore the weight of despair. The painful ones were the players, coaches, and fans of the Spanish Olympic team, who stood in stunned silence, akin to statues, watching the jubilant Chinese players celebrate. Head coach David Serrano was incessantly questioning those around him. What just happened? Yet, he had witnessed it all, grappling with disbelief in both his eyes and mind. Prior to the corner kick, he observed that most Chinese players had not crowded the goal, but instead lined up at the edge of the penalty area, leaving him utterly perplexed. What transpired next exceeded his comprehension. Zhang Qinghuan kicked the ball towards the penalty area line, and Zhou Zijing charged forward to meet it. Up until this point, it was within the realm of normal tactics. This peculiar positioning aimed to confuse the Spanish players, leading to a pass to the edge of the penalty area for a long-range shot. Such tactics were not unheard of. Thus, when two Spanish players rushed to block Zhou Zijing's shot, Serrano felt a sense of relief, his initial concerns dissipating significantly. In his view, his players had reacted swiftly. Despite their initial shock, they managed to close in and block the shot. That was commendable. However, his mouth soon fell agape, eyes wide in disbelief, as he witnessed Zhou Zijing faint and let the ball slip past. The ensuing events unfolded so rapidly that he could scarcely keep up. By the time he saw Hu Lai unleash his shot, he realized the gravity of the situation. The players in the Spanish penalty area were completely bamboozled, offering no effective defense against Hu Lai's strike. Given Hu Lai's scoring ability, even with his left foot, the difficulty of the shot was minimal. After what felt like an eternity, Serrano finally regained his senses, turning his gaze toward the celebrating Chinese players. He still could not comprehend how the match had unfolded in such a manner. Across from him, in the stands, fervent Chinese fans were energetically waving their flags, transforming the entire area into a vibrant sea of red. Although the Spanish national team's home jersey was also red, they had drawn the away team designation for this match, and thus donned white jerseys instead. Red was the primary color for the Chinese team, and most fans in red jerseys were ardent supporters of their national side. Throughout the match, the cheers from the Chinese fans had scarcely subsided, erupting with every possession by their players, regardless of whether a goal was scored. It felt as if the stadium itself belonged to the Chinese team, their jerseys merely reinforcing this sentiment. "All right, gentlemen, gather your belongings and let us depart. We need to return to the hotel for some well-deserved rest." The assistant coach of the Argentine U-23 team entered the locker room, reminding everyone not to linger in celebration. After all, they had merely reached the semifinals, which was not a cause for excessive jubilation. The players obediently rose and prepared to leave, having already changed out of their uniforms. Just then, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. "Goodness! The Chinese team has scored again." The group, initially ready to exit, halted in their tracks, pulling out their phones to ascertain the situation. They quickly discovered that the Chinese team was leading 2-0 against Spain. Many wore expressions of disbelief, struggling to fathom how the esteemed runners-up of the European U-21 Championship found themselves 2 goals down to China. With only 14 minutes remaining in the match, the situation was dire for Spain. It seemed that the Chinese team might genuinely eliminate Spain from the tournament. Meli nudged his friend Ramon Cantro, who was momentarily stunned, teasing, "You said the Chinese team couldn't possibly win." "Had I known, I would have wagered with you, Ramon." Cantro, seemingly oblivious to his friend's words, furrowed his brow, fixated on his phone screen, murmuring, "How did that goal happen?" Meli was equally curious. He had already witnessed how China had scored their first goal, with their number 9 striker firing a long-range shot after drawing the defenders out of the penalty area. The Spanish U-23 team had evidently underestimated Zhou Zijing, allowing him to take a shot with only one defender challenging him physically, despite Zhou's strength in such confrontations. In essence, they had been complacent, much like Ramon, who believed that the vaunted runners-up of the European U-21 Championship could never lose to China. Apart from Hu Lai, who else could they possibly fear? Furthermore, just 4 years prior, the Chinese U-23 team had been eliminated by Spain. Although the roster had changed significantly, the historical performance had bolstered the confidence of the Spanish players. Little did they anticipate that the Chinese U-23 team had collectively evolved so remarkably in 4 years. Hu Lai, in particular, had progressed at an astonishing pace, now resembling a seasoned veteran at the Olympic level. Zhang Qinghuan, Xia Xiaoyu, and Zhou Zijing are indeed formidable figures. The Chinese Olympic team, centered around them, is no longer the underdog it once was. "What on earth is this corner kick strategy?" someone in the locker room exclaimed, drawing the attention of others who gathered around to witness the spectacle, echoing their astonishment. Is this truly a serious tactic, or merely a jest during training? How could such a corner kick strategy yield results? Surely, this must be a performance. Meli also leaned in, his reaction mirroring that of his teammates, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he gazed intently at the video clip on his teammate's phone, akin to watching a comedic skit. Yet he found no humor in it. Nevertheless, this means our adversary in the semifinals is the Chinese team, which is arguably preferable to facing Spain, a teammate murmured. Yet his comment was met with silence. Is encountering the Chinese team truly more favorable than contending against Spain? Amidst this slightly awkward quietude, Meli remarked, "I cannot ascertain whether the Chinese team is a better opponent than Spain, but I do know we have a chance to avenge ourselves for 4 years ago." The match concluded. "The match is over," He Feng and Yin Kong jubilantly proclaimed from the commentary booth. Although Mario Salado scored a goal for the Spanish Olympic team in the 87th minute, it did not alter the final outcome. The young men of the Chinese Olympic team triumphed over the Spanish Olympic team with a score of 2-1 in the quarterfinals. They avenged their loss from 4 years prior. Concurrently, they achieved the best result in Olympic history, reaching the semifinals. Amidst the resounding cheers, the players on the bench surged onto the field like a tide, embracing their teammates in celebration of this victory. Prior to the match, the Olympic team was deemed the underdog, with their chances of advancement considered inferior to those of Spain. Yet, throughout the 90 minutes of play, every player on the Olympic team delivered an outstanding performance. The spotlight was not solely on Hulai. This victory belonged to the entire Olympic team. Having made history, we hope that the young men of the Olympic team can shed their burdens in the upcoming matches, pouring their utmost efforts into the game. Regardless of the final outcome, every footprint they leave has already been inscribed in the annals of Chinese football history. In an instant, the highlights of the Chinese Olympic team's 2-1 elimination of the Spanish Olympic team in the quarterfinals appeared on Chinese social media. A particularly insightful comment encapsulated the sentiment of the majority of Chinese fans regarding this match. I am not certain whether it is the fact that the Olympic team eliminated Spain to reach the semifinals that astounds me more, or the corner kick strategy employed during the match that leaves me in awe. Regarding that corner kick strategy, some post-match analysis unearthed a match from the 2023 FA Cup, where Anton Shining faced Lingnan Sea God as visitors. At that time, Anton Shining was a team in the Chinese second division, while Lingnan Sea God ranked 6th in the Chinese Super League. In a display of ingenuity, the underdog team of Anton Shining unleashed a series of unconventional tactics during that match, with each set piece showcasing a burst of creativity. The corner kick strategy that led to the goal by the national Olympic team had previously been seen in a distant FA Cup match, albeit at that time the final shot by Qin Lin was sent soaring into the sky. Now, with Hulai taking the shot, the attempt resulted in a goal. The corner kick tactics were nearly identical, as the national Olympic team replicated Anton Shining's strategy without alteration. Many fans were astonished that such whimsical tactics could yield success on an international stage, and the reaction of the Spanish Olympic players after conceding a goal served as a wake-up call for them. In addition to the surprise of the corner kick tactic, the outcome of the match was equally shocking. Despite some domestic fans clamoring for vengeance against the Spanish Olympic team for a past defeat in the quarterfinals, the elimination of Spain by the national Olympic team left many in disbelief. After all, this was the runner-up of the UEFA European Under-21 Championship. The Spanish team boasted formidable strength, featuring top young player Mario Salado from Catalonia on the front line and the promising center-back Nuno Sequeiros, nurtured by Real Madrid, anchoring the defense. They had also summoned 3 overage players, including key striker Rafael Elguer from Sevilla, all aiming for a medal. Yet they were ousted in the quarterfinals by the Chinese national Olympic team. Following the match, a Chinese fan posed a profound question. Is it possible that we are genuinely strong? Although prior to the Olympics, a segment of Chinese fans maintained an optimistic outlook, believing that the national team could contend for gold and silver. Hulai's remarks during a commercial event seemed to validate this optimism. Nonetheless, many Chinese fans remained hesitant to place excessive hope in the national Olympic team. On one hand, they wished to avoid jinxing the team. On the other, they sincerely felt that while advancing from the group stage was achievable, the quest for a medal remained daunting. To comprehend the significance of winning a medal at the Olympics, one must consider the historical context. The best achievements of Asian football at the Olympics have been bronze medals, secured by the South Korean Olympic team in the 2016 Rio Olympics and the Japanese Olympic team in the 1968 Mexico Olympics. Notably, the leader of the South Korean team in 2016 was their top talent, Park Chun-tae, whose outstanding performance played a crucial role in earning that bronze. It can be said that the bronze medal represents the pinnacle for Asian football at the Olympics. Thus, the majority of rational Chinese fans were understandably skeptical about the national Olympic team's potential to secure a medal. Even if they advanced easily from their group in this Olympic cycle, many attributed it to the weakness of their opponents. It was only after the national Olympic team eliminated the Spanish Olympic team that most began to realize that this current squad may indeed be on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of Asian football at the Olympics. At the edge of the penalty area, for players from the Chinese U-23 national team stood in a line, resembling a wall formed for a free kick. However, unlike a traditional wall, these players faced the goal. Subsequently, Zhang Qinghuan delivered the ball from the corner flag. executing a ground kick aimed directly at the quartet positioned along the penalty area line. The first player, Zhou Zijing, feigned a move, followed by the second, Xia Xiaoyu, who also performed a similar feint. When it came to the third player, Hu Lai, he skillfully directed the ball into the net with his left foot. As the ball soared into the goal, the Spanish players who had clustered near the net had yet to fully disperse. The scene then froze in time. This was the corner kick tactic employed by the Chinese team during the match, as pointed out by Argentina's U23 head coach, Leonardo Paradini, while addressing his players. While this goal undoubtedly contained an element of luck and appeared rather farcical, it is essential to extract something genuinely useful from this seemingly trivial goal. The valuable insight here is that our semi-final adversaries are not to be underestimated. Paradini's expression turned serious, even somewhat fierce, as he spoke. The Chinese team adopted a humble demeanor against Spain, which allowed them to execute meticulously crafted set-piece tactics. This corner kick was merely a reflection of the hard work they had invested behind the scenes. I cannot predict whether we will encounter such set-piece strategies in the match. But if we do face any peculiar tactics, we must not panic like the Spanish players did. We should respond with composure. The crux of Paradini's warning was not merely about countering the Chinese team's set-piece strategies, but rather advising his players against complacency. I acknowledge that, on paper, we may possess a slight superiority over the Chinese team. However, I must emphasize that in football, as long as our advantage does not constitute an overwhelming dominance, we cannot presume victory. Clearly, our strength is not sufficient to easily overpower this Chinese team. I need not reference the example from 4 years ago. At that time, the disparity between the Chinese team and Argentina was even greater than it is now, yet they emerged victorious against us. Cantello, overhearing the coach, cast a surreptitious glance at Meli, only to be surprised to find Meli returning his gaze. It seemed that despite Paradini's insistence on not recalling the events of 4 years ago, he had nonetheless succeeded in evoking unpleasant memories for the two players who had experienced that match. A glance at their encounter with Spain reveals that this is certainly not an opponent we can afford to underestimate. Spain's loss stemmed from their own complacency. It would be foolish for us to suffer the same fate. I am aware that domestically, many consider Argentina's failure to advance past the group stage 4 years ago as a disgrace. I contend that losing to them now would be an even greater humiliation. Cantello was left speechless. Had the coach not expressly stated not to bring up the example from 4 years ago? But why must you reference that match from 4 years ago in every paragraph? Moreover, I need not remind you that the Chinese team boasts who in their lineup? A truly formidable player. He has already scored 7 goals in this Olympic Games, just 1 less than Strauss, who has been eliminated. On the scoring chart, no one poses a threat to him, even though the Olympics do not officially recognize a scoring chart. I simply wish for you to understand the necessity of showing due respect and regard when facing the Chinese team, strengthened by Hu. Kantaro furtively cast a glance at Meli, who, this time, did not return his gaze but fixated intensely on head coach Palladini, her eyes sharp as daggers. After the meeting concluded and the players returned to their respective rooms, Kantaro approached Meli and quietly inquired, "Are you dissatisfied with Mr. Palladini's remarks?" Meli glanced at him, replying, "Mr. Palladini speaks the truth. Why should I be dissatisfied? I never deny Hu's excellence." "Then why the look you gave Mr. Palladini?" Ramon, she turned to her friend, posed the question. He wishes for us to regard this opponent seriously and not to underestimate them. But it is not only for that reason. His words were directed at the two of us, Ramon. Only we in this team have experienced the humiliation of that match 4 years ago. Mr. Palladini seeks to ignite our competitive spirit, to ensure we perform at our best in the semifinals. Meli stated earnestly, her gaze fixed on Kantaro. In a tournament like the Olympics, with merely 2 days between matches, it is challenging to devise targeted training strategies. Thus, the outcome of the games hinges not on tactical adjustments, but on the players' performances and states on the field. Kantaro grasped this point from her explanation, realizing that winning relies primarily on the players' on-the-spot execution, making the coach's approach essentially a means of motivating them. However, he furrowed his brow and responded, "Even if Mr. Palladini did not say so, we would not lack for determination. Remember, I have waited 4 years for this match. Why else would I have voluntarily applied to participate in another Olympic Games? It is to seize the opportunity to exact revenge on Hu in the most fitting context." Meli smiled slightly. Such matters, how could Mr. Palladini possibly know? He is merely fulfilling the responsibilities of a head coach. Hence, I responded to him with that look. assuring him we would give our utmost in the match. Indeed, we shall give our all in the match, Kantaro declared. This time, when I shake hands with Hu before the game, I shall look him in the eye and tell him that encountering him again at the Olympics is the finest arrangement by fate. Meli's words stirred a fervor within Kantaro. Yet, she doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash. No, Ramon. This is one thing you must not do. Cantello, P.S. I apologize for forgetting to set the automatic update yesterday. However, I distinctly remember having done so. I am at a loss as to why my memory faltered. Fortunately, I awoke early today. Otherwise, this chapter might have had to wait until noon for an update. Chapter 268. Our agreement. Li Qingqing bent down to retrieve the soccer ball, taking 2 steps forward until she reached the penalty spot. She then lowered herself once more to position the ball precisely on the white mark. At that moment, the stands of the Sequoia Sports Park were enveloped in an unusual silence. Fans from both China and France, as well as neutral spectators, observed the figure placing the ball with rapt attention. In one section of the stands, players from the Chinese Olympic team stood poised, their breaths held as they focused intently on the scene unfolding on the field. No one uttered a word. The large screen displayed a close-up shot. Capturing the moment, Li Qingqing gently placed the ball upon the grass. Some turned to the screen, eager to assess the accuracy of her placement. The positioning of the ball can indeed determine the outcome of a penalty kick. Otherwise, why would so many professional players meticulously arrange the ball before taking their shot? Hu Lai also gazed at the screen, yet his attention was not on the ball itself, but rather on Li Qingqing's wrist, adorned with a braided bracelet akin to the one he wore. Behind her, players from the Chinese and French teams stood in a line at the center, each embracing the shoulders of their teammates. Some wore expressions of intense concentration, while others murmured incantations under their breath, and a few simply turned their backs. Among them was French forward Lilith Leza, who had chosen to turn away. In this tense atmosphere, commentator He Feng instinctively lowered his voice, as if fearing that his words from the commentary box might disrupt the players on the field. The penalty shootout has finally reached its concluding round, with Li Qingqing representing the Chinese team. Following Lilith Leza's miss earlier, the score stands at 4-4. Should Li Qingqing successfully convert this penalty, the Chinese women's soccer team will advance to the Olympic finals. Although this was an exhilarating moment, He Feng dared not raise his volume. The television screen displayed the status of both teams' penalty kicks. The French team had completed all 5 attempts, scoring 4, since Lilith Leza had missed her shot in the 3rd round. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing, the final penalty taker for China, had yet to kick, with the preceding 4 successfully converted, also totaling 4. With the score at 4-4, if Li Qingqing scores, China would triumph with a 5-4 victory over France, securing a place in the Olympic finals. Yet, this also meant that an immense weight rested solely on Li Qingqing's shoulders. Why have players renowned for their penalty-taking prowess traditionally been placed in the 5th position? It is precisely to ensure they can deliver under pressure, rather than falter and miss an opportunity. If Li Qingqing fails to convert this penalty, the French team would rise from the brink of despair, while the Chinese team's morale would suffer a significant blow, imposing immense psychological pressure on the subsequent penalty takers. It would be akin to shifting one's own responsibility onto teammates. Xiaolan and Hu Lisan accompanied Li Ziqiang to watch the women's football semifinal. Throughout the match, Xiaolan remained quite animated. However, upon witnessing this moment, she fell silent. With her hands clasped before her mouth, she bit her lip, intently focused on the television screen, her body trembling slightly. On the screen, Li Qingqing had positioned the football, stepping back. After retreating just 2 paces, she halted. Her beautiful face soon appeared in a close-up shot on the broadcast. After playing for a grueling 120 minutes, her complexion glowed, her hair damp with sweat, clinging to her forehead and cheeks. She raised a hand to sweep the hair away from her temples and tilted her head slightly toward the referee, awaiting the signal. The referee blew the whistle. Li Qingqing leaned forward, initiating her run-up. Watch her. After just 2 strides, she surged behind the ball, swinging her right leg back, arching her foot, and striking the ball with precision. Bang! The sound resonated sharply in the now hushed stadium, underscoring the power behind her kick. The football soared towards the goal like a cannonball. The French goalkeeper leaped, correctly anticipating the direction. Yet, it proved futile. For the speed of Li Qingqing's shot was too great. Even with the right judgment, she could not intercept the ball. The football struck the underside of the crossbar before ricocheting skyward, only to be caught by the netting at the top of the goal. finally losing all momentum and falling into the net. The ball is in. Splendid. The Chinese team. China has triumphed. The Chinese team has advanced to the Olympic finals. This marks the first time since the 1996 Atlanta Olympics, 32 years ago, that the Chinese women's football team has reached the Olympic finals again. Coincidentally, that Olympic Games was also held in the United States. Xiaolon leapt from the sofa, clapping her hands and screaming, then embraced her husband, Hu Lisin. Meanwhile, Li Ziqiang exhaled deeply, having tried to maintain his composure throughout the tension, nearly losing his resolve. The match concluded. After 120 minutes, the Chinese women's football team and the French team ended in a tie of 1-1, necessitating a penalty shootout. In the final round of the shootout, Li Qingqing withstood the pressure and scored the decisive goal. This secured the Chinese team a place in the finals. In the championship, the Chinese women's football team will face their longtime rivals, the host team, the United States. They will vie for an Olympic gold medal. From the stands, the players of the Chinese Olympic team raised their arms in jubilation upon seeing the ball enter the net, chanting, "Impressive, beautiful. Li Qingqing is phenomenal." Hu Lai was among the cheering crowd, shouting, "Qingqing is amazing." No player from the national Olympic team dared to shout such words, except for him. Moreover, when he did shout, no one dared to intervene, questioning who had the right to educate a couple on how to interact, suggesting that it was impolite to speak such words to a woman. Apart from them, the stands resonated with waves of fervent cheers. Los Angeles boasts the largest Chinese population in the United States, and among the attendees at this women's soccer match, approximately two-thirds were supporters of the Chinese team, rendering it a veritable home ground for the Chinese female athletes. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Li Qingqing turned and ran towards her teammates with open arms. As they embraced, the French players stood a distance away, enveloped in sorrow. Particularly, Lilith Lazare, who had missed a penalty, lay on the ground with her hands covering her face, weeping uncontrollably, unwilling to be lifted by anyone. Ultimately, it took two teammates and the captain to help her rise from the ground. Still sobbing, she lamented her performance deeply. It was only when Li Qingqing approached her, embracing her like an old friend from their time playing together in Paris, that Lilith gradually ceased her tears. In a tender moment, she cupped Li Qingqing's face, resting their foreheads together, softly whispering to one another. After a considerable time, the two finally parted ways. Li Qingqing resumed her celebrations with her teammates, while Lilith joined her comrades to express gratitude to the French fans who had traveled to support them. The two friends turned away, with Lilith still using the back of her hand to wipe her tears, while Li Qingqing sprinted towards her teammates. The Chinese team soon gathered to thank their supporters. Upon reaching the stands where the national Olympic team was seated, they waved and greeted the young men. The Olympic players responded with waves and applause, offering thumbs up in appreciation of the female athletes. This touching scene was captured live on camera. The televised broadcast astutely provided close-up shots of Li Qingqing from the women's team and Hu Lai from the Olympic team. In front of the television, Xiaolon beamed with joy, clapping her hands more fervently. Li Ziqiang, however, forced a smile, recognizing that some matters were beyond his control. The commentator, He Feng, continued to jab at him. The young men from the Olympic team also came to cheer for the women's team. This is quite a normal occurrence. Yet, for Hu Lai, it seems there is more at stake than merely cheering on the women's team. Yin Kong, observing nearby, remarked with a chuckle. The director even cut to their faces. Look at their smiles. Though everyone around them is smiling, why do their smiles feel so different? Hu Lai's gaze settled on Li Qingqing, and she reciprocated, her eyes locking onto his. Then, Li Qingqing ceased her applause, lowered her left arm, and raised her right arm, curling four fingers while leaving her pinky slightly bent, performing a gesture reminiscent of a pinky promise. Upon witnessing her gesture from the stands, Hu Lai raised his hand and reciprocated with a hook pinky promise to Li Qingqing. This was a pact between the two of them, agreed upon before the semi-final match. Li Qingqing vowed to strive to help the team reach the finals, and should she achieve this objective, Hu Lai was equally obliged to follow suit. Through this small gesture, Li Qingqing signaled to Hu Lai, "I have fulfilled my promise. Now it is your turn." Chapter 269. Ignite the flames to a fiery red. Hu Lai, with an impeccable touch, deftly executed a shot and scored. Hu Lai opens the scoring for the Chinese Olympic team. Just 21 minutes into the match, the Olympic team took the lead. Meli, oh dear. In the 37th minute, Argentina equalized, with the goal scored by Meli. Meli, Meli strikes again. He maneuvered laterally and, after evading several defenders in front of the Olympic team's penalty area, unleashed a powerful shot. The ball found its way back into the Olympic team's net. A successful interception. Guo Juanfu seized the ball from Meli. The Olympic team launched a counterattack. Chun Xingyi surged forward, delivering a pass into the penalty area. Hu Lai, with a deft touch. Magnificent. Hu Lai. Clean and precise. He scores again, leveling the game for the Olympic team. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. The dribble was exquisite. The shot was splendid. Remarkable. Before the semifinal commenced, the locker room at Redwood Sports Park was filled solely with the fervent shouts of Chinese commentators He Feng and Yin Kong, with no other sounds to be heard. The players of the Chinese Olympic team sat in their seats, fixated on the television screen mounted on the wall. The screen displayed a match from 4 years prior during the Olympics, featuring their predecessors against the Argentine Olympic team, led by Meli. The two teams were locked in a fierce contest. Yet, everyone knew what was about to unfold. As the footage shifted, Meli was seen receiving the ball on the flank, with Chun Xingyi in hot pursuit. Soon, another player from the Olympic team, Li Chengguo, rushed in from the center, closely shadowing Meli while applying physical pressure with aggression. It was through his relentless pressure that Meli faltered, allowing Chun Xingyi to seize the moment and intercept the ball. Chun Xingyi, a brilliant tackle. With just a few minutes remaining in the match, this successful interception was a tremendous morale booster. Chun Xingyi promptly nudged the ball to Gao Rumin, even as he collided with an Argentine player and fell to the ground without a moment's hesitation. After adjusting, Gao Rumin sent the ball forward to the already sprinting Luo Kai. Gao Rumin's long pass found Luo Kai. The Olympic team sought to counterattack. Luo Kai, utilizing his speed and agility, deftly weaved into the Argentine penalty area before delivering a back pass. The back pass to Hu Lai. Amidst He Feng's thunderous roar, Hu Lai galloped forth, meeting the soaring ball with an extraordinary volley. Hu Lai. Magnificent. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. A last-minute triumph. Although those present were already aware of the final outcome of the match and how the U23 national team achieved a dramatic victory over Argentina, many still felt a thrill of goosebumps as they reminisced about that decisive goal. Some even cast admiring glances towards Hu Lai, the pivotal figure behind this extraordinary feat, who stood among them, ready to fight side by side. This thought instilled a sense of confidence in numerous players. As the video was paused, all the noise and the announcer's shouts came to an abrupt halt. Head coach Mai Zhaoqing stood before his players and inquired, "What do you think? Was Hu Lai's final goal not exhilarating?" Many in the locker room nodded vigorously in response, affirming, "Yes, Coach Mai." Others loudly praised Hu Lai, exclaiming, "Brother, Hu is incredible." Mai Zhaoqing smiled broadly, acknowledging, "Indeed, Hu Lai is remarkable." His words elicited laughter in the locker room, as it was somewhat amusing for a head coach to extol his player's prowess. However, he quickly shifted his tone, saying, "But you must understand that before Hu Lai scored, it was Chun Xingyi who intercepted the ball from Meli, assisted by Li Chengguo. The one who delivered the timely long pass was Gao Rumin, and the final assist to Hu Lai came from Luo Kai. Do you comprehend what this signifies?" Mai Zhaoqing paused momentarily, not genuinely seeking a response from the players, but rather guiding them to reflect. He continued, "Before Hu Lai's goal, it was through the concerted efforts of many that the ball eventually reached him. While it may seem that Hu Lai single-handedly defeated Argentina, in truth, it was a collective triumph involving Li Chengguo, Chun Xingyi, Gao Rumin, Luo Kai, and Hu Lai together. Moreover, prior to this goal, Lin Ziyuan had made a spectacular save against Meli's free kick, laying the groundwork for the eventual victory. Upon hearing his coach mention this, Lin Ziyuan sat up straight, chest out, and head held high, beaming with pride. In the match where Hu Lai scored 3 goals to secure a win against Argentina, he was undoubtedly the standout player. Yet, every player on the U23 national team behind him equally contributed to this victory. Without their relentless defense against every Argentine attack, and without their passes to Hu Lai, this miraculous victory would not have been possible. After the match, both media and fans easily fixated on Hu Lai, often overlooking the contributions of the remaining U23 players. In reality, the U23 national team's ability to triumph over Argentina stemmed from their collective strength, and certainly not the efforts of a single individual. Am I correct, Hu Lai? Mai Zhaoqing then tossed the ball to Hu Lai. Hu Lai received it and nodded, affirming, "Coach Mai is right. I am merely a forward who can score goals." Without my teammates to assist me, I am nothing. If my teammates cannot defend the goal, it matters not how many goals I score. This was true in that match. And it remains true today. Mai Xiaoqing was exceedingly pleased with Hu Lai's response. He seized the opportunity to continue, stating, after eliminating Spain, "We have achieved the finest record for Chinese football in the Olympics. Every subsequent step we take is a creation of history. Yet, this history is not the achievement of a singular individual. It is a collective endeavor forged by us all, the Chinese national Olympic team. Today, as we vie for a place in the finals against Argentina, it is not the effort of one person that will carry us, but the strength of us all." He gestured towards each member of the national Olympic team before sweeping his hand in a motion of gathering. In the face of adversity, the brave shall triumph. The young men of the national team erupted with enthusiasm, charging out of the locker room. Team leader Ran Xiaocheng looked at head coach Mai Xiaoqing, his face beaming with joy. However, Mai Xiaoqing inquired, "What do you think of my impromptu performance just now?" Ran Xiaocheng gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Magnificent." Showing them the highlight reel of that match before the game was truly inspired. "I thought you would hold a special meeting last night to discuss it all." Mai Xiaoqing shook his head. Even if they were excited at that moment, a night's rest would cool their fervor. "Isn't it sung in the song? We must stoke the fire until it glows bright. Only then can we forge success while the iron is hot." Ran Xiaocheng reflected. Now the fire is indeed blazing. In front of the television, Yan Yan, Chu Yifan, Meng Shi, and Mao Xiao, former players of Dongchuan Middle School's football team, saw the national team and the Argentine players emerge from the tunnel, prompting someone to shout with excitement. Yan Yan keenly sensed an unusual tension beside him. He turned to glance and, astonished, remarked, "Hey, De Jong, why are you trembling? Nervous?" Zhong Shihao shot him a glare. "Aren't you nervous?" Chu Yifan chuckled nearby. "He truly isn't nervous, De Jong. Have you forgotten his identity?" Zhong Shihao snapped back to awareness. Yan Yan burst into laughter. "Comrades, no matter what, you can always place your faith in Hu Lai. He is the chosen one." Yet, Yan Yan was not always correct in his predictions. For instance, during last season's UEFA Champions League semifinals, he faltered, confidently predicting that Hu Lai would defeat Meli, only to witness Meli turn the tide and eliminate them at home. Nevertheless, this setback did not diminish Yan Yan's fervent faith in Hu Lai. He even devised another theory. Regardless of the match outcome, whether Hu Lai wins or loses, one must unwaveringly support him, for it is politically correct. It is not only about believing in Hu Lai but also in others, believing in Xiaoyu, Huan Ge, Zhou Zijing, Lin Ziyuan, and the rest of the national team. Chu Yifan stated, "If they falter, Hu Lai alone cannot carry the team." The match was scheduled to kick off at 4 o'clock in the early hours of Friday in China. Despite having to work, they gathered at Chu's home to cheer for their juniors. Besides Hu Lai, Xia Xiaoyu was also a former teammate. The modest living room was packed with people, all now excited yet anxious, their eyes glued to the television screen. The commentator, He Feng, announced, "Welcome everyone to the first semi-final match of the men's football competition at this Olympic Games." Just yesterday afternoon, the Chinese women's football team triumphed over the French team in a thrilling penalty shootout at the Redwood Sports Park, securing their place in the Olympic final. We hope that the remarkable performance of the women's team can bring good fortune to our young men's national team. In the hotel where the Los Angeles women's team was staying, the players gathered in a conference room to watch this pivotal match in the men's football event. As they saw the Chinese national team taking the field alongside their opponents, excitement filled the room. They enthusiastically applauded, creating a resounding rhythm to cheer for the national team. "Go, national team!" Li Qingqing refrained from joining her teammates in their exuberance, instead gazing intently at the close-up of a familiar face on the screen. Su Wen nudged her with her elbow. "What was that hand gesture with Hu Lai yesterday all about?" Li Qingqing continued to fix her eyes on the television, replying, "We made a pact to participate in the Olympic final together." Su Wen was taken aback, but their opponent is Argentina. Finally, Li Qingqing diverted her gaze from the screen and responded, "But they won once 4 years ago." Su Wen opened her mouth, but ultimately found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 270, The Daunting Task of Ouyang Jin. As Ramon Cantoro passed by Hu Lai with his teammates, he merely exchanged a perfunctory handshake, suppressing the urge to speak. He was well aware of the reasons for maintaining silence with Hu Lai, having heard the rumors circulating online. What surprised him was how much Meli seemed to care about the situation. Cantoro did not initiate a conversation with Hu Lai, who likewise ignored him. Their hands brushed lightly before parting. However, when Meli shook hands with Hu Lai greeted him with enthusiasm. Wow, I didn't expect we would actually meet. Now you have the chance to avenge the loss of the treble. Meli took a deep breath, but chose not to respond to Hu Lai. Releasing his hand and turning to leave, Hu Lai was relentless, calling out behind him. What are you afraid of? Are you conceding before the match has even begun? Meli continued to act as though he hadn't heard, shaking hands with the other players from the national team before hastily departing. Kantoro, witnessing Meli's demeanor, pondered why he seemed so apprehensive about merely exchanging words with Hu Lai. After all, Hu Lai's loud outburst had captured the attention of everyone present. His voice deliberately raised in Spanish, as if addressing the entire Argentine team. Indeed, his shout drew the gaze of not only the Argentine players, but also piqued the curiosity of the Chinese national team players, who, though unable to comprehend Hu Lai's words, could certainly see the unfolding drama. In the eyes of the onlookers, the scene unfolded with Hu Lai's aggressive demeanor, while Meli appeared to cower in response. Kantoro, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, seized the opportunity after the handshake to approach Meli and whispered, Meli, we are both forwards. The occasions for direct dialogue on the pitch are exceedingly rare. What harm could there be in exchanging a few words with him? He was well aware of the rumors circulating online, which merely suggested that defenders should refrain from speaking to Hu Lai during the match, as it could easily distract them and lead to a loss of focus. However, this was a caution intended for defenders, not forwards. The chances for forwards to encounter each other during the game are few and far between. Conversing with Hu Lai would hardly impact a forward's performance. Meli turned to Kantoro and replied, I simply do not wish to converse with that insufferable pest, Ramon. Kantoro mused internally. Why should you prevent me from speaking with Hu? I have no fear of engaging with that nuisance. I could outsmart him. Nevertheless, he kept those thoughts to himself. This incident revealed to him that Meli was particularly sensitive to any factors that might influence the outcome of today's match, to the point of bordering on paranoia. This also underscored Meli's fervent desire to win today's game. Although Meli had triumphed over Hu in the Champions League before, he was not content with that singular achievement. Kantoro wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, for he too had bested Hu's Leeds City during his tenure in the Premier League. Yet, Kantoro would never consider that as fulfilling his vendetta against Hu. He believed that true revenge would only be realized by eliminating the Chinese team from the Olympics. Even if they succeeded in ousting the Chinese team today, he would still feel a twinge of regret, for the Chinese team had already made history by reaching the semifinals. The epitome of revenge, in his eyes, would be if Argentina and China were drawn in the same group once more, allowing Argentina to defeat China in the group stage, preventing them from advancing. As Meli retreated to receive the ball, he instinctively glanced over his shoulders. When he looked to the left, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow but could not discern its identity. Quickly, he turned his gaze to the right rear and indeed spotted the Chinese team's number 6 defensive midfielder lurking behind him. Consequently, as he received the ball, he feigned an attempt to control it with his right foot, allowing the ball to pass to his left side while pivoting to place the Chinese midfielder behind him. He accelerated. In an instant, he shed his opponent. Meli, be careful. Yu Yanjin, trying to catch up, found it increasingly difficult to match Meli's speed. Meli surged towards the penalty area, confronting the Chinese U-23 team's fortified defense, and opted for a long-range shot. However, as he shot, he was inadvertently jostled by Zhang Qinghuan from the side, causing a slight disturbance that prevented him from striking the ball with full force. The shot was too direct, and it was securely caught by goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan. The match had barely commenced for 5 minutes when Meli struck Argentina's first shot on goal. It was evident that the national U-23 team placed significant emphasis on Meli, as even Zhang Qinghuan actively retreated to the penalty area to assist in curbing Meli's influence. In terms of tactics against Argentina's U-23 team, Mai Zhaoqing did not implement substantial adjustments, opting instead to continue the strategies employed in the previous 4 matches, focusing primarily on ball control. Center forward Zhou Zijin frequently dropped back, while defensive midfielder Xia Xiaoyu made numerous forward runs. This was neither an exceptionally clever tactical arrangement nor a secret. The opponents were already well aware of it and would certainly devise corresponding countermeasures. Mai Zhaoqing refrained from expending excessive thought on tactical innovations, as there was only a brief 2-day respite between the quarterfinals and the semifinals. During this short interval, the first day was dedicated to recovery training, which was not intensive and involved limited activities. primarily aimed at helping the players recuperate from the previous day's match against Spain's U23 team. The second day focused on set-piece tactics and penalty training. Then came the third day, which was reserved for the match against Argentina. What could be accomplished in such a limited time? Specialized training tailored to counter Argentina's tactics was utterly impractical. Players are not akin to computer programs that can instantly comprehend and execute commands upon input. Therefore, Mai Xiaoqing merely instructed Ouyang Jin to closely mark Meli, as Meli, despite being a forward, often dropped back to receive the ball and initiated Argentina's attacks through his dribbling prowess. This adjustment did not require targeted training to enhance, as Ouyang Jin was already performing this role during matches. However, this particular assignment posed a slightly greater challenge. For instance, just moments ago, he encountered Meli and was easily evaded. Meli had deftly misled Ouyang Jin with a mere upper body feint. Had it not been for Zhang Qinghuan's timely retreat, China's goal might have been in jeopardy. Ouyang Jin gasped, slightly agape, gazing at Meli. This was indeed a world-class player. In comparison, he felt as though he were on entirely different planes. At that moment, Zhang Qinghuan patted Ouyang Jin on the shoulder. You were too far away. I understand you intended to conceal yourself behind Meli, but that tactic is ineffective against him. You should have pressed closer. When facing Meli, even a slight gap would allow him to evade you, let alone the meter or so of distance that separated them just moments ago. Acknowledging Zhang Qinghuan's advice, Ouyang Jin nodded in agreement. All right, Brother Huan. Next time, I will stick closer. Zhang Qinghuan was correct. His initial plan had indeed been to hide in Meli's blind spot, and then swiftly pounce to seize the ball as he received it, catching the opponent off guard. This tactic had served him well in the Chinese Super League, yielding favorable results through its element of surprise. Not all Super League players habitually surveyed their surroundings before receiving the ball. Yet, it was clear that Meli was not of the same caliber as those players. Soon, Ouyang Jin found himself with another opportunity to defend against Meli. The Chinese team's offensive efforts faltered under pressure, leading to a mispass from Xia Xiaoyu that was intercepted by Argentina, prompting a swift counterattack. Messi dropped back to the midfield to offer support. As the player tasked with marking Messi, Ouyang Jin followed closely. This time, he remembered the teachings of his mentor and did not wait for Messi to receive the ball. Instead, he pressed right up against him, in a literal sense. Ouyang Jin's chest pressed against Messi's back. Messi glanced back at him, but still reached out for the ball. His teammates did not hesitate to pass to him despite the close marking. As the ball was played in his direction, Messi anticipated its arrival and moved accordingly. Ouyang Jin pursued him closely, just as the ball rolled towards them. Messi feigned a stop with his foot but swiftly dragged the ball behind him with the sole of his foot. The ball slipped through the gap between Ouyang Jin's legs. Seizing the moment while Ouyang Jin was still processing what had happened, Messi spun around and darted past him. Ouyang Jin stood frozen, caught in a moment of disbelief. Oh, Messi! The Argentine commentator erupted in excitement, praising the beautiful dribble. He was truly in fine form today. After the match commenced, he had already executed 2 remarkable back-to-back turns to evade defenders. Having evaded Ouyang Jin, Messi surged forward, only to face Xia Xiaoyu's aggressive approach. With a subtle change of rhythm, Messi came to a sudden halt, allowing Xia Xiaoyu to rush past him. Then, with deft agility, Messi resumed his advance toward the Chinese team's penalty area, confronted by the resolute defensive line. He opted not to shoot, but instead deftly delivered the ball to the right flank using the outside of his foot. There, Cantoro cut in from the wing and received the pass. Careful, Messi distributed the ball. Amid He Feng's exclamations, Cantoro struck the ball with the outside of his right foot, aiming for the far corner of the net. As Cantoro prepared to shoot, goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan had already taken a step back towards the far post and leaped into the air. His long arms reached out. His fingertips grazed the ball. The ball deflected out of play. Lin Ziyuan, magnificent. He made a crucial save, although no goal was conceded. Ouyang Jin's heart raced as he shifted his gaze from the baseline back to Messi. Goodness, Messi is extraordinary. Chapter 271. Meli Joel Ouyang Jin appeared quite flustered when facing Messi. After the match began, he was easily outmaneuvered in 2 one-on-one encounters, the latter of which resulted in a highlight moment for Messi. One can imagine that the scene where Messi dribbled and turned while slipping the ball through Ouyang Jin's legs would become iconic, replayed worldwide. Meanwhile, Ouyang Jin would be relegated to the role of a mere backdrop. However, no one would ridicule Ouyang Jin's performance, for his opponent was none other than the illustrious Messi. Do not underestimate the significance of a mere defensive midfielder from the Chinese Olympic team, even within the vast realm of European football. Numerous illustrious players have merely served as a backdrop to the brilliance of Meli. Thus, rather than facing ridicule, Ouyang Jin would evoke genuine sympathy and pity from onlookers. For finding oneself as an adversary to Meli during a match is indeed a stroke of misfortune. The circumstances Ouyang Jin encountered in the initial 10 minutes of the match reflect the broader struggles of the Chinese Olympic team. Meli's exceptional performance undoubtedly bestowed an advantage upon the entire Argentine Olympic squad, as he serves as the engine of their offensive play. Under his powerful influence, Argentina unleashed a relentless series of attacks, effectively suppressing the Chinese team, which found itself relegated to a defensive stance. Initially set up in a 4-4-2 formation, the pressure from Argentina soon transformed the setup into a near 5-3-2. Originally, coach Mai Zhaoqing had deployed 3 defensive midfielders alongside Zhang Qinghuan in the midfield. Given that Xia Xiaoyu frequently surged forward during the match, Mai Zhaoqing had arranged for 2 dedicated defensive midfielders, Ouyang Jin and Ning Yong, to safeguard the spaces left behind. In previous encounters, these 2 midfielders were tasked with protecting Xia Xiaoyu whenever he advanced, and when Xia Xiaoyu possessed the ball in the backfield, they would position themselves nearby to provide support, enhancing Xia's passing options. Additionally, should Xia lose possession, they could swiftly press the opposition, thwarting their attacking routes before they could confront the defensive line of the Chinese team. In today's match, Ouyang Jin was assigned to closely mark Meli, while Ning Yong found himself repeatedly pushed back into the penalty area, nearly assuming the role of a central defender. While Argentina's scoring heavily relied on Meli and Cantoro, this does not imply that the other players in the Argentine Olympic team lack offensive capabilities. More than half of the starting lineup competes in European leagues, and the starting striker, Rodrigo Novetti, plays for the prestigious Russian club, Zenit St. Petersburg, standing at 191 meters and weighing 85 kilograms. He bears a resemblance to a younger Ivan Romanov in his prime. Notably, Romanov began his career at the same club, Zenit St. Petersburg, in Argentina's football system. Such tall strikers are a rarity, thus Novetti is held in high regard. Within the Argentine Olympic team, he serves as a pivotal support for Meli and Cantoro. But this does not denote an inadequacy in his scoring prowess. At just 22 years of age, he has already secured a starting position with a top Russian club, having scored 10 goals in the first half of the Russian Premier League season, showcasing commendable efficiency. However, within the Argentine Olympic squad, there are players more adept at scoring, leading him to adopt a secondary role and focus on assisting. When Meli advances with the ball, Novetti does not linger in the penalty area waiting for a chance. Instead, he positions himself at the edge of the box to act as a wall for Meli. In such instances, the captain of the Chinese Olympic team, central defender Kairi, must push out to confront him, while defensive midfielder Ning Yong assists Kai in covering the central area. Just as we see now. In this instance, Meli exchanged positions with Cantello, receiving the ball on the right flank. Faced with the defensive challenge posed by Ouyang Jin, he skillfully cut inside. As if traversing an uninhabited realm, Ouyang Jin attempted to close in, using his body to displace his opponent, only to discover that this Argentine player, who seemed modest in physical prowess, possessed remarkable core strength. He found himself unable to dislodge him. Remarkably, Meli maintained his dribble despite the collision from Ouyang Jin. Observing this, Argentina's towering striker, Rodrigo Novetti, moved away from the goal, positioning himself with his back to it, using his body to shield the captain of the Chinese Olympic team. Kairi, while signaling for the ball, Meli passed the football, continuing his lateral movement towards the center. Novetti, not seeking to control the ball, was acutely aware of his role. Once the football reached him, he swiftly returned it, targeting the path where Meli was advancing. Ouyang Jin, believing Meli would continue his dribble, prepared to close the gap when Meli received the ball, anticipating that Meli would decelerate upon stopping the ball, thus allowing him to swiftly bridge the distance. However, Meli, instead of pausing, unleashed a shot. In a flurry, Ouyang Jin lunged, but it was too late. He failed to make contact. Meli, amid the elongated, fervent shout of the Argentine commentator, Meli executed a sublime curve, sending the ball towards the upper left corner of the goal. Although goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan leaped into the air, stretching his arm in a desperate attempt, his fingers could not intervene this time. The football sailed past his outstretched digits, grazing the inner side of the far post before finding its home in the net. Goal. Argentina, once a Spanish colony, shares a football culture that is deeply intertwined with that of Spain. Hence, the Argentine commentators' exuberant style mirrors that of their Spanish counterparts, characterized by elongated, passionate shouts. Meli, Meli, Meli. He has opened the scoring for his team. This is his signature scoring method, dribbling laterally followed by a curling shot to the far corner. A quintessential Meligal. He exhibited exceptional form in today's match. The Argentine commentator not only celebrated Meli's triumph, but also infused his tone with hope and anticipation. With Meli in such fine fettle, the chances of winning this match had significantly increased. Alas, on the commentary desk, He Feng, witnessing this scene, clasped his head with his hands, letting out a long sigh of regret. Beside him, Yinkong remained silent, merely shaking his head. In truth, they had anticipated that Argentina would score and that Meli would find the net, thus the outcome was not overly shocking to them. However, a flicker of hope lingered in their hearts. If a goal must be conceded, they had hoped it would be later in the match, and only a solitary goal at that. Yet, merely 21 minutes into the match, Meli had already scored. Both He Feng and Yinkong worried that this early goal might dampen their team's morale. After scoring, Meli first turned to confirm that the ball had indeed crossed the goal line. Then he spread his arms wide, sprinting towards the corner flag to celebrate. Upon reaching the corner flag, he raised his fists in triumph, waving them 3 times to the Argentine fans in the stands. With each punch he threw, the Argentine fans in the stands responded with fervent, short shouts. The sequence of 3 punches was a signature celebratory gesture unique to Meli. This celebration, combined with the deafening cheers from the stands, struck the hearts of Chinese fans like 3 resounding blows. The intensity of their shouts was enough to make one's heart race. In the cramped living room, many spectators couldn't help but unleash a torrent of exclamations at this spectacle. Yet, after their outbursts, silence fell upon them. Numerous individuals sat with their heads in their hands, staring blankly at the television screen where Meli engaged with the Argentine fans, rendered speechless and devoid of energy. Amidst this suffocating silence, Yin rose, raising his arms to rally the group. Stay calm. The match has just begun. Conceding a goal at 21 minutes means we have 69 minutes to equalize. We can do this. Chu Yifan suddenly laughed and scolded. Oh, Yin. It would have been better if you hadn't said anything. The more you speak, the more anxious I become. How so? Yin replied in astonishment. Because your tone just now was eerily reminiscent of a tactical adjustment. The television switched to a replay of Meli's recent goal, and the viewers watched as he initiated a run from the right flank, dribbling across to the center. Throughout, Ouyang closely shadowed him, engaged in physical contests. Yet, despite the collisions, Meli maintained firm control over the ball, as if it were glued to his foot. When Meli finally took his shot, Ouyang lunged desperately but failed to intervene, unwittingly becoming a mere backdrop for Meli's strike. Most viewers were ardent fans of the Antong Shining Stars, and naturally, they were well acquainted with the capabilities of Ouyang, their main defensive midfielder. Thus, no one blamed him for the lapse in defense. It was clear that Meli was simply too formidable an opponent. After the television broadcast had shown Meli's goal from various angles, he had already concluded his celebration and returned to his half of the field. Meanwhile, the screen displayed Meli's goal tally for the current Olympic Games. 6. This marked his 6th goal in the tournament. The scene then shifted to Hu Lai, who stood in the center circle with the ball at his feet, awaiting the Argentine players to return to their half for a restart. The director aptly included a subtitle beneath Hu Lai's image, informing viewers that this Chinese forward had scored 7 goals in 5 Olympic matches. With Strauss, who had netted 8 goals, already eliminated from the quarterfinals with the German U23 team, it was likely that he would lose his top position on the scoring chart, as both Meli and Hu Lai had a chance to surpass him. Of course, the Olympics do not confer an award for top scorer, and even holding the leading position on the chart would not yield a trophy. Nevertheless, this competition remains significant, serving as a continuation of the rivalry between Hu Lai and Meli from the previous season. In the televised broadcast, Hu Lai is seen conversing with his teammates. However, amidst the cacophony of the stadium and the interference of satellite signals, his words remain a mystery. Even the commentator He Feng can only speculate that Hu Lai is likely encouraging his teammates. Although conceding a goal is regrettable, he believes that the national team's contingency plan for such an eventuality will mitigate the pressure on the young players. There is still ample time left in the match. They must play normally and remain calm, unwaveringly calm. Through the television signal, the cheers of Chinese fans resonate from the stands of Hangsha Sports Park. China team, go. Those watching at home join in the fervor. Go, go. China team, go. Defeat Argentina. Defeat Meli. A group of fervent supporters shouts passionately in the early hours of the morning. Chapter 272. Simplicity is key. In truth, Hu Lai is not in the act of comforting or encouraging his teammates. Positioned at the center circle, he stands with the ball at his feet, turning to shout at Zhang Qinghuan and Xia Xiaoyu. Keep it simple, play simply. He is reminding the two offensive organizers to push the ball forward whenever possible, without fretting over whether it will reach him accurately. With a powerful striker like Zhou Zijin on the front line, there is no need for the national team to complicate their offensive strategy. Their objective should be to pass the ball to Zhou Zijin, allowing him to receive it in the attacking third, where the rest can then support him. This approach may seem somewhat rudimentary and its success rate uncertain. Nevertheless, it is indeed the best option under the current circumstances. Thus, both Zhang Qinghuan and Xia Xiaoyu do not oppose Hu Lai's suggestion. When Argentina just scored, the Chinese team could not afford to slowly organize in the midfield, seeking opportunities. The opponents would undoubtedly press forward aggressively, applying pressure. In such moments, a direct long pass from the backline to Zhou Zijin, leveraging his presence to facilitate play and create opportunities for Hu Lai, is what the Chinese team ought to execute next. As the referee's whistle signals the continuation of play, Hu Lai returns the ball to Zhang Qinghuan, while Zhou Zijin crosses the midfield line and charges into Argentina's half. The match resumes. Just as Zhang Qinghuan receives the ball, Meli lunges fiercely towards him, aiming to seize possession. Faced with Meli's aggressive challenge, Zhang Qinghuan does not attempt to evade his opponent, but swiftly turns to shield the ball, passing it back to Xia Xiaoyu. After making the pass, he extends his arms to block Meli's advance. However, Argentina is not solely reliant on Meli. Their towering forward, Novaretti, darts past Zhang Qinghuan, pursuing the ball. The recently jubilant Argentine players, buoyed by their goal, are eager to score again within the minute. Seeing Novaretti charging towards him, Xia Xiaoyu does not meet the ball, but rather turns halfway, feigning a pass to allow it to go through, intending to continue passing it back. Consequently, Novaretti accelerates around Xia Xiaoyu, intent on applying further pressure. Little did one expect that Xia Xiaoyu's move was merely a feint. With deftness, he pulled back the football that was about to roll past him with his left foot, simultaneously twisting his body back from its intended retreat. In this manner, he gracefully sidestepped Novaretti. Novaretti, attempting to halt and pivot, found his towering height of 191 meters and weight of 85 kilograms to be an encumbrance. The inertia from his considerable mass rendered him unable to stop, leaving him to watch helplessly as Xia Xiaoyu evaded him and surged forward with the ball. Xia Xiaoyu. Magnificent. Xiaoyu is incredible. Well done, Xiaoyu. Just like that. Go past him. In the crowded living room, Yan Yan, Chu Yifan, Meng Shi, and Mao Xiao, former players of the Dongchuan High School football team, were all vociferously cheering for their junior. Following the recent concession of a goal, the Chinese fans desperately needed a spark to rejuvenate their spirits. Xia Xiaoyu's effortless evasion seemed to inject them with newfound enthusiasm, akin to a shot of adrenaline. They clenched their fists, eyes wide, roaring at the television screen as if they might devour the set whole. Tang Shuyuan had watched numerous matches with them, yet this was her first encounter with such fervor. Leaning closer to Chu Yifan, she whispered, "Why are they more excited than when watching Hu Lai play?" Chu Yifan chuckled softly, "Because we are watching the Chinese team compete now." Tang Shuyuan felt somewhat bewildered but had no time to further inquire of her boyfriend. As the crowd erupted in cheers once more, their attention captivated by the live broadcast, it turned out that Xia Xiaoyu had sent a long pass, aimed precisely at the advancing Zhou Zijing. Zhou Zijing, who had been charging forward, halted, turning his back to the goal and positioning himself to shield the Argentine center back. Enzo Montoya, behind him. Among the three overage players of the Argentine U23 team, two were forwards, Meli and Ramon Cantro, while the remaining spot was occupied by Montoya, a key center back for one of the Premier League's Big Six clubs, who was no stranger to Zhou Zijing. Having faced each other last season in the Premier League, Montoya was well aware of Zhou Zijing's strength in confrontation. Thus, he exerted himself fully, maintaining a firm grip on Zhou while employing subtle tactics to tug at his jersey. Zhou Zijing disregarded Montoya's antics behind him, spreading his arms wide to prevent Montoya from circling around to seize the ball. He then lifted his foot and directed the airborne football to his right, where Hu Lai awaited. Montoya, who had been behind Zhou Zijing, could no longer afford to grapple with him and instead retreated laterally to block Hu Lai. If there was anyone he was most acquainted with on the Chinese team, it was undoubtedly Hu Lai. During the 2025 to 2026 Premier League season, Hu Lai had scored a stunning backward header past Montoya's defense, making Montoya acutely aware of Hu Lai's menacing presence in front of the goal. In actuality, another central defender from the Argentine U23 team, Geronimo Rojas, was positioned alongside Hu Lai, tasked with marking him. However, Montoya, feeling somewhat uneasy, intended to offer assistance. As Zhou Zijing made his pass, Hu Lai was making a diagonal run into the space behind the Argentine U23 defense, which had nearly retreated to the edge of the penalty area, leaving minimal room behind them. During his diagonal run, Zhou Zijing's ball arrived. Hu Lai did not decelerate. Instead, he lifted his left foot and deftly flicked the ball forward with the outside of his foot, slipping it past Rojas. Rojas instinctively extended his foot to block, but was a moment too late. Fortunately, Montoya had predicted the play and appeared timely in Hu Lai's path. Hu Lai, noticing Montoya, chased after the ball, extending his left foot to pull it back with great effort. Yet, he could not halt his momentum, colliding squarely with Montoya. As Montoya reached out to intercept the ball, he not only missed, but was also knocked off balance by Hu Lai's impact, tumbling backward. Simultaneously, he observed Hu Lai following suit, seemingly destined to fall alongside him, which eased his mind slightly, as long as Hu Lai lost possession. This defensive effort could be deemed successful. However, Hu Lai did not fall, or rather, just as he was about to, he managed to support his body with hands and feet. Then, with swifter agility than anyone else, he lunged back toward the ball. Rojas, witnessing the collision between Hu Lai and Montoya, saw the ball remain stationary and recognized his opportunity, rushing forward to clear it. Yet he was again a moment too late. Hu Lai returned with fervor, swinging his right leg in a sweeping motion to strike the ball. Inside the penalty area, he directed it toward the near corner of the goal. The Argentine U23 goalkeeper, Mariano Panarva, was taken aback by Hu Lai's rapid reaction. Having just fallen alongside Montoya, he seemingly sprang back into action and managed to shoot before Rojas could intervene. Although he attempted to save, it came only after the ball had already rolled into the net. The commentators, He Feng and Yen Kong, were momentarily stunned. About half a second later, they simultaneously erupted in cheers. It's a goal. It's a goal. Hu Lai. Hu Lai. Wow. Oh my. The U23 team has equalized just 1 minute after conceding a goal. Who would have thought? Who could have anticipated? Who could have imagined that Argentina's lead would last merely the time taken for a celebration? Truly remarkable is Hu Lai. Ha. Absolutely impressive. Following the concession, the U23 team seized the opportunity from the kickoff to level the score. It was Hu Lai who scored. Such terrifying efficiency. Although Argentina had dominated possession and pressed more frequently against our goal since the match commenced, Hu Lai had not been presented with many opportunities. Yet he seized this one. That is Hu Lai. To defend against him, it is best not to grant him a single chance. What on earth is this? What is happening? Before the television, Meng Shi, Mao Xiao, and Chu Yifan were momentarily stunned. Only Yin Yin laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What did I tell you? Ha! What is destined to come will always arrive. Hu Lai, the chosen one, the deity of efficiency, transforming the impossible into the possible, turning decay into marvel." He then raised his arms high and called to his still-dazed companions, "Don't just stand there. Hu Lai is about to celebrate." Upon hearing his words, everyone snapped back to reality, rising from their seats and fixating on the figure sprinting across the television screen, their bodies taut, holding their breath for fear of missing that fleeting moment. After Hu Lai took his shot, his left knee buckled under the weight, causing him to collapse onto the grass. He turned to confirm the goal, then scrambled back to his feet, arms outstretched as he ran towards the corner flag. Amidst the gaze of thousands, he leapt high, executing a 180-degree turn in midair, crossing his arms over his chest before forcefully bringing them down as he descended. As his feet touched the turf, a thunderous cheer erupted from the stands of Redwood Sports Park. Ho! Although it was 2 echoes short of Meli's Farmer's 3 punches, the volume of this singular cheer was sufficient to eclipse the previous 3. P.S. Here's the second update. The third will be delivered at 6 in the afternoon. Chapter 273. Low morale ho. Just as Yin Yin and the others finished their synchronized roar with the live broadcast, they erupted into laughter once more. Incredible. The fans at the front lines truly delivered. That shout was exhilarating. What nonsense is the farmer's three punches? Let the Argentine locals hear what genuine thunder sounds like. Hu Lai is phenomenal. The Chinese team is phenomenal. My goodness, Argentina had only led for 2 minutes, right? Haha. Look at their expressions. On the television screen, close-ups of the Argentine players revealed them with hands clasped over their heads, gazing vacantly towards their goal. The concession of that goal was indeed abrupt for them. After all, even the Chinese fans had not anticipated it. Before they could recover from the frustration and agony of conceding, they witnessed Hu Lai suddenly deliver a decisive blow within the opponent's penalty area. Meli's face also appeared in the close-up, first glancing at the goal, then looking up, presumably to check the score on the big screen. His brow furrowed tightly. Clearly, the game had unfolded in a manner he never anticipated. In the 21st minute, he had aided Argentina in taking the lead. By the 23rd minute, Hu Lai had equalized for China. It felt as if his goal was a beautiful dream. The exhilaration within the dream was matched only by the disillusionment upon waking. Haha. Addressing Meli on the screen, Yin Yin joyfully spread his arms, asking, "Are you happy? Surprised?" In that moment, it was not only Yin Yin laughing with delight. Countless Chinese fans who had stayed up late before their televisions shared in the joy. The match commenced at 4 in the morning on a Friday in China, not on a weekend. Aside from students still enjoying their summer break, most viewers, having watched the game, would scarcely catch any sleep before heading off to work. As it is not the World Cup, the leader may not approve leave requests. Nevertheless, everyone resolutely gathered before their television screens to watch the live broadcast of the match. Yin Yin and his companions were merely a reflection of countless Chinese football fans. They had previously watched numerous Hu Lai matches, particularly the late-night fixtures in La Liga. The most daunting aspect of watching La Liga matches was the arduous task of waking up in the middle of the night or staying awake all night only to discover that the game lacked excitement. If Hu Lai failed to score and the Madrid Pirates did not secure a victory, it could lead one to ponder the meaning of life while stifling yawns, questioning the near 2 hours of life spent in vain. Fortunately, Hu Lai rarely left them feeling that their sleepless night had been in vain. Today's match, like any other, saw Hu Lai invigorate Chinese fans with a goal. The television broadcast replayed Hu Lai's stunning strike. Commentator He Feng enthusiastically praised. Look at Hu Lai in front of the goal. Despite colliding with Montoya and losing his balance, he was on the verge of falling. Yet he managed to regain his footing. Yin Kong added, "That's the essence of core strength, He Feng." Over the years playing in Europe, Hu Lai has shown significant improvement in his core strength compared to his domestic performances. Without such powerful core support, he could not have reacted so swiftly. Oh, the female footballers in the conference room erupted with excitement, clapping their hands and cheering. How impressive! Just after conceding a goal, Hu Lai seized the opportunity to equalize. Hu Lai was truly remarkable. Li Qingqing was also among the cheering crowd, appearing particularly exhilarated. However, unlike her teammates who were simply thrilled by the equalizer, she had a profound reason for her excitement. She saw her own contribution in that goal. Since being eliminated by Meli in the Champions League, Li Qingqing had dedicated her mornings to enhancing Hu Lai's strength training. It could be said that she was Hu Lai's personal fitness coach. Her relentless efforts were ultimately reflected in the powerful core strength that enabled Hu Lai to seize the advantage in that moment. Thus, a portion of the credit for Hu Lai's goal belonged to her. With pride, Li Qingqing held her head high. The players of the Chinese Olympic team concluded their exuberant celebrations, returning to their half of the field. Meanwhile, the Argentine players, still reeling from the shock of conceding a goal, had yet to return to their positions, underscoring the magnitude of the blow they had sustained. In truth, the Argentine Olympic team was experiencing one of the most demoralizing situations in football. The only comparable scenario might be leading until the final minute of the match, only to be equalized by the opponent in stoppage time, thus dragging the game into extra time. The manner in which they conceded this goal was both unexpected and abnormal. Logically, the recently buoyed Argentine team, riding high on their earlier lead, should have been poised to capitalize on the ensuing attack following the kickoff from the Chinese team. Consequently, what awaited them was the disheartening news of conceding a goal. Hu Lai's strike resembled a searing red-hot iron plunged into icy water. It was not merely a matter of rapid cooling, but rather a situation that could lead to cracks forming due to thermal expansion and contraction. The players of the Argentine U23 team now experienced a collective internal fracture, grappling with the harsh reality that they found difficult to accept. Even as the Chinese players concluded their celebrations, the Argentines remained reluctant to acknowledge that their lead had evaporated. Some stood frozen in the very spot where the goal had been conceded. It was only when Meli, wearing the captain's armband, shouted, "There is still plenty of time left in the match," that they gradually regained their composure, returned to their positions, and prepared to resume play. Nevertheless, many still felt an overwhelming heartache upon witnessing the scene. Just 2 minutes prior, they had scored a goal. Why were they now the ones to kick off again? What had gone amiss? Including Enzo Montoya, the Argentine players reflected on the recently conceded goal. Realizing that they had neither comprehended the exquisite intricacies of the Chinese U23 team's attacking strategy nor recognized the inadequacies of their own defense. The Chinese team executed a routine long pass from their defensive zone to their tall striker, a tactic they had employed countless times in previous matches, devoid of any surprises. In their defense, Montoya had even made the decisive choice to abandon Zhou Zijing to confront Hula, a decision that ultimately proved correct. Yet, despite making such a judicious choice, Montoya could not prevent Hula's goal, making it seem as though all of Argentina's defensive efforts were in vain. In truth, if the Argentine players could articulate their experiences, the Chinese U23 players would surely resonate with them. For in defending against Meli during that recent goal, they too felt a similar frustration, no matter how hard they tried. It seemed impossible to halt Meli's breakthrough or prevent his shot from finding the net. Both Hula and Meli exuded an air of unreasonableness. Meli's relentless dribbling pierced through the defensive barricade that the Chinese U23 team had painstakingly erected, as if it were non-existent. Hula's ruthlessly efficient goal rendered Argentina's defensive arrangements a mere farce. With the referee's whistle, the match resumed. Following the kickoff, the Argentine U23 team, despite attempting to organize an offensive, seemed to share the hope that, like the Chinese team, they could score again through this attack. However, aspirations often clash with the starkness of reality. The Argentine players evidently had not yet recovered from the shock of conceding the equalizer a mere minute after taking the lead. Their offensive efforts appeared distracted and disjointed. While Meli sought to score quickly, his teammates displayed a lack of energy. Ultimately, the Argentine U23 team's attack fizzled out. In contrast, the Chinese U23 team exuded vigor and high morale. Upon regaining possession, they launched a vigorous assault on Argentina's goal. Compared to their opponents, their offensive approach was far simpler, but also considerably more threatening. Zhang Qinghuan, after passing the football to the retreating Zhou Zijing, surged forward to engage in a wall pass with him. Upon receiving the ball from Zhou Zijing, he feigned a pass to the eagerly awaiting Hula, deceiving the Argentine defenders into retreating collectively, thus creating space for a shot. He decisively launched a long-range effort. Mariano Penarva, the Argentine U23 goalkeeper, leapt into the air to parry the ball away. Hula rushed in for a follow-up shot, but the Argentine center-back Enzo Montoya managed to intercept it first. However, Argentina did not initiate a counterattack, as the Chinese team effectively controlled the second ball, which fell to the advancing Xia Xiaoyu. He arrived just in time, intercepting the ball with his chest ahead of the Argentine midfielders, and swiftly passed it to Zhou Zijing. Thanks to the previous successful distractions by Zhang Qinghuan and Hula, Zhou Zijing found himself with ample space to maneuver. After receiving the pass, Zhou Zijing turned smoothly, slightly extending his arms to shield the Argentine center-back Geronimo Rojas behind him. Rather than shooting directly, he pushed forward, holding off Rojas for an additional 2 steps. Hula, still in the penalty area, raised his hand, signaling for the ball. Zhou Zijing glanced at Hula and promptly took a shot. Penarva dove to the side, successfully deflecting the ball out of bounds, thus preventing another opportunity for the Chinese team. It was an impressive save by Penarva. The U23 team earned a corner kick, with their spirits lifted after equalizing. The U23 team completely dominated the field, while the Argentine players appeared visibly affected by the conceded goal, displaying a lack of composure. The hope was that the U23 team could maintain this momentum and continue to apply pressure on Argentina. In these 2 attacks, although Hula did not touch the ball, his significance to the U23's offensive strategy was evident. Both Zhang Qinghuan and Zhou Zijing glanced at Hula before their shots, leading the Argentine defenders to believe they would pass to him, which restrained the movements of the rest of the Argentine backline. This exemplifies the tactical influence of a top striker, who can hold an entire defensive line at bay, creating space for teammates to receive the ball. If we continue to play like this, I believe we can score again. P.S. The third update has concluded. More to come tomorrow. Please support with monthly votes. Chapter 274. Dominance on the field. The U23 team's corner kick did not result in a goal, although Zhang Qinghuan's delivery was met by Zhou Zijing. His header soared over the crossbar. Argentine fans could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Meli waved to goalkeeper Panarva, urging him to quickly take the goal kick. At this moment, the Chinese defenders were retreating from the front, and their defensive line had yet to solidify. A swift goal kick could potentially catch them off guard. Could it not? Not daring to delay, Panarva swiftly positioned the ball and executed a powerful kick forward. When the Chinese team earned a corner kick opportunity, even defensive midfielder Ning Yong surged forward to contest for a header. In contrast, the towering midfielder Ouyang Jin, standing at a height of 186 meters, remained stationed in the backfield, temporarily assuming the role of a central defender alongside the right-back Feng Li. Observing Argentina's defenders launching a long ball towards Meli, Ouyang Jin chuckled, noting, "My friend, your tall striker Navarrete hasn't even joined the attack yet, and you're already sending long balls to Meli. Do you think my absence from the corner is due to my ineptness in heading?" When the ball found its way to Meli's feet, Ouyang Jin found it challenging to dispossess him. However, that did not imply he was powerless when the ball soared above Meli's head. As Meli approached with the ball, Ouyang Jin, previously somewhat despondent, rekindled his competitive spirit. Silently, he leaped and, with the force of a mountain descending, headed the oncoming ball back into play. Although Meli attempted to jump for the header, his efforts proved futile, lacking any real threat to Ouyang Jin. After experiencing the exhilarating sensation of outmaneuvering Meli, Ouyang Jin's determination reignited. The ball, redirected by his header, flew back into Argentina's half of the field. Xia Xiaoyu positioned himself at the landing spot of the ball, successfully regaining control. In the midst of a counterattack, Argentine midfielder Luciano Ferrero, closest to Xia, approached to defend against him. Faced with Ferrero's challenge, Xia once again executed a spinning maneuver, successfully positioning Ferrero behind him as he turned back towards the offensive direction. However, just as he was about to pass, Ferrero fouled him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. A foul was called. Amidst the boos from the crowd, commentator He Feng vocally expressed his discontent. The referee decisively blew the whistle to halt the game. The Argentine commentator praised Ferrero's tactical acumen, noting, "Ferrero is quite clever. Committing a foul near the center circle is unlikely to earn him a yellow card, yet it effectively disrupts the Chinese team's momentum, providing a much-needed respite for his squad, a worthwhile trade-off." On the Chinese side, despite the thwarted attack, Yan Kong lauded the team's performance. During this period, "We have managed to suppress Argentina, forcing them to resort to fouls to halt our advances. It's quite remarkable, He Feng. Our U23 team is currently dominating Argentina." Yan Kong voiced the sentiments of numerous Chinese fans at that moment. Indeed, since equalizing, the Chinese U23 team had established a commanding presence on the field, exhibiting unified thought and a straightforward yet effective tactical approach. In stark contrast, the Argentine U23 team appeared disorganized, relying predominantly on the individual prowess of a few star players like Meli and Cantaro. They struggled to progress even through half the field. Wasn't it evident that the Chinese team was the one dictating the pace against Argentina? This scene brought tears of joy to many Chinese fans, a sight that once seemed unimaginable but was now witnessed before their very eyes. Leonardo Paradini, the head coach of the Argentine U23 national team, has ultimately made a tactical adjustment in the face of the aggressively offensive Chinese team. Despite his reluctance, he opted for a more defensive posture. Consequently, Argentina appeared increasingly passive on the field. This decision was likely to provoke dissatisfaction among Argentine fans. Yet Paradini understood that maintaining the integrity of the match outcome was far more significant than any superficial considerations. The priority was to stabilize the team's formation, otherwise, they risked being overwhelmed by the Chinese side and conceding another goal. As the coach of Argentina, he was acutely aware that they were not contending with the same Chinese U23 team from 4 years prior. This current squad has proven capable of drawing against the European Championship champions and eliminating the runners-up. In many respects, this Chinese U23 team is stronger than the Japanese U23 team Argentina faced in the quarterfinals. Their player configuration is quite rational. Although their defense may be slightly lacking, their offensive capabilities are undeniably at the level of a national team. Paradini, having meticulously studied his opponents, is well aware of the Chinese national team's attacking prowess. Even without extensive research, he must know how many goals Hulai scored in the previous season's La Liga and Champions League. While Meli expressed some dissatisfaction with the coach's decision to adopt a defensive strategy, he merely suppressed his feelings and did not voice them outright. Instead, he actively contributed by retracing his steps to defend. As the captain of the Argentine U23 team, he understood the responsibilities that accompany his role. Certain matters cannot be approached with reckless abandon. Following Argentina's retreat into defense, the Chinese team's offensive pressure appeared considerably less daunting. This could also be attributed to coach Mai Zhaoqing's recognition of Argentina's newfound composure, prompting him to recalibrate his approach. He refrained from allowing the team to maintain their previous aggressive onslaught, opting instead for a steadier, more methodical pace. After all, with players like Meli and Cantaro, who possess remarkable speed and skill in counterattacks, continuing a relentless assault on the Argentine goal without regard for potential vulnerabilities could lead to a counterattack that might prove devastating. Such a misstep could jeopardize an otherwise favorable situation, placing the Chinese team at a disadvantage. Mai Zhaoqing did not believe he could equalize immediately after conceding a goal. Gradually, the match began to regain its equilibrium, with Argentina and China engaging in a more balanced exchange of play. Alas, how unfortunate! Xiaolon suddenly sighed. What is unfortunate? Hu Lisen inquired. We missed the chance to score another goal while they were in disarray, Xiaolon lamented, shaking her head at the television. Argentina's reaction was quite swift. Naturally, they are Argentina, not Fiji. Scoring against them is never an easy feat, Hu Lisen reassured her. Moreover, we cannot say we left empty-handed. Although we did not score again during that period of pressure, the U23 players surely gained confidence, realizing that, as long as they performed to their capabilities, they could hold their own against Argentina. This will undoubtedly influence their performance in upcoming matches. Faced with the relentless pressure from Argentina, they remained composed, firmly believing that opportunities would still arise. Xiaolon found her husband's reasoning persuasive, suppressing her anxious disposition to continue watching the match. Meli once again attempted to advance the Argentine offense with the ball. Ouyang Jin closely adhered to him, employing a variety of subtle maneuvers. His right hand grasped at Meli's shoulder, tugging momentarily before releasing, signaling that he was not committing any excessive actions. However, his left hand, shielded by his body, incessantly pulled at Meli's jersey from below. This made it increasingly difficult for Meli to accelerate, akin to the sensation of pressing the gas pedal only to abruptly hit the brakes. If Meli were carrying someone else, he might have felt dizzy from the exertion. After several successive tugs from Ouyang Jin, Meli found it challenging to pick up speed, allowing Xia Xiaoyu to join in, forming a tight defense against Meli. Seizing the opportunity while Meli was preoccupied with Xia Xiaoyu, Ouyang Jin decisively collided with him and deftly prodded the ball away. This time, he successfully dislodged the football from Meli's feet without committing a foul. At the very least, the referee had not blown his whistle. The ball, liberated by Ouyang Jin, landed perfectly at Xia Xiaoyu's feet, who swiftly carried it away. Meanwhile, Ouyang Jin leaped from the ground, raising his arms in triumph. Yes, I did it. I intercepted Meli's ball. As Ouyang Jin celebrated, Meli appeared agitated, raising his hand to the referee to complain about Ouyang Jin's earlier tugging. The referee remained indifferent to his appeal. It was not merely a matter of whether the referee had witnessed the incident. The question of whether Ouyang Jin's subtle actions warranted a foul was debatable. After all, South American players often engage in similar tactics, and if this standard were strictly applied, Argentina's foul count might have been even higher. Moreover, physical contact is not prohibited in football. Pulling jerseys and bodies is commonplace in competitive play. As long as the actions are not excessively egregious, referees typically adopt a lenient approach. The referee jogged forward in line with the Chinese team's passing, not glancing back. Meli, feeling resigned, could only follow back to defend. Yet, as he retreated, he did not forget to cast a glance at the Chinese U23 defensive midfielder, who was still there, pumping his fists in apparent pride at having thwarted him. Following a surge from the Chinese team, Hulai executed a header from just outside the penalty area, only for it to be securely caught by Argentina's goalkeeper, Penalva. When it was Argentina's turn to attack, the ball was swiftly passed to Meli's feet. This time, as Ouyang Jin confidently approached, He barely had the chance to execute his subtle tactics before Meli smoothly maneuvered past him. He then evaded another Chinese U-23 midfielder, Ning Yong. Before taking a shot, Lin Ziyuan positioned himself perfectly to gather the incoming football into his embrace. Both teams concluded their respective offensive attempts. Meli sighed softly, tilting his head back, while behind him, the just-recovered Ouyang Jin frustratedly shook his fist. Damn, I was still outmaneuvered. Meli naturally noticed the movements of Ouyang Jin. Yet he felt no joy in surpassing his opponent. For even if he had outmaneuvered him, he still could not score. Today, too, marked the third quarter. Chapter 275, Chess. Despite Meli's vigorous efforts in the first half to help Argentina regain the lead, the reality was that the score on the board seemed frozen in time. While the countdown of the match continued to tick away, the score remained unchanged. With less than 10 minutes left in the first half, both sides remained locked in a stalemate. However, this was not necessarily a disadvantage for Argentina. Coach Palladini returned to the bench for the first time since China equalized, wishing to take a moment to rest and contemplate adjustments for the second half. It was evident that China's strategy was neither complex nor sophisticated. Rather, it was the players executing the tactics who were in commendable form. Their cohesive teamwork and high morale had caused Argentina considerable trouble. However, morale is a fickle thing. Just because they were high-spirited now did not guarantee they would maintain such fervor in the second half. Encountering setbacks and pressure could easily diminish their spirits. The question remained, how could they induce such setbacks and apply sufficient pressure? Palladini observed that China's wing play lacked strength, leading them to focus their attacks through the center. This indicated that Argentina should bolster their central defense while intensifying their offensive efforts on the flanks, not merely by crossing the ball, but by threatening the goal directly from the sides. This would compel the Chinese team to stretch their formation defensively, thus creating gaps in the center. To amplify the threat from the wings, Meli needed to engage more frequently along the flanks rather than cutting in at the edge of the penalty area. Considering the elevated morale of the Chinese players, who seemed invigorated and energized by competing with Argentina, Palladini believed it prudent not to exert too much pressure too soon in the second half, as this could inadvertently provide China with counterattack opportunities. With a score of 1-1, the first side to attempt breaking the deadlock could reveal vulnerabilities. Perhaps in the second half, it would be wise to allow China to initiate the attack, then exploit their counterattacks, particularly leveraging the individual prowess of Meli and Cantaro. As Palladini gazed out at the pitch, his eyes seemed distant, lost in contemplation, until the rising shouts around him jolted him from his reverie. When his focus returned, he saw Xia Xiaoyu in possession of the ball in Argentina's half. The Chinese midfielder surged forward once again, a rather commonplace occurrence. Yet Palladini was perplexed by the exuberant cheers that erupted from the crowd. He was unaware that during his momentary distraction, Xia Xiaoyu had executed a clever two-man collaboration with Zhang Qinghuan. After passing the ball to Zhang Qinghuan, he made a diagonal advance, while Zhang Qinghuan, in a contrasting maneuver, carried the ball in the opposite direction, seemingly intent on parting ways with Xia Xiaoyu. This very action successfully diverted the attention of the Argentine defenders, for it is universally acknowledged that the player in possession poses the greatest threat, necessitating priority in defense against him. Just as Zhang Qinghuan attracted the Argentine defender's focus, he deftly flicked the ball sideways with his heel, delivering it to the on-rushing Xia Xiaoyu. The cheers were a direct result of this brilliant pass, which granted Xia Xiaoyu a fleeting space just outside the Argentine penalty area. However, this opportunity would not last long, as other Argentine players were rapidly closing in to defend against him. Xia Xiaoyu did not linger on the ball, but instead played a forward pass to the retreating Zhou Zijin. Thus far, the sequence followed the Chinese U23 team's preferred attacking strategy, with the midfielders surging forward and the center forward dropping back. Zhou Zijin then swept the ball directly to his right. There, Zhang Qinghuan, who had just assisted Xia Xiaoyu with a heel pass, had decisively advanced into position. The Argentine defenders rushed to intercept. Zhang Qinghuan, maintaining the rhythm of the game, sent a precise through ball directly to the diagonal run of Hu Lai, who was positioned in the penalty area. As Hu Lai sprinted towards the ball that Zhang Qinghuan had supplied, excitement surged through the commentary booth, with He Feng exclaiming fervently, while the fans erupted in cheers from the stands and in front of their televisions. Everyone understood that once the ball reached Hu Lai's feet, the next move would undoubtedly be a shot on goal. They eagerly anticipated another round of jubilant celebration. The Chinese supporters roared with delight, as if they were already celebrating a goal. The Chinese fans were acutely aware, just as the Argentine players were, of what it signified for Hu Lai to receive the ball in that position. Their center back, Enzo Montoya, followed Hu Lai's run, accompanied by another center back, Rojas, closing in as well. The two formed a nearly impenetrable barrier in front of the Argentine goal. In previous attacks, the Chinese team had consistently employed the strategy of Zhou Zijin, drawing defenders away to create shooting opportunities for Hu Lai, and this instance was no exception. Thus, Rojas wisely chose not to pursue Zhou Zijin, but to remain within the penalty area. Indeed, his patience paid off. Hu Lai, having found his spot, took a few decisive strides, then swung his left leg while extending his arms for balance. This was the unmistakable posture of a player preparing to shoot. Montoya, with his hands clasped behind him, stepped forward, pivoted, and positioned himself in a V shape, ready to use his body to block Hu Lai's impending strike. Carrying his hands behind his back not only hindered his ability to maintain balance, but also limited his capacity to exert force. Yet, he feared that if he opened his arms, Hu Lai might strike the football against his limbs, resulting in a handball foul and awarding a penalty kick to the Chinese team. This concern overshadowed his indifference to the possibility of Hu Lai scoring. Positioned at the closest distance to Hu Lai, he effectively narrowed the shooting angles available to him. Furthermore, Rojas was strategically placed to obstruct the path between Hu Lai and the far corner of the goal, coupled with the goalkeeper Penalva, who was poised to block any shots aimed at the near post. Three formidable lines of defense were resolutely set to thwart Hu Lai's attempt. However, when Hu Lai swung his left foot, it was not a shot on goal. Montoya had turned away and failed to observe, but Rojas and goalkeeper Penalva, positioned behind him, clearly witnessed Hu Lai executing a back pass. As the football rolled in the direction of his pass, the spectators' gaze followed, revealing the presence of the Chinese U23 team's number 9 striker, Zhou Zijing, poised to strike. He lifted his right leg and, in a swift motion, unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! Near the penalty spot, he directed the ball toward the goal. Rojas turned to intercept with his leg, while goalkeeper Penalva attempted to dive back. But they were both too late. The football sailed straight into the net. Zhou Zijing. Splendid. Splendid. The U23 team took the lead. Zhou Zijing scored. This marked his 4th goal in the current Olympic Games. After shooting, Zhou Zijing turned and sprinted, executing an exuberant slide on his knees at the edge of the penalty area. His teammate, Xia Xiaoyu, followed suit, sliding over and embracing Zhou Zijing, bringing him down to the ground. More players from the U23 team, including Zhang Qinghuan and Hu Lai, were rushing over, laughing heartily as they dashed past the astonished Argentine players before joining Zhou Zijing in celebration. They exuberantly reveled outside the Argentine U23 penalty area, exuding confidence and triumph. Simultaneously, the Chinese fans in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers. They waved their flags, transforming half of the Red Maple Sports Park Stadium into a sea of red. With just 5 or 6 minutes remaining in the first half, the U23 team led Argentina 2-1. Not only did they dominate the field, but they also held the advantage on the scoreboard. This was the first time in the match that the U23 team had taken the lead. Palladini glanced back toward the stands and beheld the waves of red flags and the jubilant crowd. Observing this scene, he realized that his earlier strategy of not rushing into the second half was now obsolete. Argentina, trailing in the score, could not afford to engage in a leisurely contest with the Chinese team. He bowed his head and muttered a curse under his breath. The U23 team's lead was not unexpected, as they had previously executed numerous splendid attacking combinations. Seizing the opportunity to replay Zhou Zijing's goal, He Feng remarked, "Seeing this goal, I can't help but feel it was a foregone conclusion." Yin Kong chimed in, "Indeed, He Feng. This attack was a quintessential example of the U23 team's teamwork. From the moment Zhang Qinghuan executed a heel pass to Xia Xiaoyu, the game transformed into a seamless ballet of footwork, with the football dancing between them like a game of checkers played on a prearranged bridge. The ball leapt from Zhang Qinghuan to Xia Xiaoyu, then to Zhou Zijing, back to Zhang Qinghuan, to Hu Lai, and ultimately returned to Zhou Zijing's feet. The rapid succession of passes echoed like rhythmic beats. As they entered the 5th match of the Olympic tournament, the attacking combination of the national U23 team grew increasingly harmonious, their synergy blossoming with each play. I must remind the viewers at home that these 4 players are indeed members of the national team. This signifies that in the future, they can seamlessly transfer this chemistry and coordination to the national squad. The mere thought of it is exhilarating. He Feng and Yin Kong exchanged knowing glances, breaking into smiles, amused by the bright future they envisioned. As the lead-seizing players of the Chinese U23 team celebrated fervently, the Argentine players stood frozen, gazing in disbelief at their Chinese counterparts. He Feng and Yin Kong, from the commentary booth, exuded confidence, proclaiming that the goal felt entirely inevitable and deserved. However, the Argentine U23 players harbored a different sentiment. They could not fathom how the Chinese team's goal was justifiable, believing their own strength should render such an outcome improbable. In contrast, they felt that their scoring would be the rightful narrative. Meli, visibly incensed by conceding a goal, refrained from staring blankly at the celebrating Chinese players this time. Instead, he kicked at the air, his body language betraying his frustration. He was not lamenting his teammates' inability to defend the goal. In truth, the Argentine U23 team had little to fault in their defensive efforts during that sequence. Compared to the first goal, the second strike by the Chinese team was undeniably more convincing. It was a splendid display of teamwork, with each player executing precise passes and clearly defined running patterns. This indicated that these athletes had diligently practiced such offensive maneuvers in training. Otherwise, their level of synergy would be unattainable. Faced with the fluid series of passes from the Chinese team in the attacking third, the Argentine U23 defense endeavored to respond, but to no avail. Notably, considering that Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan were overage players who had joined the squad, their time spent training with the team was limited. Their synergy perhaps stemmed from earlier experiences with the national team, especially since Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijin were simultaneously part of that squad. Against such relentless passing, it proved exceedingly challenging for the defense to mount an effective response. To complicate matters, Hu Lai, after evading all defenders, opted to pass instead of shooting. Had he chosen to strike directly, Montoya, Rojas, and Penalva would likely have been able to block the attempt. Who could have anticipated that he would make the audacious decision to pass? Consequently, Zhou Zijin found himself unmarked, a veritable free fish in the sea. For a forward capable of competing in the English Premier League, such a shot posed little difficulty, and thus, the ball found the back of the net. However, it would be unjust to blame Montoya simply because of Hu Lai's pass. It was erroneous for both Montoya and Rojas to rush towards Hu Lai, as he posed the utmost threat when in possession of the ball within the penalty area. Had Montoya approached alone, it is conceivable that Hu Lai could have scored himself. His numerous past achievements serve as testament to this. Thus, Rojas's decision was not misguided. Even in the event of conceding a goal, it remains defensible. One can only assert that Hu Lai is indeed formidable, maintaining clarity of mind in such a critical moment, opting to pass the ball to Zhou Zijin, who had a superior opportunity. Previously, there were rumors suggesting a strained relationship between Zhou Zijin and Hu Lai, evidenced by Zhou's audacious claim upon joining Leeds United that he would make the Leeds fans forget Hu Lai, which resulted in jeers directed at him from the crowd. This indicates that the rapport between Zhou and Hu Lai may not be particularly amicable. Yet, when faced with a chance, Hu Lai demonstrated the ability to overlook personal grievances, selflessly passing the ball to Zhou Zijin. In the face of such an adversary, Meli could only seethe in impotent frustration. Zhou Zijin finally extricated himself from the exuberance of his teammates, turning to examine the spot where he had just executed a celebratory slide. The turf bore the marks of various celebrations, including his own and those of Xia Xiaoyu and others who had joined in the jubilation. Amidst the chaos, Zhou was uncertain whether he had indeed marked the ground with 3 stripes. Cursing inwardly, he lamented that his effort had been in vain. Unaware that Zhou had already made his mark, his ecstatic teammates rushed over, playfully patting and striking him. Zhou could only force a smile, feeling reluctant to chastise them for disrupting his celebration, especially given the thrill of scoring against Argentina. As the players of the Chinese Olympic team returned to their half, Argentine coach Paradini gestured emphatically to his players, vociferously urging them to regroup and stabilize, cautioning against further concessions. This was indeed a prudent decision, albeit tinged with irony, given that it was Argentina, facing off against China, that found themselves in such a cautious position. Yet, circumstances dictated caution. If they pressed forward recklessly and conceded again, it could lead to further humiliation. It is not beyond the realm of possibility, as the Chinese team had just demonstrated their ability to equalize within a minute of conceding. With the morale of the Argentine players severely shaken and their mindset wavering, the prospect of swiftly leveling the score was rather bleak. With little time left in the first half, it would be wiser to endure until halftime, allowing for adjustments during the break rather than risking further folly. Observing Paradini's gestures and directives, Meli buried his head deeply, concealing any trace of dissatisfaction from his expression. When the score was equalized, he sought to mount an offensive. Yet Coach Palladini instructed the entire team to retreat and adopt a more cautious approach. However, what has such caution brought to the team? Did they not concede a goal regardless? Now, after allowing a goal, to suggest a need for recovery seems to imply a belief that Argentina's attacking prowess pales in comparison to that of the Chinese team, necessitating avoidance of their offensive strength until halftime for adjustments. From Coach Palladini's perspective, this strategy may seem sound. Yet, Meli contended that one cannot merely consider tactical issues. The morale of the players must also be taken into account. Suffering a setback after conceding a goal could indeed result in diminished performance, thus necessitating a solid defense. But why was it that the Chinese team managed to equalize immediately after conceding a goal? Did they not also need to reinforce their defense? If the Chinese team could achieve this, why could Argentina not? The Chinese team boasts who lie, but Argentina has me. Meli felt a surge of frustration. Though he refrained from expressing it overtly, he kept his head down, even as Hulai ran past him, refusing to lift his gaze. This moment was captured by countless photographers, and it is believed that soon after the match, perhaps even before its conclusion, it would appear online, subject to mockery. An eye-catching headline might read, "Meli bows to Hulai in homage." Before the jubilant Hulai, Meli lowered his noble head. At that time, it was likely that the internet would once again witness the revelry of Meli's detractors, infuriating his devoted fans. Yet, neither side would comprehend the true reason behind Meli's lowered head. Upon the resumption of play, the Argentine U23 team indeed heeded Coach Palladini's directives and fortified their defense. Meanwhile, the leading Chinese U23 team pressed forward relentlessly, seemingly intent on scoring another goal before the halftime whistle. Their aggressive strategy appeared to validate Palladini's wise decision to have the team retreat. After 2 minutes of injury time in the first half, the referee blew the whistle to signal its conclusion. Surprisingly, despite conceding an initial goal, the Chinese U23 team had managed to net 2 goals, now leading with a score of 2-1. Faced with a formidable Argentine side, the young players of the Chinese team did not falter. They fully showcased their strengths, forcing Argentina to retreat on numerous occasions throughout the match. As the Olympic competitions progressed, one could distinctly observe their growth and transformation. Regardless of the final outcome of this match, I believe this experience embodies the greatest reward of our participation in the Olympics, remarked He Feng, uncertain whether he was merely rallying support for the U23 team or genuinely believed this. Indeed, looking towards the future, this current U23 team can be deemed to have fulfilled the hopes of many. Even aside from their results, their performance against stronger teams has surpassed expectations. Their remarkable showing at this Olympic event represents an immense asset for these U23 players. It will undoubtedly influence their future careers in a positive manner. However, if there are expectations regarding the team's performance, everyone hopes that the national youth team can triumph over Argentina in the semifinals and advance to the finals, thereby ensuring at least a medal. Otherwise, losing to Argentina would mean facing the loser of the match between the United States and Brazil to determine their chances of securing a medal. This is the closest Chinese football has come to the honor of a world competition, and since they managed to lead Argentina at halftime, it is likely that no one wishes to stop here, eliminating Argentina and reaching the finals. And if they could secure a gold medal, what a magnificent spectacle that would be. Even if the Olympics may lack prestige in the world of football, Chinese fans cherish it immensely. For winning a gold medal would mark the first international championship for the Chinese men's football team. All Chinese fans couldn't help but indulge in such lofty thoughts during the halftime break. Chapter 277. The young eagle has grown in the second half. We must launch the most vigorous assault on their goal from the very beginning. When Meli heard his coach, Paradini, grit his teeth and utter this statement, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the head coach made a correct decision. He was genuinely apprehensive about hearing Paradini suggest a cautious approach in the second half, allowing the Chinese team to take the initiative. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that he would refrain from disputing with Paradini. However, if he did so, it would severely damage the team, as a disagreement between the captain and the head coach during halftime would not be something easily forgotten after 15 minutes, unless absolutely necessary. Meli did not wish to engage in such a conflict. Yet, if Paradini had indeed made that choice, Meli could not assure that he would accept it unconditionally. Some changes had occurred that even Meli had not noticed. Since last season, when he was established as a tactical core by club coach Roivy, his desire for control had intensified. In his pursuit of the golden boot in the league, he would directly express to Coach Roivy his unwillingness to rest and would not accept being removed from the match roster. In the face of Roivy, the illustrious coach of Madrid's royal club, Meli could still maintain some respect. However, regarding Paradini, the national youth team coach with no significant achievements in his career, Meli perhaps did not extend the same level of respect. Fortunately, Paradini made the right choice, inadvertently soothing Meli's anger and averting a potential conflict in the locker room. After a 15-minute halftime break, the match resumed. Neither side made any substitutions. With the Chinese team in the lead, there was no need for changes. Argentina fielded its strongest lineup. At the start of the second half, Argentina swiftly shook off the lethargy of the first half and launched a fierce offensive against the national youth team's goal, with Meli and Cantoro leading the charge as the team's attacking spearheads. The two players circled around the center forward, Rodrigo Navarrete, frequently exchanging positions under his cover, thereby complicating the defensive efforts of the Chinese Olympic team. This strategy was a directive from head coach Palladini. The attack was initiated directly from the flanks rather than transitioning from the wings to the center. Consequently, the two defensive midfielders positioned centrally for the Chinese Olympic team found their roles significantly diminished. This tactical adjustment allowed the Argentine Olympic team to pose a greater threat than in the first half, leaving the Chinese side often scrambling in defense. Meli and Cantaro enjoyed ample space to maneuver and frequently switch positions, making it easy for the Chinese team to err while defending. Cantaro shifted to the left flank and, with a feint, eluded the Chinese right back, Feng. He surged into the penalty area. Danger loomed. As the commentators, He Feng and Yin Kong, gasped in astonishment. Cantaro penetrated the Chinese Olympic team's box, while Feng awkwardly turned behind him, stumbling and unable to return in time. Cantaro feigned a shot, but instead passed the ball to the center, not to Navarrete, but behind him. As Navarrete engaged the Chinese central defender, Captain Kai Shi, Meli surged from behind. He maneuvered past Navarrete and Kai Shi, while the other central defender, Guan Shipong, pursued him, only to find himself obstructed by Navarrete and Kai Shi. By the time he navigated the impediment, the target had already slipped away. Meli, shaking off Guan Shipong, prepared to strike the incoming ball with his left foot. Ouyang Jin lunged forward, hoping to clear the ball before Meli could make contact. Yet, the greater likelihood was that he might inadvertently score an own goal. Nevertheless, Ouyang Jin acted without hesitation, willing to risk an own goal, provided it was not Meli who scored. Regrettably, despite Ouyang Jin's fervent attempt to intercept, he could not thwart Meli, whose movements were swifter. He seized the opportunity, deftly curling the ball with the inside of his left foot. Only after Meli had struck the ball did Ouyang Jin's foot make contact. Lin Ziyuan, noticing Meli as he bypassed Navarrete and Kai Shi, swiftly prepared for a save, anticipating that Meli, in such circumstances, would aim for the near post. Thus, he dove decisively toward that direction. To his astonishment, as he leaped into the air, he realized that Meli had skillfully directed the ball to the far post behind him. It was an exceedingly challenging shot executed with precision. Lin Ziyuan's eyes widened as he turned to watch the ball soar toward the back post, helpless to intervene. The ball struck the inside of the far post and ultimately nestled into the net. Oh no! He Feng sighed deeply. The Argentine commentator erupted with excitement, shouting, "Meli! Meli! Meli! Ah! Meli!" His fervor was palpable as he repeatedly invoked Meli's name, as if summoning a hero. Indeed, the Argentine Olympic team desperately required a hero to rise and assist the team in equalizing the score, and Meli emerges as the quintessential hero for this role. In times of adversity for Argentina, countless fans have turned their hopeful gazes toward him, yearning for him to turn the tide. Meli did not disappoint his supporters. After scoring, he exuberantly sprinted toward the corner flag, only to be unceremoniously brought down by the more exuberant Cantaro, who then tumbled on top of him. More players from the Argentine U23 team rushed over to join in a jubilant pile-up of celebration. Yet, this enthusiasm did not prevent Argentina from equalizing in the 57th minute. He Feng, having just recovered from the disappointment of conceding a goal, sighed. The second half commenced with Argentina's ferocious offensive. Nevertheless, the pivotal factor remained Meli's stellar performance. It may not be mere illusion, but I sensed that Meli exhibited an extraordinary vigor whenever he faced Hulai. Yin Kong chuckled wryly. It's no illusion, He Feng. Meli is determined to conquer Hulai, especially after losing 3 out of their 4 encounters last season, particularly the league matches where he was double defeated. Do you recall the fervent debates online regarding who was superior after the first Madrid derby? I believe it is this very contention that has kept Meli preoccupied with the desire to vanquish Hulai. He Feng paused momentarily, then shook his head. To be regarded by Meli as a necessary adversary is indeed an honor for Hulai. There was an unspoken thought lingering. Being so relentlessly targeted by Meli is also a misfortune. If Meli were to be likened to a beast, then to be under the unyielding gaze of such a creature must be an immense burden. One can afford no lapse in vigilance. Otherwise, one risks being devoured. Much like in last season's Champions League semifinals, Meli suffered 2 consecutive defeats in the league and lost the first leg of the Champions League semifinals as well. Additionally, considering that he had never triumphed over Hulai in their encounters during the Olympics, it led many to speculate that Meli would once again fall victim to Hulai in this Champions League semifinal. With Hulai's fans already devising ways to mercilessly mock Meli online. Yet, many overlooked the fact that Meli is indeed a beast, and Hulai has awakened the primal instincts within him. Following Hulai's elimination, He Feng harbored a thought that he refrained from voicing, fearing it might stir controversy online and embroil both himself and Hulai in turmoil. That thought was, perhaps it was for the best that Hulai lost. Losing at that moment is preferable to a sustained winning streak followed by defeat in a more critical match later on. He believed Hulai needed a defeat to recalibrate his bearings. From his hat trick against Catalonia in the final round of La Liga to his impressive performances in the current Olympics, He Feng was convinced he had not erred. After losing that Champions League semi-final, Hulai exhibited even more significant and rapid improvement, maturing in the process. For instance, in this match, the pass he delivered to Zhou Zijing showcased that while Hulai remains an exceptionally prolific forward, he is no longer merely a scorer. He Feng believes that in the future, Hulai will become increasingly formidable, assuming greater responsibilities and delivering even more astonishing surprises. All of this will unfold alongside his confrontations with Meli. With Meli's watchful eye upon him, Hulai's professional journey is unlikely to be a leisurely one. However, there is no cause for concern regarding his potential shortcomings. Meanwhile, Meli, having concluded the celebrations with his teammates, is now making his way back to his half of the field. After a couple of strides, he turns and delivers a powerful 3-punch salute to the Argentine fans in the stands. The air above Redwood Sports Park resonates with 3 resounding and abrupt roars, echoing Meli's gesture. In truth, Meli had not always celebrated his goals in this manner. This particular celebration commenced only in the previous season. The alteration in his celebratory actions signifies a transformation in his mindset. The fledgling eagle has matured, and he aspires to reign over this expanse of sky. Chapter 278. Defending against Meli. Lin Xuan lay on the ground, vigorously pounding the turf before him while cursing incessantly. Conceding 2 goals in a single match marked his most challenging performance of the current Olympic Games. He understood the significance of this tournament for him, especially with scouts from Westing Athletic observing from the stands. However, their presence was not merely for the purpose of potential recruitment. Westing Athletic had already reached a conclusion regarding Lin Xuan's prospects. They had been tracking his development for years and did not require the Olympic stage to evaluate whether to sign him. Instead, they were here to assess how Lin's performance in this Olympics measured up against the team's current first-choice goalkeeper, Pierre Grosch, and several other goalkeepers on the roster. In his determination to demonstrate his capabilities to Westing Athletic, Lin Xuan hoped to thwart Meli's shots, ideally achieving a clean sheet. Yet, that aspiration disintegrated shortly after the match commenced. With 2 goals already conceded, he had not anticipated Meli's unexpected angle of attack during the last save. The difficulty of such a shot is considerable, with a high likelihood of misfires, be it skewed or soaring off target. In fact, when Meli struck, he contorted his body into an awkward position to execute the shot. The ball departed with a seemingly moderate velocity, appearing vulnerable to disruption during its flight. However, Meli's choice of such an unpredictable trajectory left no room for defenders to intervene until the ball nestled within the net. In such circumstances, Meli maintained a remarkable composure, deftly controlling his ankle to guide the ball through what was almost a singular path into the goal. This shot could only be described as celestial. Logically, failing to save it was entirely reasonable, and Lin Yuan had no reason to berate himself for his inability to stop that strike. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Before the Westing athletic scout, if he could have thwarted such a shot, it would have been an impressive testament to his prowess, an undeniable piece of evidence for his future competition within Westing Athletic. Thus, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and anger for failing to save that ball. Ouyang also experienced anguish for not successfully defending against Meli. As Meli took his shot, he struggled to rise from the ground where he had already fallen, eager to witness the outcome. Upon seeing the football soar into the net, he lost all strength and collapsed back onto the grass, covering his face with his hands. He berated himself for not having run faster or for not having moved earlier. Instead of merely following Meli when he saw him approaching the center, had he been able to anticipate Meli's intentions, he could have thwarted the goal. In truth, Ouyang speed was not lacking. He was indeed among the quickest Chinese players in that area at that moment. However, as a player competing domestically in China, he evidently underestimated Meli's pace. Consequently, he was merely inches away from the ball. Even if he had made contact, it could have resulted in an own goal. Yet, Ouyang did not mind. Scoring an own goal was preferable to allowing the opponent to score right before his eyes. Most importantly, one must not refrain from taking action out of fear of making mistakes. Observing the sprawled players of the national U23 team before the goal, Chinese fans in front of their televisions were either silent or sighed in dismay. During halftime, they had been exuberant, dreaming of eliminating Argentina, advancing to the Olympic finals, and winning gold. Now, they were doused with cold water. Many had awakened from their overly optimistic fantasies. After all, their opponents were the Argentine U23 team, boasting first-rate attackers like Meli and Cantaro. How could the Chinese team hope to defeat such formidable rivals so easily? In the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, Yin spoke up. "It's all right. It's Hulai's turn now. He cannot remain indifferent to Meli's performance. Go, Hulai." Meng Shi echoed enthusiastically. His cheer incited a chorus of support from others in the room, all joining in. "Go, Hulai." Not only in this crowded living room, but across numerous locations nationwide, people were calling out Hulai's name. At such moments, Hulai truly represented the hope of all Chinese fans. If anyone in the Chinese U23 team could contend with Meli, it was undoubtedly Hulai. The television broadcast seemed to recognize this. And while the Argentine players celebrated their goal, it provided a close-up of Hulai. In the shot, Hulai was not vocally rallying his teammates as he had when the first goal was conceded. Instead, he whispered with Zhou Zijing, covering his mouth. "Zhou, when the opportunity arises, be mindful of finding space," Hulai instructed. Zhou Zijing looked at him. "I'll draw their defense and pass the ball to you. Just make sure not to squander the chance." Zhou Zijing frowned. Who would squander a chance? Besides, why shouldn't I be the one to draw their defense? I was the one who scored that leading goal, after all. He proudly pointed to himself with his thumb, raising his head slightly. "Therefore, you can just wait for me to pass the ball to you." Hulai did not contest with Zhou Zijing. He nodded and said, "All right then. Let's pass to whoever has the best opportunity. Rest assured, the Argentine defenders will surely be targeting me." Zhou Zijing remarked with a hint of disdain. As the match resumed, the Chinese U23 team failed to capitalize on the kickoff opportunity to score directly, much to the relief of many Argentine fans. They felt the game could finally proceed normally, as the Chinese team's earlier goal from the kickoff had startled them, leading them to believe it was an abnormal state of play. The Chinese team could not swiftly regain their lead, while the morale of the recently equalized Argentine players surged, intensifying their offensive momentum. Ouyang gritted his teeth as he closely marked the ball carrying Messi. He raised his left arm, gripping Messi's shoulder while continuously jostling against him. As a defensive midfielder, he found himself positioned on the flank, almost resembling a full-back, a consequence of Messi's movement to the wing. After conceding a goal, Mai Xiaoqing quickly adjusted his tactics to ensure Ouyang continued his defensive duties against Messi. Regardless of Messi's position, he was required to remain close by. Therefore, even if Messi was on the wing, Ouyang would pursue him defensively. This match had devolved into a personal duel between them. Although Ouyang had successfully intercepted a ball from Messi in a previous match, he now exercised caution, refraining from rashly attempting to dispossess him. He understood that given Messi's agility, Any ill-timed tackle would merely present Meli with an opportunity to evade him. Thus, Ouyang-Jin's defensive strategy was not to challenge Meli directly, but to shadow him, striving to avoid being outmaneuvered while applying constant physical pressure to disrupt Meli's ball control. Although Meli was undeniably formidable, he was still human and subject to the laws of physics. Ouyang-Jin believed that remaining closely attached to Meli should affect him, regardless of his skill. Fully aware that with his current abilities, it would be arduous to wrest the ball from Meli, Ouyang-Jin recognized that the appropriate defensive approach was to interfere with Meli as much as possible, applying pressure without the expectation of completely stopping him. He hoped that his efforts would assist his teammates in ultimately thwarting Meli's attacks, just as was happening now. Feeling somewhat agitated by Ouyang-Jin's persistent presence, Meli decided to shake off the Chinese midfielder. He swung his left leg, feigning a cross. Ouyang-Jin, feigning indifference, refrained from intercepting, merely mimicking an attempt while remaining vigilant for Meli's follow-up move. Indeed, Meli's cross was a ruse, and he deftly changed direction instead. Fortunately, Ouyang-Jin had anticipated this. As Meli pivoted, he swiftly turned to follow. After Meli's feint, he moved inward with the ball. Ouyang-Jin continued to pursue him, but upon entering the penalty area, he moderated his approach, choosing not to recklessly collide with Meli, instead opting to maintain close defensive coverage. Meanwhile, the Chinese U23 team's right back, Feng Li, approached to offer assistance. Facing the defensive efforts of two players from the Chinese team, Meli first swayed his upper body to the left, towards the baseline, and then forcefully flicked the ball inward with the outside of his right foot. Just as he propelled the ball away, he swung his right leg to take a shot. Ouyang-Jin was positioned on the outer side to defend against Meli. He sprinted past Feng Li and lunged forward, attempting to intercept the ball and block Meli's shot. Ideally, he would stop the shot entirely, but if that proved impossible, he would still strive to disrupt Meli's efforts. Such is the essence of defense. One must never concede until the very end. Ouyang-Jin's relentless determination indeed influenced Meli's attempt. In order to evade Ouyang-Jin's sliding tackle, Meli chose to shoot toward the far corner instead of the near one. This time, Lin Ziyuan did not misjudge the situation. He leaped into the air and single-handedly deflected the ball away from the goalpost. Lin Ziyuan, magnificent. He thwarted Meli's strike. After landing, Lin Ziyuan rolled twice on the grass before rising, and then he triumphantly shook his fist towards Meli, roaring loudly. He intended to assert his dominance in front of the goal in this manner. This also served to bolster the morale of his team, conveying to his teammates, "I am here at the goal." In truth, Ouyang-Jin was also a key contributor to this defense, yet he remained composed and unassuming, as if he had merely been a bystander throughout the encounter. He even hoped that others would perceive him as merely trailing Meli without contributing to the defense. Ideally, he wished that Meli would think the same. Thus, when he approached Meli next time, he would not raise any suspicions. During the first half, Ouyang-Jin had aspirations of shining against Meli. However, after Meli scored 2 goals, he altered his mindset, realizing that preventing Meli from scoring was sufficient. His own glory was of little consequence. Once upright, he concealed himself behind his right-back teammate Feng Li, hunching his frame to use the 1.75-meter-tall Feng Li as a shield, aiming to avoid drawing Meli's attention. As Argentina prepared to take a corner kick, he quietly positioned himself behind Meli, gripping his jersey, but released it immediately when Meli turned around, maintaining an expressionless facade, pretending as though nothing had transpired. Meli glanced at him, then suddenly darted toward the next position. Shortly thereafter, he sensed the familiar tugging sensation behind him. Turning around, he found that the pulling had ceased. Yet the Chinese team's defensive midfielder was indeed right behind him, displaying a calm demeanor, as if nothing had happened. The strategic duel between Ouyang-Jin and Meli in front of the Chinese goal was ultimately futile, as the ball had never reached their vicinity. When Argentina's corner kick was executed, Lin Ziyuan shouted, "Mine." He leaped into the air, extending his hands to pluck the ball from the sky. Subsequently, he refrained from any further theatrics, quickly noticing Zhang Qinghuan exiting the penalty area and advancing forward. Thus, he tossed the ball to Zhang Qinghuan, who stepped forward to receive it, seemingly eager to take possession. However, as the opponent lunged forward, he suddenly retreated, deftly evading the ball while executing a swift turn. Zhang Qinghuan, splendid. The previously subdued Chinese fans in the stands erupted in loud cheers, needing to seize every opportunity to uplift their spirits. dodging the defenders. Zhang Qinghuan pursued the ball, driving it into the offensive zone. He then passed the football to Hu Lai, who was making a run to receive it ahead. Hu Lai, receiving the ball during the counterattack and facing the direction of the offense, needed no adjustment. After taking 2 strides, he swung his right leg, feigning a shot. Argentine central defender Montoya and midfielder Dino Sosa simultaneously charged at him from 2 different angles. They could only watch as Hu Lai delivered the ball to Zhou Zijing on the side. Upon receiving the ball, Zhou Zijing smoothly advanced into the penalty area. Hu Lai's pass was exquisite. Another Argentine central defender, Rojas, hurried over to defend against Zhou Zijing. Despite the interference, Zhou Zijing resolved to take a shot. He successfully controlled the ball, executing a ground strike. Argentine U23 goalkeeper Penalva dove and parried the ball with one hand, deflecting it out of bounds, thus granting the Chinese U23 team a corner kick. Well done, Zhou Zijing. The U23 team quickly retaliated. They did not retreat into a defensive shell after conceding a goal, but maintained the capacity to threaten Argentina's defense. This was indeed the correct approach. Against an Argentina team featuring Meli, opting to simply fall back into defense could lead to conceding more goals under relentless pressure. He Feng praised the U23 team's counterattack enthusiastically. On the field, Hu Lai shouted to Zhou Zijing, "Elbow, look. I am clearly the more threatening player." Simultaneously, he raised 2 fingers with one hand and another finger with the other, saying, "You see, they had 2 players defending me, while you had just 1. Zhou Zijing retorted, "That was a mere coincidence." Hu Lai continued with pride, "I have been recognized by the opponent. Remember to position yourself well." Zhou Zijing, gritting his teeth, disagreed, firmly believing that had Zhang Qinghuan passed the ball to him, he would have been the one surrounded by 2 defenders, not Hu Lai. Yet, he had to concede the truth. Hu Lai had indeed drawn the defensive attention, creating a shooting opportunity for him. If he were to disagree, he would at least need to attract multiple Argentine players before passing the ball to Hu Lai. That way, when he countered Hu Lai's claims, it would carry more weight. The Chinese team's corner kick failed to threaten the Argentine goal. Despite employing a scattershot tactic, they failed to make contact with the ball. Such a strategy requires considerable fortune to succeed. It is not always effective. During their match against the Spanish U23 team, their success was indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. Attempting to replicate that success this time resulted in failure. Argentine goalkeeper Penalva cleared the ball with both fists, and Argentina swiftly launched a counterattack. However, due to their impatience, Meli didn't even receive the ball during this counter. The Argentine players faltered with their passing, leading to a hasty conclusion of their fast break. In stark contrast to Argentina's desire to accelerate the pace, the Chinese team sought to deliberately slow it down. Mai Xiaoqing remained acutely aware of his team's characteristics. Even after conceding a goal, he refrained from hastening their tempo, instead opting to engage with Argentina at a measured rhythm that aligned with his team's accustomed style. Although Argentina had just equalized and appeared to be surging with momentum, the score remained tied at 22, indicating that there was no cause for the Chinese U23 team to rush, lest they disrupt their own formation and inadvertently grant advantage to Argentina. The Chinese side methodically organized their offense, advancing steadily. Upon nearing the opponent's 30-meter zone, Zhou Zijing maneuvered out of the penalty area, drawing Rojas with him. Xiao Xiaoyu deftly bypassed Zhang Qinghuan and delivered a pass to Zhou Zijing. However, Zhou did not immediately return the ball to Zhang or Hu Lai. Instead, he controlled it and spun in place, attempting to evade Rojas. Unfortunately, he could not succeed, as Rojas firmly established his position, preventing Zhou from easily turning. Holding onto the ball for too long wrist interception, compelling Zhou to pass it to Zhang Qinghuan. Yet, undeterred, he shifted his position to request the ball once more. This time, Zhang Qinghuan opted to take a shot from outside the penalty area, which sailed over the crossbar. Zhou Zijing lamented that after passing, he had adjusted his run to face the attacking direction. Had Zhang passed it back, he could have taken a shot, or at least forced the Argentine defenders to converge, creating an opportunity to assist Hu Lai, who was less closely marked. Zhang Qinghuan, sensing Zhou Zijing's disappointment, gestured to indicate that they should not rush. As time elapsed amid their back-and-forth exchanges, the match grew increasingly tense. The momentum of the equalized Argentine side intensified, their desire to score more pronounced than ever. Particularly lively was Meli, who seemed invigorated, making his presence felt across the left, middle, and right flanks. Yet, regardless of his positioning, Ouyang trailed him like a persistent piece of chewing gum, unwavering in his pursuit. Initially, Meli paid little heed to this Chinese defensive midfielder, but the consistent presence of his shadow compelled him to divert more of his attention. Physically capable yet unremarkable in appearance, Meli came across as an ordinary player. The singular issue was his penchant for underhanded tactics. At times, as they jogged side by side, Meli would appear to engage in a routine off-the-ball run, only to stumble momentarily, as if tripped by an unseen force. However, this minor disruption was insufficient to compromise his exceptional reflexes and balance, ensuring he did not genuinely fall. A backward glance would reveal an innocently perplexed expression on his face. Strangely, despite the absence of rationale or logic, Meli could not shake the image of another irritating face, causing his breath to quicken slightly. Ouyang noticed a sudden change in the rhythmic cadence of Meli's breath beside him. He cast a fleeting glance at the other, swiftly averting his gaze as if he had perceived nothing amiss, yet internally, he reveled in delight. He recalled the night prior to the match when he sought Hu Ji's counsel on how to defend against Meli. Hu Ji's advice had been revealing. Meli is one who feigns a composed demeanor, likely stemming from a lifetime of accolades, truly a prodigy nurtured in a honeyed embrace. It is quite natural for such an individual to maintain an air of superiority, yet it does not necessarily reflect his inner self. I believe there exists a fierce tenacity within him. To counter someone like him, one must employ a dull blade to wear him down, gradually chipping away at his pride and facade, thus allowing his inner ferocity to surface. Ouyang had been taken aback by Hu Ji's assertion and had inquired, "But Hu Ge, if I coax out his ferocity, wouldn't that spell trouble for me?" Hu Lai had replied, "Indeed, you shall endure considerable pressure. Yet it will also unveil numerous vulnerabilities." Reflecting upon Hu Ji's words and observing Meli's performance, Ouyang could not help but marvel at Hu Ji's profound understanding of Meli, truly his arch-nemesis, possessing an intimate knowledge of him. Following Hu Ji's guidance had proven to be invaluable. He now regretted not being proficient in Spanish like Hu Ge. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to engage Meli in a conversation that would inflict both physical and psychological duress. Some claimed that his style of play resembled Hu Ji's, labeling him as cunning, yet Ouyang felt no ire. Rather, he took pride in emulating Hu Ge's gameplay, which he considered a lofty commendation. Through this Olympic experience, he increasingly recognized the significance of mastering multiple languages. Previously, he had been focused solely on English, but now he intended to enhance his proficiency in other languages, particularly those prevalent in the footballing realm. Upon his return home, as Meli received the ball, he sensed subtle movements from behind. Gritting his teeth, he deftly maneuvered the ball to one side and accelerated towards it. His opponent immediately closed in. Upon catching up to the ball, Meli executed a sudden stop and pivot. Retracing his steps, the Chinese team's defensive midfielder, completely unprepared for Meli's feint, was caught off guard and lost his mark. Subsequently, Meli advanced laterally towards the center, drawing the attention of the Chinese Olympic team's defenders before delivering a diagonal pass to Cantro. Just as he released the ball, he felt an impact from the side. Turning to assess the situation, he found himself face-to-face with the very Chinese player he had just evaded, number 6. In fact, he had already passed the ball, rendering such a vigorous charge unnecessary. To Meli, the actions of this number 6 felt rather hostile. It seemed as though the player, irked by being outmaneuvered, was seeking retribution. However, when Meli glanced back, the opponent was smiling at him, seemingly offering an apology. The contact was not forceful enough to injure him, nor did it cause him to fall, yet this demeanor prompted Meli to furrow his brow. Was he treating me like a fool? Does he think a mere smile can obscure his intentions? P.S. Here is a late-night update. Chapter 280. Defending against Hu Lai is a formidable challenge. Meli passed the ball to Cantro, who opted to take a direct shot towards the far corner from the edge of the penalty area. Alas, his aim was off, and the ball sailed wide of the goalposts. Lin Xuan lunged forward but failed to make contact, allowing the ball to fly out beyond the goal line. Cantro, having squandered the opportunity, clasped his head in dismay before turning to Meli to express his apologies, even giving him a thumbs up to signify that the pass was well executed. Meli shouted back at Cantro, "It's all right, Ramon. Let us keep going." He chose to comfort his friend, alleviating some of the pressure. Yet, deep within, Meli felt a substantial weight on his shoulders. Despite Argentina having equalized, the situation was not tilting in their favor. The The Chinese team did not succumb to chaos or collapse after conceding a goal. Although Argentina seemed to dominate the play, the Chinese team displayed remarkable defensive organization. Moreover, they still had the capacity to launch counterattacks, posing a threat to Argentina's defense, which made the Argentine side hesitant to fully commit to their offensive strategies. In comparison to their attacking prowess, the defensive capabilities of this Argentine U23 team appeared somewhat lacking. Enzo Montoya and Geronimo Rojas were both key players at their respective clubs. Yet their synergy on the field was insufficient, leading to disjointed connections between defensive zones. This was somewhat inevitable, as Montoya, being an overage player, had only joined the team for practice 10 days prior to the Olympics. Developing a sufficient rapport in such a brief period was a daunting task. Of course, in the preceding matches, their partnership as defenders had been relatively adequate, without significant issues. However, they were now up against Hulai, a player not only endowed with exceptional individual talent, but also known for his cunning nature, far from an easy opponent. With Argentina already having conceded 2 goals, Meli was uncertain whether more would follow. As a forward, he could not afford to retreat to his own penalty area to defend against Hulai every time. What he could do was strive to score quickly, shattering the delicate balance and inducing panic within the Chinese team. Thus, when Cantro wasted the opportunity he had created, how could Meli genuinely dismiss it? He merely sought to lighten Cantro's burden of pressure. Meli turned and sprinted back, and as he anticipated, the Chinese team's number 6, the defensive midfielder, followed closely behind. Here, Hulai exclaimed, suddenly darting sideways. Although Montoya could not comprehend Hulai's call, he understood Hulai's intentions and quickly followed suit. Indeed, Zhang Qinghuan passed the ball over. Montoya swiftly closed in on Hulai, using his body to obstruct him from easily claiming the ball. Yet, Hulai did not receive it. Instead, he let the ball slip through his legs and accelerated forward, making a wide arc as he surged towards the penalty area. Montoya, refusing to slacken his pace, cast a wary glance back at the ball while maintaining his pursuit of Hulai. In his peripheral vision, he noticed Zhou Zijing, who had also pulled out of the penalty area, receiving the ball. In conjunction with Hulai's movements, he deduced that Hulai sought to collaborate with Zhou Zijing. He surged forward, anticipating a through ball from Zhou, perfectly positioned to receive it and pose a threat to the goal. Meanwhile, Montoya found himself entangled with Hulai, his feet restless. Zhou, however, refrained from delivering the pass. Instead, as he received the ball, he deftly flicked it with the outside of his right foot, creating a wider angle for the shot before unleashing a strike. Thud! Hulai, who had already penetrated the penalty area, did not halt his advance upon witnessing his teammate's shot. Rather, he accelerated. In front of the goal, Argentine goalkeeper Penalva leapt into the air, caught unprepared, as the ball collided with his arms. Reacting instinctively, he attempted a save, but the ball struck the edge of his palm and ricocheted toward Hulai's direction. Hulai prepared to shoot, but Montoya, following closely, managed to intervene just in time, sending the ball out of play. Montoya, he executed a crucial clearance. He had relentlessly pursued Hulai, denying him the opportunity for a follow-up shot. Amidst the gasps and cheers of the Argentine fans, Montoya rose from the ground, panting heavily, his heart racing. He felt an immense relief for having trailed Hulai to the goal, for had he faltered, he would now be left watching Hulai celebrate the goal. Despite his successful clearance, Montoya felt no joy. He understood that this was merely one of many attacks he must thwart during the protracted match. Now was not the time for celebration. Unlike the flamboyant celebrations of the Chinese goalkeeper, who exuberantly celebrated every save, Montoya was acutely aware that defending against Hulai required vigilance until the final whistle. Honestly, it was exhausting, but there was no alternative. He had learned this lesson during his encounters with Leeds in the Premier League. If given a choice, he would prefer to contend with a brute like Zhou Zijing rather than face Hulai. Yet, he had no choice. Compared to Geronimo Rojas, who was still playing domestically in Argentina, Enzo Montoya, with his prior experience against Hulai, was the most suitable candidate for this defensive challenge. Were it Rojas instead, the situation could easily devolve into calamity. Far from angered by the missed opportunity, Hulai inquired with genuine concern upon hearing Montoya's labored breaths. "How are you, brother? Are you all right? It's not even 70 minutes yet. Why are you breathing so heavily? Is the training at the naval port so inadequate now? Oh, I forgot. You just finished the Premier League and then came to compete in the Olympics without ample rest. All right, I understand you, brother. Honestly, I'm quite tired too. anyone would be after a season followed by the Olympics. Why did you decide to participate in the Olympics? I know Meli. That kid is solely focused on gold medals. What about you? Are you also aiming for gold? You all are so relentless. Unlike me, I'd be content just to secure a medal. Montoya took a deep breath but chose to remain silent, ignoring Hulai's inquiries. This is yet another significant reason for his reluctance to engage with Hulai. The rumors circulating online that one should refrain from conversing with Hulai during a match are utterly childish. Is this a matter that can be resolved by mere silence? Even if one chooses to remain silent, he can still incessantly chatter in your ear. To inquire about Montoya's sentiments is to liken them to being surrounded by a swarm of flies while playing football. These flies may not inflict any tangible harm. Yet the incessant buzzing in one's ear over time can render anyone irritable. At times, Enzo Montoya finds himself curious about how Hulai manages to both play the game and incessantly chatter at the same time. If he so wishes, he could continue speaking endlessly, even when there is little of substance to convey. However, to assert that Hulai is simply of such disposition is something Montoya cannot believe. For not every match unfolds in this manner. According to media reports, Hulai is not a loquacious individual off the pitch. Thus, it appears he deliberately employs this tactic to disrupt defenders. It is simply vexing. Meli withdrew to the midfield, raising his hand to request the ball. Simultaneously, he glanced back to observe the situation behind him, and indeed, he spotted the Chinese team's number 6 defensive midfielder in close proximity. Upon realizing he had turned around, he flashed a grin. Meli redirected his gaze towards his teammates in the backline. The defensive midfielder, Dino Sosa, was positioned behind him, having intercepted Zhang Qinghuan's pass approximately 10 seconds prior. Now, as the Chinese team transitions from attack to defense, it presents an opportunity for Argentina. This transitional phase is often fraught with peril. He vigorously waved his hand, urging Sosa to deliver a direct pass. Due to his deeper positioning, there was ample space behind him, rendering Ouyang Jin's close marking ineffective. He could easily nudge the ball back and then turn to accelerate towards it. This maneuver proves far more effective in the midfield than near the penalty area. Sosa, noticing Meli's gesture, chose not to advance with the ball, but instead opted to pass it to Meli. After all, Meli is far more adept at orchestrating offensive plays than he. As a defensive midfielder, Xia Xiaoyu, who was initially transitioning from attack to defense, should have swiftly repositioned himself. However, just as he prepared to do so, he cast a lingering glance at his surroundings. He observed Meli retreating and raising his hand for the ball. Uncertain whether the Argentine player would comply, he decided to take a gamble. Consequently, Xia Xiaoyu altered his retreat, moving laterally towards Meli. At that moment, Sosa indeed passed the ball over. What a fortuitous turn of events. Meli saw the ball rolling towards him and first glanced back to confirm Ouyang Jin's position. Noticing the opponent had almost closed in and was engaging in some minor pulling actions, not overly concerned, he resolved to proceed with his original plan. If the opponent were to truly bring him down, a yellow card would be inevitable. As a defensive midfielder, carrying a yellow card would constrain his performance in the subsequent match, making him overly cautious and stifling his abilities. Thus, irrespective of the outcome, Meli finds himself at an advantage. To his astonishment, as he turned around, he discovered the sudden presence of another individual, Xia Xiaoyu. Interception. A splendid play. Xia Xiaoyu positioned himself before Meli, extending his foot to intercept the ball intended for him. Meli widened his eyes in disbelief as he witnessed the football being seized mid-flight. Concurrently, as Xia Xiaoyu snatched the ball, he lifted his gaze and spotted Zhang Qinghuan not far ahead. Consequently, upon retrieving the ball, he opted not to dribble, but rather deftly nudged it with his right foot towards Zhang Qinghuan, who had turned to receive his pass. At that moment, both teams were in the midst of a transition between offense and defense. Argentina, initially poised for an offensive maneuver, found themselves abruptly on the defensive after losing possession, leading to a chaotic positional arrangement among the players. To further exacerbate their disarray and prevent Argentina from regaining composure, Xia Xiaoyu knew he must accelerate. After delivering the pass, he surged forward. While sprinting, he remained vigilant, observing the unfolding situation ahead. The sudden shift in play had left numerous gaps in Argentina's defensive line. He needed to identify a path and formulate a plan before regaining control of the ball, necessitating swift judgment based on his observations. In that fleeting moment, as Zhang Qinghuan received the ball, Xia Xiaoyu redirected his focus, ready to accept the pass. In the instant he glanced up, he had discerned the open space and passing route. Now, his only task was to send the football forth. Without pausing, he executed a direct pass to Zhang Qinghuan, propelling the ball towards the gap between Argentina's left back, Ramiro Guzman, and center back, Geronimo Rojas. There awaited the sprinting Zhou Zijing. As a center forward, Zhou Zijing's speed was not his forte, particularly his initial acceleration. However, he had begun his run prior to Xia Xiaoyu's pass. Specifically, at the moment Xia Xiaoyu relayed the ball to Zhang Qinghuan, he had already initiated his sprint towards the vacant space in Argentina's defensive flank, rendering his sluggish acceleration negligible. As he quickened his pace, Xia Xiaoyu delivered the through ball, akin to a heavy truck finally shifting into high gear, ready to traverse unimpeded. Zhou Zijing galloped towards the ball, which had been sent into the open space ahead. Meanwhile, Guzman, the left back, found himself pushed wide, struggling to keep pace. Rojas swiftly advanced towards the ball, aiming to clear it before Zhou Zijing could make contact. Xia Xiaoyu had delivered the ball to a location that posed considerable difficulty for the Argentine defense, the edge of the penalty area. Should Zhou Zijing face no interference or defensive challenge, he could effortlessly convert the pass into a shot on goal. Rojas dashed diagonally towards the ball, with Guzman hot on Zhou Zijing's heels. The three players, all vying for the ball, captivated the attention of everyone present. The commentator, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Xia Xiaoyu's through ball. Zhou Zijing." The Argentine commentator exclaimed, "Monday is perilous." Rojas, goalkeeper Penalva rushed from his goal to the edge of the small box, blocking Zhou Zijing's shot. A 3-on-1 situation. Zhou Zijing found himself encircled, even though he had caught up with the ball. The space for a strike and the angle for a shot were exceedingly narrow. Yet, Zhou Zijing charged forward without a hint of hesitation, raising his right leg just as Rojas lifted his leg to strike the ball. The two collided directly. The ball, however, rolled out sideways from their midst, heading towards the center. Hulai. In front of the television, Yin Yin shouted in excitement, "Hulai, Hulai, 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 Hulai." Amidst the chorus of voices, Hulai galloped forward. Behind him, Montoya, amidst a crowd, attempted to tackle the ball, but ended up tripping Hulai. Or rather, Hulai was not toppled by him, but rather executed a self-initiated slide. Just before Montoya could reach it, he directed the ball towards the goal. Penalva, already turning, was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into his net. As Zhou Zijing sprinted towards the ball, he felt an Argentine player on his heels, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Rojas, the center back who had been opposing him, alongside goalkeeper Penalva charging out. It felt as though he was being driven into a dead end. However, instead of panicking, Zhou Zijing was filled with exhilaration. Hulai. Take a good look. Who is drawing more defenders now? He then took a decisive step, swinging his right leg, not for a shot, but to pass the ball to the center before Rojas could intervene. Just as he kicked the ball, he collided with Rojas. Zhou Zijing was unfazed. His head was turned, his gaze firmly fixed on the ball, eager to see if his pass had reached its target. He spotted Hulai making a sudden run into the center from the back post. Although there was space in the center, it had been empty just moments before. Hulai was still at the back post. Nevertheless, Zhou Zijing proceeded with his plan, knowing that as long as there was space, Hulai's keen instincts would guide him. As anticipated, just as he prepared to pass, Hulai swiftly altered his direction, slipping in front of Montoya before he could react, racing towards the open space. At this moment, Zhou Zijing knew he had succeeded. He relaxed on the ground, listening to the resounding cheers around him. Hulai. Yes, it's in. What a goal. The national Olympic team has regained the lead. The scorer is Hulai. He has netted twice in this match. In the 73rd minute, the national Olympic team leads Argentina 3-2. As Hulai sent the ball into the net, He Feng jubilantly shouted. Yin Kong was equally ecstatic. Beautiful. What a stunning goal. Originally, it was our opportunity to counterattack against Argentina. Yet Xia Xiaoyu transformed their counter into our own. After intercepting the ball, he surged forward and decisively delivered a timely through pass to Zhou Zijing. Ultimately, his assist to Hulai was both expected and astonishing. What can I say? What can I say? What can I say? Yin Yin stood before everyone, pointing at the television screen behind him, exultantly shouting at the crowd in front of him. Always believe in Hulai. Always believe in the chosen one. Hulai, the eternal God. No one echoed him. Everyone was too busy celebrating in various ways. The small living room had become a sea of joy. Tang Shiyuan was shrieking while hugging Chu Yifan, and Meng Shi and Mao Xiao were also embracing each other. Someone even spilled their drink, drenching everyone, but no one cared. Not only in this little living room, but in the grand hall of Dongchuan, Xialan, and Hu Lisan were also cheering. In countless other places and occasions, there were throngs of jubilant crowds. After Argentina equalized, they aggressively sought to take the lead again, yet the national team scored. This was a delightful surprise for all Chinese fans. Beyond the physical space, the online realm was even more exuberant. When Hu Lai scored, the server of goal was overwhelmed, and social media platforms like Weibo instantly flooded with comments and discussions related to the national team. If these words could be interpreted as sound, then at that moment, the cheers across the vast land of China could likely be heard even from a space station. After scoring, Hu Lai did not rush to celebrate. Instead, he lunged towards Zhou Zijing. He lifted Zhou Zijing from the ground, embracing him tightly, exclaiming, "You're amazing. You're incredible." Zhou Zijing laughed heartily, patting Hu Lai's back with pride, asking, "Tell me, am I not the greatest threat?" "Absolutely. You're the greatest." Hu Lai nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Receiving this affirmation, Zhou Zijing laughed heartily. Xia Xiaoyu, with both hands resting on Zhou Zijing's shoulders, jumped up and directly perched on Zhou Zijing's back, one arm wrapped around his neck while the other fist pumped towards the stands. Zhang Qinghuan pulled him down, giving him a thumbs up. "Brilliant forward run. Brilliant pass. Brilliant choice." Xia Xiaoyu beamed with delight. More players from the national team soon joined them, surrounding them in jubilant celebration. Nearby, Argentina's young center-back Geronimo Rojas lay on the ground, still unable to rise. Goalkeeper Penalva knelt, hands on hips, staring at the ball in the net, and another defender, Enzo Montoya, remained in a sliding tackle position, similarly turning to gaze at the ball. Chaos reigned in front of Argentina's goal. Meli gazed at the scene with despair, knowing the goal originated from his error. He had mishandled the ball in midfield, too preoccupied with the defending player behind him to notice Xia Xiaoyu charging in from the side, which led to the opponent's successful ambush. He initially aimed to swiftly transition from defense to offense, catching the Chinese team off guard. Little did he anticipate that he would be the one taken by surprise. The Chinese team's number 6, who had been shadowing him like a specter, jubilantly surged into the offensive zone, turning back to express his gratitude in English before dashing away. Meli, lost in the anguish of conceding a goal, was slow to react. By the time he realized the opponent was thanking him, the number 6 had already distanced himself, and his expression shifted dramatically. He fixated on the silhouette of the number 6 until he completely merged with the throng of jubilant Chinese players celebrating. The American Olympic team celebrated their goal for an unusually prolonged duration, prompting complaints from the Argentine players and a reminder from the referee to resume the match without further delay. Gradually, the Chinese players returned to their positions, but Hu Lai lingered at the back, yet to perform his signature celebratory gesture. Finally, he sprinted a couple of steps, then accelerated, leaping high into the air for a stunning 180-degree turn. The deafening cheers from the stands accompanied his landing. "Ho!" In perfect harmony with the fans, Hu Lai raised his hands, pointed towards the stands, and swept his gaze across, expressing gratitude to all the Chinese supporters who had cheered for him. Hu Lai was the last Chinese player to return to his half, and as he took his position, the referee blew the whistle to resume play. Argentine center forward Navarrete passed the ball back to Meli. The match was back underway. At that moment, over 3 minutes had elapsed since the Chinese team scored, the scoreboard indicating the 77th minute. Leaving Argentina with little time. Only a handful of minutes remained. Yet, reflecting on the clash from 4 years ago, this remaining time felt more generous. Back then, they had merely 4 minutes of injury time after Hu Lai's goal. Now they had at least 15 minutes. Scoring a goal to equalize would draw the match into extra time, granting them a psychological advantage. Coach Paradini waved his arms from the sidelines, urging Argentina to attack. At this juncture, all avenues aside from offense led to dead ends. Ouyang Jin soon felt the immense pressure, akin to facing a surging tsunami alone. He attempted to impede Meli, but was deftly sidestepped by a feint. As he turned to pursue, Meli had already accelerated away from him. Nevertheless, Ouyang Jin did not relent. He doggedly followed, reaching for Meli's shoulder. Just as he was about to grasp it, Meli abruptly halted and lowered himself, allowing Ouyang Jin to sail past. With a second evasion, Meli struck the ball. Lin Xuan leaped into the air, palm outstretched to deflect the incoming shot. The ball soared upward, sailing out of bounds. After landing, Lin Ziyuan executed a somersault and stood up, then raised his fist and let out a triumphant roar. All right. It was time for Lin Ziyuan to showcase his prowess. Ouyang Jin panted heavily as he glanced at Meli. Although he had been brushed off by the opponent twice without even grazing his clothing, he was convinced that he had contributed to the defense. Meli had executed a sudden stop in a bid to entirely shake off Ouyang Jin, and indeed succeeded, yet upon freeing himself, he opted to shoot directly from outside the penalty area rather than passing or continuing to dribble. It was not that a direct shot was inherently flawed, but Ouyang Jin felt that Meli's attempt was somewhat rushed. He certainly did not believe that Meli's urgency stemmed from fear of him closing in again. There was no need for such apprehension. His haste was simply a manifestation of impatience. As Hugo had articulated, while enduring greater pressure, Meli had also revealed more vulnerabilities. Ouyang Jin was aware that his earlier words of encouragement had played some role. Unlike Lin Ziyuan, who might flaunt his prowess, Ouyang Jin kept his head bowed, concealing his smile. Chapter 282. Eliminate that Argentine Meli was indeed anxious, yet this agitated state resembled that of an enraged lion, making him all the more dangerous. Ouyang Jin soon found that he could no longer afford to smile. In fact, he barely had the breath to do so. He gasped for air while running. And even when he paused, he could hardly catch his breath. At times, he could not discern whether the heavy panting came from him or another. He had to grit his teeth and persevere, for he was tasked specifically with defending against Meli. Should he falter, Meli could easily surge forward and confront goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan. Ouyang Jin understood that his role was not to snatch the ball from Meli's feet, but to disrupt him and compel him to expose more flaws. Regardless of whether Meli had possession of the ball, Ouyang Jin remained tightly close behind, using his body to shield him while subtly tugging at Meli's jersey. He confidently entrusted the responsibility of intercepting passes from other Argentine players to his teammates, Xia Xiaoyu and Ning Yong. His sole focus was to shadow Meli, to interfere with him. While this task sounded straightforward, it was, in actuality, immensely exhausting. Ouyang Jin was not inexperienced. Aside from being a mainstay in the Chinese Super League, he had been selected for national teams at various levels since the age of 15, consistently as a starter, accumulating considerable international experience. In this Olympic Games, he had been a starting player in every match, having faced formidable teams like Germany and Spain. Yet, he was experiencing fatigue like never before. The physical exhaustion was compounded by the psychological pressure, to the extent that after 70 minutes, he felt the onset of cramping, despite his excellent stamina. This was the reality of competing against elite adversaries. Observing Xiao Yu and Hu, both appeared remarkably composed. Ouyang Jin believed that it was imperative to venture abroad soon, to compete on truly prestigious stages, for such experiences might render him equally adept. However, his immediate concern was to thwart Meli. He must not allow his body to succumb to cramps while defending against him, even if it meant enduring significant strain. Meli felt the intensified breaths of the individual behind him, yet he could still sense the subtle tugging at his jersey. This sensation irked him considerably. Although his opponent was not formidable, he found himself expending excessive energy, unable to easily shake him off. Upon receiving the ball, he encountered the defensive midfielder, who collided with him. Meli abruptly halted, and his opponent mirrored his sudden stop, though still managing to grasp at his jersey. While the grip was brief and ineffective in toppling Meli, it nonetheless proved exceedingly vexing. It was as if his adversary were an indomitable cockroach. Despite having failed to seize the ball from him thus far, the annoyance was palpable, akin to that of a mosquito. At night, as one slumbers, the incessant buzzing by one's ear, despite being safely tucked under covers, can be maddening, making sleep elusive. To Meli, this number 6 defensive midfielder from the Chinese team represented such a mosquito. He faced a dilemma: either rise, turn on the light, and confront the bothersome insect, or ignore it and endure a few bites while attempting to rest. Both options were unacceptable to him. He neither wished to be bitten, to lose possession, nor to forego sleep, to fail to score. This predicament was indeed troubling. This time, Meli refrained from initiating an offensive drive. Upon receiving the ball, he sensed pressure from behind and swiftly passed it diagonally forward to Cantoro. He then made a forward run off the ball, which allowed him to exploit his speed advantage, as the defensive midfielder trailing behind was evidently not adept in that regard. Reaching the next open space, Meli called for the ball. Cantoro returned the pass, just as Meli slowed to control the ball. He felt the familiar pressure from behind once more. Without needing to glance back, he already knew who approached. Once again, Meli passed the ball, shifting it to Navarrete. The tall striker Navarrete took a shot within the penalty area, but it soared over the crossbar, missing the target entirely. Goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan watched the ball sail into the stands and let out a whistle. Xia Xiaoyu commended Yanjin, exclaiming, "Well done." "Oh. Did you see how Meli changed his approach during that attack? He is no longer daring to let you get too close." Beaming and panting, Yanjin grinned. Uncertain if Meli truly thought that way, but he accepted the notion nonetheless. The trailing Argentine team could no longer afford to linger with the Chinese side. They pressed forward with all their might, striving to equalize the score as swiftly as possible. Consequently, the spaces behind them became remarkably abundant and expansive. Hu Lai stroked his chin, observing the situation behind the opposing defense. He felt that if the defenders, Xiao Yu or Huan Gu, delivered a long pass, he could swiftly counter and face the goalkeeper. Although his team held a lead, Hu Lai understood that a single goal advantage was precarious, potentially serving as a source of motivation for the Argentine players. The Argentines knew that if they scored again, they could push the match into extra time. What should a seasoned forward do in such a moment? Naturally, he ought to find a way to douse their fervor, signaling, "Do not attack further. If you persist, your goal will be dismantled." However, he could not press too high, as doing so would draw the opposing defense's attention, undermining the element of surprise in the counterattack. Fortunately, the U-23 team had Zhou Zijing, negating the need for Hu Lai to draw the fire. During actual counterattacks, it was Zhou Zijing who led from the front. And if the Chinese team sought to deliver a long pass from the back, it was primarily directed towards him. Utilizing his physique and heading ability, he served as a stronghold for the Chinese offensive. Hu Lai maneuvered close to Zhou Zijing, ready to support at any moment. All that was required was to adjust the direction of Zhou's pass, encouraging him to nudge the ball backward, thus creating an opportunity for himself. The only concern was that, due to Argentina's high defensive line, even a backheaded pass from Zhou would still leave a considerable distance to their goal. Given Hu Lai's speed, one could question whether he could even catch up to the ball. Even if he did, the returning defenders would not let him off easily. Yet, this was the least of Hu Lai's worries. He possessed an ill-fitting pair of shoes, a peculiar item that could enhance the wearer's speed, albeit for only 5 seconds. On the ever-changing football pitch, a 5-second speed advantage could indeed determine the outcome of the match. This item was a reward he had received after completing a World Cup mission, which he subsequently used. After winning the UEFA Europa League, he was granted another pair as a reward for his pre-match trophy hunt. He also had a world-class shot experience card. But Hu Lai did not intend to utilize it in this scenario. Given the tactical circumstances, one counterattack would suffice. Thus, he approached Zhou Zijing and conveyed his thoughts. "A backward header?" Zhou Zijing furrowed his brow, uncertain, and replied with a hint of skepticism, "Can you reach it?" "Do not worry about that. If I cannot reach it, that is on me. If it does not reach me, that is on you," Hu Lai retorted without further ado. This response aligned perfectly with Zhou Zijing's temperament. Eliciting a cold chuckle, "Then I shall deliver it. If you cannot reach it, that would be your ineptitude." Indeed, if he could not connect, it would be his shortcoming, and if the pass failed to reach him, it would be Zhou's failure. Remember, nudge it backward as far as you can, away from their defenders. After outlining the strategy, Hu Lai returned to his position. As for Xiao Yu or Zhang Qinghuan, he felt no need for further explanations, as during this period, the U-23 team had been consistently playing long balls from the back, seeking Zhou Zijing. Lin Ziyuan fell to the ground and skillfully clasped the airborne football in his hands, swiftly drawing his arms back to his chest, cradling the ball close, and curling his body to secure his position, ensuring that the football would not slip from his grasp upon impact with the ground. It was a remarkable save. Amidst the relentless assault from the Argentine team, goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan found himself the busiest individual on the field. After securing the football, he did not immediately rise, instead lingering on the ground for a moment. At this juncture, with the national youth team in the lead, he was naturally inclined to waste a bit more time. Hu Lai, positioned ahead, refrained from vocally urging Lin Ziyuan to resume play, as such an action might reveal his intentions, with Argentina fully committed to pressing forward. Even if this attack faltered, the majority of their players remained in the Chinese half, executing high pressing. Thus, the national youth team opted for a long kick to advance the ball, attempting to break through Argentina's high press. Upon rising, Lin Ziyuan first sought out Zhou Zijin. Discovering him positioned at the forefront, just past the halfway line, he gently tossed the football into the air, opened his hips, leaned slightly towards his supporting leg, and swung his right leg back diagonally before striking it. The descending football was met with the outside of his foot, soaring towards Zhou Zijin. Noticing Lin Ziyuan preparing to take the goal kick, Zhou Zijin began to turn his head in search of Hu Lai. Spotting Hu Lai deeper on the left flank, he realized that even if he managed to nudge the ball, he would be unable to catch up. Yet, Zhou Zijin did not dwell on this conundrum. He thought simply. Since this was Hu Lai's request, he would comply, and if he failed to receive the ball, it would reflect poorly on Hu Lai. He resolved to share this with everyone after the match, ensuring the entire team was aware of Hu Lai's shortcomings. With this thought in mind, he sprinted back towards the football, leaping high to flick the ball past Argentine center-back Rojas with a deft header. The ball sailed into the open space behind him, where nearly half the pitch lay vacant, save for the goalkeeper Penalva, who had ventured outside the penalty area. After executing the header, Zhou Zijin quickly turned to assess the situation, his eyes widening in astonishment. What the hell? Is Hu Lai that fast? In the desolate expanse of Argentina's half, Hu Lai surged forward, darting towards the still airborne football. He carved a diagonal line across the pitch, charging from the flank into the center. Hu Lai, a chance. The counterattack from the Chinese team. Hu Lai's burst of speed was astonishing, catching Montoya completely off guard. Montoya had not anticipated Hu Lai's rapid advance. By the time he turned, Hu Lai was already a mere 2 or 3 meters away. While this distance was not particularly extraordinary, continuing the chase would have allowed Montoya to regain ground. However, to his surprise, Hu Lai's speed did not diminish. Instead, he accelerated. The gap between them widened swiftly, extending from 2 or 3 meters to 4 or 5 meters. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Hu Lai outpaced everyone to receive the ball. Facing the hastily retreating Argentine goalkeeper, Penalva, he struck the ball from outside the penalty area, not with a delicate chip, but with a powerful ground shot. The football traced a graceful arc across the turf, evading the outstretched toes of the diving Penalva and grazing the inside of the goalpost as it rolled into the net. In the 82nd minute, the Chinese U23 team led 4-2 against the Argentine U23 team. This goal was nearly fatal for the Argentines. Tomorrow, I will publish 2 updates to complete this match report. 3 chapters remain in my drafts, and I will continue with a new update for 4 consecutive days to supplement my backlog. Thank you. Lastly, I kindly request monthly votes. Chapter 283. Is Hu Lai this fast? Hu Lai? Hu Lai? Hu Lai? This goal is not offside. Not offside. What a splendid goal. On the television, He Feng and Yin Kong exclaimed almost in unison. They emphasized this point due to concerns that Chinese fans watching at home might misinterpret the angle of the camera switch, believing Hu Lai had positioned himself behind all Argentine defenders and was thus offside. However, those at the venue had a clear view. It was evident that Hu Lai initiated his run only after Zhou Zijing's header, and he had started from a position even closer to the U23 goal than Zhou. Therefore, the passer, Zhou Zijing, was indeed in front of Hu Lai, making it impossible for Hu Lai to be offside. The misconception of offside arose from the astonishing speed at which Hu Lai launched himself. Such speed of initiation is exceedingly rare in Hu Lai's career. As he is not primarily a speed-oriented player, he never relies on sheer pace to outmaneuver his opponents. If this burst of speed had belonged to Chen Xingyi, it would have felt entirely natural. Yet, in Hu Lai's case, it was both surprising and exhilarating. As he took his first step, Montoya had yet to turn around. With Hu Lai still in front of him, by the second step, Montoya was in the midst of his turn, while Hu Lai had already swept past him. With the third step, Montoya completed his turn but could only catch a glimpse of Hu Lai's retreating figure. Wow! Exclaimed Sue when in the women's football conference room. Is Hu Lai really this fast? She instinctively glanced towards Li Qingqing, who also furrowed her brows. While she understood that Hu Lai's speed was not typically this extraordinary, the scene was eerily reminiscent of last year's UEFA Europa League final, where Hu Lai had scored his final goal in a similarly dramatic fashion, suddenly accelerating to leave his opponent behind. In the conference room, many were less concerned with how Hu Lai managed such speed and more focused on whether this shot would find the back of the net. It was a prime counterattack opportunity for the U23 team. If this goal succeeded, the suspense of the match would dissipate entirely. Everyone rose from their seats, with some even excitedly standing on their chairs, fists clenched and eyes glued to the screen, cheering for Hulai. Go, Hulai. Score 1. Drive it in. Aya. Hulai accelerates. At this very moment, the women's soccer team resembles a fervent assemblage, exuberantly unleashing their wild spirits. In comparison, Li Qingqing appears remarkably gentle, merely striking the table in excitement. A golden opportunity has arisen for the national team. Before the television, Meng Shi exclaims, "Well done, Hulai," while Yan Yan fervently proclaims, "This goal is certainly ours. Without a doubt. If not, I'll eat dung live." Hulai's speed is astonishing by the time he receives the ball. The Argentine defenders are still far behind. Notably, goalkeeper Penalba, upon realizing that Montoya cannot catch up to Hulai, decisively retreats, sprinting backward as the ball descends outside the penalty area. It is improbable that he could reach the ball before Hulai. Even if he did, he could only attempt a header to clear it, with the outcome uncertain. Should he inadvertently assist Hulai in scoring a stunning bicycle kick from 35 meters, he would be forever etched in disgrace. Furthermore, even without a bicycle kick, the distance combined with his advanced positioning could easily allow Hulai to score with a lob. Thus, Penalba hastily retreats, yet does not reach the goal line, instead cautiously observing Hulai's movements. At this moment, whether in the stands or before the screen, numerous Chinese fans are yearning for Hulai to attempt a lob, yet he refrains. He steadies the ball with the outside of his right foot, maintaining a solid stop that seamlessly connects to his next move, without losing pace. Then, Hulai surges towards the penalty area. During his advance, he glances up 3 times to assess Penalba's position, and it is only after the third glance that he reaches the edge of the penalty arc. Still outside the box, just as spectators assume he will continue dribbling, he unexpectedly strikes. With the inside of his right foot, he lifts the ball, sending it rolling across the grass, carving a shallow arc in its wake. As Penalba sees Hulai's shot, he instinctively dives, unable to execute any meaningful save. Resorting to using any part of his body to block the shot, including his feet, he sits down abruptly, extending his left foot in a desperate hope that the ball might strike his toes. Given the proximity and suddenness of the shot, this was all he could manage. In reality, some saves during matches hinge not on a goalkeeper's skill or experience, but rather on sheer luck. Clearly, Penalba's fortune was lacking. The ball glided past his foot, reminiscent of a golf ball rolling smoothly into the hole, elegantly traversing the grass and finding the net. Upon witnessing this, Penalba slumps to the ground. What a splendid goal. Hulai is magnificent. 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 Cheers of jubilation echo throughout China. Many hearts that had been suspended in anxiety can finally find solace. With approximately 10 minutes remaining in the match, the Chinese national team leads by 2 goals, making it exceedingly difficult for Argentina to mount a comeback. As Hulai executed his signature celebration for the 3rd time during the match, the stands erupted once more in a thunderous cheer. Commentator He Feng noticed Yan Kong moving his mouth away from the microphone and, joining in the excitement, exclaimed with a chuckle, "This marks Hulai's 3rd goal of the match, and his 2nd hat-trick in this Olympic Games." Yan Kong returned to the microphone, adding, "Indeed, I've observed an intriguing phenomenon. Whenever Hulai encounters Meli, both players seem to be in exceptional form, consistently scoring. This time, Hulai has surpassed Meli, who initially netted 2 goals, by scoring 3. Though the Olympics do not honor a top scorer title, the competition among players remains fierce, particularly regarding the tally of goals. In this match, the Chinese national U23 team led the Argentine U23 team, with Hulai also outscoring Meli, achieving a dual victory. Everyone was elated, except for the Argentines. Some members of the Argentine U23 team, unwilling to accept reality, approached the referee and assistant referee, attempting to argue that Hulai's goal was offside. However, they failed to consider the existence of a video assistant referee. If it were indeed offside, would the referee not have been alerted? In truth, Hulai's goal required no review. Anyone with functioning eyesight could see he was not offside. Some could only resignedly accept the situation, covering their faces with their hands and collapsing to the ground, as if struck by a heavy blow. Meli, however, did not seek out the officials, nor did he intend to confront reality. While the Chinese team celebrated wildly, he returned to his goal, retrieved the ball that had been forgotten, and made his way back to the center circle. Placing the ball on the kickoff spot, he stepped back, standing at the side, awaiting the restart. He understood the implications of trailing by 2 goals, yet he was not ready to concede defeat with time still remaining. with injury time considered. There were still about 16 or 17 minutes left, certainly not an insurmountable challenge to equalize. If Hulai could score immediately after conceding a goal, why could he not do the same? Was he any less capable than Hulai? The U23 team seized the opportunity to waste time after scoring, prompting the referee to issue a verbal warning before they retreated to their half. As they returned, Hulai suddenly caught hold of Ouyang, gesturing for him to observe Meli. "Look, Ouyang, Meli is furious right now." Ouyang nodded, understanding without words. Meli's expression was nothing short of terrifying. Thus, the pressure on him would only intensify. Hulai whispered strategic advice into Ouyang's ear. He nodded vigorously, declaring, "Understood, Hugo. I shall do everything in my power to thwart Meli's advance." Hulai patted him on the back, reassuring him, "It's not as dire as it seems. Just give it your all." With merely a few minutes left in the match, having completed his hat trick, Hulai had indeed done everything within his capabilities. As for whether the U23 national team can truly eliminate Argentina and make history by reaching the Olympic finals for the first time, it indeed depends on defensive players like Ouyang and Lin Ziyuan. Chapter 284. Meli in despair, trailing in score. The Argentine U23 team found it increasingly difficult to advance from the backfield, as they had earlier. They began to rely more on long passes from the back to initiate their attacks. Although this method proved somewhat inefficient, urgency prevailed. With the towering forward Navarrete in the front line, it became evident whom they should target with their long balls. Why couldn't Argentina utilize Navarrete's heading ability? Akin to how the Chinese team scored their fourth goal, to assist Meli and Cantoro in creating opportunities? Navarrete received the ball. The tall striker leaped to control the football with his chest, while shielding the Chinese team captain, Kairi. However, he dared not linger too long. For Xiaoyu was swiftly closing in to intercept. He quickly passed the ball back to Meli. Under the tight marking of Ouyang, Meli received the ball, stopped it behind him, and executed a sudden turn to evade Ouyang. He indeed managed to shake off Ouyang, yet not entirely. Sensing he might lose track of Meli, Ouyang resorted to pulling his jersey, refusing to let go, thereby preventing Meli from pivoting. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Ouyang, who was shown a yellow card. However, Meli appeared quite dissatisfied. He rarely approached the referee, imploring him to issue a red card to Ouyang. He gestured emphatically, expressing that Ouyang had been targeting him throughout the match with various minor infractions, questioning whether such actions merited only a yellow card. He should have been sent off long ago. Meli spoke to the referee in English, albeit with a heavy Spanish accent, which Ouyang could barely comprehend. Nevertheless, the urgency and frustration etched on Meli's face conveyed his sentiments clearly. This was the greatest affirmation of Ouyang's defensive efforts. Despite being too fatigued to rise from the ground, he managed to smile, revealing a sense of satisfaction. Due to Ouyang's foul, Argentina was awarded a free kick approximately 37 or 38 meters from the goal. They opted not to shoot directly, but sought to create chaos within the Chinese penalty area by playing to their height advantage, aiming to provide opportunities for Meli, Cantoro, and others. However, Lin Ziyuan expanded his range of activity, advancing into the penalty area to seize the ball before any Argentine player could react. After landing, he lingered on the ground for an additional 10 seconds, relishing the jeers from Argentine fans in the stands. Following his clearance, he cupped his hands behind his ears, inviting the Argentine supporters to boo even louder. His audacity infuriated the fans, who could do nothing in retaliation. As anticipated, the crowd's jeers grew louder, prompting Lin Ziyuan to nod in satisfaction. So obedient, so compliant. In the 86th minute, Mai Xiaoqing utilized his final substitution, opting not to replace Hulai, allowing him to remain on the field. Instead, Zhang Qinghuan was substituted for the national team's reserve center-back, Shang Jian. This substitution signified the Chinese U23 team's intent to steadfastly defend their two-goal lead. In the ensuing moments, the Argentine U23 team unleashed a relentless barrage, dominating the half. Lin Ziyuan became the busiest player on the field, a role he eagerly embraced. Lin Ziyuan, well done. He executed yet another remarkable save. With each successful block, he raised his fists and roared, a gesture that had become his hallmark for boosting morale. Whenever the crowd witnessed this display, they knew the U23 goal was secure. Lin Ziyuan, wow. He deflected Meli's shot with his foot. The Argentine U23 team swiftly transitioned to counterattack after intercepting He dribble. The Argentine player, with the ball at his feet, glanced ahead and opted for a long pass. At that moment, most of the Chinese players, having just shifted from offense to defense, were not yet fully positioned. A quick advance through short passes would result in Argentina losing their best opportunity. They needed to act swiftly to catch the Chinese team off guard. The long pass did not target the tall forward Novaretti, but instead found Meli on the right flank. Ouyang was trailing close behind Meli, spotting the ball descending from above. Rather than attempting to intercept the ball first, he chose to accelerate. Preparing to cut in past Meli, who was blocking him on the outside. Meli surged forward, preparing to lift his leg to control the aerial ball. Though somewhat challenging, it was not insurmountable for him. Occupying a favorable position, he was poised to create a goal-scoring opportunity if he could successfully bring the ball under control. As the ball descended, Meli raised his left leg. Observing this, Ouyang gritted his teeth and quickened his pace to attempt an outside maneuver. Meli's left foot made contact with the ball, cushioning its fall into a perfect stop. However, as the ball descended, it collided with Ouyang's body just as he squeezed in front of Meli. The ball, initially poised to settle at Meli's feet, ricocheted away due to the impact. Yet it did not travel far and remained right in front of both players. Unfortunately, Ouyang's aggressive attempt resulted in a muscle cramp in his right leg. Losing his balance, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Although startled by Ouyang's sudden movement, Meli maintained his equilibrium, his steps undeterred. In contrast, his defender lay sprawled on the turf. This was Meli's chance. If he could accelerate past Ouyang and reach the ball, he would have a clear shot at goal. "Ah!" exclaimed He Feng from the commentary booth. In this match, Ouyang faced a strenuous challenge in defending against Meli, yet overall, his performance remained commendable. Unexpectedly, as the game approached its climax, he made a grievous error. While attempting to maintain his balance during a stumble, he aimed to clear the ball away. But a sudden sharp pain in his right leg caused him to lose his equilibrium and fall to the ground. He realized he had cramped up at the most critical moment. Unwilling to succumb to defeat, Ouyang propped himself up with his hands, substituting his cramping right foot with his right knee, utilizing the momentum of his fall to crawl forward on the grass. He was determined to clear the ball before Meli regained control. However, even if he reached the ball, how could he possibly clear it? He certainly could not use his hands, especially within the penalty area, where it would result in a penalty kick. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Meli's legs approaching, and he was now exceedingly close to the ball. In a moment of desperation, he pushed off the ground with both hands, propelling his entire body forward like a torpedo. Gritting his teeth, he swung his neck toward the ball that was within arm's reach. In a completely prone position, he executed a diving header to clear the ball. Meli adjusted his stride, pursuing the ball, while in front of him was the Chinese team's number 6, who had lost all balance and could only crawl on the ground. Though he had not given up, what more could he do? All he needed was to maneuver the ball past him. Just as Meli extended his right foot to intercept the ball, the number 6 managed to nudge it with his head. Caught off guard, Meli was unable to retract his foot in time, and the ball collided with his right foot, forcefully rolling toward the goal line. By the time Meli sought to chase the ball, it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as the ball bounced and rolled out of play, resulting in neither a threatening shot on goal nor even a corner kick. Ouyang. He executed an astonishing defensive maneuver. It was exquisite, beyond belief. He successfully cleared the ball in an impossible position, denying Argentina a corner kick. Commentators He Feng and Yin Kong both exclaimed in astonishment. Their hearts sank as they witnessed Ouyang fall. Yet they quickly observed him crawling along the ground like a reptile, ultimately leading to the ball being cleared off Meli's legs, resulting in Meli sending the ball out of play. Remarkable. An incredible defense. Ouyang's performance in this defense deserves a perfect 10. Having completed the defense, Ouyang rolled on the ground, clutching his calf, surrounded by his rushing teammates. "Wow, Ouyang, you are phenomenal. How did you manage that? Honestly, even if you let him pass, I could have saved it, but you were still impressive. Ouyang, did you really cramp up? Is this an act? Stop pretending." The ball went out. Meli touched it last. "It's our goal kick. You can get up now?" "What? You really did cramp up? Hurry. Let us help you stretch it out." Incredible, to defend against Meli even while cramping. Some were busy stretching Ouyang's calves, while others gathered around him. playfully slapping his body and showering him with profanities disguised as praise, venting their inner excitement. Amidst the chorus of admiration, Ouyang savored the treatment of being pressed by Xiaoyu, flashing a weak smile. The broadcast on Xbox television replayed how Ouyang thwarted Messi's recent breakthrough, leaving all spectators in awe. Xia Lan, wide-eyed, pointed at the slow-motion replay on the screen, exclaiming, "Is he not afraid of being kicked in the head by Messi?" Perhaps he didn't contemplate such things at that moment. Hu Lixin pondered. Isn't this a bit excessive? Even if Messi scores, we still win 4-3, and what if he doesn't? In this match, Ouyang was solely responsible for marking Messi, so regardless of the score, his duty was to fulfill his role. Hu Lixin shook his head in dismay. Messi, devoid of fighting spirit, watched as Argentina faltered. As the football sailed out of bounds, Messi nearly collapsed, his leg giving way, but he managed to hold himself up, merely avoiding the ground. He tilted his head back and let out a long sigh, as if all his strength, including his ambition for a gold medal, had been expelled with that breath. When faced with an opponent, an unremarkable player who exerted every ounce of effort and managed to thwart him in such an ungraceful manner, was victory truly attainable? Messi felt a profound sense of despair. He would no longer have the opportunity to represent the Argentine U23 team in the Olympics and seize the coveted gold medal. While many professional players may not prioritize Olympic gold, Messi did. This would forever remain his regret. He stood in the Chinese team's penalty area, gazing skyward with his hands on his hips, while not far behind him, Ouyang was surrounded by admirers. As the chapter concluded, the narrative would shift tomorrow, transitioning to a 4-day solo update to preserve some drafts. Gratitude was expressed for everyone's understanding and support, with a final plea for monthly votes. In the scene, Ouyang had just fallen to the ground, his hands braced against the earth, his body arching forward as his legs curled beneath him, seemingly struggling to rise. The football bounced approximately half a meter in front of him, closer than to Messi. Yet, that seemingly negligible distance appeared insurmountable. Behind him, Messi was already charging forward, his arm extended. If all went as expected, Messi would effortlessly surpass the prostrate Ouyang, reaching the football and creating a clear shot on goal. However, what happened next left the audience in astonishment. Ouyang, his hands intertwined for support, propelled himself forward with remarkable speed. After just 2 strides, he thrust his body forward, launching himself across the grass, simultaneously directing his head towards the ball, which was now perilously close. At that moment, Messi had already reached his side, balancing on his left foot, while his right foot lunged forward to seize the opportunity. It is highly likely that he would inadvertently strike Ouyang's head with a kick. However, Ouyang seemed oblivious to such possibilities. In the scene, he tilted his head to the left to amplify the force of his subsequent action, positioning the back of his head towards the football before twisting to the right. Simultaneously, his knees and hands supported his body as he propelled himself slightly forward. Thus, his head barely grazed the football. Yet, this mere touch caught Meli off guard. He was in the midst of forcefully extending his right leg, only for the football to arrive prematurely. As a result, what should have been a precisely controlled touch transformed into a powerful strike. The football was sent flying out of bounds. A flurry of comments erupted on the screen. This must be football. With teammates like this, how could one not give their all? Ouyang truly fought hard. This is defense. I am moved to tears by the valiant Ouyang. My apologies, Ouyang. I shall no longer call your playing style dubious. You are a true man. Hu Lai set down his phone and turned to Ouyang, saying, "Congratulations, Ouyang. You are now in the spotlight." "Really? Is that so, brother Hu?" "Indeed. Just look, no one is calling you dubious anymore." Ouyang coughed. "What kind of spotlight is this? I thought perhaps a European team had shown interest in me. Rest assured, that will surely happen. Given your performance in defending against Meli yesterday, any scout from a European team who isn't blind would have noticed." Ouyang chuckled and shifted his gaze to a jersey laid on the bed before him. It was the number 10 jersey of the Argentine U23 national team, emblazoned with the name of its holder, Meli. This was Meli's jersey, to be precise, the one Meli had willingly offered him after the match concluded yesterday. Ouyang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Meli would approach him for a jersey exchange. Initially, he intended to seek Hu Lai's help for translation, but Meli directly asked him in English, "Do you speak English?" Ouyang, in a state of bewilderment, nodded repeatedly. Meli then communicated in English, "You performed excellently. So I wish to exchange jerseys with you. Although your little antics were annoying, you did so to defend against me, and you succeeded." Throughout the exchange, Ouyang was almost entirely dazed, his mind devoid of any coherent thought. Upon seeing Meli remove his jersey, he instinctively followed suit. When Meli handed over his jersey, he reciprocated. Thus, they exchanged jerseys. In conclusion, Meli even patted his shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. Throughout the process, Ouyang remained in a state of disbelief. Even while holding the jersey, still warm from Meli's body, he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if he were dreaming. After all, it was Meli. This nameless player had been sought out by Meli for a jersey exchange, a moment of immense pride. Still not done admiring it, Hulai turned back to see Ouyang scrutinizing Meli's jersey and asked, "Hee, brother Hu, this is Meli's jersey, and he came to me to exchange it." Ouyang scratched the back of his head. Hulai chuckled at his demeanor. "Wait until you go to Europe. There will be countless opportunities for such exchanges, as long as you desire them." "Huge, do you think I can go to Europe?" asked Ouyang excitedly. "Of course, why not? Europe is vast. It is not solely defined by the 5 major leagues. Look at Xiaoyu and Chunxinyi. They are thriving in the Primera Liga and Eredivisie, aren't they? The key is to find a place that suits you where you can play, rather than merely chasing after prestigious clubs," Hulai advised, drawing from his own experiences. Upon hearing Hulai's words, Ouyang fell into deep contemplation, fixating on the merry jersey before him, his gaze gradually unfocused as he envisioned himself playing in Europe. Observing this moment, Hulai chose not to interrupt. Instead, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Li Qingqing. "I heard we can participate in the Olympic closing ceremony this time." Li Qingqing quickly replied, "That's right. The day after the final is the closing ceremony, so we will definitely get to attend it together." For both of them, as football athletes, no matter how many times they participated in the Olympics, they were always excluded from the opening ceremony. Being able to attend the less spotlighted but equally significant closing ceremony would, for them, provide a satisfying conclusion to their Olympic journey. For years prior, the Chinese women's football team, of which Li Qingqing was a part, secured a bronze medal. However, due to the scheduling of the third-place match a day before the final, they left after that match, 2 days before the closing ceremony. The men's team departed even earlier, having been eliminated in the quarterfinals. This time, with both teams reaching the finals, regardless of whether they secured the championship, they would remain to participate in the closing ceremony the following day. At last, they would have the opportunity to genuinely partake in this grand human event together. This was something Li Qingqing had long anticipated, and it was finally coming to fruition. At the very least, attending the closing ceremony together counts as participating in the Olympics. She exclaimed, "We must hold hands during the closing ceremony." Li Qingqing sent Hulai a gesture of a pinky promise. All right, Hulai responded with a similar gesture. Li Qingqing then sent a beaming emoji, showing her teeth in delight. Hulai reciprocated with an equally jovial emoji. In the same room, the two sat back to back. Ouyang dreaming of his future in Europe, while Hulai envisioned sharing the Olympic closing ceremony with Li Qingqing. The football finals of this Olympic Games had a singular theme: the clash between China and the United States. Following the Chinese women's team's triumph over France to reach the Olympic final, the men's team also discovered their opponent, the U.S. U23 team, which had narrowly defeated Brazil 2-1 in the semifinals, would compete against the Chinese U23 team for the gold medal. Thus, an intriguing scenario unfolded, with both the men's and women's teams facing the same formidable adversary. "See," Xiaolon exclaimed upon seeing the news, slapping the coffee table. "I told you. The Americans have ulterior motives. Now both matches will be tough." Hu Lisin offered no comfort, for the Americans had a history of such tactics. The final of the 1999 Women's World Cup took place at the Pasadena Stadium in Los Angeles, where the Chinese women's national team faced off against their American counterparts. After an intense battle lasting 120 minutes, neither side emerged victorious, necessitating a penalty shootout. In a pivotal moment, American goalkeeper Jennifer Meyer prematurely advanced, successfully saving the penalty shot taken by Chinese player Duan Feixia. This controversial save led to a heated debate regarding the legitimacy of the decision. Yet the referee's ruling stood firm. Thus, the outcome could not be altered. Consequently, the United States claimed their nation's inaugural World Cup title, marking a historic achievement in both men's and women's football. Meanwhile, the The Chinese women's team continues to strive for another opportunity to reach the World Cup final. That match appeared to serve as a watershed moment in the evolution of women's football in both nations. Prior to this, both China and the United States had established themselves as formidable forces in women's football, unlike their male counterparts who were comparatively weaker. Their women's football programs developed earlier than those in many other countries, particularly in the more affluent footballing nations of Europe and America, giving them a significant head start in skill and competition. The first Women's World Cup was hosted in China, where the national team reached the semifinals but was eliminated by the United States, ultimately finishing in fourth place. In the second edition, China again made it to the semifinals, only to be ousted by Germany, securing a third-place finish. The third World Cup represented the pinnacle for China's golden generation of female footballers, who were expected to shine on American soil. They did not disappoint, advancing to the finals to face their longtime rivals, the United States, once again. However, under the blazing Los Angeles sun, they succumbed to defeat, allowing the American team to lift the World Cup trophy for the second time. Following this, the golden generation of Chinese players retired, and the national team entered a period of decline, struggling even to qualify for the Olympics at times. In contrast, the American team, buoyed by their home victory, inspired a new generation of girls to engage in football. Today, the United States women's national team stands as a dominant force in global women's football, having participated in every Women's World Cup and Olympic tournament. They have never finished lower than third in the 10 editions of the World Cup, securing 4 championships, 2 runner-up positions, and 4 third-place finishes. Furthermore, in the first 8 Olympic tournaments featuring women's football, the American team has garnered 4 gold medals, 2 silver medals, and 1 bronze medal, with their lowest finish being a place in the quarterfinals. The American women's team is remarkably formidable, surpassing their male counterparts in prowess, which has led them to champion the movement for equal pay in sports, demanding the same treatment as their male football players. Historically, their achievements provide them with the credibility and confidence to advocate for such equality. Returning to the current Olympic Games, Hu Sen, aware of the historical rivalry between the American and Chinese women's teams, found it challenging to comfort his wife. As her concerns were not unfounded, there is indeed a possibility that the United States could outperform China. It is worth noting that, in terms of FIFA rankings, both the men's and women's teams in the United States rank higher than those of China. Yet, this is the nature of America. Even when their strength surpasses yours, they still resort to underhanded tactics. When you are weak and pose no threat, they adorn you with the illusion of fairness and justice. However, once your power increases and you become a potential threat, that very illusion transforms into a shackle, tightly binding your forehead. As for themselves, they have never adhered to the principles of fairness and justice. Note, the rivalry between the Chinese and American women's football teams intertwines with real-life circumstances, but does not entirely mirror them. For instance, in reality, the Chinese women's football team achieved 5th place in their inaugural World Cup, having been eliminated by Sweden in the quarterfinals. In the second edition, they lost 0-1 to Germany in the semifinals, ultimately securing 4th place. Starting today, I will be posting daily for 4 days, allowing me to refine my drafts, as having ample material enables a more tranquil writing process. I appreciate everyone's support and understanding. Thank you. A sudden decision has led to a return to bi-daily updates, while also requesting monthly votes. I have just realized that for the next few days, the monthly votes are doubled, and I find it challenging to request votes for a single update. Therefore, I have decided to continue with bi-daily updates until the Olympic storyline concludes, followed by a return to single updates to replenish my material. I humbly seek your monthly votes. I have set a target of 3,000 monthly votes for these days. Thank you all.